busy streets and lost time. Gotta rent a car, gonna stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said replaying loud. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. All I want is you. All I want is you. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. A century long ago, I traded in my halo. Whoever it is that you think I am, I'm still figuring it out. I'm jealous of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I won't rest until you know the truth. All I want is you. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I. Tell me how to reach you.
London, a place of legends and memories for the Rocket League community. From Justin to Joyo and even Team 104, the Copper Box is a place we can call home. And we're going to do that again this weekend. Welcome to the London Major 2024. It's Landon 3.0. I'm Leafex, and I'm hanging out down in the player area as I usually do. Throughout the weekend, I'm going to be talking to players over in the mix zone that way. Right now, you can see players are getting ready before all the games start. Behind me, we got Power. They're looking good. They've been talking a lot right now. They're chattering away, so I'm going to leave them alone this time. We're not going to bother them. Over on the other side, their opponents that will be coming up in about 30 minutes. Oxygen, the legends. What a story these guys have coming ahead of them right now. A potential to knock out Carmine Corp out of Worlds. That is such a lot of weight on the shoulders, but I'm sure they're going to be paying attention themselves. But whoever wins this, we'll be talking to them after. That's enough of me. We got a lot of pre-show to get to. Let's start Landon 3.0.
Put ourselves in a good situation for the Major 2 by winning the first regional.
We are in a minor region. I think we feel confident, but we have to work really hard to beat the other teams.
Proving that we're the best team in the region, I think unanimously, since we won a majority of the open qualifiers, we kind of know ourselves as NA's hope.
I wouldn't say there's any region that's too scary other than Europe.
The French specifically are always tough. Vitality is just a good match, I think almost a mirror match.
The only region that would give us a lot of trouble would be Middle East, just because of how fast they play and just the disrespect they give to other teams.
I would just say as a team that we're focusing more on just being on the same page.
We did boot camp and feel more as a team and as a unit. Of course, last year we won the Major right before the World Championship. The Worlds is in like 2 or 3 months. So I think the confidence that we can gain from winning this Major would be insane.
We are representing a whole region, obviously. We are going for the win.
We got really close in Copenhagen, finishing second.
Winning would honestly mean everything to me at this point.
We only came here to win anyway, and I got one taste of it before in this arena.
وهذه إن شاء الله فترة الحصاد.
The final, it's there to be won. If we are in the final, we need to win.
Welcome to London for the third time in the history of our great game. We got a 4-day battle kicking off here in just under 30 minutes. You can see down there at the bottom, folks, Power going to be taking on Oxygen to kick off the Swiss. I got the best talent in the game, or, you know, behind the desk who woke up this morning. I don't know. We got Bates, Gibbs, CJ. CJ,
yeah,
3 times you've been here.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm trying to find my little red car. Not sure where that's gone or who's taken that, but it's great to be back home of the RLCS pretty much at this point. It's pretty iconic being back here.
I think you're over the weight limit for that car by now. You know,
we're struggling. That's 2.0. Maybe a 3. They thought this could be first line of the London Major. He's absolutely clowning, saying you don't fit anymore. That's crazy.
He retires, puts the weight on, and now here we are. So much history here. We could talk so much about everything that has happened in this building over the course of the history of our game. But we got to talk about the history that's going to be made today. New teams playing matches, new stories being written as we continue on through the 2024 season of the RLCS. Only 2 events left. If you're just now joining us, if this is the first time you're tuning into the RLCS, you picked a great spot. Every single game from here on going to be building the stories of these teams, going to be sending teams to Worlds possibly at the end. We only got 2 events left. That is the Major 2 at the end of that red bar in the middle of the screen, June 20th through 23rd. That's today. We're here on the 20th. And then the World Championship, September 10th through 15th, Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. If you want to be at that World Championship, the tickets are still available. So make sure you head down to the link shown up below me here, rl.gg/RLCS Texas. You can be there for the crowning of our 11th World Champion, Gibbs.
And it's 3 days of crowd as well, so it's going to be a lot of fun, a lot of Rocket League. We got to get narrow down those teams. You'll see some Swiss as well. Bunch of games on that first day, so you won't want to miss it.
It'll be a good one, folks. So that's coming up later, though. We've got the London Major to get through. Welcome. You're in the right spot here. Let's talk about the teams that have made it so far. 16 teams representing all corners of the globe here, Bates, and there's a story behind each one of them.
Story behind every single team. Gentle Mace, they're looking to bounce back. They still haven't won an online qualifier, but don't worry, they're land winners so far this year. SSG made it from in a secret, beat out Complexity. They're here representing Sam alongside Furia. The Chiefs have made it with Power and OCE, CJ. CJ, what do you think about that?
Yeah, we're starting to get some new teams just just trying to get that last-ditch spot into Worlds, which is so exciting for this format. But a lot of prize money and points on the line, as we said, for Worlds.
Yeah, points are going to matter a lot for 5 of these teams.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that later, but a lot of prize money as well. $75,000 for first place, $25,000 each. It's a 3-man team, so a lot of cash.
Yeah, definitely 75,000. I know the Americans might be confused with that period right there. That's
yeah, it's not $27.000 there. I mean, there's also the pride of winning in the copper box. I mean, CJ, do you feel like there's an extra magic to winning here versus winning other lands in RLCS?
I don't know. You talk to the players and they say major world championships, it's all the same. They all want to win. Apparently, Jack was saying that yesterday, but something about the copper box. I know. So Joyo's mum was talking about it. Joyo coming as a supporter, as a fan in the first one, winning the second. Now he's back with a brand new team. So it's pretty special.
And now, to be fair, apparently, Jack, he has won a major, but not the world. So he would say that major and worlds are the same.
Yeah.
So apparently, Jack, we get what you're going for there. But no, like everyone, when you show up to these events, they're international main events. You want to win them. It doesn't matter about points or seeding going to Worlds. They just want to win every single time they're on the field.
Joyo, the only copper box defending champion, showing up to defend his title. We'll get to see him play here in just over 20 minutes there, folks. But before we get through all the play here, let's talk about how good the teams are here. If you are just now watching Rocket League for the first time, let's show you what these players can do with the top 10 of the second split of the season, folks. Let's get things kicked off. Here we go.
Let's start it with SSA. We got Leoro coming out, just going off the wall, quick recovery, a quick side flip to get the positional play, the little corner touch, just a nice little soft one, but look how fast he gets off that wall, timing that perfectly to angle that right dead center around 2 defenders. Moving on, we're going to go to the APAC region. We got ZPS. He's going to throw every single shot into this, throw it off the ceiling, a flip reset, a double tap. You can name every terminology. The only thing he didn't throw in was probably a musty, but ZPS around 2 defenders as well. What a fantastic shot.
But listen, let's shift on over to North America, and as you can see, it's the man himself, Beast Mode, arguably the MVP so far in a calm challenge early. Beast Mode comes on the ceiling. Surprises Nolan from out of nowhere. Beast Mode was just camping on the ceiling the whole entire London Major so far, just doing exactly what it needs to do. Calm early child. Beast Mode, atomic season. That's called a vision, baby. In your net, there's not much you can do from there.
Forget about NA, because you can't have a top 10 without Zen. And have a look at this pre-jump double. Redosin just fires it across to the middle, and he gets the perfect angle in behind 2 defenders. Zen, when he's online in Europe, I feel like he's just in free play. That's his playground there over in the EU, and that's a phenomenal play. But number 6, we're going to go down under to OCE. And can someone tell me how Hunter's got that on target? The pitch off the ceiling, off the offensive corner as well. He's not even facing the right way. Look at this. How is he redirected that back on net? Phenomenal play from him.
And then we're going to move over to the Middle East. We have Dark right off kickoff. He grabs the boost and then does literally everything with this ball. The flip reset catch into another flip reset, into the aerial dribble. Dark, the mechanics. We always talk about
this is number 5?
Mechanical gods, and we see it here out of Dark. What a fantastic shot. Like, honestly, yes, that should have probably been higher. But we're going to move on because clutch plays coming out. Ninjas in Pajamas was down 4-1, 12 on the clock. They score, then right off the kickoff score again. They win this game 6. Not only that, they win game 7. This was quarterfinals. They won the entire tournament based on that kickoff. Clutch plays by Ninjas.
Clutch plays by them, but also clutch plays by the only team from North America that apparently knows how to get clips, and that's G2 Daniel doing what he does. Back to Atomic. Atomic is the mastermind behind all these plays. He always sets up his teammates. He's got the superstar talent in Beast Mode and Dan. They do the work, but Atomic's got to feed him. That's in your net. There's not much you can do, and of course, I said that Beast Mode has been camping on the ceiling throughout the whole entire London Major so far, and that's exactly what he's doing. Daniel Musty, the confidence between these two, the synergy, not the twinergy. They're not the twins, but they might as well be. Daniel, you see me up high? Hit me, please. In your net, come on.
For the number 1 play of the qualifiers for Major number 2, we're back to EU, and it's not a goal. It's the best save in RLCS history. Ixo with the recovery, gets bumped off the ceiling, and re-jumps the save on Rizex as well. That is one of the best saves you'll ever see, and there's a reason why it's number 1. That's phenomenal right there.
Oh, I've been waiting for this day, Gibbs. I've been waiting for a save to be number 1 play. That was
To be fair, I picked it, so that's
true.
why
That's
it's
true.
probably number 1. But
still, it earned it. International top 10 too. Well done there. And crazy. You watching the G2 plays, right? The number 3, number 2. The first one you watch, you're like, okay, he's just kind of there. Okay, he flipped. He got lucky. The second play is like the same play. Like, oh, let's just go up on the button, hit back into me. They create extra woodwork for them to bounce off of. Insane plays that we might see more of today, folks. We've got a Swiss to play through today and tomorrow before we get to our bracket in front of the crowd in London. We can show you kind of how that Swiss is going to look. If you've never seen a Swiss bracket before, it might look confusing. I promise you, it's not that hard. If you win a match, you play against other teams that win matches. If you lose, you play against other teams that lose. If you win 3 before you lose 3, you qualify. If you lose 3 before you win 3, though, you are out. So you want to be one of the 8 teams in those green boxes up at the top. Once all of this is done, we're right there at the beginning. That 0-0 rounds where we're going to start. Exciting matches. There's some big upset potential in this first round here, Gibbs.
Yeah, I would say like Space Station Falcons, watch that match. Everyone talks about the NA3 that didn't make it last time. They're here now, and what a way to begin versus Falcons. Mina's #1. Probably considered a top 4 team here. That has upset potential.
Well, I mean, the best part about this first round wave is they're all cross-region matchups. We don't get the same region. Yeah. Obviously, as a bracket goes on, we do get some similarities and some, you might get an OG playing a Space Station or something, T-baits for those NA enjoyers. But to start off with, you never really know. It's exciting.
That might be the 2-2 round, of course. That's usually what happens. NA eliminates NA wave. I got to say, have you done this before? I mean, that explanation was absolutely exquisite.
It's been a few years. A few years going through all this right now. If you do make it into one of those green boxes at the top, you qualify for the single elimination bracket in the playoffs. It'll be just the top 8 teams, and at that point, no extra lives. Win, you keep moving. Lose, you go home. Only one team will hoist the trophy at the end of all of this here, Gibbs. We'll have another Copper Box champion.
Single elimination. It's all going to come down to that. It doesn't matter what side of the bracket you get. You just got to win what's in front of you. Win 3 best-of-7s, and you are crowned champion. We saw last time something that's never happened before. An EU 4 seed won the entire thing, so you just never know what's going to happen when it comes to the playoffs.
Yeah, best part about it as well, once you make that top 8 in front of the crowd, that's the main goal, I think, for a lot of the players. Obviously, the top teams are thinking about the grand final, but just making that Saturday, getting in front of this live crowd here in London.
Yeah. Cool. It's a different energy being in front of a crowd in general, but being in front of the Copper Box crowd, the Section 104, if you don't know what I'm talking about, you'll learn as this show goes on, folks. It's going to be a good time. Now, we did this in Copenhagen. We had all the casters power rank all the teams here. If you're watching, you're like, I don't know who's good. Well, this will give you a basic idea of kind of how the top analysts in the game think about the 16 teams here. We can show you those power rankings here and show you which teams we feel like are strong. Not surprisingly, BDS up on top, but not undisputed #1 like Karmine Corps was in Copenhagen.
Yeah, last time around, like EU was considered the best, and we had like all those teams very, very high. They're still very high here, but G2 looked fantastic in Copenhagen. They dominated the NA split, so a lot of people had them #1 as well.
Yeah, EU is a bit more topsy-turvy. Obviously, BDS putting themselves on top, but if we look back to Copenhagen, General Mates, were they 7th on our power rankings?
Yeah,
and they won
so
the event,
we're not very smart either. So
it might be a good sign for Gen G down there at #7.
That's possible.
Or Furia's a little low as well, sitting there 7.6, and then on the back end, I mean, Power, I feel like they're being disrespected, CJ.
Yeah,
we talked about it in the rehearsal.
Yeah, I think that, you look at the previous event again, it's all we have to go on is Copenhagen. They did take down Rule 1.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds come over, and they've gone ahead as well. So, you could say they're hard done by in 12 or 13.
But we did see in Copenhagen, top 8 dominated bottom 8, right?
Yeah.
So we had a big gap there between Furia and Space Station, but I think Space Station is that next team up that could make a top 8 run.
Okay, well, we will update those power rankings as the show goes on. So, or every day, every pre-show, you'll get to see kind of an update on those power rankings as the teams continue to play each other, because it's going to be hard to catch all the action. We got 2 different broadcasts happening to cover all the matches of the Swiss. So we'll walk you through who's playing against who a little bit later on. For now, let's have a little bit of fun. Let's talk about fantasy, okay? We're talking about casters giving their opinions about things. We also took all the casting team, and then including our statistician in the back, Direct, and had them do a fantasy draft of all the players here. We're going to be ranking the draft based off of the players' average goals and assists, and then half of the saves they put up. So the players that put up those are the best numbers on average across the tournament.
And we picked it in reverse draft order as well, from best talent to worst. Is that how we did it?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. I'm pretty sure that's how it worked, because it wound up, it was a random draw, but the 3 of us on the desk here got the last 3 picks. So our teams might not be as strong as some of the others, but
there's a lot there. Pre-jumping the excuses already, folks, here. Let's take a look at the teams. Let us know who you think drafted the best team. Also, you can play along if you want. Draft your own little team and tell us who it is. Just gotta be all from different teams.
Yeah, do it from each different row as well. First picks, pick one of those, pick a middle pick, and pick a last pick, so it's a little bit more even. But these teams, honestly, I think Stumpy probably has the best team going into this event based on previous major history, but I mean, Monkey Moon,
He's
can
got
put up
2 neck
stats,
campers
but,
as well.
Yeah, and Chronic and Vert, Vert can do some damage in that like 0-2 and 1-2 Swiss round. So we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah. Well, other than your own team, Bates, who do you like?
Ah, man. I said this earlier. I really like James' team. I think James' team has a lot of potential. He's got Last on the defensive end. That's going to do it.
Ahmad for his third pick.
Yeah, Ahmad's going to be able to get nothing but goals and assists. And Noli, he's just a midfield general. He's going to give you exactly what you need.
And whoever wins will get a shiny medal. Because we always give medals out to these players.
Okay.
So I decided to buy my own medals for everyone. So we're going to give out some right now as well. So I'm going to send out the medal boy. Please come on over, Leaf. We have some medals to give out, and I'm going to award them to the desk talent because we have done such a fantastic job.
Is that a couch cushion?
We will begin with the European prediction champion for both open qualifier runs and the fantasy champion, CJ, take 3 of those medals, please.
Oh, thank you.
Go ahead.
3 of them?
Great job by CJ.
Okay.
Beautiful. They don't go around your neck. They're
all the
legit.
prediction contest?
And then we're going to do one more. We have the Copenhagen prediction champion winner. We have the NA Split 2 prediction champion winner and the back-to-back fantasy champion winner. It was myself. So I'm going to take all 4 of these. And yeah, so we got plenty of medals here. They don't go around your neck. They were like $5 for a 24-pack. So I get what I get. But
I think that was a ripoff, actually.
They're looking at us. Me and CJ have swept all the awards. So we're going to give out some more, though, Bates and Wave. So you'll have a chance.
He brought out 7 medals.
Interesting. He brought 7 medals just to give themselves a couple medals. Listen, sometimes you got to pat yourself on the back, Wave. Listen, that's what you need to do. By the end of this, trust me, me and Wave are going to have a little bit of medals on us.
Bro rigs the tournaments and then awards himself 4 medals out here. I am so confused. So, folks, if you want to see the stuff that's going to be going on during the event, I mean, you're in the right spot. We want to keep you covered up here in the desk. We're going to have all the broadcast, all the casting going on as well. It's going to be a wonderful time. So let's talk about, we'll give you updates on how the fantasy teams go. That was what I was trying to say at the beginning of that sentence, and then something happened. It's all right. We've got the World Championship scenarios, though. We talked about this a little bit earlier. We have points that are being given out right now. Most of the teams don't care about the points. They have clinched their spots at the World Championship.
They're playing for seeding, possibly.
For seeding, for money. There are things that they care about there, but really it's whether you go or not, which is so important to the players. And there's 5 teams who have yet to clinch a spot and could do so here in London. So let's walk through them and chat. Well, let us know if you think that these teams are actually going to make it. We're going to start off with Mobula, okay?
Yes.
Does Mobula make it to the World Championship? Hashtag yay, hashtag nay. And let's walk through what do they need, Gibbs?
All right, so all they need to clinch is to win this whole tournament. That's all they have to do.
Oh, okay, cool.
But they can get a tiebreaker versus the Limitless if they make grand finals. So they at least have that as well. But very unlikely that'll happen, but let us know at home if you think they will make it. But they're expected to maybe win 1 match here, but hey, you never know. That's why we play the games.
Okay.
And what'd you say, Gibbs? You said this is a good test of the yay or nay?
This is a good test of the year, because we'll see who is lying right away.
You think there's no believers?
There should be absolutely 0.
Let's come on. We'll see. We'll see here what the chat feels about this. I think we all are very dubious up here.
All right. So we have a 5%
okay, you got
error
5%
curve.
of people that are trolling. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so now I know every single time we do a prediction, they have a 5%. Have 5%.
Right,
Thank you, chat. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Disrespectful to the Mobula fans in chat that are here believing for it, folks. All right, let's talk about Oxygen. Okay, slightly different situation here, but still a tiebreaker involved.
Oxygen does have a tiebreaker. If they end up getting top 2, they tie against Carmine Corp, I believe, and if they win.
No, I think they just clinch outright.
They clinch outright even if they get, oh my God, clinch outright. Oh my God.
There's no, I misled you. So there's no way they play a tiebreaker?
No, they just have to get grand finals, and they have to get grand finals. That would be Joyo knocking out his 2 former teammates as well.
Goodness.
So that could happen. We saw it. EU 4 seed last time won the entire tournament. So that is very possible. I still think it's unlikely. I'd give it probably about a 10% shot. But
I mean, Joyo kind of likes this place.
That is.
He does.
Listen, we seen him earlier. He's already looking pretty confident.
Is it 50-50? Can we confirm production? The chat is split down the middle on that one. Incredible. Those are actual numbers on that one.
50-50. The blue wall must not be watching.
They're still sleeping. We don't know what's happening. All right. So Twisted Minds, the next team here.
Yes.
What do they need to do to make it to the World Championship?
So they will clinch with a playoff berth so that they win 3 in Swiss. They will clinch there. If they get 2 wins in Swiss, tiebreaker versus anything, formerly Rule 1.
Okay.
So Twisted Minds, last time around Rule 1, they got 1 win in Swiss. In Copenhagen, I think they're expected, Twisted Minds, to at least get 2 and a possibility of a top 8. So I think a tiebreaker in that one is probably very likely.
Okay. So if they get 2 wins, if they make it to round 5 of Swiss, it's a tiebreaker. If they make it out of round 5,
yes,
they actually take the spot
clinch outright.
Okay.
Yeah.
Chat, how do you feel about that one? This one seems much more doable there. Yes, they're going to make it through. Twisted Minds coming from Mina there. Strong region, strong team. Excited to see them play a little bit later on today. Let's talk about the Chiefs, CJ.
Yeah, this
what
is an interesting one. They didn't give themselves the best chance in the last qualifier. They fell down in the semi-final, but they made it here. They do need, in London, though, 2 series wins in the Swiss. So a 2-3 result here in London would get them to the World Championships over the Pioneers, who are sitting at home hoping for their downfall, for their brother's downfall. But 2 wins, can they do it?
And last time Pioneers were here at Copenhagen, they got 1 win in Swiss. So Chiefs have to do 1 better than that.
Yeah, the OCE 2 seed getting to round 5 is it's a hard thing. It's not happened very often.
The last time though in London, the Pioneers took down BDS.
That's
so
true.
There were some upsets back at London 2.0.
That was a wild
and that
one.
knocked out Torsos from the World Championship as well. So
there you go.
Chat doesn't believe though. 77%
That's
saying
right
today.
again.
Chat being cruel here on this one. All right, last team to talk about, Secret. The last team that the
Team
points are really relevant.
Versus complexity of who will make it in. Clinch with 2 wins in Swiss. They tie with 1 win in Swiss. I think 1 win is very light.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see. The chat. This one feels. 1 win feels very, very doable. We'll see if they can pull this one off. How does chat feel about it on this one? In case anyone didn't hear it, Secret needs to clinch. Will clinch with 2 wins in the Swiss. They will be guaranteed a spot at the World Championship, and they will tie break against Complexity with 1 win. They just got to win 1. If they win their first match here, that could be it there. Chat, very believable. Chat believing that Secret can definitely pull this one off.
I think they can do that. I think they can do that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's, folks. Wait, how much time we got? Bring up the thing on the front.
You got about 8 minutes.
Where's the sketch? There's a timer on the bottom. When I want to see it. I want to see it. We're just gonna go straight into the brackets here, folks. We got like 8 minutes till kickoff. I'm excited for it. Let's talk about the matchups. Again, there are 2 different streams going on: Twitch.tv/RL Esports, Twitch.tv/Rocket League, or you can check out either broadcast on the YouTube channel. They will have Rocket League action for you all day. 8 matches we will be playing. We'll show you them here in groups of 4. This is the alternate stream schedule for round number 1. They'll see BDS playing against Mobula to kick things off. We'll see Stride, G2 Stride taking on the Gladiators. The Chiefs will play against Team Vitality, and Twisted Minds will play against the reigning defending major champions, the Gentlemates of Alpine there. On the mainstream, though, we'll see the Falcons taking on Space Station to close out round 1. OG is going to kick things off against Furia. We'll see Team Secret versus Gen G. And then to kick things off for our broadcast right now, folks, Oxygen versus Power, OCE versus EU. A great way to kick off our broadcast.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. We get OCE, the #1 seed, the perfect season for Team Power, taking on Oxygen. As we said, Joyo, he's pretty special when he enters the copper box. And Oxygen Bates, I mean, pretty impressive, this split.
Oh, yeah, pretty impressive indeed. You know, they went and added Joyo to the roster in place of Ixo, and automatically that was an elevation. And then on the field, they've elevated as well. Oski and Joyo in the sky, they've been nothing short of sensational. Mechanics galore. And then you have Archie, Mr. Solid, Mr. Consistent, just making sure to maximize both of his teammates. He'll take less boost. He'll put himself in awkward positions just to make sure that his 2 young wizards can do the damage up in the sky.
Oh, that's not Archie.
That's big. That's Mark Oscar. And he had a haircut, by the way. I know a lot of people were talking about his hair for some reason, but I think the young man looks great. And he's also been great on the field as well. One of the best players in Europe outside of all the French boys.
I mean, it's fantastic to see where this former Liquid lineup, you know, Atto, Oski, and even a Chronic coming back and popping off in the European, in the online qualifiers as well. But Oski, he's been fantastic. He looks he looks like he's settled into this lineup, and I think they've just got a great team dynamic as well.
And this is the one roster move between NA and Europe that actually paid off, right? They made it to the major. They have a chance to make it to the World Championship. So Joyo coming over. He's not in blue anymore.
No.
He's now in green. That is not expected. He's always been with Moist, but finally he had to jump ship to have a chance at the World Championship, and it's paid off for them. They clinch a spot here. Hello, Joyo.
There's the patented wave coming from Joyo. That's how so many people love them over here. He's already gearing up. He's already getting ready for the stage, CJ. He knows the crowd's going to erupt. And then that young man on the Englishman himself, Archie. I don't know if you've been seeing the Oxygen content. They've been pumping it out. He's got an interesting taste in his meals. A little bit of a hot dog with some cheese and some ketchup on the side or something like that. We don't need to talk about that. But on the field, as I said, when we're looking throughout the roster, showing the team shots, he is the one that really makes this team go. He's got 2 players that are really great on offense, but he really holds it down on defense and elevates them in every aspect of the game.
Yeah, he calls himself the tap-in specialist because that's all he has to do is just secure the goals when they do get the chance.
Well, on the other side of the pitch, it's going to be the champions of OCE, Power, showing up and trying to... what do you feel like? What is the goal for Power here, CJ?
Oh, it's top 8, definitely. I think the 2-3, round 5 of Swiss is sort of your pass mark. And then it's matchups. You know, Jimmer, the coach of Power, talked about it. But this lineup, they've had a perfect season. The first time ever in OCE. Even though we have had dominant teams in the past, pretty impressive. 6 from 6 in the online qualifiers. And now they've got to step it up here in London.
But the expectation is that they will drop out before top 8. That is what OCE has done for the past 4 years. They have not made a top 8. They want to change that now. They're going up against Europe, though, and anytime a European team's here, the expectation is guaranteed top 8. So Power, they are the underdogs here, but to get Oxygen in the first round, I think, is a pretty favorable matchup for Power.
And CJ, you said it quickly there. I feel like maybe some viewers at home missed it. A perfect online season for Team Power here. Usually, OCE is trading back and forth between two strong teams. They've consolidated Power here. No pun intended. Yeah. And now, I feel like this is a different story, a different type of OCE team.
Yeah, and no one's really got close to them either. It's not like we've had Game 7s back in the Grand Finals or anything like that. So it's been so dominant. Torsos, people were talking, this guy needs to get off the top, you know.
When's he going to retire?
I mean, he's so good. I mean, his land record, ridiculous. He has been to more events, more lands than anyone else alongside Mr. Jnaps.
All honesty, CJ, I need to know, is their perfect season, is this absolutely sensational, great Power, or is it just OCE getting a little bit of worse?
Don't put me on the spot like that. I think that they've been really good. I think they're a fantastic team. I will say the other teams have sort of been fighting amongst themselves and maybe bringing each other down a little bit.
But I mean, hey, to have a perfect online season at any level of competition, an incredibly difficult thing to do. It took us forever to get our first perfect season in RLCS. For them to pull it off at this time, in this era, even more impressive.
And then Copenhagen, they went 2-2 round, and then they lost there. They took down Rule 1, Mina number 2. Everyone was hyping up Mina, but Power came out and took down one of those teams. They did fall short. They did have tough matches. I believe they played G2. So, like in round 5, that is a very difficult matchup. But if you want to make top 8, you're going to have to beat one of these top 8 teams.
I got to also say, Banana Head. We've been wanting to see Banana Head in front of a crowd, especially a London crowd for a long time. So many chants already for his name.
Speaking of Banana Head, though, you look at the Copenhagen again, the first series, they played Gen G. Game 1, Banana Head scored 5 goals. They then conceded 13 goals straight after Game 1. So they can start well, at least for the first game. That could be a good sign here. There can be upsets. As we said before, Pioneers did take down BDS as well in London 2.0.
Well, folks, let us know who you think's going to win. Hashtag OXG, hashtag PWR, depending on which way you're feeling, and we'll go down the line. CJ, I'm going to start with you. Are you abandoning your friends and comrades and country mates?
I know, I've got my koalas on my tie as well. I've gone all Australian, but look, there's a reason why I'm the prediction champ. It's because I've gone with my head this season instead of my heart, and I'm going to have to go Oxygen. I think they just have to be the favourites. I'm going to give Power a good chance, but probably you're looking at 3-1 around there.
Okay.
Well, we got 7 medals on Oxygen here, so I'm going to also pick Oxygen as well. I don't see the upset yet. I just don't see it.
I want to change my prediction just because they're annoying.
Yeah, don't fall for it. This is how they're going to do it.
These annoying you.
I'm tired of these medals. Listen, I'm going Oxygen too, but I will say Power, this is going to be a good test. I need to be able to see, can you compete against one of the best 8 teams in the world?
I had the same thought you did, but I was like, no, that's how they get us. That's how we lose there. I'm also going with Oxygen on this one. We have a new coin for this broadcast. Where I don't have to tell you which team's on orange, which team's on blue. You can just see here as we flip the coin, which way is it going to go? And the coin's got power. The coin loves its underdogs. We'll see if the coin can start off the day undefeated. It will be the only, I think it's the only entity that predicted Power in this matchup. Everybody obviously got Oxygen on this one. This would be an upset, Gibbs. What does Power have to do to take down Oxygen?
They have to start off strong, but they have to keep up that momentum. We talked about it. Last time around, they played Gen G. They won Game 1, dominated, but then they fell apart. They have done that so much before, go up 2 games, and then they kind of just fall back to their OCE trappings of whiffs and misses. So they got to play full 15 minutes of great Rocket League.
Yeah, I mean, they've had the longest boot camp. I think they're ready for this one.
Okay, we'll see if they can do it, folks. Chat also has Oxygen a clear favorite here, but we love it when we got a clear favorite because the upset is that much more delicious. We kick off 2 days of Swiss action with Europe versus OCE, the green versus the yellow, folks. It's Power versus Oxygen. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
It feels right to be back at the Copper Box, an arena that's given us many iconic moments in Rocket League history. Well, it's time to make more of them. Daz, let's get this show on the road.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the London Major. We've got a brand new ball, and we've also got Oxygen Esports versus Power here to kick things off. A match that already is going to have World Championship implications.
And a huge World Championship implications for Oxygen. If you're paying attention in the pre-show, Oxygen have to make the grand finals and they will take K-Corp's spot. Meanwhile, Power already has their World Championship spot secured, but that top 8 has been elusive for OCE.
It has. They've been so close, but then they struggle when they go against teams at the top. Joyo already trying to start off with some decent offensive pressure. You can see Oxygen already off to such a hot start. Power, I mean, we've seen them be able to battle against the best, and we've also seen what they can do when they get things going. Very physical team, very up front. You see Banana Head on the ball. He's a big start here, and trying to see if he can set a fever, but Archie's a great save.
And how many times will we say that? Archie with a great save. That was the right idea to go for the ground pinch. Phenomenal defense, though, from Oxygen to read that play. First minute comes and goes, and we are still scoreless. Archie contesting, hoping to get some support. He's out of boost, won't be able to do much. Joyo up in the air, that's a strong win. Oski racing to get back to it. It gets by him. Torsos now up.
Yeah, the touch from Torsos just kind of leaves a little bit of space here. Notice how this is so much more spaced out from the opener. Oxygen trying to be very aggressive and stay close to the ball. Now they're trying to see if they can really pull Power out and hit them where they're weakest. But Power have been doing a good job rotation-wise. Joyo, though, he picks up a big demo, and this could set up something for Oski. That's a good touch from Torsos to mitigate the danger. Banana Head can pick it up.
And Archie, he maintains possession, goes for a 50 ball back out to Joyo. 50 back down, and it was a good cut on that lane. Oski was thinking he might have a free ball.
Yeah, still though, Banana Head trying to be able to see if he can set up. He gets the ball, but no! He got that extra touch. Torsos not able to get a piece of that one. And yeah, this one going back to the midfield. Torsos trying to keep this one in play.
And it was trying to play speedy, but that extra touch from Banana Head, it beat the defense. Unfortunately for Power, also not read by Torsos. That shot, it goes in. Torsos, he barrels in. And someone deflected that on the goal line. It looked like, yeah, Banana Head just going in.
Yeah, Banana Head, he saw the threat from Joyo, played the ball around him. And
that was just going in, though.
Yeah, it was going in. Good, you know, it gets lucky there for Power for a little bit. We got the first goal of the game. And just for those curious, no, the players cannot see the custom ball. They see the regular ball. This one is just for you guys' viewing pleasure. But already a great start here from what we're seeing from Power.
We've had some incredible moments throughout Rocket League history here in London. Might as well celebrate it with a new ball, and that is also going to be a celebration for Oxygen as Joyo equalizes.
Yeah, this one just a nice touch. Joyo staying on top of the ball, read Fever's play, and then able to get in.
And you know what I love about that play is Joyo pretends like he might catch that on the hood of his car.
It's so close to him.
Just lets it bounce. And that isolated Fever. Fever thought that Joyo might be catching that ball. Really good composure from Joyo on that play.
Wait, hold on here. I like the idea there of the kickoff. They're trying to get the lead for the second man. But again, Power not able to really execute there. Open themselves up to a counterattack and a little bit of a scramble, but they are able to get out of it. We're over the halfway point of this game, and both teams still showing what they can do. I like that light touch left to Archie, trying to wrap around it, but the defense was privy to it.
Joyo trying to get back in. Banana Head there for the 50. Power doing a great job with their challenges. Fever will have space. Opts to go for a wall pinch. It's going to be easily read there by Joyo, who gets another challenge on the ball, sending it back down to the Power corner.
Seeing how Power can, you know, work when they finally have some time here. Torsos able to get a good setup, and then they're also sending Banana Head upfield down in front. This kind of leaves things open in the back, but Banana Head also, he's able to not bring himself too out of the play when he does go up for some bump plays. Able to rotate back in time and get clearances out, which is a big deal because Oxygen are going to look for that numbers advantage if they get the opportunity.
They will, and one way to mitigate that is those demos from behind, which we just saw Torsos do on that previous play. Torsos now off the ceiling. Archie couldn't get it by him. Torsos goes all the way down to the ground. Rebound out for Fever. Archie clears it off the goal line. Banana Head in a dribble, flicking it over to the corner. Low boost for Oski. He can't do much. Also 0 for Joyo. Power.
They're so awkward. Oxygen just so awkward there on their own back end. They have no boost. They finally get boost so Joyo can get a solo, but this is just really good work here for Power. As a final minute, they end up getting this one on their own back end, and they're going to clear it out, but they have time where they get so much free space in the midfield to control the ball, and it puts Oxygen in tough spots, where Joyo tries to clear it out, a little bit of a double commit, and now Oxygen still with possession here and a critical touch.
It's right to Banana Head, but that shot is blocked. Things were looking good for Oxygen for a second, but that heavy first touch from Oski has now given Power a look. Oski to the sideline, switches the field, stays on the ball, gets demoed out of the air. Or no, he demos out of the air. And now we'll be able to chase this ball down with the mid boost. Could do damage from here. Goes for the backboard, but that's denied. Good backboard defense from Torsos.
Yeah, but Power, they've not been able to get this ball out. Their first touches stay going to Oxygen. They're in a tough spot here. Archie trying to line things up. Final 10 seconds. This one goes off the corner. Oski getting involved, but Fever's there for the challenge. Joyo trying to take a shot, but it's blocked out by Banana Head. They want to keep this one up. Oski with no boost plays this one high. Joyo actually gets a read. He wants to get this one in control. He has Archie on the wing. He picks up the corner. Fever, though, good challenge, and that one will go and hit the ground. Overtime in game one.
Archie happy to let that one hit. And what better way to start out another event here at the Copper Box other than an overtime, Daz?
Strong overtime. I mean, this really does go to show you, again, Power's ability to compete here against Europe. The way that they've been able to, again, get out of pressure, but also can set them up with strong solo plays and really force Oxygen to make some strong defensive touches.
Now we settle into overtime. Joyo trying to get this ball downfield. We saw a lot of possession from Oxygen in the latter half of that game. Now another shot. Deflected by Fever, who's low on boost, up against Joyo. Joyo with the 50, controlled by Banana Head. Banana Head, though, tries to bring it into the air, gives up the ball. Archie will drop it down to the sidewall, and he also gives up possession. Fever goes for a low 50. Over to Torsos, the double tap pass out to the middle, dove in by Fever, but he doesn't make contact. Archie doesn't go up in time, he gets bumped as well.
No,
Banana Head, the flip reset dunk! Banana Head takes game one in style for Power!
The touch off Torsos's car got that ball to float, and Banana Head, all the boost, perfect execution, able to get the flip reset goal in, and what a stunner from Power in OT.
A remarkable finish from Banana Head. And that is the danger of the flip reset. I was talking about it with some of the casters in the back. There's been no other mechanic that has changed the game more than the flip reset. Banana Head, he's got almost no boost in that situation, but he gets the flip, and not only does he push the ball forward, he stays behind it for the 50 to power that ball through. That was insane from Banana Head, who almost blocked the first goal for Power. But Daz, let's take a look at the high-performance replay and just relive this game.
Yeah, I mean, again, Power, though, with the opener here, just again showing what they can do offensively if they have space. It's been a big factor here, as well as Oxygen being able to strike back. We did see Oxygen with a couple of threatening opportunities, but not necessarily too much consistency over the course of time. And even for Power, I mean, they're known for being a very physical team, but they didn't even need to get that physical in the gameplay. You saw it in that last goal, a little bit of a bump. It wasn't a demo necessarily, but it was just enough.
But it was at the perfect time.
Yes.
It was even before in that game where Torsos, to relieve pressure and get Power out of their own half, got that key demo from behind. The timing has been brilliant for Power. And you know, Torsos, he said it in the, if you saw that little clip at the beginning of the show, he says Europe is the one region that kind of scares him.
Yeah.
And Europe has been that monkey that he's not been able to get off his back.
And you know, it's a good thing you say that, because they don't look afraid when they go for some of these aggressive plays. It shows you that even if Europe is scared, they're ready for the challenge.
All right, we'll see if Power can maintain the momentum. CJ talking about that stat. Scored 5 quick, gave up 13 in a row after that. Power, we know they can get off to a hot start, but can they maintain this level up against an Oxygen who has World Championship hopes on the line? Oski trying to control it. Oski had a pretty heavy first touch last game. That was in a key moment that maybe could have swung it in favor of Oxygen. Perhaps it's nerves. See if Oxygen can clean things up here. Archie going across the net. Oski will finish that one off. That might have been heading in anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the trajectory is kind of towards it. Archie, though, look at that great angle. Yeah, it was going in. Beautiful touch there from Archie. I mean, he's sitting in that back end just ready for that one to get through.
The back wall was defended so well in game 1 from Power. That time, Archie only one on the backboard, getting that first goal for Oxygen. Oski trying to be a nuisance from behind. We'll have to rotate out on 0. Torsos moves up for the demo. Couldn't find it. Archie out to the side. Banana Head off the back wall. And Torsos will try to 50 that back to the corner. Looking for some support. Fever has half a tank. Dives in now, but it's a good flick over his head by Joyo.
See that good clearance there. Banana Head able to get it straight to Torsos. They need to be able to work on these passes in transition, and they are able to at least match Oxygen in that speed department, which is going to be big. But look, you're starting to see Oxygen just win a couple of more 50s here and there, which are making the big difference maker, especially when they have a man upfield trying to see if he can get to that disruption. Oski, though, great shot to the top left corner. It's a 2-goal lead.
Joyo puts that to the corner and gets another 50. Joyo's 50s have been tough for Power to deal with. You see Fever had 0 boost really to work with. Great shot from Oski, perfectly placed. And this is the start that maybe many people expected from Oxygen in game 1. Power having a slow start now.
Yeah, definitely seems like they've been slowed down. I think it's just Oxygen have been a little bit more spread out, but they've also been kind of finding each other in some of these transitional plays, and Power have had to keep their head on a swivel. We'll see if they can get things going here. They're trying to see if they can set something up. You saw Banana Head, he pre-jumped on that last play, not able to make contact because the pass just didn't come through. Now Power have to go back and play defense with low boost.
Fever fighting through a bump. Little tip from Oski up. Banana Head also out of boost. Oski thinking about turning on 0, but Torsos was there. Joyo, sidewall double. Just trying to be a pain and keep this ball in the half, but a good touch from Fever. Tries to go airborne. Archie immediately up to challenge. Great speed from Fever to get by one. Torsos was thinking about faking it, but Oski took a great line on that challenge.
I like what I'm seeing, though, out of Banana Head. He's been in really good spots, and even though he doesn't make contact there, he's able to pull one off the ball. There was a time where he also went upfield, had to turn around really quickly to get a back pass to his teammate. Now he's trying to get a pass upfield to Torsos, but no boost on Torsos. Not able to make too much use of that free possession.
Goodness.
And now Power on defense again.
A mega clear, and this is an awkward ball right in front of net, and it turns into a goal, a hat trick for Oski. Was that a ceiling pinch that sent that downfield?
It looked like it, but then again, Oski, though, his shooting has been really solid. He's starting to warm up here. 2 top corner slots, and in the same game as well. If the Giant gets going, it's going to be hard for Power to stop him.
Power, after having such a good game 1, has been flat in game 2. That pinch doing him in. There's a demo from behind. Oski off the ceiling, trying to get the ball by Banana Head. Banana Head was floating in the air and was able to get to the ball, but used up all his boost to do so. Fever making sure that corner doesn't fall into the hands of Oski.
Oh.
That shot is good! And this game just got a little more interesting.
I mean, I've been noticing Banana Head all throughout the game. He's been trying to put himself in the best positions possible. Look at this. Joyo goes up. He sees the threat from Banana Head. He's last back, but it's Banana Head with the beat and with the goal. More of that coming out of him. If his teammates can find him in more of those plays, Power can bring themselves back into this game.
And Power must be feeling good that Banana Head is so involved in the offense. Banana Head, the top scorer in the OCE region throughout all of the online qualifiers. And he's bringing that same level of skill and talent here on the international stage.
Ooh, that's a great touch. And look, Banana Head once again coming from really high, almost off the ceiling there. And then look at that ankle. He almost ended up scoring that. It's a great save there from the defense. Banana Head is trying to will Power back into this game.
Time is running out. We're approaching that final minute. Oski around 1, 50 into the middle. Fever was there ready. Oxygen playing a little far back. Torsos fakes it, lets the shot from Fever go. We've seen a couple fake attempts from Torsos. That time, it did yield a shot on target. Bump from behind.
Seeing still, though, I mean, Oxygen now, they understand the position they're in. Just, again, playing very spread out, and then they send someone like Joyo upfield to just get that disruption. They want to slow down Power's offense as much as possible. You can see Power now trying to do things to break into the defensive zone, getting demos, but the way everybody's handling the ball individually is forcing Power to be in awkward spots and killing so much more time off the clock.
Oski, though, again, loses control of that ball in the corner. Archie up to the ceiling, waiting to use his flick. Gets all the way down to the ground before using it, but It didn't fool Power.
Yeah, of course, but that's exactly what Archie wants to do. He's not even going towards net there. He's just playing off the ceiling. They want to bait out the flip, but he's just looking at the clock. That's all it is, just clock management here. Great on Oxygen's part. Final 10 seconds, and Oxygen in prime form to take game 2. Power trying to get one last surge of offense going, but they are all out of juice and will have to look towards game 3. Can Oxygen get one more for the road? Fever trying to deny that one, and Banana Head will ground it. We got a tied up series, James Bott.
We certainly do. In that game, it was much different for Oxygen. They started out with such a fantastic shot from Archie off the back wall. Oski tapped it in, gets credit for it, but Archie doing the work on that play. And for Power, they just didn't have the same backboard defense presence. You saw the pinch that went all the way downfield that threw them off. They double committed, didn't get the best touch. It was just a little bit sloppy from Power on the defensive end.
Yeah, you could see where the mistakes started to come in. You also saw them getting beat to the midfield a lot, which did end up slowing them down a bit. And then, of course, after those beats came through, it was just Oxygen taking the most of their opportunities. I mean, Oski had a heck of a game. He shot 100% and had 2 saves on the back end.
I mean, does that count as one of them? I don't even know if that counts. That would register as a shot.
Yeah, that was really more of a Archie for sure on that one.
But that was a nice shot. I mean, they kept Power low on boost multiple times. Fever, 0 boost on that save attempt. And overall, a really strong performance from Oxygen. I think we still haven't seen, speaking of Oxygen's game, you expect them to take it to the air, especially players like Joyo. So natural, so comfortable in the air and making people miss. But Joyo's been just going for 50 after 50 after 50. And Archie, I mean, that great shot, that put him ahead as well.
It feels like Oxygen haven't necessarily needed to go and rely on the solo plays too much. We know that everyone has it in their bag, but it just feels like for them, they're playing more team-oriented, the way that they've been able to pass between each other all the way downfield, and of course, being aggressive on the back end, looking for demos and boost steals.
Oski contesting. Joyo again going for a 50. Wanted to muscle Fever off the ball. Fever gets it by Archie. Oski going for the sidewall double commit, but Banana Head does hit it back to Oxygen's corner. Another wall pinch from Joyo.
And you again just see more of that transitional pressure coming out from Oxygen, the way that they always have somebody upfield, and it just forces Power to just slow down their thinking. They can't play as fast as they're probably used to just because they are respecting what Oxygen players can do on the ball.
Oski has been loving going for these sidewall doubles. That one was on target. Hoping to get a rebound. Joyo in the air. Flip reset. Back to it for 50. Leaks out to Oski. Mid-boost picked up by Joyo. Power. They are pushed all the way back into their own half once more. Finally breaking out. Fever goes for a play on the sidewall, but all his boost is gone. Still gets that win. And Archie will take over on his own backboard.
You see Archie, once again, he hasn't even really played at his full potential over the course of the series, but he's done everything that he needs to for Oxygen, at least to bring them back into this one. Power have been playing a little bit more spaced out. Again, just trying to find their way in, but Oxygen definitely feels like they've kind of set the tone, at least early on in terms of possession.
Speed challenge from Tortas. See, Oxygen is trying to get this ball down to the ground and control it. Archie opts to just pinch it. Puts the ball into the hands of Power. Fever going for a demo, and the shot off the bar, cleared out. This could be a vulnerable net, but you can see Power does streak back in time. Great lead block play from Power. They just couldn't make the shot work.
Yeah, they tried their best there on that one, but again, Power just making sure that they can stay inside the play as much as possible. You see Torsos there with the flippers at Fever, trying to see if he can push that one through. But again, both blocked away. Archie, Joyo getting credit here with saves halfway through this one. And we have seen threatening possessions as Archie tries to put that one towards net. Great save from Banana Head to keep us 0-0.
Power chasing this ball down past the halfway point of the game. Archie running into Joyo. Fever. Back to it for the 50, doesn't hit it. Oski low boost, still gets it down the sideline, but the mid boost picked up by Banana Head. Can he cook here? Banana Head going straight for goal. Rebound over to Torsos. Somehow leaks through to Fever. Fever going for the double, and that's going to hit it out to the other side.
And Torsau's got a demo there on the back end. They want to keep this in play. He ended up picking up the mid boost, and now he has a chance here for the solo. He has to get past Joyo, though, who's on the back wall. Tried to see if he could play a 50 out, but Joyo able to get control. A good 50 out, but the second man, Oski, a little slow. This ball will flow here in the midfield. Banana Head can pick up the boost, Fever can pick up the ball, and Power can pick up the offense.
And what a nice touch from Archie. And he goes into an air dribble and gets a favorable 50 back to Joyo. It's a battle for possession at the midfield. Oski up off the ceiling. 50 will go by. Torsauce might go for a pass here. Does back pass to Banana Head.
He can double.
It's off the backboard. Fever shot is good. The team play from Power.
Fever, though, you got to give a great follow-up here. He gets the initial touch, able to pick up boost, and then initially just goes as fast as possible and puts on a banger of a shot through.
And to put that far post.
Exactly. I mean, Power, just everybody getting involved, and they worked so hard to get that goal.
Off kickoff. Ball finds its way back into the hands of Power. There's a long clear from Archie. Now up at the midfield, Torsauce sends it into Oxygen's half. Joyo looking for support. All the players from Oxygen now feeling that pressure. And that's a save. You can see it looks like there was a misdirection attempt.
Yeah, I mean, Archie tried to slow it down. You saw Joyo crashing to get involved there, but it just wasn't enough. Now they're both pulled out here, and there's a chance here for a strong counterattack if Power can get on top of the ball. Torsauce has Banana across Banana, shot in! Power go up by 2.
Oh, the team plays from Power. You were talking in game 2, Dez, that it seemed like Oxygen was bringing that team play. Well, that has been the case for Power in game 3. The 3-person passing play into that beautiful setup from Torsauce. And another excellent finish. Banana Head not letting his team down. And now we might see another one, a close save on the goal line.
Yeah, but Power, I mean, Oxygen, they have to just be careful here now, because anytime they're getting too comfortable on offense and overextend, Power are sitting there waiting for a counterattack. They're trying to see if they can get involved here. Oski, not enough. Archie wants to keep this in, but Joyo low on boost, and we've seen him gamble again, and he's lost that again. Now Oxygen here in a low boost situation, no time on the clock. It makes sense for them to go all in on a play, but they aren't able to execute with so much low boost and where the ball is on the field. Big miss there from Archie, but Power in full control as this game winds down.
Oh, and there's a fake from Torsauce again. You have to watch out for him. He's been going for him. Hasn't been able to make it work. But it does waste enough time. Banana Head with that save will secure things for Power, who not only win, but shut out Oxygen.
Big on the shutout there, because you saw what Oxygen were trying to do. They were trying to pull Power out, see if Power will just stay in the offense a little bit too much. I mean, we saw Power. They're not afraid to go all in on plays if it lines up properly. Oxygen tried to see if they could exploit that, but instead they ended up falling into the trap themselves, overextending and Power punishing.
And it seems like what Power is doing is playing without fear. They're playing to win. They're not intimidated by this European team of Oxygen Esports. Whereas on the other side of the field, you know that the players on Oxygen have the ability to make those impact plays, but they've just been a little flat. Meanwhile, you've got incredible shooting from Power, the team passing play, and like you said, the willingness to go all in and to make it work. That has been astonishing for Power.
But this is where it starts getting a little scary for Oxygen. We know the pressure that they have in this major. We know that they have to make it to finals if they want to go to Worlds. A good start in Swiss puts a lot of confidence on the team. A bad start to Swiss does the opposite.
And I would say this would be a big shakeup for Oxygen Esports if they lose.
Yes.
Europe doesn't lose to OCE very often. We did see it here in London with the Pioneers, with Banana Head knocked out BDS, who eventually won the World Championship. But Torsauce has not beat a European team since Season 6. And now we see a hot start for Oxygen.
Right off the kickoff here, this one lines up just so well. Great challenge from Oski, and then again the follow-up just doesn't give Fever any time. Oski, we've seen him step up in game 2, and he took control and put Oxygen in a great spot. He might have to do it here.
Hot start for Oxygen. And in game 2, it looked like a routine game, and dare I say an easy game for Oxygen. Game 4 rather, a hot start, and now we might see another goal, but Torsauce able to get that off the goal line.
They've got to be very careful here, too. Oxygen, wait, Archie almost had a lane, but the shot's off. Joyo wraps it around. Oski can clean it up, and they just play around Power in that goal.
And so you take a look, you see Banana Head dives in, and you said it, they play around him. Banana Head thinking surely a shot is going to be coming, I have to block it, but no, just plays it off to the side. The player who was, you know, in that rotation earlier just says, sure, I'll knock it back in.
Right, it's Archie. Archie recognized that Banana Head's last back, also saw Joyo upfield. He says, I don't need to put this on target. We have numbers here big time. I just need to get it away from you. So then they're able to make that play. Oski can clean up the goal. That's what you like to see from Oxygen. They're in a pressure situation here. It's a match point situation on the first round of Swiss, but they still look composed.
Joyo, slow play, trying to conserve that boost. It's a little touch. Back to it for a 50. Torsas trying to move in, gets bumped off the ball, does get a T-pinch, and this finds its way over to Fever, who will get it up the wall, loops around for the mid, but gets bumped out of the play, still trying to stay in it.
Well, Joyo, he wanted to go downfield for that, but then saw Banana Head up early. He had to race back. He's lost all his boosts now and only has to play a 50 out. Power trying to see if they can just take control of that midfield possession and see if they can start really draining Oxygen in their own back end. That's a good touch and a bad miss there from Oxygen, forcing Joyo another low boost save where he booms the ball away. But Power haven't been able to make the most of it until now. Torsas with one, bringing this into a 1-goal game.
And that pop was great. It forced a defender up to waste boost, even though the follow-up wasn't there. And you could see that scrambled the rotations of Oxygen, who are panicking, thinking that that ball was going to be dangerous. Power, they get a good response here despite the slow start.
Plenty of time in game here too for them to be able to bring it back. Oxygen trying to force that game 5 situation, but when they are stuck on their back end, they are making some mistakes here and missing a lot of crucial touches. Fever with the double, and it's in! Tied up game off the play from Fever.
Fever with a big time double tap. Archie was trying to defend the backboard, and not only does Fever get it around him to get the bounce off the backboard, but then to finish that shot as close as you can get it, bouncing off the post and in.
Yeah, I was a little concerned because it took a while for the ball to actually go into the net. But look at this, quickly though, Power able to get right back on the offensive front. And now this game has become so much longer for Oxygen, who had such a strong start. They've let it slip through their hands.
They certainly have, and now you see the confidence starting to surge for Power. The bump attempts all the way downfield on Oxygen's goal line. Joyo, flip reset, pass back. That shot off the bar, off Banana Head, but Banana Head didn't have boost to chase it down. Oski somehow reads that play.
Yeah, well, Banana Head on 0, he doesn't really want to jump because he wants to get the right read on the play, but that touch puts the ball in a spot that he isn't and Oski is. Oski, another cleanup goal. Oxygen back in front halfway through this game. I mean, we might start getting a shootout here on game 4.
Fever switches to his opposite corner. Joyo off the ceiling.
You see the update there too. BDS with a sweep on Team Mobula here in the first round. So BDS already off to a strong start here as things are kicking off over on the alternate stream.
BDS, I think many people's tournament favorite, especially with these last few online qualifiers and their performance in them. BDS having a hot start here in London. Now we're going to shift our focus back to the Oxygen versus Power series. Power has been making things difficult. They are on match point now. We hit that 2-minute mark. Oxygen had such a good start to this game, Daz. You were wondering if it was going to be a runaway game like game 2.
Yeah, it seemed like it was giving that type of energy. The way Oski started off things really strong. But again, when you saw Power being able to get those passing through, and I mean, just some strong beats. Oxygen, though, they've been missing a lot of important touches on that defensive end. That's been where they've actually been struggling, and Power just taking advantage of it time and time again. You saw Oski there, had to dive. It was a great read on the save, but he still doesn't have boost. And meanwhile, Torsas, again, another solo. This one pulls out too. Oski was in a really tough spot. Good on Archie to bring that into the corner, because if it didn't, then again, it would have been a tough challenge here. Banana Head, though, wait, he does it all himself! Power takes full advantage of Oxygen to tie up again.
You gotta respect the Banana Head flip reset, but look, Torsas, a demo, a bump chase. He was doing so much in the trenches, and that paved the way for Banana Head.
I mean, it's just so great to, like, Power are able to recognize that they have Oxygen on the ropes, and then they act and react accordingly. Torsos going all in on the play, Banana Head taking his time, doesn't even use the flip, everything working out perfectly, and now tied up here. Power could end the series right here.
Wouldn't that be something? OCE have not had a top 8 in this modern major era. Power is the team that many people think could do it for OCE. There's a big
double commit.
Rebound out. Fever, does he have enough boost to get a strong shot? Off the bar! And it's shot right at Oski. Still the rebound. Fever to himself! And Fever! He will clutch up for Power!
Again, this isn't Fever. He ends up taking that corner boost, immediately turns on a dime. He can tell they don't have boost because they're just not getting up in the air to stop the initial touch off the back wall. Power taking full advantage of Oxygen again. They want this win right here, right now.
Is this gonna happen, Daz? It looks like a fake kickoff from Power. Doesn't work out. Oski, strong shot! Oski with a huge goal for Oxygen.
It's his 4th one of the game, James. If you need a man to put it in the back of the net, you go to the Giant. Tied up 8 goals in game 4 as Oxygen still would fight.
Oski's been brilliant. Torsos getting that corner. Pass across, there's the shot, and the response immediately. Power refused to let Oxygen get back in the game.
Another setup off the kickoff. Torsos gets Oski off the ball, and Banana Head, no fear on the shot. Again, punch, counter punch, Power up, 31 seconds to go.
Kickoff strat for Oxygen. They launch it all the way back to Banana Head. The 50 from Oski. Banana Head gets it by him. But Joyo with the cut. Joyo trying to stay in the play. 50 dropped back down into the corner. Corner boost stolen by Archie. Oski will chase it down. Clear from Fever. Archie leaves it for Joyo. Punches it towards net. Cleared off to the side. Back into the middle of the Joyo. Joyo doesn't have much boost to make the play. This is the last chance for Oxygen.
He has Oski.
Pushes it by him, and Power upset Oxygen. Torsos finally back on the board over Europe. And what a series that was.
Firm handshakes on the side of Power. It's just business here at the London Major. What a start out of them. 3-1 against Oxygen.
Oh, this was unthinkable, even looking at the desk's predictions. I guess the coin knows what's up. But Power, they came out playing fearless Rocket League. They took it to Oxygen, and this is, you have to put this in context as well, Des. This is a Power, a team that has had a perfect season in their region, have won every single online qualifier.
Yes.
They've been fighting to make top 8. They fell just short in round 5, playing the eventual finalists in G2. They're coming up against a team in Europe. Europe has traditionally dominated OCE. And you're thinking, surely Oxygen, with them having world championship hopes on the line, knowing that they have to make the finals, they are going to come out and they're just going to take it to Power. It's going to be business as usual. But no, Power is different.
And they are here. The big statement here in the opener, I think a lot of us saw what Power could do. We saw the potential, James, but we didn't know if it would be realized now. Maybe it would have taken much longer, but they said, no, we are here right now, and my goodness, have Power put on a show. We take a look one last time here at the Mobile One high performance replay.
And Power had to come back from behind. They were down 2 goals very early on, and you're thinking, okay, you know, this is going to be just like game 2. Oxygen is going to run away with it. But Power did not give up. And then you had the individual effort plays. You had the team plays, the bump plays. Power had it all. What an amazing series. And you know what, Daz, we have to hear from somebody from Power about that incredible series. Leaf, take it away.
Oh my goodness, what a way to start things off. I gotta get you talking right away, dude, because you just said right before, you're like, I kind of feel sick. You're like, this was such an incredible win for you guys.
Yeah, no, it's more, you know, after like playing internationally for so long, it's good to like finally like step up. Obviously, I have to really thank my teammates. Like, obviously it's one win, but I like the trend I like the direction we're trending in.
Well, I think you can't complain about that direction. It's upward. That's a massive team to beat, and as your first one too. How do you make sure that you lock it in, don't get too overconfident for the next stuff? Because like you're taking down one of Europe's top right now. Like that's huge.
Bro, I don't even know. I just like I just got like good backup, like Big T and Fever, like some great players. Got Jimmer behind me. Like I'm very like comfortable.
I can tell you're comfortable. Your socks off, shoes off meta.
Oh, don't put the camera there. Hey! Get away from me.
Shoes off meta. I love it. No, a lot of players are like that. I'm just trying to see which. We need to calculate whether shoes off meta wins more or not.
I brought my Crocs in and they made me walk back to the hotel and put my shoes on. They didn't let me wear my Crocs.
That's amazing. Hey, so we got to play. We want you to break it down for us during that series. We're going to get the analytical mind of Banana Head here. So we're going to throw it on the screen here for you. If you're going to break it down, I think it was this intentional, I guess, is my biggest
I know what it is, yeah.
You know what it is? That last
well,
game,
we'll let it play out. Torch goes to the through, said, Archie, one up the backboard. Great challenge by me. Okay, this, because I didn't want to hit it because they would have blocked me. The fake was intentional, but then that was like...
No, that was on purpose for sure, right?
The fake was, but after, like, I was supposed to hit it.
Oh!
No, the fake was.
No, that was huge. Even the miss afterwards. I saw
I like getting them.
I saw you look over and you were like, yeah, I meant to do that, right? That was huge. But this is a massive dub for you. Tell me, just for everyone, there was a moment where you shook hands, you guys did your thing, and then you had to let the energy go out afterwards. So
all right, well, we have this thing because when we're up in lead, look, when we're down in lead, we just like lose the game. So we had to do it like, if we win a game, we're shaking hands. And that's courtesy to Jimmer over there. He invented that. But I'm surprised, like, I've got some words to speak with you after like the Gen G. You dug into me for like...
we tore into you.
Like all I'm saying is like, I'm very happy to like have proved you wrong, but...
I am too.
The shaking hands, yeah, there's definitely courtesy of coach over there. Give him a little pan to the camera.
Can you show him over there? There he is. There's Jimmer,
over there. Yeah, so yeah, definitely. But yeah, I'm very, like, I don't know, very proud of like how he played, to be honest.
Honestly, I want to give you a sec. I'm not going to ask you another question. I just want you to talk to me about your teammates and how proud you are. Why? And because you said like after 5 years, finally getting over. Tell me, this is a big moment, man.
It's not fun. Obviously, I haven't been playing for as long, but definitely like these two are like the best people I could like play with. Like, I know it's one win. I'm not going to get too ahead of myself. We've got another match to play after, so I'm kind of saving my energy. But definitely like the support I've got around me, like the dog, everyone, people, the players, like is definitely like a big reason why I think I'm playing better. You know, I've got Torsos like experienced veteran. Everyone like thinks he's like so bad, but like he's just not. He's like really good, and I've got Fever, obviously like the best player. So I'm just very comfortable.
I'm loving it, and again, keep it up because I think everyone is excited how you started off, Landon. So big props for the win there, man.
Thanks, mate.
Now go chill out. We got some more games to get to, you guys. Thanks everyone for joining us. Honestly, I've been seeing you all in chat popping off. It's been fun watching. We have so many more games to get you. Of course, Landon 3.0 has just begun. More Swiss on the way after the break.
Get me.
Nice play. All right, go. There we go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas, welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment, here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter. No back and forth, it's turn after turn, bumps it off, now comes the follow. No one from G2's there, they went for the dunk, now Monkey moves downfield, a pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
So far, no North American team has won an RLCS LAN in London, but they did score its most famous goal.
This is Rocket League!
Yeah, that one. Here's who made it for them this time around. As ever, a region's lowest seed provides its most interesting story. Rebellion's thrilling run all the way to the Open Qualifier 6 Grand Finals set London legend Justin up for a tiebreaker. Win this, and he would be the one leading 2 new LAN rookies at the Copper Box. Against them, OG. Nolly vying for a ticket back to England, JNAPS wanting to be one of the 2 players to qualify for every London LAN, and Com fighting to re-don his pantomime villain hat. We were set for quite a good tiebreaker then, weren't we?
And Rebellion are reactive, but how about this from Com?
Oh, this might be it.
The battering rams come and Justin just misses the gate. Parth up high. Nolly and Com both there. Com got the challenge. Nolly still sitting on the back wall. It ain't over. Oh! Playing defense on low boost. They get out again as Rebellion have to think about it, but they lost it.
Too long, didn't listen. OG 4th seed. Good work, lads. North America's former unluckiest team finally managed to avoid Gen G and G2 at the quarterfinal stage in the qualifiers for this major, starting with Open Qualifier number 4.
Space Station picked them off again. Space Station absolutely whopped OG out of the tournament to the semifinal for the first time this season.
And then in Open Qualifier 5, they did even better.
Chicago with the hammer!
They will go to the grand final against G2 Stride.
LJ Hoxha and Chicago have proven their worth against everyone in North America, apart from G2 or Gen G most of the time. So if they can just avoid those pesky little guys at their first LAN this season, they should take home gold. Hey look, it's one of those guys. Gen G may tend to beat Space Station Gaming, but they only rank above them thanks to season points. Whisper it, but they're quarterfinal specialists at this point, going out in the top 8 on 3 of the last 4 occasions, including to eventual winners Gentlemates in Copenhagen.
The touch is right there, goes low shot on one, follow up, fight down!
Thankfully, an Open Qualifier 4 dub boosted them up enough for apparently Jack to take the flight back home. And now they're here, let's not forget Gen G have had some pretty good performances at European LANs in the past.
Oh, what a ball!
G2 just keep winning. In Open Qualifier number 5, they won. In Open Qualifier number 6, they won. In Open Qualifier number 4, they finished second to Gen G, but only by a single overtime goal. G2 are far and away the best team in North America right now, beating second seed by a whopping 20 points. And because of that, they are many people's favourites to go one better than last time and win it all in London. North America has a stronger claim to the title in London than ever before. The question is, do they have what it takes to bring home the gold?
an electric start to the Swiss here in London as Power suffocates the Oxygen defense. And just like that, the story of the Copper Box 3.0 is off and running. Power 1-0 in the Swiss. They will look forward to seeing who they get to play in round number 2. Oxygen going to have to look still for their first win here in a little bit.
And last time around, the top 8 was perfect versus the bottom 8. 2 matches in, we already get one major upset. Maybe Power is now one of those top 8 teams. Power showing up their biggest win in what feels like years for OCE.
I'm a proud father at the moment, and people calling me a traitor online saying I didn't predict it. Look, I think that adds to the story. It's an upset. It's clearly an upset. None of us predicted it, and I didn't expect that first up. I thought maybe at the World Championships, maybe another boot camp, another event. They look phenomenal.
But that's the thing, crazy. That boot camp prep, they came out before everyone else. Power does this time and time again, and it's paying off now. Again, you take down Oxygen, you take down a European team, that's huge.
As part of preparation for this, they also played a televised international match up against another European team. That one didn't go their way. A lot of us have looked at that and said, yep, nope, it's over. It's done. There's no way they're taking this down here. And yet, that seems to have maybe been great preparation for this Oxygen match.
Honestly, when I was thinking about that, they did win the best of 5. It was a best of 7 show match, but they won the best of 5 against Resolve. They came out swinging. I think they started off 2-0 and then beat them in game 5 as well. But then Resolve Cash switched into Octane, and Cash looked like a different man. So think about this Power team. They've been prepping for a long time here. And Oxygen, dare I say, they played a little bit of timid, a little bit of passive. It really was just a large Oscar show. Joyo and Archie didn't show up.
Yeah, we didn't see Joy, but I wouldn't say Oxygen played terrible. I think Power played pretty well. They had so much offensive pressure. It felt like I was watching them back home in OCE when they're just so aggressive. Torsos really got active towards the end of the series. Fever was his usual self, but for me, Banana Head he controlled the pitch. He was controlling it.
And that's what you need when you're going to these international matches. You can't just be OCE and just playing your back foot and hope they make a mistake. Like Power, they out-pressured them. They took all the boost, and then we kept seeing many defenders on Oxygen, low boost in net, make mistakes, and Power capitalized.
Questionable defense sometimes from his Oxygen team too as well. I mean, a couple of easy goals right here, like Torsos right
Joyo,
there
no
off the
boost
play.
again.
Joyo just launching the sauce. You're gonna see this again over in game 4. He's doing a little Spinderella, but he's doing the bad Spinderella. Not the one up in the sky where he's making plays, but one in net where he looks a little bit confused.
Yeah, giving credit to Torsos as well. He just sat himself downfield. He was low boost, but getting these touches, finding these passes across. And, you know, we were talking about Power after game 1. Maybe they're just the best game 1 team in the world. Oxygen responded, but then Power found another gear here. They were 2-0 down in this game number 4. And the infield pass, Fever's been throwing that since 2021. And finally, he had someone on the end like Banana Head.
And look at that again. All 3 members, no boost. Like Oski has boost on that back wall. That's it. No one else has boost at all on Oxygen. Power, great pressure, great boost starbs. The OCE team, the first upset of the tournament in our first match on A-Stream. It's great to see.
Oftentimes when I'm watching the OCE Rocket League, I'll see that pass go midfield, and I'll be like, there's not going to be anybody there. And then he was there, and then he nailed it. And it made me so excited to see Power take a win here. Now, Gibbs, you and I we've been doing Power Ranks. We've been doing this for a long time. We've always said you got to see it twice.
Yeah.
How much more are you... Like, how much more are you waiting this Power win? Do they have to do it a second time before you're taking it seriously?
Well, here's the thing. Like in Copenhagen, they take down Rule 1. Huge upset, right? At the time, they go up against G2. They score 0 goals in that 2-2 round. So Power, they know they still have a lot more work to get done. This is just round 1. And when you get an upset in round 1, sometimes that doesn't favor you necessarily. So you got to win 3.
We'll talk about world spots as well coming. I saw Pharaoh was tweeting all the boys. They're very happy with that result. Obviously, Oxygen is still alive. They're only in the 0-1 stage, but not the best start for their world's hopes if they want that top 2.
Okay, well, we have 2 matches down for the Swiss. We just saw one of them with Power versus Oxygen. Over on the alternate stream, though, Mobula took on BDS there. BDS did make it take that one down in 3 games. But game 1, kind of close.
And game 2 was close too. 2 1-goal games. So Mobula, they're looking like a team that can definitely take games off these top squads. But BDS, they did find their form in game 3 as well.
You can see that on the B stream, they will be having G2 versus Gladiators next. So if you're a big G2 fan, the Army going to be in force on the B stream. Meanwhile, on the A stream, we've got more matches for round 1 to go through. Falcons versus Space Station coming up a little bit later on. OG going to be taking on the champions of South America as well. But before we get there, let's talk about the other team from South America. Team Secret taking on Gen G Mobile One Racing. Both these teams coming in to London with something to prove here.
Yeah, Team Secret right here. I mean, they have a little bit of stakes on the line. If they end up going at least to round 5, they automatically will make the World Championship, I believe, and then they go up and play against Complexity. If they go 1-3, oh, no, 2-3 is they tie Complexity. My apologies.
Nope. They do clinch 2 wins and Swiss.
2 wins right here. So that's the pressure on the line for them, and they're coming in with momentum. They did beat Furia in the last qualifier, which is massive because Furia top dogs in Sam for the whole entire year.
They won the last tournament. They tied Furia in points as well for the split as a whole. So Team Secret, they are the Sam number 2, but that's only on a technicality, on a tiebreaker. So Team Secret, they were the number 2 offense in their region through the 3 open qualifiers. KV1, number 1 in goals per game, 1.26 goals per game, and assists, number 4 in the region. So he's been doing all the offensive heavy lifting for the squad.
Has been a defensive MVP of a major in the past as well, so he certainly knows how to perform on this stage, and a great chance. You know, seeing Power get that win, I think that gives all sort of these sort of teams that are the underdogs that belief.
Yeah, I mean, you said there's a technicality that put them into second place here.
Sure.
But you know that it sits at the back of your brain. And you go, no, come on. Like, why can't we want to be the team that's talked about as the number 1 team? We know we're as good, if not better, than Furia here. You feel, and with having every match, every single game will determine whether they're playing a tiebreaker or whether they are clinching outright. Do you feel like that adds more pressure here to round 1? That they're like, this could be it. This could be our win.
I think it's possible, but I think that they know going into this. Like, we are slight underdogs, but Sam number 2 seeds, they have done well throughout like RLCS tournaments. They find ways to get the upset wins. And so Team Secret, they've been a top 4 team as an org before. So we'll see if they can do it again here versus a Gen G squad who's been slumping.
Gen G on the other side, you said it. This has not been the best of runs for Gen G as they've been coming in here to London. Clearly, they've qualified well on points for Worlds early on. This is still a team that many would consider to be top 2 in North America, but they have not been showing it over the last few tournaments. 2
quarterfinal exits after both them and G2 were perfect against all of NA throughout playoff brackets. Gen G, they have won 4 in a row versus G2, but the last 2 tournaments, they didn't get a chance to play them because they went out early. Gen G, this is the worst they have looked probably in the history of their org, outside of maybe the last spring split when they tied for 5th. But they bounced back in that spring major. They were the best North American team when it came to LAN performance. These 3 players know how to play at LAN. Chronic, he's a major winner. First Killer, we know his accolades. And apparently Jack is also a major winner. So Gen G, you expect them to bounce back.
Yeah, Gen G, I mean, you got Abjack and the captain in the middle, and you expect him to really perform right here. They've had a little bit of a rough patch, as Gibbs was talking about, where I think at some point, you asked people 2 months ago, they're the best team in North America. It's not close. They got G2's number, and then everything is kind of falling on the wayside. But now, this is the time. Take a little bit of break from online, back in LAN, back where you're comfortable, back in London for Jack, back at home. You expect him to perform right here and elevate his game.
Well, the one change they did make was bringing in Chrome as the coach. So that really came under the spotlight when they did underperform in those last 2 events. You know, you have to ask, is there a play style thing? Is it a new sort of structure that they're trying to implement? So far, they haven't found it. But talking to Abjack Bates, he's firing at 100% at the moment, he reckons. He is ready to go.
He always says that. He always feels good going in. I will say this, looking at that young man, First Killer right there, there's some questions that need to be answered at this LAN. He has been touted as one of the best players in North America. He has yet to reach that pinnacle, yet to actually get the job done. He's got the team. He's got the squad. He left base and give me Jack, give me Chronic. I want to see it done.
For the past 2 years, he's been the best North American player, hands down. But he joins a better team in Gen G. He's no longer the best player in North America. You could probably say Beast Mode is probably your number 1. First Killer, finally not at the top of every single category. So First Killer's got to show up. He has a lot of top 4s at LANs, but he still has to find that major win.
Well, we talk about this with players all the time, that like you're going to get into a groove, CJ. I mean, being in a rhythm for players is so important. For First Killer, it's been a consistent, I know I'm at the top, it's just where I'm at the top. Now this is a new environment. How does he find his groove again?
Yeah, well, it has to be unsettling for him. I mean, I was jealous of him, the fact that he can just rock up to an event and he's just top 4. It was just so normal for him. But then you have a couple of troubles, as we said. They had a couple of, you know, rough results in the open qualifiers back in NA. And now, you know, you can start questioning things. You know, am I doing the right thing? Is it me? Is it the team? What's happening? And if you can get, you know, too far inside your own head, you can get into trouble.
It's possible, but again, we saw them at Copenhagen playing Gentlemates in the quarterfinals. They went all the way to Champions Field. They looked fantastic there as well. They were probably the 5th best team there, so they find a way. When it's LAN, they will find a way, but they have slumped very hard. Team Secret, you got to come out really strong here. These early games, you are the underdog. Take it to them.
Yes. Gen G is definitely... Do you feel like Gen G... You have to pick Gen G on LAN or online?
I don't know what to do with the Gen G squad. This one's like throwing. I don't know what to do here.
Wave, when we did our power rankings, our last North America power rankings, you actually had them 5th best.
I had them at 5th. Yeah,
you had Gen G 5th best.
I mean, we don't need to belabor
North America.
In North America, their stats online just and their record, their results very bad. And I think if you were to take that record, take away the Gen G name, you'd have been ranking them around 5th and 6th as well, give dates. So I dropped them down there. It's just, but there is something. There's that X factor about First Killer, about Abjack and Chronic. We know how good these players are, and even when they have a run as bad as they've been having for the past few months, it's hard to count them out. So are you counting them out? Let us know at home. Hashtag GGM1, hashtag SEC, I believe it was, for Team Secret there in the chat. Make our predictions up here. CJ, you start us off?
Yeah, I think, well, I'm not going well so far, am I? I've got to go Gen G for this one, though. I think that, I don't know, maybe Jack's influenced me yesterday, but he said he's more prepped than ever. They've been scrimming 3 times a day. They had the boot camp as well here in London, so I think this team is ready to go. They don't often boot camp Gen G. I think it might be an NA thing, but they're ready this time.
Okay.
So I think that Gen G, even though they did poorly online, they're still the #2 team in North America because of their LAN play, so I'm going to go with Gen G.
Gen G right here. I think it's pretty clear where I'm going. I do think that Secret has potential. I actually had a little bit incorrect. Secret had beat erased to beat Furia. And if you haven't beat Furia just yet, that leaves me a little bit to question. Gen G, Mobile One Racing, is going to be Secret right here.
Now, when it comes to beating your regional leader, Gen G is doing a great job at that over G2 right now. Can they find that same energy against Secret? I've got Gen G on this one. I do think they are the favorites, despite feeling like they are in a bit of a slump. But I do agree, online is a little bit different than on LAN. There's an energy to these players here. The coin on this broadcast is undefeated. On the other broadcast, though, it went popular. So it is it's tied 1-1 with the rest of us here, folks. We'll see which way this one goes. And it's going to come up Secret. It's going to go the underdogs again. We'll see if it
getting
gets
confident
it right.
The coin, I think. I'll just do the underdog every time.
Makes me a little bit nervous now thinking about it, you know.
I mean, yeah, they're 1-0 on A-Stream, so.
That's right.
We'll have to see.
The coin's like a
Secret
hive mind, though. They're all just one brain across multiple broadcasts. So how's chat feeling about it? We got Gen G as a pretty clear favorite up here. And Chad is going to be going with Gen G as well. Pretty one-sided there. But we've already seen one upset on the day. Can we get a second one, folks? And you know Secret wants to make that one happen. Both teams with something to prove. Both teams coming in with records that don't speak for the quality of their play. They're ready to show it to you. Gen G versus Team Secret.
Dazzler, did the desk not learn from last time?
I don't.
Everybody picked Oxygen, the coin goes power, the coin's right. And what do they do this time?
Especially after they all made excuses as to why Gen G were probably going to lose. They all explained, yeah, Gen G, they haven't been looking good. They're not in form. I'm going to go Gen G on this one. Okay, well, let's just see how things work.
Oh,
you
it's
know
a good
what?
start.
Maybe it was a good idea. Abjack score right off the kickoff. Gen G Mobile One Racing in front.
And so Mata, he goes in, he just jumps and loses that 50, and both players were cheating so close. With the kickoff not going their way, it results in a kickoff goal for Gen G. So hot start here for Gen G Mobile One Racing. Right off kickoff, they might have another opportunity. Apparently Jack pushing to the backboard, the double tap denied by Brad.
You got to watch out, though. Secret as a team that can really strike off kickoff as well. They're also a good team that can really work together and pass in transition. You even see that there with that light touch from Mata. He doesn't have boots, but he can set up KV1 to get the solo. Mata also trying to get involved here, and he does end up taking that corner boost, which might help. First Killer low, he can't do anything on that one, and KV1 instantly challenges, goes for a bump. Mata tries to play it around it, but Jack's going to be there on the back wall. Wait, hold on.
One.
They're caught in a rule one. This shot comes through Chronic, able to get the save.
What a shot!
First Killer picks up the boost, but yeah, we got Mata and Jack here on the back wall on the orange side. They are locked in.
Oh, this is space for First Killer. This is very bad.
This is a good view.
But First Killer lost possession. KV1 trying to get over Mata.
Wait, Jack's gonna fall.
It's broken. It's broken. We're back. Full strength for both teams.
As Mata ends up working his way back, Jack immediately able to take up the challenge. And that one is going to be able to pinch off to the side. Brad gets bumped out. KV1 can get around it. First killer recognized it and cut it away. Already a very electric start here in game one.
Yeah, not one you
still with the lead.
Not one you see too often.
For sure. That's a good shot, though, and Mata has to dive and end up getting the save out. Chance here for Chronic. Zeke is low on the ball, got a flip reset in front. But first killer a little too far forward. Jack was in a tough spot, so now they have to space out, and then you see FK with a good challenge.
Smart from apparently Jack to leave that corner boost for first killer as well. Chronic trying to catch it into a dribble. Hit from behind by KV1 as he rotated out. Mata to the corner. Now off the backward pass. A little bit of a double commit from Gen G, but it was a small jump. Does make Chronic slow to that challenge. Rebound pushed in by Brad into the corner. Apparently Jack wins it by 1. KV1 will be able to collect all the way on the other end.
But look how aggressive Secret are on that offensive front. These clears from Gen G time and time again have had the ball rolling all the way downfield. They don't have a deep person back, at least behind that midfield line. And you can tell when Gen G gets those clears, they get a lot of space. Free net, and KV1, though, gets the first goal to equalize.
KV1, top of the charts in Sam when it comes to scoring. And he starts it out for Team Secret here in London. So Team Secret, despite giving up that kickoff goal early, find this goal later on as we're approaching that halfway point of this game. And it's been close, and it's been exciting. We've got the Rule 1. What else is going to be in store for us?
Keep eyes on the boost steals here. I mean, we've seen a couple here from Secret that have been very impactful. I haven't seen too many on the side of Gen G, but we're halfway through this game. Plenty of time, but you can tell when Secret are on that offense, when they're in front, they don't mind. Again, you even see Mata there with that corner steal instead of just being able to rotate back. But this leaves a lane here. Brad, though, able to get the one. Free backboard for first killer. No, Brad again, able to just get himself back on that back wall to get the stop.
I can't believe Brad had that read with almost no boost in the tank as well. Rebound, that was a miss. The shot does go wide. Gen G catching a break, but KV1 trying to possess it on the ceiling, but didn't get the touch. And he gives up the ball. Now, tipped past. Mata back to the middle. Shut down by first killer. KV1 into the corner. Didn't grab that corner. That gives Chronic the boost.
Yeah, now will they be able to use it? He wants to turn on this, but he has to respect Brad. And then first killer able on the back wall, big clear. You see Jack trying to creep up, seeing if he can get involved. He wants to play the miss there. Defense, though, in a good spot as we see a little bit more pressure on the side of Gen G. But Team Secret, though, they have had really strong defense. Not as many mistakes that Gen G can really punish on. They are trying to use the air, utilize that back wall, but Secret have been privy to it.
Really nice play from KV1 as well to get that deflected all the way out to the corner. Good jump up there from KV1 as well. He has been all over, making these stops defensively. KV1 also the only goal scorer. Stellar start for KV1.
And we're a little concerned on the Gen G side. A couple of mistakes on the back end defensively, and then first killer, second man has been a bit tough for him. He's been kind of too far forward a lot of times, has had to readjust, and that can slow down Gen G's offense. Chronic on the ball, though. He's looking for first killer. This one gets through, and Jack, what a save out of Brad!
Brad, how did you get back in time for that? Apparently, Jack might have been thinking he had an open net, but Brad, now he takes the shot open over Chronic. The table turns on Gen G.
And I mean, look at this, though. Great first touch. Look at the jump into the wave dash. Great control out of Brad individually, and Chronic could not read that shot. Beautiful execution from Brad.
On the back of that save.
Exactly. He's all over the field, offensively and defensively.
What a turnaround from Team Secret. KV1 double tap, dropped it in front of net. First killer by 1. Flip reset, back to it. Trying to get it to Chronic. First killer hoping to speed flip into the ball. KV1 double tap ball, but will have to leave it. The shot floats in and is easily stopped by apparently Jack, but you can see the pressure. Nobody having boost on Gen G.
Big thing there, no boost. And now look, the shots are starting to come through
Double
again.
Commit.
Final 10 seconds. Team Secret don't want to let this one go. Keeping on the pressure. Another challenge win and another goal. Brad picks up his second. Secret 3-1. What a start from them.
Oh my, this is eerily similar to the Power Oxygen series. People thinking that Team Secret is the underdog, and they come out and they get this win over Gen G in truly a convincing fashion. The defense particularly, I thought, was spectacular from Team Secret.
Yeah, this one, I mean, was all Secret all day. You had the initial kickoff goal from Gen G, but they couldn't replicate and get anything going offensively. Too many times they've made plays based off the backboard, and the passing was a little too slow, easily read. Meanwhile, on the side of Secret, the way that they were able to control the ball, I mean, Brad especially was just super solid when he was on.
And you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the quarterfinal when OG took down Gen G. They were able to play spectacular zero boost defense. And that is what we saw in this game from Team Secret. We saw a really nice stop from KV1 where he pre-jumps up in the air, gets the stop, and then also the save from Brad on apparently Jack's shot that we were thinking might be an open net. But no, Brad not only gets the stop on zero boost, but then goes wing dash, gets the goal. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, I mean, so phenomenal there too. And then we're starting to see those mistakes on Gen G side as well. Their low boost play has not been as good as it should be. They've been making a couple of mistakes, mistouches, and double commits on the back end. And you see Secret, they are ready to pounce anytime they get an opportunity, and Gen G's giving them plenty.
And I mean, we know that Sam can play fast. We know that they've got the flashy style, the mechanics. And they were bringing out that precision gameplay.
Yeah.
They weren't necessarily using it to go up in the air and get those fancy flip resets, plays off the ceiling, whatever it may be. They were using it to get perfect stops on defense and execute plays when they had just enough boost to do it if they played perfectly.
I mean, Secret, this is a way you come out. Again, they just have to win a series here to qualify for the World Championship. They want to do it in this one.
So the underdogs of Team Secret pick up that first game against Gen G. Chronic going for the goal immediately, but KV1's not fooled again. KV1 has been able to get stop after stop after stop on the back line.
First Killer trying to see if he could set something up. That one off the back wall, and Mata, that extra touch is what threw off Chronic. He thought he was gonna have a free ball there, and now Jack just trying to slow down Secret as they want to set up a counterattack play. He buys enough time for Gen G to get back in position.
We heard from Gibbs on the dash.
In the whiff.
Sometimes those Devils would do that to you. But as I was saying, Daz, Gibbs going on a little bit of a rant about how good First Killer has been traditionally, how he was, without a doubt, in many people's mind, the best player in North America, especially from the stats perspective. But on Gen G, he hasn't been able to achieve the same level of success as he has before.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell there has been a little bit of a difference here, especially. I mean, but this Gen G squad does kind of play a more team-oriented style versus the individual play. But we may even see First Killer have to be able to come alive if Gen G want to take this one. Chronic, though, individual play again. Anytime Gen G go up for a solo, there is someone from Secret who's there to make a challenge.
And it seems like every time they take this shot, there's someone right in their way. The shots are being read by Secret, and you wonder if Gen G's going to throw in a fake or something to try to break through. But Gen G needs somebody to step up. Will it be First Killer, who I think, like T-Bait said, has some questions that he has to answer, but here's Secret on the attack. That shot going to be wide.
Yeah, but the fact that he gets that shot is something in itself. And look at this, Secret still get the ball. Gen G haven't been able to get a clearance now. Now they get offense. First Killer trying to lead the charge, and Mata with the cutoff. Notice Brad was in a tough spot. That second man from Gen G has gone up constantly, trying to see if he can get a piece of the ball. And every time the second man challenge has not been the one that's hit the mark. Someone's always throwing themselves out of the play, and then they have to rotate back to get back in.
First Killer did well to get the ball all the way back to Team Secret's half. KV1 out of boost, but Mata has plenty. Goes for the fake around one. Chronic tips it to the corner. We'll try to get back to it for a 50. Backward pass from Brad, and that's knocked all the way downfield as First Killer traces it to Secret's corner, looking for the pass middle, gets the demo, but the ball hit back to a safe spot, at least for now.
Chance though for a counterattack. You got Secret low on boost. What can Gen G do here? KV1 strong clearance, and First Killer has to get out the way so Chronic can get the initial touch. Chronic does, but he gets demoed, and now you see Secret all boosted up. Jack, though, trading demos left and right. He turns low boost 50 right into the midfield, and Brad will let that one roll right across the box before he's able to pick it up. Still, though, a little bit more pressure. Gen G holding on to the possession, but for how long? That's a good beat.
Brad up so quickly. And that's that Sam speed. See it at work there, beating apparently Jack to that ball. However, Team Secret still finding themselves trying to break out of their own half. Up in front of that First Killer. Double Goes for a pass instead, and it's again blocked on the goal line by Brad.
Blocked out on the goal line. KV1 trying to get on top of the ball, forcing First Killer to hesitate. He didn't have enough boost, but he just wants to slow down Gen G. Now Jack with a big win. That one will bounce in front. KV1 no boost though, and still able to get another save out.
Interesting idea there from First Killer to go for the air dribble bump on his own defensive half, yielding that chance. Again, going for the flip reset into the bump, but couldn't find it. Ball up to KV1. KV1 downfield. He was on 0.
And now you can see it. You said it yourself. He was on 0. Secret was on 0. Gen G now being able to get Secret on those low boosts, but they have not been able to play around him. It's going to be a big factor. That's a free ball for First Killer. A characteristic whiff there. And then a bump on the play. And now we're seeing Gen G make very desperate saves. It looked like they're panicking, James.
Mata with the flip reset. Hit out to the corner. First Killer will snag that corner. A little bit of space here for Team Secret. Less than 30 seconds to go. It's still scoreless. Jack in the air. Contested by KV1, who will get back to the ball. Doesn't get the tip. It's cleared out to the corner. And a pinch will send it across the field. Chronic chasing it down. Opts to get the side boost instead. Jack looking for a bump. Chronic will have a shot on target. It's light and easily saved by Mata.
Another touch. First Killer, though, demoed on the play, and they're keeping this one up. Jack wants a piece of the ball to knock it down. He will. Scoreless game 2 as we head in overtime.
Oh, wow. And if Team Secret can manage to pick up this, and now they might off kickoff. KV1 off the backboard. Mata with space. Low shot. Tipped aside by Jack. Gen G are feeling the pressure. Boost stolen as well.
Secret are all over him. If Brad was in the right spot, he went into the game. He get in there. No, First Killer. What a save. Double commit to try to get it out, but Jack, he got the touch that Gen G needed to finally get them some breathing room.
That was a huge touch from apparently Jack. There was a 0 boost double commit on that side. If he didn't hit that downfield, it was going to be a goal. Another demo by KV1.
Mata looking for a bump.
Gen G are feeling the pressure.
Secret not letting up on this one at all. They get a little bit of room here. You see, look how close KV1 is to Mata. Just again, trying to play a close 50. Jack again, a big touch, big clearance, all the way downfield, and it'll be Brad who just booms it back into Gen G's half.
Apparently Jack trying to set it up, but Mata meets First Killer right at the apex. KV1. Now First Killer trying to tap it back out, lands a bump.
Oh,
Jack doesn't make contact, but will go for it again. The shot is wide.
Oh, Jack connects with that. He could have ended the game. Tried to see if he could get the follow-up, not good enough. Both teams, though, when they clear this ball out, there has not been a solo play. They are slamming it back and forth. Double there again, but KV1, who tried to take control, the ball just got too far away from him, and now he's trying to get on top of it.
Infield pass, broken up by Mata. Appjack now down to KV1. KV1 with a 50. Brad waiting for his opportunity. Out of position and has to roll out. And now that's a big clear downfield from apparently Jack.
He's looking for the ball.
First Killer gets the demo. That is game in favor of Gen G.
So much tension in the overtime, and then became a numbers game. First Killer recognized it, got the demo, and Jack with the goal. Tie it up series.
That was a tight game. I mean, apparently, Jack, you had the opportunity before that you called out. Wasn't able to get the shot. Even had that one shot that was blocked from Brad before that went out around on the other end in game 1. Both of these games just so exciting to watch. Team Secret has been brilliant defensively. It took a demo play, that lead block play, to get Gen G that win.
Yeah, no, Secret have been great defensively. I think they lack things there offensively because, to be honest, Gen G defensively didn't look that good. Lots of mistakes on the back end. We're put in some tough spots. I think if Team Secret positioned themselves a little bit better, they could have came away with that.
That save from First Killer where he was retreating back towards net and getting that stop, that was crazy. Even that play there, if Jack, might have been able to slot that one in. But I think First Killer, he made a play that doesn't show up on the stat board. He even though he didn't get the assist, he didn't get the goal, that was a massive play. And not only that, but the save as well from First Killer. I think First Killer really deserves a lot of credit in this game.
Yeah, I think so too. Even Chronic, though, defensively, I mean, there was a time in game 1 he let in a goal because he was facing towards his net. He didn't really get a good read on the defense. That game, he had KV1 bearing down on him, and he kept his composure, was able to get a good stop. Now we have to see what Secret can do because they started with 3-1 to losing in overtime, not able to get a goal. Like I said, they've kind of let go of the gas here on offense. They need to see if they can turn it around.
KV1 trying to bring that offense. Half a tank off the sidewall, gets a bump, rebound out to Mata, and that's going to be deflected wide. First Killer trying to get a slight touch upfield. Was hoping for a redirect, but apparently Jack didn't have any boosts. First Killer hunting for a demo from behind on Brad. At Jack, airborne flip, gets the pass. Actually tried to bump Mata off the ball, but Mata makes a good play.
Ooh, First Killer just had to stop, just make sure he got over Brad, who was looking for the demo there. First Killer was last back. If he gets demoed, would have been a clear touch. Chronic, oh, he tried to see if he could get the redirect, but he couldn't get a solid touch on the ball.
One of those situations where you think, I got just enough boost to go, but didn't have it. Pass up to First Killer. First Killer downfield, trying to flip towards it. Jack going to the backboard.
Hey.
Where's Chronic? Chronic!
Again, not able to get that touch. He's been set up with a couple of shot opportunities, but he has not been able to find the mark on the shooter. If he does so, GG could potentially be up this game. The pass to Jack, though, and Jack will slot it into the bottom right.
And that is a nice passing play from Genji. First Killer to this sidewall, immediately goes upfield for the bump again. Opens up that space in front of net, and that space was utilized with the pass infield.
Yeah, I mean, it's good, though, to see them kind of even sharing the ball. Chronic gets a couple opportunities, not able to, so he finds the pass, and First Killer not afraid to put himself in a position where he goes upfield playing the demos, and then he has to be able to battle, get his way back in time also to make stops on the defensive end. Gen.G are playing a little bit of gambling here, but they are coming up big. Oh! Jack almost had that.
Imagine that works out. Gen.G pulling out all the stops offensively. There's a bump on Jack. Chronic has to go with no boost. Makes the first play. Jack helps out with the second, gets a double. But Brad was ready, waiting patiently. Now flip reset from Brad. Couldn't get the dunk.
And then you're starting to see Secret take up that space. They're looking for the midfield, just kind of playing a little bit more spaced out, making sure that they get the stops. They want to win the midfield battle, see if they can set themselves up with some solo opportunities. Missed there from First Killer, but he's also been playing a little bit misdirection. Sometimes he doesn't go for the ball, trying to see if he can set up Jack, and it's worked out a couple of times in this game particularly.
He's been very bump heavy with the misdirection of the flip reset into the aerial bump.
Yeah.
And then also just moving upfield to land those bumps. Did get the demo that opened the path for the overtime winning goal as well. So we're seeing First Killer opt to play that first man bump heavy play style, and it's been working so far.
And on the side of Secret, they've been sending players upfield. KV1, he took that corner boost. That was the second time he took it since it spawned. But at the same time, they have to be careful because if the defense is back low boost, then that offensive pressure that they're trying to attain only just means that they're pulling someone out because they can't utilize those boost grabs because by the time they get back upfield, it's been a full 10 seconds. They have to be careful in that aspect too. Otherwise, Gen.G could get a numbers advantage goal.
Team Secret gonna have to break out that offense. They find themselves trailing by a goal. 2 minutes left on the clock. Team Secret had a good start to the series, picking up the Game 1 win, almost winning in that Game 2, overtime 0-0. Gen.G in Team Secret's half, looking for a way in. Ball boomed out by Brad, and now it's launched back. First Killer going for the sidewall, or the corner double tap, and that's blocked by KV1.
I thought that one was going in from that angle. Want to stop there on the side of KV1, but they have to be careful there on the back end. I have liked what I've seen from Gen.G offensively, the way that they are able to bring the ball up, have that strong pressure from their individual mechanics, but then sometimes they'll throw in a little bit of fakes just to keep Team Secret guessing. It's worked out for them this game, and it may even win them this game. A minute 15 here in regulation, and Secret have not gotten on the board. They have been on a scoring drought since Game 1.
KV1 finally getting some boost. But the ball launches over his head. Apparently Jack with some space. Hit to the corner by Brad. Backward pass. Mata takes the space. Good challenge by Chronic, who read that flip reset.
And those have been getting better over the course of the series too. In game one, they were letting those go for free. Oh, Jack almost able to get a pass through. And then you can see Mata now just trying to get himself in position, but Brad not able to get the boost. So Mata has to kind of bail him out. 40 seconds to go. Secret want to see if they can muster up a play, but they double commit there. KV1 was on the sidewall. He ends up getting a chance there for the ball, but there's no one to get a follow-up because Mata was going for a bump in net. Again, too much gambling from Secret. They're down by 1 with 30 seconds here, and now they have to try to see if they can fight their way in with low time on the clock.
KV1 boosting back to it. Wins the ball forward. First killer finds Jack on the outlet. Jack with another boom downfield. The double tap will go across the field. KV1 collects. This could be a last-second chance for Team Secret. Back to the middle, and apparently Jack again will get a big play on the defensive end.
That flick might be it. Wait, hold on. That one is sent across. Can someone get there from Secret to stop it? No. Gen G will ground it as they have turned this series around. Got 2 back-to-back shutouts on Team Secret and are forcing match point here.
And another single goal game. Gen G, it has been a close one with Team Secret, whose defense has been keeping them in it. But also, you know, you gotta recognize some of the big defensive clears that apparently Jack has been able to pull off. I mean, he's had a few of them in that game, rotating back, getting that clear out the boom, back to the corner, but also in the previous game when you had the zero boost double commit by Chronic and First Killer. Apparently Jack has been at the heart of some very important clears at some key moments that Team Secret was really threatening to score.
Yeah, they would have the numbers advantage. They would also have the boost advantage because First Killer and Chronic would be zero boost in the back, and then Jack would get the ball on the sidewall, and he's getting those clearances that no one from Secret can bring back into the play, which is big because Team Secret are trying to get consistent offensive pressure. They know that if they get Gen G on their back end, they kind of panic a lot, and they can take advantage of it. But Jack and some of his clearances out, his touches, have been so impactful that it's afforded Gen G a lot of time to be able to boost up and reposition.
Yes, his midfield play has really aided in the defensive efforts for Gen G. And then, you know, First Killer, he's made some good saves as well. And also the lead blocking attempts. We'll see if it works out for Gen G in this game 4 of Team Secret. We'll send this one to game 5.
Yeah, I mean, the way that Gen G were able to clean up defense from game 1 has been phenomenal. The Team Secret have not really necessarily changed up the recipe too much. They have been trying to pick up the speed pace, but Gen G has been able to meet them to the ball multiple times in the midfield and slow them down, and then again have them guessing on offense, or when Gen G are on offense with some of the bump plays like the one we almost saw there. If Chronic connects on that, it's a goal 1 for Gen G. Jack tried to slow it down, but again, that's a good touch for First Killer because now he can get the boost and just make a play on the ball.
KV1 dives in, but Chronic played it nicely and gets the 50 downfield. This will put Gen G on the attack. Play from the backward. First Killer trying to bait in some defenders and make them waste their boost. Now, going for the dunk, does get the touch, but KV1 will get the touch to the corner and that boost. Lovely play by KV1.
Oh, Brad was up so early, but he was just so far away, so he wasn't able to make contact. Now you get to see Gen G passing around. They're taking so much corner boost in the back end, and Team Secret in a tough spot, but they do get the ball, and Mata gets a chance for a solo 1v1 against Chronic, but he showed his hand a little too early, and Chronic was able to make the save. Whoa, that was close, though, too, but cleared away, and Gen G trying to pass it out.
Apparently Jack gambling a bit, touching that off the corner. It ended up working out for Gen G. Chronic now moving in, up against Brad. You can see the demo, the lead demo play this time in favor of Team Secret.
We saw Jack try it on Gen G side. We saw Chronic go for 1-2 earlier in this game, but it's Team Secret who finally connect on the back end. These transitional counterattack plays, both teams are trying it, but Secret picks it up here, ending the scoring drought.
And it didn't even look like Chronic saw that coming. Brad going for a flick. First Killer up the sidewall, now off the ceiling, but KV1 says, you don't have that much time, my friend.
Instantly, no time there, like you said, and that's gonna be big too, shutting off those solo plays from players like First Kill. I mean, the entire Gen G squad, you can't give them that time and space upfield. You gotta challenge them quickly.
This would be so huge for Team Secret if they can get this win and maybe even get this series. They just need 2 series in order to clinch that World Championship spot. And to pick one up against a team like Gen G would be huge for their efforts. We know how difficult Swiss can be.
Chance for a pass. He's going to pass it back. He did, but Chronic too far forward off that initial pass out. So then that one goes far away. Brad, light touch. KV1 wanted to play it, but First Killer will clear it away. And it's been Secret's game so far for the first half of Game 4 as they're looking to take us to Champions Field. Can Gen G turn things around right now? They've been working at it, but Team Secret has been really stepping up.
Jack got the boost steal and the 50. This looks like an opportunity for Gen G, but a nice touch from KV1 prevents the shot from Chronic.
Yeah, and like you said, it prevents the shot. Chronic jumps there, and then Jack has to try to do a little bit of damage control. The ball gets away from him now, though, and Secret able to get this one for a moment. Brad, though, low boost, and he doesn't get the corner. Jack gets the corner as well. There's the bump, and there's the goal! First Killer equalizes off of the play from Jack.
Sweet revenge for Gen G. Jack immediately hunts for that bump. Poor Mata, he had no time to react. Brilliant execution there by Gen G. We've seen many goals. I think most of the goals in this series now have come from that play for both teams.
Yeah, exactly. Just being able to take a defender out of the play, isolate someone, and then have someone go for the bump. Can Jack, though, get the double? Oh, my!
A cracker from Jack. He launches this up off the backboard and in.
He is on fire right now, James. Defensively, in the midfield, offensively, he's able to set up plays, he's able to slow things down, and he's been either Gen G's savior, or he's in the back end, or even in the front end sometimes. What a performance from apparently Jack.
Apparently Jack having the MVP performance for Gen G. See, Team Secret trailing. This is it for them in this series. If they lose this, Gen G, they see the finish line.
And they are looking for it. Jack pops out with high. Wait, Chronic went up there as well. He jumped at the same time First Killer did. Gen G can't afford to get too comfortable here. We're approaching that final minute, and Secret are gonna start sending the house. We've seen them do it before. Mod on top of the ball, look at First Killer. Not giving time. This time it's First Killer just repaying the favor. Chronic up, but KV1 had enough time to be able to make the challenge. Chance here for a solo play from Mata. Able to get it past one, but the ball got away from him. And First Killer, a nice light touch, but KV1 picking it up.
There's the pass.
They're gonna send everything, and it's in! Secrets in the house and come up big. They tie the game.
Wonderful control. KV1 gets the first touch up and around the defender in the corner and then beautifully puts it on a platter for his teammate. That is how you work the corner.
And they have done so. This one now could be anybody's game. Chronic gets a beat. Jack, no, he wants to make contact, but Mata used the last
rebound.
He has to stop this shot. He can't. First Killer scores. Gen G back in front.
And how much boost did First Killer have? Picking up a single small pad, just enough to get there, and slots it with Mata in the net. And just like that, Gen G take the lead back.
Yeah, but can they hold on to it? We know what Secret are like in these situations. They will not let up. KV1 tried to go for that play, expecting to miss. Mata, no, he's not able to make contact. That's enough space for a challenge to come through, and Chronic can get the big 50. Now Gen G can play the clock. They might even be able to extend the scoreline. Fake challenge for First Killer, and KV1 stays on top of this way. He gives it to Brad. Brad tries to play it across to Mata. Mata looking for the double. He can't do it. Space there. That one off the ceiling, but it will be cleared away from Chronic. Final few seconds. That clear could end the game. First Killer says game when he puts that into the back of the net. And Gen G Mobile One Racing take the series in 4.
It was a slow start for them. Team Secret getting that first win. Even game 2 coming down to the wire, 0-0 overtime. That was, they were able to put away thanks to that demo from First Killer, the shot from apparently Jack. And I think later in this series, apparently Jack playing so well. First Killer, though, throwing up the numbers in this final game.
Yeah.
He made his imprint as well. I think it was all around a team effort from Gen G in the series.
Chronic with 2 assists. First Killer shooting 3 from 7. Jack, who had that demo play to start to set things up. And then, of course, you saw him with a big-time double. And then Secret, who started the series off so hot, they just couldn't stop Gen G. Once Gen G really started to kind of show their form, make a couple of adaptations, and just get on top of the ball so much faster. They starved Secret out, they cleaned up things on defense, and ultimately they took control of the series.
I think maybe Team Secret relying a little bit too much on that counterattack gameplay. It did work for them in the beginning. Their defense was keeping them in it. They were able to make a lot of zero boost stops. But offensively, they just weren't able to keep Gen G pinned down for very long.
Right. And you saw Gen G able to get so many breakout opportunities. And again, Jack, though, you have to talk about Jack a little bit more. Just the fact that he was everywhere when needed to be. If Gen G double commits to the back, he bails them out. If they need a bump play, he's setting it up some of the time. I mean, everybody was getting involved in the bump plays offensively up front, but Jack had the most impact this time.
He certainly did. I think his midfield gameplay made such a big difference in this game. First killer, he benefited from the bump. We saw apparently Jack land a bump, paving the way for him. And then this double tap, so clean from apparently Jack. Brad didn't have enough boost to get up and defend that corner. It was a miraculous shot. This, though, you know, the response from KV1, so good. But Gen G ultimately getting the win. And to talk about it, we've got Lee with an interview.
That's right, Gen G's Appjack is down here with me in the mix zone. Hey, congratulations on the dub, first off.
Thank you, thank you.
How you feeling about the win? I mean, it's your first one of the whole weekend.
Yeah, it's good. It was a nervy series, you know, for both teams, but yeah, we're happy with it, and you know, win's a win at the end of the day. So yeah.
Right, that's true. I mean, like, talk me through it, because there was a bit of an exasperated, you know, you know, are you guys feel like by the end of it you're locked in, or is there some work to do now after the series?
Definitely some work to do, which, you know, is a positive, you know, things to improve on and things like that. But there's also positives to take away. You know, we held our composure when we needed to. We scored when we needed to, you know, things like that. So, yeah, it's we started feeling a little bit better towards the end. You know, not towards, you know, not completely ourselves yet, but we're working towards it, and I'm confident we will get there.
Now, I want to talk, because right off the bat, this is not something that I'd expect to see, especially if people are playing nervy. We saw Rule 1 in there, right off the bat, and then you were involved in that too. What's going through your head, and what's the comms like in a moment like that?
What's going through my head is I've got First Killer and Chronic on my team, two of the best players in the world, two of the best twos players in the world, so I was like, yeah, let them handle this one. And yeah, I was just spamming in the comms, like, you guys got this, like, Rule 1 kind of thing. But I saw us like falling off the backboard, so I was like, you know, it's going to break at some point.
I was curious if you're going to hold it, because we saw that before. I believe, I forget who it was exactly. Maybe it was Joy or whatever.
Just go back into
it? You didn't, though, I'm sorry.
No, I wasn't sure if he was going to, so I was like, yeah, I'm going to get into rotation.
That's fair enough. It's also
work. We ended up losing the game, so I should have stuck it.
You should have stayed there, right? Yeah. Anyways, talk to me just leading up to this, because just the boot camping. How long were you guys doing that for?
Yeah, we were boot camping for like 5 days, something like that.
Okay.
It was super successful. We were playing pretty
You felt
poorly.
it was a good amount of time?
Yeah, we were playing pretty poorly at the start, and then we figured out how we want to play. And towards the end, we were actually really piecing it together and looking a lot like ourselves again. So yeah, we're confident for this tournament because of that.
That's good. Yeah, and again, you said there's still some things after this. Would you say you guys are 90% there, 95% there?
I'd say with that series, I was probably like 50%, just because no one was that good individually in that series. But you know, we're working towards it. First, you know, game on LAN is always a bit nervous, so you know, it's okay.
And before I let you go, just talk to me, because obviously Worlds is a bit away here, so I feel like this London Major is going to mean a lot for teams. Does this have a lot of weight for you guys to win an event like this?
You know, being in London, obviously, it's kind of a home crowd as well for me, so I really want to do well at this event. You know, that's by itself, and because of Worlds, you know, as for the team, of course, you know, there's always added pressure. You want to, you know, succeed in the tournament before the big one. So, yeah, a little bit, but at the same time, you could flip it around and say, well, it's just practice for the big tournament, you know. So, who knows? But it's a major. Everyone wants to win.
It's important, that's for sure. Hey, you got a first dub in Swiss, lots more to go. Again, if you're in chat, we don't have an audience yet, so if you're in chat, start clapping for Gen G and their win here. Thank you guys for joining us. We got more games after the break, as we do have our Swiss rounds continuing on. So many good, close games. The action doesn't stop here.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. Or past in front. We are going to Champions Field.
Busy streets and lost time. Gotta rent a car, gotta stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said were playing loud. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. All I want is you. All I want is you. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. A century long ago, I traded in my halo. Whoever it is that you think I am, I'm still figuring it out. I'm jealous of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you.
Gen G performed to expectations, putting Secret away in 4. First killer back in form. Great show. Highlight package from this man in the round 1 matchup. Round 1 continues here in London. Secret did their best, but ultimately it's going to be Gen G walking away with the win in this one. We'll see them bounce back in round 2.
Seemed like it was a kind of a game plan by Gen G to play very passive, let Team Secret come to them. They had first killer up a lot, and he was trying to make a lot of things happen, but usually he was by himself, and they were kind of waiting it out until finally game 4. Then apparently Jack's getting more involved, and I think that's the Gen G that they want to go forward with, is a little bit more offense, because 2-1-0 wins is a little bit questionable, I think, at this point. So I think for Gen G, a little bit too passive, but they did wake up by the end.
Yeah, Gen G and G2 actually both started their series a little bit slow in their series on the respective streams, and then as the series went on, they got it all figured out. All the whatever nerves might have existed, they were gone, and they took care of business.
Listen, you think about this Gen G squad. I talked about first killer. He's the one that you really want to step up. 450 points per game. And if I don't know if we're going to show the highlights again, but in game 2, that was the moment in my eyes. FK was back. Two men from Secret coming to chase him down, hound him, and DeMar screamed on broadcast. But he screamed on broadcast because FK ended up getting an absolutely insane save. They ended up winning overtime. And after that, it was nothing but Gen G moving forward. Oh, look at here's the highlights. Great stuff.
There we go. Game 1 again. Very passive. Just, you know, like Chronic, I felt like he was a third man a lot. Like, he gets an opening kickoff goal here. But besides that, he was third man. A lot of times didn't have boost. Had to be way more cautious in his play. At times, Team Secret did try and battle early on. But again, that game 2 huge moment is a big one right here, Bates.
Yeah, here's what I'm talking about. Right in overtime, right there. The mod is there. Has put it on net, and FK still has the poise, one, to not freak out. 2, pop it up high, and then in overtime, it leads for Abjack right there. It really was just the Abjack FK show. Chronic filling in the gaps. That's a great Gen G squad in my estimation.
We kind of breezed past the overtime goal there in game 2, but imagine the difference that goal makes. The winning, if Team Secret wins game 2, to be up 2-0 on Gen G after the run they've been having. Super important win there for Gen G, and then they close it out in style. You heard Abjack in the interview. Leaf talks to him, was like, tell me about the match. He's like, no, I just want to talk about my teammates, man. FK and Chronic, it's a good team captain there. They've really got it all glued together right now, Stacks.
Yeah, that's why he's the captain of my fantasy team. Duh. Let's go.
True.
Let's go.
But that happened last time too. Copenhagen, they played power round 1. They got smacked around in game 1. They had to wake up, win 3 in a row after that. So Gen G, round 1s are not their key moment. In that game 1, they always have to wake up a bit, but they did survive yet again with a +2 game differential, so that'll help them in round 2.
Okay, we are now halfway through round 1 of the Swiss. We're going to play both rounds 1 and 2 today, so we'll get you guys caught up on how things have been going. You heard Stacks mention earlier, G2 was playing on the other side of things. They made quick work at the Gladiators there, winning that one 3-0. So still 4 matches to go. We got OG versus Furia. We got the Chiefs versus Vitality, Falcons versus Space Station, and Twisted Minds versus the Gentlemates, the defending champs.
Just saying, Chiefs versus Vitality. We already seen one OC team take out a European. So everyone was saying, oh, Europe's got it easy. They get to play OC while NA has to play Sam. But Power's the only upset so far. And who knows? Maybe we'll get another.
I mean, I said Gentlemates, the defending champs. So the defending major champs. Chiefs are going up against the defending world champs with Zen. Well, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how that one goes. But who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? I would love to see the drama of that if we could get there. So, again, 2 different broadcasts, twitch.tv/RL Esports or the alternate broadcast on the YouTube channel. They're playing these matches. So they're getting ready for Chiefs versus Vitality as we speak. Make sure you have both broadcasts pulled up. Over here on the mainstream, though, 2 more matches before we'll get our round 2 matches set in place. We'll see Falcons and Space Station a little bit later on, but for now, OG taking on the top dogs from South America. We talked about Secret a little bit ago and about how it was basically just neck and neck here gives between them and Furia, but Furia has been that team that Rocket League fans around the world, when they think of South America, that's their roster.
Yeah, they went 3-0 in Swiss and then kind of bombed out at the Copenhagen Major, but OG, they were there as well. They went 1-3. That was a disappointment. They had to play a tiebreaker to get here on Champions Field. The nerves were high, but OG, they came out on top.
I think this is the most interesting match, actually, in all of round 1. Because this is a matchup where OG is really going to be tested. You're going to learn about how much they prepare for an opponent specifically. I think that there are ways you can kind of scout this Furia team and some opportunities for OG to take advantage of matchups, and we'll see exactly if they can make those adjustments as the series goes on or if they've got a plan coming in.
And listen, this OG squad filled with veterans. JNats, Com, Noli, the names speak for themselves. But I'll tell you this, they have constantly gotten better throughout the whole entire season. In my estimation, at the moment, they are in the category with Gen G as the second best team in North America. A little bit better than SSG, and it's because of their synergy. It's because of their poise. They had to go up against Shopify, bro, and they had to get the job done, and they did. They also beat SSG in that qualifier, went up against G2, arguably the best team in the game at the moment, and still pushed them all the way to 6. OG, they're in form right now, and it's time to show the world how good they are.
And they take down Gen G as well in the quarterfinals the last time they met them. So, like, based on head-to-heads of the most recent, you could say they're the #2 team in North America, but they got to show it on land. Last time around, it didn't work out for them. 1-3, losing to Luminosity in that round. And Furia, they went 3-0 through Swiss. They also went 2-0 versus North American teams. So Furia has NA's number right now.
Man, wait, how did I forget about the world champion coach in the background? Good thing that the camera
right
panned
there.
to him, because somehow, some way, I forgot about Torm, and of course, season 6 world champion, and then Com, once again, back on the land stage. He doesn't scream as much as he did back when he 2 years ago in London. I don't think he's going to be booed necessarily if OG ends up making the crowd stage, but he is the catalyst for this team. Not only really sets up the midfield, but Com sets the tone, he sets the pace. He makes sure that JNaps gets his opportunities, makes sure that Noli can come in and clean up the mess, and he's going to put that pressure on Fury.
Just remember, though, based on how the teams are set up in this area, he is the closest to the opposition over there.
Okay. might see some trash talk happen. We'll see. He's been a little bit, not been who he's been for a while. Let's talk about the other side of things, though. I kind of jumped the gun talking about South America's champions here, Furia. They have become a household name in Rocket League across many seasons. How do you feel that their strength right now matches up to the ethos that people have in their minds of who Furia is?
I think everyone fears them still, because we saw it throughout Copenhagen. They went 3-0 in Swiss, and they beat some very good teams. They did it with their speed, with their pressure. They just play offense. They don't even have to play defense. The one issue is when they get punched back and they have to play defense, they fell apart in the quarterfinals versus Vitality. They played Vitality twice last time around. In Swiss, they won it in 5. They scored 2.25 goals per game. But then in the quarterfinals, they lost it in 5, 1 to 4 games. They only scored 1.25 goals per game. So they have to find a way to punch back when a team is pressuring them.
You're right, exactly. And I said about FK, and I'm going to say about this young man right here again. And questions need to be answered. People have been gassing you up, saying you're one of the best in the world for the past 2 years, but the results have not yet gotten it. You've got a squad. They're arguably your best team you've ever had. Going up against the OG team, you should be the favorites. Furia hasn't won an online qualifier since online qualifier number 4. They lost 4-1 to NIP, and they didn't even make the grand final on open qualifier number 6, losing a race in 7. They want to prove to the world that they're the best still, Sam.
I mean, look, all the eyes are going to be on Yan. He's going to get his goals. He's going to get his no matter what. But Drafinho is the glue that I think that holds this team together. He's the man who leads the team in assists. He's the enforcer. He's the perfect support for this team to hold them together. He has more demolitions than his teammates combined. And if he is allowed to run free, it's going to be a very long series for OG.
And this is a team I think pretty much all of us have as a clear top 8 team, but they were power ranked lower than I thought. They were 8th between all the casters, so maybe the respect is going away a bit. I think people forget about that Swiss, though, where they were so dominant. So we'll see if they can bring that back, but I am interested to see OG. I worry about OG, like if they just play passive and play defense, they will not win this match. They need to pressure Furia.
There's been a methodical, like very fundamentally sound nature, I feel like, to OG's play, where yes, early on in the season there was a lot of hanging back on defense, being passive, hoping the other side makes mistakes. They have played a kind of gritty, not exactly flashy ball on offense, but I think they've been getting more and more onto offense as the season's gone on. And you highlighted the demolitions from Drafinho. When you talk about demolitions in Rocket League, Calm on the OG side, one of the biggest names in the game. Get to see Calm versus Drew. The physical game is going to be fun for this one.
Yeah, it's going to be great watching those two go head-to-head. And again, you know, if Drafinho has the kind of series that he normally has, where he's able to get 3 or 4 demos a game, and if he's able to rack up 7 or 8 assists in the series, then it's completely chalked for OG. That's the guy they have to make sure doesn't beat them. Jan's going to get his goals. You can't stop that, but you can stop Drafinho from feeding him the ball and make it a lot tougher for Furia.
And we always talk about that pressure of Furia. That is a 3-man pressure. So if one of them is demoed out, they're going to lose all that offensive pressure and they can get out. The hard part is when you're on defense, to demo someone on offense is incredibly difficult. So again, OG, they're going to have to find a way.
We're describing Drafinho as kind of the linchpin of the Furia offense here, Bates. If you're looking at OG, though, is there one player that you feel like is the make or break for OG?
Oh, it's got to be Noli. It's got to be. Okay, you know JNaps, I mean, he's a shooter. Sometimes shooters just going to shoot. Sometimes they're going to fall, sometimes they won't fall. But it's often Noli, how much can you create? How much can you make it easier for JNaps to again get those opportunities? When he's playing his best game, that's when OG is the best possible. Because y'all were talking about, it takes a little bit while for OG to actually play a little bit more offense. Yeah. They've incrementally been getting better and better at that. I think a large part of that is due to Noli's presence.
They're all playing this bounce the hacky sack on your wrist.
Just keeping their hands warm,
No, yeah.
Like hand-eye coordination, I guess.
So it doesn't really work. Distributed by the coach.
It didn't work for Drew. It didn't work for Drew. That's okay.
I like the thumbs up, though, Drew.
We'll see. We'll see if it works. Maybe it'll work there. Folks, let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag FUR, hashtag OG in the chat. We'll see your results in a little bit. Let's keep going down the line as usual. Stacks, who's your pick?
I really wanted to take OG in this. I really did, but I've got to go with Furia here. Again, they are the favorites on paper for a very good reason, so why tempt fate? I got Furia.
Going offense beats defense, Furia all the way.
Okay.
Offense beats defense. Listen, it's about the piece. Pace versus poise. I'm going to go with poise this time around. Give me OG. I think they're going to be too calm, cool, and collected. They're going to take down Furia right now.
You know what, Bates? I think I might join you.
Ooh,
I think I might join you there. I've been doubting OG ever since I literally pronounced them dead back during the first split of the season. And then they have continuously proved me wrong. And every time I've been in a situation like this where it's like, oh, I feel like I could go OG. Oh, I didn't go OG, and then they won. So I'm going to stick with OG on this one. How's the coin feel about it? OG on one side, Furia on the other. And the coin's been going. It's going to go with OG on this one. Technically the desk favorite now, OG.
That's fair. That's fair. But I bet with this vote coming up, they'll... Well, actually, maybe not. Maybe NA fans will be in chat. I don't know.
We'll see.
I think they're Furia.
They're picking Furia.
Yeah, how's chat feel about it? How's chat feel about that one here? Yeah, I mean, OG, it is... There's just... They have become so consistent over the back half of the season, and I'm really excited about it. Gen G Mobile Racing is not playing in this match. They're not going to be...
But they're a North American team, so maybe that's a little...
I mean, it was Sam versus NA.
Exactly. We're doing it again, NA versus Sam, so this is back-to-back. I just feel like with Furia, that Swiss was so impressive last time around that I expect to see something at least close to that. And if we do see that, then OG probably doesn't have a shot here. Because OG, they're definitely one of the bottom 8 teams, I think, here. But they might be closer to the top 8 than we expect, so we'll see.
Okay, well, let's get into game number 1 here, folks, and let the players decide this on the pitch. Enough arguing of how it's going to go up here. Furia on one side, OG on the other. North America versus South America. Getting close to the end of round 1. Let's get into it.
Two teams who have had very different journeys here to London 3.0. OG, who had to fight so hard. But on the other side, Furia, the #1 seed from South America.
Oh man, not even just #1 seed, but I think a team that, like we've made mention to before, a new household name, a favorite that everybody can enjoy watching. Off the kickoff, this one goes JNap's side, but their Swiss round in Copenhagen was so impressive. We're all just waiting to find out, can Furia recreate that 3-0?
Yeah, Furia, who went 3-0 in the Swiss, as you say, and then hit a Vitality-shaped brick wall in the quarterfinals, want to go even better this time around. Up against OG Esports, though, who have proven time after time that they have fight in them, if nothing else.
They really and truly do. They've taken the long run as far as the season was concerned to proving their name. When the season first started for this OG squad, everybody had them in their top 3, their top 4 even at times, and it didn't start out that way. They were a bottom 16 team that have worked their way up to the top, and now they kicked out teams, like LG, taking down the likes of Genji even to get here, but they're not even favored in this matchup.
Well, we'll see how they can deal with that. The desk overall were pretty hot on OG in the end, but they're having to do some early defending as a shot flies in. JNaps comes in from the side. Here comes Yan. What can he do? He was called into question on the desk somewhat. When is he going to make that claim as the best in the world? Is he still at that caliber? It'd be great for him to make a statement here, Herc.
Yeah, I definitely want to get first person on the board as quickly as possible here. It's Noli around the corner. Tried to find somebody, but Drafinho, Furia, they're known for their pressure. They're not going to give OG any space whatsoever. An attempt to the 50 towards the backboard from Yan. Second touch goes potentially through, but it's a Noli save on the the goal line. Pressure doesn't stop here. It's low boost for OG, but last-ditch efforts are still proving successful.
Yeah, Nolly holding his nerve, staring Yan down, waiting for him to go to the ceiling. Can he do so again? It's Nolly up against Yan, and Yan ain't gonna lose twice.
There was no connection on that ball from Nolly, and again, I made mention to the low boost on that OG side, and even low boost for Yan, but it was enough to get that last touch over, and Furia goes 1-0 on the board.
Yeah, I love that from Yan. He's already been slightly frustrated once. That's a second opportunity, barely a few seconds later, and it doesn't seem to affect him at all. It never does. Here he is, taking another touch. Nolly, the man who controls the pace of OG Esports. He tees up JNaps. Coming in now is Calm. He tries to get the early equalizer, and there is Yan on the goal line. The man looks hot so far today. Can he keep it up?
This one around the corner here, out into the mid, up and over one. Calm's gonna slow it down over to JNaps. Nolly got to race up in the air and just keep this one in the hands of OG, and they do. Calm, the one that everybody's been keeping his eye on, he is a great initiator for this team, great at deciding the pace of play that they want to do, especially against a team like Furia. You've got to be able to match that pressure.
Yeah, it does seem so far that OG Esports more than happy to slow this one down, try and dictate the pace, try and get it on their time frame. Furia always going to try and break through that. They're going to try and force the issue as much as possible, peppering these shots on the blue net. Another one here that falls as far as Trafino, one of the louder players in South America, certainly, maybe even the world. I'm hoping there'll be some sort of verbal battle between him and Com. That could get a little bit spicy as the series wears on. But so far, it's been calm and quiet, potentially before the storm.
I think right now OG, they're really locked in. It's only a one-goal game, which probably feels a little odd for them. I think OG would have expected them to respond already. It's been a little bit more difficult to break past that midfield and have enough opportunity to take shots. This is one of the better ones, but even then, it's a very slow center that turns into a quick and easy transition for Furia.
The patience game as well from JNaps. He had half a chance to attack that ball, but I think he realized he would have been dunked, would have led to another chance for Furia, so instead just pulled himself away, kept the attack going, but now it's Furia down the other end. A huge demo helps out Yan, but it's 2 goals for Yan.
You saw that demo a million miles away. As soon as Calm missed that one, it was just full-fledged open opportunity for Yan to take. Furia go up 2-0.
And of course, when Lost first joined Furia, the question was, can this supremely attacking being fit in with his new teammates? And it took Furia a while back when they were in North America, but slowly but surely they managed to figure things out, as Yan's going to have to try and re-adapt there. He's not able to. It's a big mistake, and JNaps is in.
That's a huge amount of pressure from JNaps as well, and again, it comes down to trying to match that pace of play. It just was a little awkward for Yan. You got to admit it on that one, and you're taking advantage. You're forcing the ball through at that point. In a minute, 21 seconds, you got enough time to try and equalize here if you're OG, but it's got to come in quicker than it has in times past.
OG, who Torwent was saying, they are desperate just to get out the Swiss. That is priority number 1 for this team. A goal here in the next 70 seconds or so would give them a huge springboard, but first, it's just more defending. This is more brilliance from Yan.
This is pure offense right here. This is the player that everybody has kept their eyes on. So mechanical and clean. The reset over. I mean, Jaffinio wanted to maybe get a second touch on it, just cure it in. But no, credit goes to where it is due, and Furia go up by 2.
When you're up against Furia, the last thing you want to see is a 4-minute Yan hat-trick. Is him demanding the ball, is him doing everything with it. Even the mistake that he made earlier for OG's goal doesn't seem to have faced him at all, but OG may be back in again until Lost streams right in. There's a second touch too to send Nolly on his way. Does Com. Well, he's gonna try and get round this one. Suddenly it's OG that have to up the pace. Suddenly it's OG that have to force the issue. Suddenly it's them that have to get themselves on the score sheet, but Furia doing more attacking. They will never stop fighting up against OG Esports right now. Com flies in, Nolly now around the corner. They're desperate to get this ball. It's just not happening for them.
They really want to try and do the team play effort to get around the Furia defense, and clearly everything is getting either intercepted or pre-predicted. And at that point, you got to ask yourself, what else can you do? I feel like you got to start going for the individual plays, allowing someone like Com to maybe step up, and we all made mention to it, but there is one player that we all have eyes on, and it's Nolly. You're waiting to see, can he have that spark of life that you know can give OG a win. But for now, it's 4 seconds left on the clock. Furia is up by 2. There's nothing left you can do other than head into game 2 as this one hits the ground. Furia will take game number 1.
A few months ago in Copenhagen, they went 3-0 in the Swiss in dominant fashion, and based on this game 1, they are more than capable of doing the same here in London. Of course, it's a long, long route, even for the teams that do go 3-0. Much more work to do, but Furia are looking like the Swiss version of themselves from the last major.
I absolutely agree. I think Furia look very, very clean. They look very prepared for this matchup too. It doesn't feel like they're trying to adapt to OG in any shape or form. The fact that Yan goes up at 636 on his own, that's a pop-off game. And that's not the person you want to pop off if you're OG.
Yeah, I'm looking forward just to seeing this Yan highlight reel because every goal was sublime. Look at that one, bouncing off the side wall in an instant. He has well and truly earned his teammates' fist bumps there. Second, pretty similar as well. He's just a master of the walls. Just a little bit slow, a little bit more considered. Lost helping out of the demo. And then finally the third goal, arguably the best of them all. We've run out of time to even show those highlights from Yan, such as how good he was playing and they were playing.
Oh my gosh, he looked incredible. I cannot wait for the second matchup, but realistically, I think what we're all waiting for is OG's response. I know that they're trying to take things a little bit slower, be a little bit more realistic, headed in to the London Major to kind of not recreate what happened in Copenhagen. They want to start off strong with the right foot forward, but it's really tough when you're going up against the likes of Furia.
Well, all eyes now to OG Esports. They struggled in Copenhagen, going 3-1. Disappointing from them on the occasion. What will they have learned from that experience? What can they turn to now? A team that had to make a Game 7 overtime winner 4.5 minutes into a Game 7 overtime until upset the man you've mentioned, Nolly. He certainly has the grit and guile that OG Esports are going to need here.
And I did look into the stats of these teams a little bit. Should we ever head into OT, Furia is actually favored in that. They go just over 50% near the 60, but OG at around 48% when it comes to OT. So if you are OG, you gotta get your goals up early in these games and hold on to those leads. But for now, Furia doing exactly what they did in game 1, holding OG back.
Yeah, I think they'd have taken an overtime in that first game a couple of minutes in. So far in this one, they've kept it at 0-0, but there is time for some Furia pressure as Yan is pass in the center. If he chooses to go for it, the ball just sticks to his octane like glue. It's ridiculous at times, but here comes Com. Players ahead of him. Drafinio is almost faked out. In comes Nolly and JNAPS. They race each other. Yan gets the save. That's not ideal from OG. Just getting a little bit itchy to go for the ball.
It's a scary double commit. It shows the want to try and drive this ball forward, but you can't do it off scary comms, honestly. You guys got to be in control of where you want to go and where this ball is going to head. And for now, it heads back into the OG side. Yan leaves this one out. Lost is going to carry it from the ceiling and down, and a bump onto JNAPS gives control back to Furia.
In the first couple of minutes as well, we've seen JNAPS go for that double commit, and whenever I look at him, he's low on boost too. So I would say if anyone's struggling right now for OG, just a little bit, it might be him, but of course he can step back up. But they do all seem a little bit starved. It seems that Furia are controlling everything, despite the ball being in the orange half a lot more in game number 2. And I think you're right as well. It does seem clear to me that OG have definitely made a conscious decision to step up the pace. It's not necessarily their normal game, though, so Furia could well lap it up.
Yeah, it's in an attempt to make Furia uncomfortable. You also make yourselves a little bit uncomfortable out there. And although it's not as bad as it could be, nobody's managed to score yet, and that's a good thing for OG. You are still trying to figure out your footing against this squad, and Furia do a much better job as of current holding on to this ball, holding on to the control and deciding where things are going. This one pops up. It's backboard opportunity for Jafino, but it goes off wayside.
Another chance maybe coming in if Lost can get his touch right. Not quite on this occasion. Com does more good work. He's somebody that I've been impressive so far in game number 2. Certainly seems to be having the ball stick to him a little bit more currently than his OG Esports teammates. Comes Nolly, the player that I would say is most likely to be able to go toe-to-toe mechanically with Yan, but Yan just bludgeons his way through yet again.
A baby dunk to keep that lead for Furia going in this game 2 here. And of course, it starts off with Yan, the player that is IGL'd Furia from the get-go here in London, but those follow-throughs from either player on Furia, honestly, are what I've been looking for, and that's exactly what they are giving.
It's a decent kickoff there for OG Esports. And once again, they find themselves having to recover, having to respond, having to either stick or twist with the game plan that's got them a goal down 3 minutes in to game number 2. That one might be careening towards the net, not quite there. Com nips in quickly again. Nolly goes for the bump instead, a good decision from him. Furia maintain their lead. Yan doesn't quite get the double tap for once. OG get away with giving the man space. Nolly, he gets the redirect towards net. This one's going to fall into the center, is it? There's a double commit, it doesn't matter. Com gets the equalizer.
The plan is finally in motion. OG continue to send 1 or 2 people up to cheat. Finally, this one pulls off and through, and it's a tied game for OG and Furia.
Yeah, Nolly did well there as well. After getting his redirect, he didn't just rotate out. He saw Jufinho in front of him, went for that bump as well to make the finish as simple as possible. OG Esports back in the game. JNAP's out of boost though, sends it forwards. JNAP's is going to make a decision to go for the ball. No, he's not. Instead, rotates out, lets in Com. Been quiet with the bumps in the demos. I've barely seen him getting involved in the hustle and bustle of Furious defense.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I think that means there is something up their sleeve they could use in this last minute or so, but it does have to come out strategically, and I think they know that. I think if any rotations get cut off as far as OG is concerned for a demo, Furia very easily could take advantage of that one, and they're trying their best to do so now. Lost over 1 and 2. This one to the sidewall, but Lost can't get a second touch of his own. This one from the ceiling and down to the ground. Com, low boost. Jufinho, he wanted to try and put some pressure on it. Instead, this one stays back blue side, and OG continue to fight.
Yeah, just keep an eye on the OG boost totals. Finally, they've got themselves a couple of hundreds because they are all on about 7 or 8 between them for a good 10-15 seconds there as Furia continue to turn the screw. Here comes Yan now around the corner. Nolly has to keep track of him. Somehow Yan just beats into the ball yet again. The man is playing with 1.1 times boost power or something. The amount of pace, the amount of extra speed he's squeezing out. He sends it across, but Nolly read that one. Towards JNAPS. Com thinks about coming in, decides against it. Hopefully for him, his chance will come soon. And the OT might be coming. You mentioned statistically Furia in favor. Will OG push for the win?
We're gonna see here 4 seconds left on the clock. It could get stolen away if it's still in play. Com, second touch off the wall. Shot opportunity from JNAPS, and OG deny the OT, and they take game 2.
And check out the reaction from Nolly as well. That was a pure celebration in the moment. Suddenly, belief is back. The game plan is working. OG Esports get their game, and we have a series on our hands.
For a long time throughout game number 2, we saw this play where one person goes as far up as they can and hopes that the second person cheating is going to make the follow-up. And a couple of times it went out of their hands and it turned into a transition for Furia, but at the right moment, it worked out. It allowed them the 0-second goal, and OG can breathe for a little moment. Swing game no longer goes in favor of Furia. OG continue to fight.
Potentially a huge moment in this series comes at 0 seconds. I mean, with 2 minutes left, I must admit, when Yan got this flip reset, TF Jufinho, I was starting to think, oh boy, this could be a long one for the OG defense. But one thing they've shown time after time this season is when they are beaten down, they get right back up again.
That is probably the mantra of OG at this point. They are clearly, an extremely talented team. They have the potential to be some of the absolute top players in the world. You've heard it a million times. These are iconic names in Rocket League, iconic reactions on top of it as well. But it's London. You can't redo what you did in Copenhagen. It's a new day, a new land, a new dawn, and a new game. Game number 3 officially underway.
Well, what do we see now? Do OG Esports really start to go for the kill? Or do they keep this considered playstyle they've been showing up against Furia so far? I'd love to see them up the pace, up the pressure even more to really take this fight to Furia. Now, after a 0-second goal, Furia must be somewhat shaken.
Yeah, that one probably caught them off guard just a little bit, but I think it's enough to keep this one going. Defense remains tried and true, and teammates mentioned this before on the desk. Right now, it is a pace versus poise, and OG Esports, they're keeping their composure. Despite the crazy reactions, defense is still going strong as Furia have all the pressure.
Yeah, it seems like they've been training with low boost as well. They knew that Furia were going to steal all the pads, steal all the pills, get themselves around the pitch as fast as they want. How do you deal with that? How do you navigate through that swamp of Furia's attack? JNAPS has been dunked there by Yan. Gets the ball forward towards the blue half again. OG had started this one better, but The last 10 seconds or so, Furia have just made a few statements of their own. And once again, tries to slow things down. It's risky because in comes Jan. He's on the side wall, his favorite place to be. He gets to the ceiling, he gets it, and Lost comes in, but Calm watched and tracked the shot and gets the save.
And it's not going to end here. You have to get right back into things. You see Noli trying to line himself up as these shots come through. The pressure never ends for Furia until the last person's got no boost. Finally, a breakaway for Calm. Immediately sent back by Yan. A pinch off the ceiling towards the backboard. Noli on 8 boosts still manages to get the mid clear.
My man's out here going for signature shots, such as his confidence. Here's Drafinho, he goes to the ceiling. Come in the corner, JNAPS has just got to keep that ball close. Again, all of OG completely starved. Where is the pill? Where are the pads? Where is all the boost? Where's the shot coming from? Drafinho!
There's really no words for a team like Furia. It's pure pressure, and they know that. They own whatever pace of play they want on that field, and it makes OG uncomfortable. In game number 2, OG finally was able to match it a little bit, but Furia said, no, we were playing at a 7, now we'll play at a 9, and now they keep going. Lead re-extended, trying to turn it into 2. As this one waterfalls down, it gets cleared out.
You got to roll with the punches against Furia, it seems, and OG Esports doing their best to do that, but Furia, they have their pet back. Here comes Jan, another first touch. Tempts in JNAPS, who manages to get a dunk towards Nolly. His first touch is a little bit loose. Drafinho's read it well as well. Up, that'll be fast. Just falls to Com, so a bit of ping pong until Com actually gets all the time in the world to deal with this one. It's just a pure 50-50 in the center there. Drafinho had to stay so alert and did. Jan nips in behind him, lost his pre-jump. It doesn't matter anyway, because Jan gets the second.
I feel like there almost was the idea, too, to fake the touch and confuse Nolly a little bit there. Just saying, if you leave it, Nolly doesn't know if I'm going to place it a little bit higher or lower. If you leave it alone, he'll confuse himself on it. Furia take that second goal.
No, you're completely right. I think that camera angle showed it so well as well, what exactly Lost was attempting. It was a nice little fake there. He's got no boost this time. JNAPS, he buckaroos it forward. Nolly might be able to get a doink, not quite. Drafinho steams in from the side. Furia, their reflex is never an issue. They'll always be able to get that read. They'll always be able to get that sudden jump when it's needed. But 2 goals to the good. How do OG respond?
Well, right now, you just got to get 1 response onto the board. You got just over 2 minutes left to go, and it could turn into 3 goals on the board. Furia back with the pressure. Drafinho off the ceiling. It's a great catch and clear from Noli, and you see Calm already upfield, and this is what we've seen so many times, but the pinch makes OG go back to home base, and they got to restart.
You probably expect to see that quite a few times in the next couple of minutes. OG gradually foray forward, and one huge clearance from Furia just changes it.
This little pinch down into the corner here. Fight for control. Big clear there from Yan. And Calm, the one player that as active as he is, feels weirdly quiet. There's not been a lot of action from him, and by action, I mean aggression. But speak for yourself if you are a JNAPS fan. He has been so far up and aggressive, ready to try and force this ball through. It's a great pass there from Nolly as well, as this one finds its way on into the net.
I don't think Drafinho respected the conflict reset quite enough. He missed the clearance from the side for once. Normally so comfortable coming in from those awkward angles defensively, and it does just allow OG a slightly open door to walk through. They'll still have to kick and scrap their way through it to really step through, but will they be capable? Here's Com again. It was his mechanics that opened things up before. To the ceiling, gets a touch towards JNAP. Suddenly OG Esports are in up against Drafinho. No one's there for the follow-up. Furia now is lost up against Nolly at an awkward angle, almost gets the bump. You've got to say, a 3rd goal for Furia doesn't look any less likely than an equalizer here.
Minute and 5 seconds on the clock here. Furia looking to extend and make things much more difficult for OG. This one to the backboard, double tap and through from none other than Yan.
He's a bully Hercules. He gets the ball, and the first thing he thinks, how can I punish OG Esports this time? This is just simple, but he has so much time, he has so much fear around him that they expect him to do brilliant things.
You talk about fear, but honestly, I feel like it's also just a huge amount of respect. He is commanding respect from OG, forcing them to prepare for any mechanic that he can drop at any time once he's given the space. And OG even tries to cut him off a little bit, and it's still not enough. And there you have it again. Nolly finally pushing this one forward. Can OG catch up? It's an opportunity taken away with 37 to go.
Nice little pop there from JNAPS to keep it in the corner, but Lost, he just takes control of the ball. Com can't get a touch on it. Lost is going all the way to the end. but it won't go in. OG stay alive for now. Trufinho comes in this time. Nolly, another save. Still 20 on the clock. This is doable for OG Esports. They have to score from this attack. In comes Com. It's him against Lost. He gets underneath him. Com is opening things up yet again.
All hope is not lost for OG. This is where they thrive, with their backs against the wall and under pressure. 17 seconds to go. Com has woken up. JNaps is getting goal line saves, and hope is still alive.
Any kickoff plays? No, not this time. Just the standard into the center. Nolly, I thought for a second he was going to beat Trufinho to the ball. JNaps tees up Com. Com's come alive for sure. He wants the flip reset, can't quite get it. Sends it to the side. Trufinho up against Nolly. JNaps is waiting. JNaps is sniffing a chance to shoot. Can't quite get it though. Furia get their win, but OG made it tough.
Those last-ditch efforts from OG2, you saw the communication. Nolly realized it was so low boost that JNaps had to have been next up to try and take that shot, but he just wasn't close enough. Furia pull out of game number 3 with a 1-goal lead, and now lead the series. They're headed to match point, and well, this is a place they've been many, many times. It's OG that everyone looks to see if they can catch up.
Yeah, Furia, I mean, they haven't been perfect in South America so far. Since Copenhagen, they've got themselves one tournament win. The other two, I believe it was a semi-finals and a grand finals loss, which to a team like Furia in South America, that is devastating. That is frustrating. You want to come right back here and stamp your dominance back on your region, back on the rest of the world. And the way Furia are playing, even considering they lost that game at 0 seconds, it looks like a team with a point to prove.
Yes, there was clearly a plan coming into this one against OG. They knew OG very reliant on their space, and Furia has taken it away from them and made them extremely uncomfortable. And what is happening in turn is OG have to create that space. Towards the end, we finally saw some of those demos to allow them to give them opportunity, but last-ditch efforts proved the same in games past. Furia, they just control the field.
My biggest hope for OG Esports is in the form of Com. He certainly came alive towards the end of that last game mechanically. We're still yet to really see him try and chase down Furia. Perhaps Furia moved too fast for that play style to work. You know, maybe it's a conscious decision, but I just sense there's a little bit more from him in the aggression stakes that he can use here.
It's fair, I think, to say that Furia is probably almost a little unpredictable at where they can go as far as rotation is concerned, because there's not this super hardcore clear pattern from Furia. They're extremely adaptive. I feel like there's a million different versions of what they can do. They just know that for now, Yan is on it. If you feed him the ball and you create enough space for him, that's where they thrive. And I think OG is kind of struggling a little bit to find a plan to hold Yan back, and that's what's making this feel a lot slower for them.
Well, Yan is already in the air, just completely predicting OG's clearance there. His first touch wasn't ideal, but still, it found a way to fall to Trufinho, who could just shepherd the ball from one side of the map to the other. Early games have been fairly even between the two teams, and yet again, we see a minute tick by with no goals, as Lost goes for one and misses. Nolly uses his boost, gambles, getting that ball towards Yan. Unfortunately for him, Yan gets one flip reset, still keeps control of the ball, bumps Nolly out the way. That is just... I'm running out of superlatives.
I saw Nolly go up for this one, and I thought, wow, there really might be a chance.
What?
But it's just misplacement, misconnection, just... there's not even a word for it at this point. This team, they're so close to figuring Furia out, yet they constantly are falling short in these key moments.
Sometimes you just got to step back and just think,
Throw your
how
hands
is
up.
that possible? When you're watching it, I dread to think what OG are saying to one another. You know, as you mentioned earlier, you have to respect him, but you can't give him that much space. It just cannot be done. Anyway, here's Lost. Pinches around the corner. Yan is sniffing about. Gets a first touch onto the corner. Nolly and Com, the two of them queuing up to get this ball away. Trufinho up against Com. Com the man yet again. JNaps in front of Com. Yan tracking. Here comes Trufinho. Wants to get the ball to Yan. Here we go again. From the wall, he gets the flip reset up against Nolly, but Nolly was up faster that time and got the block for Trufinho. Somehow still comes away with it. Even when they play it right, it nearly doesn't work.
Somehow Nolly kept that one going, but the pressure doesn't stop there. It's JNaps and Com working together to clear this one out, and Yan still forcing the pass over to Lost. This one goes off the bar into the side, but pressure doesn't end. That's what makes Furia so dangerous, is even when you think you've cleared it, you are somehow still throwing it into the hands of a Furia player.
JNaps was boostless there, but his challenge was good. Losing it towards Nolly allows OG to move towards the midfield. That's a good challenge yet again on Drafinho. JNaps, the shooting chance. He goes high off the crossbar. Anybody following up? Not this time. Yan can get the ball away. Furia, Survivor, real chance there for OG Esports. And even Yan doesn't have the boost to make that one all the way to the blue goal. Com, he's allowed in. Drafinho up, Drafinho bumped. Yan going back to his own goal, gets it away. It's a bit of OG pressure though.
Yeah, OG trying to turn things around here on this one. He got just over 2 minutes to try and tie things up here. It's a slower pace of play from JNaps. Takes a shot. It's a long and wide, and Lost has that save. And these quick air transitions from Furia really have just been the kryptonite of OG at this point. They're forcing OG into something that is very unusual for themselves, which is having to defend in the air.
Furia on the cusp of making their statement. They are still a team to beat. They are still kings of the Swiss here on the world stage. If they can just get through this next couple of minutes or do even better than that, Drafinho makes it look simple.
Such an incredibly calmed pass here. Drafinho, he saw himself. He goes to the bar, down and back through. Furia go up 2-0 and continue to head towards the round 1 win.
The pass from Yan as well was just inch perfect, weaving it between 3 OG players. And the finish wasn't too bad either from Drafinho. It could be a third as well. That one's going to be falling onto Drafinho's car. Now, OG Esports have made comebacks so far in this series, and they have scored multiple goals in particular games. Can they do it in the next 80 seconds? Now they have to show their wherewithal yet again and step up just 1 gear further.
This one around the corner here. Another attempt backboard to himself. This one not the best of touches, which means a little bit of hope for OG can come through this one. Getting carried Nolly. This one gets taken away from Yan, and JNaps up next in that plan to try and send someone forward. It's just not working out for OG. Thankfully, Calm, though, in that deep third, anticipating those Furia transitions.
JNaps wants to get this one past Drafinho. Can't quite do it. Furia look like they have the chokehold on this series. OG changed that late into game 2. They'll have to repeat the trick. Calm, he has a pass to JNaps. If he can find it, but again, it's high and it's looping, and it's exactly what Lost wanted. Side to side OG go, they have to get it back towards orange territory. Not quite happening for them now. And Com misses, it's all a bit scrappy from OG.
Yeah, this is a little uncomfortable, and probably the most uncomfortable we'll see OG. I don't want to discredit them. I think they are still an extremely capable and incredible team, but Furia have figured out the Swiss stage. They have figured out where they want to come in, with what foot forward, what pace of play they want to set and command, and well, they've commanded a lot. Respect on their name, respect on the likes of Drafinho. We do have a pause in these last few seconds, although I don't know how much could actually go down in 7 seconds.
I mean, it would be one of the comebacks to end all comebacks if in 7 seconds we go back to a kick. I mean, it's happened before in South America, right?
It's not impossible.
There was the huge comeback. I think it was Nip maybe that got it, where they needed 2 goals and they got them in about 15 seconds. Jan doesn't care. Jan's already.
He's like,
on.
this is the chillest I've ever been in my life.
He's like, I call a nap before I win. This is fantastic.
It's the eyebrow raises. He's like, oh look, I can just chill out a little bit on this one. They're so lax.
I hope that people watching this right now are as relaxed as Yan and Furia are in this moment, because they're not fearing anything. They're not wondering what's going on. I presume it was a tech pause caused by OG. I'm not sure about what we've heard. Nothing so far for people listening in. We're not quite sure just yet what's going on, but it may well tee up one of the more thrilling finishes to an RLCS match in a little while, certainly that I can think of. It's unlikely, but we can dare to dream.
It's unlikely, but it actually isn't impossible, and I think OG are very capable of pulling off some sort of a planned or insane kickoff, although I don't know how much planning is going into this conversation, especially if they were the team to call the pause. But like you said, it's not impossible. I've seen moments in Europe where I think it was like 3 goals in like 14 seconds. So like mathematically, you do like half and half. There's an opportunity there. It's just like probably less than 1%.
Well, we'll let you guys know what's going on as soon as we know what's going on. For now, the players talking amongst themselves, keeping themselves relaxed and chill. And I feel like this is where the coaches really earn their money, because it's very possible. I mean, maybe it's too late in this series, but in general, when there's a pause like this, it's very possible that the players go back, the momentum is gone, the game plan disappears, the sort of locked-innedness isn't there anymore. And they have to make sure they get their balance right between letting their players relax and also not letting them lose that thread.
Yeah, I think right now STL is probably just more in the, I know you guys are very capable. He is looking down at them smiling like, it's okay to lay back a little bit. But there is talking going down as far as the likes of Furia. It could be, you know, what's going to go down in round number 2 of the Swiss. But still conversation nonetheless, like you said, not letting yourself get a little too relaxed.
Have Furia moved up in your power rankings?
Oh, absolutely. I predicted Furia on this one, actually. I didn't do a scoreline pick. I wish I had. Honestly.
You said 3-1 with 2-0 lead with 7 seconds left before
Yeah, I actually predicted the pause, too, for content. I felt like it was going to happen at some point. But yeah, no, Furia absolutely has gone up, especially after their 3-0 in Copenhagen. I feel like everybody's respect on Furia's name went up so much higher.
I mean, we've talked a lot about Jan, of course. What have you made of Lost and Drafinio's performance?
Oh my goodness.
Because he's clearly been the star man in general and on the day, but I've been impressed with them as well.
Oh, I've been extremely impressed with them. I think for the longest time, people almost saw Drafinio as the leader, and then it was Jan and Lost kind of as the assisters, and they were feeding him, and things have kind of swapped around. So now seeing, you know, how, I don't know what the word would be, but like moldable the team can be, how interchangeable everyone can be as far as the star pop-off player. They're I don't know, they're almost like my new Vitality, which is like a, please don't come at me, but they look unstoppable.
I get the comparison with Zen being the Jan. And
yeah. They're just like mixing themselves around. They're extremely, extremely capable. I want to see them get out of Swiss first. It's only round 1.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true. Furia might completely collapse. I can't quite see it based on this performance.
I could have just made the craziest drinks on Earth.
It looks like we are starting to take shape with what's going to be happening. There will be a restart with 16 seconds left. Let's lock in. JNAPS goes for the kickoff. Drafinio.
Well, that's exactly what you didn't want. If you were OG, somehow.
Just walk off now. You finish this one. What's the point? JNAPS. Oh, even Calm is like, for goodness.
Calm just threw his hands up, and it was like, okay, 14 seconds to go. Listen. I've seen 3 goals in 16 seconds. Why not do it in 14? Off the kickoff from Noli to himself. This one gets taken away from the man, the myth, and the legend.
Oh, could be 4.
And, well, with...
Oh, my goodness. It's 4. Drafinio's still giving it all that. Drafinio's like, yeah, that's the goal. That's the winner.
You said lock in. They locked in.
They did lock in. OG Esports maybe trying too hard, you know, maybe overly into everything. But I mean, there's still time for a couple more goals if Furia really want to go for the jugular here. They're going to do another play, are they? Nolly up against, it's a fake kickoff. It falls to Lost. Wants to bump out JNAPS. It's not going to happen. The game is going to end 3-1 to Furia. It's going to be 4-0, 4-1. Maybe I back one more Jan Wonder goal. Do we believe? Do we believe, huh?
I dare him. I think JNAPS wants this to end terribly, though, and he will kill that ball. Furia take the series 3-1. And, well, if you were a fan of Furia, vamos and congratulations.
Yeah, huge performance from Furia. Their Copenhagen Swiss run was not 1 in a million. This is the team that remain more than capable of going up against everybody in the world. And just on their day, decimating them, just destroying anyone they come up against. But Jan, I mean, in particular, just a star-studded performance.
I am so happy and pleased with that performance from Jan and just from Furia overall. Something about London and the Copper Box feels so special, where these teams that a lot of the times you don't expect crazy, crazy plays come out. I love the tattoo comparison.
Look at that. I love that.
I did see the tattoo shots that we were getting of them before in the slow motions, but I think we've got the matching hand tats.
Well, I asked Nolly yesterday in some content how many. I think he said like 20 plus, so he's got plenty of tattoos. So it's awesome to see those guys sort of, you know, comparing their art as well. Rocket League across the seas, bridging divides as well. You love to see it. But I think on the day there definitely was a divide between the play styles, and I'll tell you what, JNAPS doesn't look too thrilled of OG's performance there. And I think that's fair. They could have done better themselves.
Yeah, I think OG definitely could have done better. I think most people will say that after the performance that we saw, but they don't look bad. I think Furia just looked a lot cleaner, and they forced OG into uncomfortable moments and plays, and that's where they got the better of them And I mean, I think T-Bait said it best. It was pace versus poise, and Furia, well, they had both.
This goal, it was just ridiculous. He had like no boost left. His car was turned sideways. I wasn't gearing up in the cast to do like a big goal, you know, oh, and he's done it. I was thinking, okay, this is gonna be passed off. And suddenly he just, you know, he like walks the dog through and it's like, anyway, enough from us. We're gonna go over to Leave to try and dissect any of that. It was a stunning performance from Furia. Let's see what they have to say for themselves.
That's right, I got Mr. I Can Bump, Drufinho himself here. Congratulations on the win. You guys look like you're having a lot of fun.
Thank you. Yeah, we were having a lot of fun. You know, bringing that to the stage is so much easier to win the series.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, is there anything you guys do beforehand? Well, actually, at the beginning, I saw you guys doing...
Yeah,
what is that? Can you explain that for me?
Yeah, we were trying, like, we do this to concentrate, to
okay.
mental, like, you know, to concentrate. Then
right.
We do like this.
Yeah.
Here, and we put something here and do like this too. And he has to drop here.
Right.
And we do again, and he has to drop here, and we do again,
and then catch it.
Yeah. And catch.
Okay. Is the game that you guys made up? The coach made up? Or,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It was our psychologist that made it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah,
so
the
you guys,
Furia psychologist.
That's really cool. So you guys have a lot of support behind the Oregon, and how does that feel for you as a player to have so many different people having a hand and giving you guys success?
I think that is pretty good. You know, we don't need to. We have only to focus on our gameplay because we have someone to look for other things for us. So it's so much easier to bring the hype and the mechanics and everything.
That's what you guys are good at, is mechanics.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Do you find it hard to keep caught up in mechanics? Like, do you ever feel like it's something you have to work really hard for? Do a lot of those come really naturally for you and the team?
I think we need to grind a little bit, but I think when we grind, our mechanics is like unbelievable, you know.
Right, that is a good word for it. I'm glad you're aware of it as well. I want to talk about the last major that you guys had. It went very well for you in Swiss, right? Of course, you ran into a speed bump in the top 8.
Yeah.
You guys went 3-0 in Swiss.
Yeah.
Did you come in expecting to maybe be able to do that again in this Swiss?
Yeah, we are trying to make 3-0 again, but in playoffs, we prepare our mental to be there and place better, you know? So we are trying to get it 3-0 again.
So if you guys do go like 3-1, is that going to hurt the mental a lot? Do you feel like that'll bring you down a bit, or is you're like, hey, it could happen?
No, I think for me that can like help us, you know?
Right.
Because
kind of humbles you.
Yeah, because we got used to lose and we don't have the in the stage with the people and everything.
That's
so
good,
we are more calmer, you know.
Now, do you feel like when it came to obviously it was Vitality you lost to a very strong team. Do you feel like the audience changed that the last time you guys did get to top 8? Like, is that something that does add an extra element of, I guess, hardness?
No, I think the people is good for us, but I think we got a little bit with we playing against Vitality.
Right.
Because
yeah.
we won against them, so we needed to win again. So I think that got into us.
Cool. Hey, well, I'm going to let you go. Congratulations on the win. Keep the good energy up and the good mechanics.
Yeah,
that's what we love watching. Right, guys? We love watching that. And we got more Rocket League you guys can watch as we continue on through our first round of Swiss. Coming up next, Twisted Minds is facing off against the reigning major champions in Gentlemates.
Get me.
Nice play. All right, go. There you go.
So cute. At Ally, Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an ally.
Get back to work.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas, welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth, it's turn after turn, bumps it off, now comes the follow! No one from G2's there, they went for the dunk, now Monkey moves downfield, a pass in front! We are going to Champions Field!
For once, Europe managed to escape its chaos and produce a relatively clean top 4. Let's find out how each team made it to London. Ahead of Europe's final open qualifier of the season, Resolve had to win the whole darn thing to force a tiebreaker with Oxygen, but unfortunately for them, they succumbed to the Swiss. Step forward Jobless, who after a couple of key upsets, now held the tiebreaker's fate in their hands if they won the whole darn thing.
Yeah, huge defensive stand, and going the other way is Atomic, of course it is!
Alas, Jobless's fight and season ended there, and Oxygen squeaked through as EU's number 4. However, their season could still end in London if they don't make top 2, and thus lose their spot at Worlds to Carmine Corp. Only total season points separate Europe's 3rd and 4th seed, though winning in Copenhagen did give Gentlemates quite the buffer in that regard. Since major victory though, they seem to be running out of puff, with a silver medal to Vitality preceding a semis loss to Oxygen, and then, most worrying of all, a shock defeat to an admittedly peaking Lunar Galaxy in the quarterfinals. Still, no one backed Gentlemates to lift the trophy in Copenhagen, and don't we all have egg on our faces? So expect the London land buff to be real for Seiko and the lads. Oh my god, Team Vitality are backsaws! Each and every one of us declared after Open Qualifier 4. Since that win though, they've certainly called their jets, losing comfortably to Team BDS in Open Qualifier 5 semis, before, most recently, going out to Jobless in the quarterfinals en route to the tiebreaker that never happened. Oh, we were so close. If Radosin keeps playing like this though, Vitality have a chance to outdo their Copenhagen semi-finals defeat and lift the Org's 4th RLCS LAN trophy and this roster's 3rd. Monkey Moon, how do you do it? The Open era GOAT, the GUI, followed 2 quarter-final losses in a row, one to G2 at the Major, the second to Resolve back in Europe, with a pair of stunning event wins. Showing no fear, but when the demos come out, it's far from easy. Exotic has all the control in the world. He just waits for Monkey Moon.
And the third's gone and been outplayed. BDS with an open net, and what a slot by Drally.
Just don't do what you did last time you had first seed going into a major at the Copper Box, yeah?
Here goes Banana, and he's going to the ceiling. He's over the mistake. Oh, Monkey Moon! And next to him as well!
With BDS peaking and Europe's other entrants showing signs of brilliance, EU will be confident of claiming yet another LAN win. But will they manage it when London's pressure cooker starts steaming?
4 games again. Still yet to see Champions Field as Furia make quick work of OG. OG put up a good fight here, but man, Yan and Drew tag teaming the offense here make Furia winners in round 1. They will advance undefeated into round number 2.
That's hilarious. I love how much confidence they had. They just weren't phased. Jan, I mean, once again, talked about them. You know, want you to elevate, want you to prove the world that you really are a top 10 player. And it was just, it just controlled the whole entire game. Air dribbles, calm pace, efficient, and then Drew just lightning quick on the offense. And I don't think Lost had to do anything the whole entire time besides keep up the box.
And that was the problem, right? OG just gave up so much open space. So then Yan's going off the wall. It's like, all right, when I'm in the air, I can beat literally anyone when I have that much time.
Exactly.
And he showed it throughout the match.
Yeah, and the key, I think, for OG was, hey, make sure Drafino doesn't beat you, but also you do have to play something that resembles defense. Yan just had free reign, did whatever he wanted to on the field. Drafino felt like every time Furia as a team had an assist, it was a pass followed by some kind of physical play, either a bump, demo, or somebody chasing somebody off the goal line. It just, OG was not comfortable at all in that series.
I felt like OG did a decent job in the midfield of like earning opportunities on offense. They had a few extended stays on the Furia half, but
so easy.
Every time they were on defense, Furia surgical precision.
And look at this, Yan again, 2 highlights in a row, wide open.
It's the highlight package.
Here's another one, wide open.
It's the Yan show. It's just you're giving a player of that type of caliber, a player who's arguably one of the best in the game in the air, that much space, you're asking to lose. I mean, if Furia, they gave OG one, they gifted them a silly double commit coming from Lost and Drafino, but it didn't matter anyways because they ended up, actually, no, you lost the game. I apologize. Yan own goal. But it was a little bit of an unfortunate own goal. JNav's kind of graced it right there, calm by surprise. But that was the aggression you wanted to see from OG. Calm. 3 total demos throughout 4 games. That's unheard of for a man with that much passion and that much pace.
But that was the OG ice coming out. We saw it in that tiebreaker. They made clutch plays. It only happened in one of these games, though, and then it was just Lost not getting touches. He's on my fantasy team. I wanted him to touch that ball, but didn't happen. But Furia comes out on top. A couple goals for OG here or there, but it never looked like it was out of control for Furia.
I mean, the shooting percentage can kind of get memed on sometimes, but 6 goals from 15 shots. That's the end stat line from that series.
So much space.
Yeah, I mean,
so much space.
What else is new?
So much space.
And not only that, the whole thing about OG is demo. They got out-demoed by Furia by 1.25 demos per game, which does not happen to OG normally. So Calm didn't get a lot of demos. Furia really did control this entire thing. And then right here was after a timeout. Furia just scores on the kickoff, and then it's over.
Really, my favorite part of that match was Lost and Noli exchanging and like comparing tattoos at the end. They were just it was the
so
scene,
not the game.
Them bond over that. No, not the game. Not the game.
Well, OG didn't look great
I
in the
wanted OG
game,
to win, man. I want not because I'm biased, because I just want to beat this guy over here at a prediction competition at least one time. We almost got
medals here.
But
throw the medals down, man.
We're gonna get another one.
When he makes the rules, of course.
Of course. We'll see, folks. All right, now we are 1 match away from being done with round 1, and then we'll have round 2 on the day. We're only halfway through our broadcast today. Here's what we've seen so far. Twisted Minds versus Alpine is a 2-0 right now, 3-0 I think in favor of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, gentlemen, go to 5 seconds left in game 3 to win that one.
B-Stream, they chose right. Got all the sweeps.
Yep.
Well done.
Formalities.
We have 1 more match to go on round 1 before we get ourselves set up for round number 2. You can see it right there. It's one that doesn't have any numbers next to it. Team Falcons taking on Space Station. For many people, the most anticipated matchup of round number 1. SSG been rallying of late, looking stronger and stronger, but so have the Falcons.
Yeah, in my power ranking tiers, Falcons, I have them as one of the 3 favorites here. They looked fantastic in Copenhagen. They go back to Mina, and they look unbeatable yet again. Falcons are here to win a major. They are not here to just make top 8, to make top 4. They want to do what they couldn't do last time in London and actually win the grand final.
Okay, I misspoke. That was game 2 over there. But let's talk about this Mina team. This is my team to win this whole thing. I know it's way too early to throw that out there, but this is a team that has been so talented. They have dominated their region, and picking up the Twins to play alongside TRK. Boy, that is a deadly, deadly duo against one of the most talented players that region has ever seen. Man, I'm so excited to see this team play this weekend.
Everybody's excited to see this team play. You look at the power rankings across the board, where it's Johnny Boy fans, etc. They all have this team as a universal top 3 undisputed team in the game, and that's just because of what they've done. Going back to Copenhagen and beat OG, beat Carmine Corp, lost to Gentle Mates, and then they beat Vitality, and then we have that absolutely barn burner of a series where Atto hit that pinch on Neo Tokyo. That's what it took to take Team Falcons out of Copenhagen. They've only gotten better since then. You want to see what they can do now back in London once again.
And this is the best team I think we have ever fielded that was not an NA or EU team. I get the old Falcons. They made a grand finals. It was a different type of format. It was one of their first times out. I think it was more of a honeymoon period. I think, though, that this team has the possibility to win this major, but they gotta go against a very challenging opponent in Space Station.
A lot of experience on Space Station, a lot of names that have been etched into the Rock very recently in Rocket League history here. LJ, a player that so consistent in the stats department, so consistent we're like, these are flukes, right? And then they were not flukes. LJ continuing to dominate the tops of the leaderboards.
I mean, the offensive MVP of the World Championship last year, am I wrong?
You are correct.
Exactly.
And that was, a lot of that was against a MENA team as well. So
yeah, exactly. He also always brings it to the table. But when you talk about his SSG team, you know what LJ can do. You know how proficient he can be. But it's really, in my estimation, you got to go to Hoxer, Gibbs. You got to go to Hoxer and let him really. You just gotta see where you're gonna get. Are you gonna get a Hoxler that's gonna elevate? You're gonna Hoxler that's gonna make plays. Are you gonna get a Hoxler who's just gonna sit back and let the game come to him?
Well, I think this second half of the season, that's the Hoxer you've gotten, is the Hoxer that has elevated this team.
There you go.
Because I think we're all unanimous in thinking this was the best team that was not at the major in Copenhagen. And then what happened? Hoxer got even better. Space Station better completely as a team. But of course, I mean, what more can you say about his performance? He's been maybe the most improved player for at least NA throughout this whole season.
And we did pro power rankings right after Copenhagen Major for North America. Every single pro team had Space Station number 3, except for I think one had them 4th. And that was with this team not going to that major. So everyone expected them to make it here. They did so as your NA 3rd seed, but now it's time to perform. We said it last time. Copenhagen was a very top-heavy bracket where it's 4 European teams, 2 NA, 1 MENA, 1 SAM. But SSG is that team trying to right those wrongs and bring 3 NA to a top 8.
I mean, and we can sit here and talk about how great each individual player on SSG is and how well they've done in this season, but the thing everybody talks about, Bates, when it comes to MENA, and especially the Falcons, is their speed. How does SSG match up against the speed that Falcons are going to be playing today?
Listen, you got to play really, really smart Rocket League. Falcons, they might be the best team in the game when it gets into 1v1 and 2v1 situations where they're so proficient. You got great 1s players and great 2s players on this roster. They end up isolating you, you overcommit, they counterattack, and you're in trouble. So you've SSG, you got to take your chances where you can get them, but you also got to be cognizant of the fact that if we make one tiny mistake against this squad, they're coming right back down the pipe, and they ain't stopping.
And let's not forget, last World Championship, Space Station was a top 8 team. We talk about LJ, his offensive numbers. Hoxer had some miracle plays on defense as well to hold them in these matches. So going up against Falcons, that 1v1 presence, Hoxer has to play a great 3rd man role, because if he doesn't, Space Station's going to get scored on, and they're going to get scored on a lot.
And the margins for error are going to be so slim for a Space Station. Again, you talk about the speed, but it's the talent as well, the chemistry of this Falcon squad. I mean, you've got literal twins on the other side. You can't beat that. You have to find another way, and Space Station will have to be greater than the sum of their parts, and I just don't see that happening with a team this talented on the other side. Falcons, again, they're my favorites to win this whole thing. And if they drop anything during the Swiss, I'd be surprised.
And let's not forget, Space Station came into this slumping as well. They lost to OG, a quarterfinal exit. Space Station, they weren't at their best by the end, but again, a lot of prep work that goes into this. We saw that for the World Championship where they got their top 8 finish. So they definitely have the accolades, but now they got to prove it on the field.
Yeah, you gotta always remember the extra pressure the Falcons deal with here. I feel like every other region outside of NA and EU comes in, and their goal is just to perform well. Top 4s be great, grand finals will be great. MENA is the only region that their teams show up and they expect to win it every time, and they have a legitimate shot to win it every time. And you know that that's hanging over their heads until they manage to pull it off. So Falcons, this is where their road begins, and this is a big one for them. Hashtag FLCN for the Falcons, hashtag SSG. Let us know who you think is going to win in chat. Stacks, who you got?
Yeah, I got Falcons here. You know, last time TRK was here in London, they almost pulled it off. And I think that this TRK would have pulled it off. I think this TRK, with as much as he's matured over the last couple of years, that Falcons team wins it all then. I think they're going to win here.
So I have Falcons. They were my third best team going into the tournament. They're probably my favorite that I want to win. I would love to see Mina just hoist that trophy. So I'm going to go Falcons, and I'm going to root for them hard.
Okay.
SSG, they're a great squad, but I haven't seen them beat a G2. I haven't seen them beat a Gen G consistently. G2, they did go Game 7 with them 2 times, but you got to get over the hurdle. You can't beat G2. I don't think you could beat Falcons. I'm sorry. I got to go with Mina right here. I got to go with the Falcons.
I would love to see the Middle East take the win here as well. What a story that would be. This is the building where they came the closest previously. They made it to the grand finals. Not this Falcons roster, but the Falcons organization up against Moist out there. That was 2 years ago. And yet they were so close yet so far. You know that they want to make it. This is where it starts. I've got the Falcons on this one as well. Let's see how the Coin feels about it. Coin's been going for underdogs a lot here. I think we're going to count that as space station. Seeing that space in the camera there. Weird catch there, but they're going to be on. I mean, Coin's trying to lose. Coin's trying to lose on this one.
I mean, I wouldn't say the Coin's trying to lose. SSG, they could get the job done, but you really have to play your best ball that you played all year. They're going to have to be efficient to every single bit of the tee. Any bit of mistakes, and you're getting punished.
We'll see what happens here, folks. 64% of you think that the Falcons got it. There's a clear favorite here, but SSG, they have forced upsets before. Can they do it again? We saved the best match of round 1 for the end here, folks. Strap in. Maybe we'll finally go to Champions Field. Mina versus North America. Falcons versus SSG to close out round 1.
2 teams and 1 dream. Make it out of Swiss and see the crowd here at the Copper Box. The Falcons stole the hearts of everybody in Rocket League with a top 8 finish in Copenhagen, but SSG, they have been so short-handed in every performance we've seen, but finally we get them on LAN. Can they live up to the hype?
Yeah, it wasn't too easy for SSG getting here. There was a quarterfinals appearance in the final open qualifier of the season in North America, but finally they made it through to LAN and once breaking their quarterfinal curse against G2 and Gen G. And they can be a dangerous opponent. They've got players who are more than capable of taking the fight to Team Falcons, but this is not the start they wanted. I assumed Russ was going to score, but he's missed it.
It's a fair assumption. It looked like it was going to go through, but you can't discount Space Station. Also, it is early stages. Falcons trying again, though. Here comes Ruas trying to go past Hoxer, and there it is. The Hoxer defense we were all waiting to see coming out in the early stages of Game 1.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to do a lot more than that over the next few minutes, though. But here he comes down forwards. Killers almost gets an own goal there onto the post. It's a little bit shaky so far from Falcons. We had the Ruas miss, then the Killers almost open goal, or sorry, almost own goal. I can't speak. I'm shocked. This is all a bit odd, but a minute gone, no goals.
It's not quite the start people, I think, would have expected from Falcons, but granted, when you've got your eyes on Space Station, this team has waited so long to finally have the opportunity to compete on LAN together. They fell just short at Copenhagen. Everybody, like we heard Gibbs made mention to, had them in their top 4, top 3 even. Pros all across NA felt like they deserved a chance to step up and prove themselves, and they finally earned that opportunity, and it seems to be going well.
Last time around, Team Falcons only lost to Gentlemates, who went on to win the entire thing. So another extremely dangerous Swiss opponent, and Hoxer makes another huge save. Ruas asks Hoxer again. So many saves. He's racking them up so far. Gets the team into a counter. Here's LJ. Almost gets the flip reset. In comes Ruas. So Space Station on the counter are showing some fangs, but so far it's Team Falcons that looks a little bit more likely to get this opening goal.
Yeah, it's definitely just been Falcons trying to hold SSG back for now, but they get the breakaway. It was LJ up on the front there. And just 2 minutes into this match, nobody has found their way through any net. TRK from the ceiling tried to carry this one down. It's a great sense of pressure from one to the other, but immediately SSG gets sent back mid.
And Team Falcons, despite 1 or 2 unlikely mechanical errors for a team that have gone flawless this season, are spreading out well. They're not looking overawed by the occasion. They look like they're capable of taking this fight to Space Station Gaming as expected. Space Station Gaming have been growing into this one. They're starting to get some time in the blue half. It's exactly what they would have wanted, and I think they'll be happy with how this game has started.
I would be very happy if I was on Space Station right now. I think they look very in control of themselves, which is a good thing. You don't want this ball to get away from you and feel uncomfortable. Great save there from Chicago. The pressure, though, is just too much. Killers forces this one through.
Finally, Falcons get their goal. Chicago did all right, but his clearance wasn't quite good enough, and while Hoxer got a touch, it wasn't to be the block he needed. Team Falcons, they have that goal. Maybe that will settle their nerves, because I'd say in the macro they were playing okay. The micro, the decision-making wasn't quite there for them until that moment. Now suddenly Killers has the ball. He gets the challenge towards Roas. It could be too early doors, and it is.
This is the Falcons that everybody was expecting to see in those first few minutes of this game one. A very quick and speedy and high-pressure team that just catches the defense off guard. And, well, now if you're Space Station, you're down by 2. You got to find a way to kind of get back into the swing of things.
Yeah, I'd say that Hoxer is the player they'll be looking to, but not if he concedes a third from the kickoff. It's suddenly a disaster from Space Station.
This is not what you want. It was just Hoxer's positioning on that one was a little off, and it made Chicago just too late, and unfortunately, it just extends that lead continuously. Now 3-0, less than 2 minutes to go.
We do have the twins on Team Falcons. All of them incredible 1v1 players as well for this team, so no surprise that kickoffs they have locked down. And right, this may well be the quickest 4 goals after no goals I think I've ever seen.
This is what OG thought they were going to do in those last 16 seconds.
Yeah, that's what they were talking themselves through after the tech pause, yeah. Wasn't quite to be for them, but Team Falcons, I mean, wow, that's how you continue momentum.
Yeah, they command it. I feel like they've been doing this since Copenhagen. It's very obvious that this team, once they figure someone out, they find a way to make someone slightly uncomfortable in positioning. They just continue on with it. This one from the backboard down, it's just another pass, a floater from the crossbar, and Killers just to finish it and keep it going. 5-0. Could we see a Brazil?
I mean, we might see more than that at this point, because, I mean, there was one demo from Roas as he was rotating out, and Space Station, everything fell apart from them in that moment. There was no answer to that Team Falcons decision-making. And yeah, it's 5. This one's dead. I think if I'm Space Station, I'm trying to think of taking some momentum into game 2, get something going, but it's proving impossible. They can't even touch the ball at the moment, Hercules.
No, they've made Space Station so far away from this ball. This is the most we've seen. It's an attempt to pass from one to the other, all the way to the end of the field. Here comes LJ with a shot, and that's the player that really most people's eyes are on to try and take control of this game, but the longest clear on Earth doesn't find its way in, but a minute left. Might be too much.
Yeah, I was just thinking, is that going to be 6? Is that going all the way in? But nah, Space Station Gaming had it covered. Far be it from me to question their defending. I think the biggest issue that they've shown is that kickoffs is something that Falcons are miles ahead of them at. But also momentum play. Team Falcons, as you mentioned, once they do get that bit between their teeth, they just don't stop. The shooting was, you know, I'd say the warning signs were there at the start of this game, but I'm just confused what this has turned into. It didn't start like this.
No, it didn't. And I think one of the biggest differences that I've noticed from the first half of this game to this last minute or so is Space Station's third man is very close up to that midfield line. I think Falcons have taken notice, and they know that sending 2 people up, forcing that 50 and winning it, these are easy centers to just keep taking shots for themselves. There's the other center. This one goes through. It's exactly what I said. It's just outpacing Space Station and teeing each other up for one goal after the other.
It's tiny bumps as well. I feel like Space Station just seems to be going, either by coincidence or by design, completely on Falcons' rotation line. So they go, oh, I'll get a little nudge at you. And that's just taking the defender out of the game enough for Falcons to get something else. 7-0. And I feel like I've barely even blinked. I feel like I've barely even taken stock of the situation of this game. Could be 8. It will be 8. It won't be 8, not quite. But just, what? This is a complete collapse.
Yeah.
My brain's still catching up with what I'm seeing here.
It's a tough thing to process if you're an SSG fan, especially because you know that there's so much more that could come from them than what we're seeing right now. I know that this is not what they wanted, you know, to put out onto the field in game number 1.
I hope this is what they wanted.
I hope this isn't it.
I mean, part of the plan.
there's a lot of time left in the series to come back, but I do got to give the credit to the Falcons. 7-0 in game 1. is extremely impressive and just a continuation of the consistency that we saw back in Copenhagen.
Yeah, they all got on the... Actually, they didn't even get on the scoreboard. TRK didn't get himself a goal in that one, just Killers.
He didn't need
with
to.
five goals for Killers. I'm curious how many games we've had 5 goal scorers in. If anyone's got Killers in the fantasy, you'll be very happy right now. That has given you a huge lead. In a 7? Seven? It was 7. Did I lose count? It was 7.
It's 7.
Right? It was 7. A 7-goal game for Team Falcons, and I am shook. TRK got 124 points. He was chilling. He was watching.
He was like,
he was one of the eggs on the side.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure the twins just celebrated their birthday, so this could also be like a birthday buff thing.
I see.
There's all the. You guys want to talk conspiracy theories? There's one.
Well, 7 goals to none. I mean, we're going to run out of highlight time here in the Mobile 1.
It's really just a montage for them to post later.
Yeah, I mean, for Space Station though, I mean, we need to be a little bit serious. There were some disappointing kickoffs from them, and then I think you're right. I think they tried to chase the game a little bit too much rather than just getting themselves into the series. And suddenly you can see a couple more. It's 4. It's over. Suddenly it's 5. You know, I think that's what happened there.
Yeah, I think right now Space Station is just a little bit uncomfortable. Granted, it is first land for them, right? It's been this huge build up to this moment. Pressure could also just be a bit much right now, and you got to kind of get back into the swing of things. I think the last time we saw these Space Station players was at the last World Championship. And it was a top 8 placement, I believe. So it's been a while. And it's fair to say, you know what, refresh, game number 2, it could be a new dawn, new day.
All right, we'll give them 1. I mean, I'm not quite sure I buy that, considering they're all experienced.
I'm trying to give
them a little bit of an abelium there for Space Station Gaming. I think they should be a little bit disappointed with that first game, losing by 7. But game 2 has started off with Team Falcons in the ascendancy yet again. TRK wants to get involved into this one. Killers tries to go around this ball, and my big question is, are Space Station Gaming able to get the ball away from their goal? Because as soon as there was a 50-50 or a challenge, it just seemed that Falcons could manipulate where it went, and they'd score from it pretty much every time as double flip resets are coming in now.
I think right now SSG has to be, and I'm sure that they are, extremely aware of how mechanical every individual player on the Falcons are. And I think on the opposing end, a lot of people tend to just say LJ is that extremely mechanical player. It feels like it's like a 1v3 in this situation almost. But Chicago and Hawks are extremely talented and ones in their respective rights as well. But I feel like it could be a case of almost like coming down to these 1v1 challenges where Team Falcons just beat out SSG every time.
I don't mind this at all as well. Space Station Gaming not trying to outdo Team Falcons for pace. They're not letting their egos play the game right now. They've made a conscious decision to slow things down, I feel. Ruas, though, if he beats Chicago here, suddenly Falcons could be in on the counter. Chicago's in. Gonna get the pass towards Hoxer. No, it's wrong. Now it's 2v1. TRK over the top of Hoxer. This could be a continuation of the disaster of game 1 for Falcons. If they can finish it here, it's a great touch defensively. I mean, even before the goals last time, Hoxer was getting triple saves, so he is key, I'd say, for Space Station.
I absolutely agree. We heard Gibbs made mention on the desk. Hoxer has the capability to make these miracle plays that impact this team so much, but same can be said for Killers. From game 1 to game 2, he just continues to find his way into the SSG side.
Oh, look at that, the flip reset, and just the control that he shows there from almost a floating standing start, barely any momentum, and still able to send that ball into the top corner. It's brilliant there from Killers.
He just looks so confident and at ease almost. It almost feels like there are no nerves right now for the Falcons, where on the likes of SSG, there is a lot of pressure to perform, and because you've had yourselves hyped up for so long and you finally made it, it is a little bit rougher in the sense, but right now finding any sort of space to make a play is what you want, and Falcons aren't allowing that.
Killers is going to send this one to the side where TRK is waiting. Still yet to score, TRK. That might change here. He gets around it. It's almost there. It's off the post. Chicago has to stay alert. He does. They stay alive. Space Station Gaming have avoided doing what happened in game 1, which conceding 1, then conceding immediately from the kickoff. Now they're yet again in a game.
This is very intense, seeing 2 Falcons players go up and try and almost harass that last man on defense, but it's a great breakaway here from LJ up over to Hoxer to the backboard. It's double tap opportunity, but it's down on the goal line save from Killers.
A sign potentially of things to come though for Space Station Gaming. Killers has no boost. It's still beats his opponent to the ball. Chicago's been lingering. It's good play. TRK up against Hoxer. Hoxer gets the dunk. In comes LJ. Space Station have their equalizer.
This is who you want to see scoring if possible, but even better than that is the sheer amount of teamwork that it took to get this ball not only towards the net, but into it. Finally, Space Station onto the board, tie things up, looking a lot better than they did in game one.
Yeah, Team Falcons, not impenetrable, but you have to put in so much work to get even a shooting chance against them, let alone a goal. That indeed has happened. Hoxer sends it long, follows it to the ceiling. Hoping Roas will make a mistake here. Roas knew exactly what TRK wanted. So the ball to fall to him. Big demo comes in from Hoxer on TRK. Roas gets away with it again. Suddenly it seems like Team Falcons are the one that are a little bit low on boost. And Space Station are starting to dictate.
Space Station are looking a lot quicker in rotations to getting to this ball. TRK tried to 50 this one forward. And LJ and Chicago were back on it, and there it is. Hoxer immediately back up and over to Chicago, and that's what you want to see. So much quicker with the connections on this ball, forcing Falcons to be a little bit slower and methodical.
Hoxer's getting a lot of time in the blue half. The pass is good. So's the second one. LJ scores.
I love this play because this is very reminiscent of what we saw before, which is the back and forth play style between each other to get bobbing and weaving through the defense. They realized the 1v1s were not working. Right now, unfortunately, Space Station can't win a 1v1 on the Falcons, but they can win a 2v1.
Yeah, they can. The passing plays seem to be key for Space Station Gaming. Having the bravery to play in front of the ball as well. Hoxer, potentially the key, but here comes Roas down the other side. Still a minute remaining. Space Station Gaming ain't won nothing yet. TRK sends that one back to the center, leaves it for Killers. Chicago on the sidewall. LJ just chasing Roas, trying to block him as much as possible. He and TRK combined to just smush that ball to the side. One more for Space Station would be lovely, and these bumps are important.
Yeah, these bumps are actually very impactful as far as the Falcons are concerned in slowing Space Station down and trying to recreate opportunity, but Space Station has the same idea. The bumps are coming through. 30 seconds left to go. Can Falcons tie things up?
Ball's loose in the center. It's won there by Chicago. Excellent pace from the experienced man on the Space Station Gaming team. Roas has TRK in front of him. TRK is trying to bully LJ. LJ wriggles out of that one, sends it forwards again. 10 now. Team Falcons have to score now, or they concede this second game. Roas, he beats him. TRK's almost there. TRK's waiting in front. He's chasing down the defender. Killer's over the top. LJ holds his nerve. LJ makes his statement. Space Station Gaming have almost taken game two. Now they have. They're right back in it.
Signs of life from a team that looked hopeless in game number one. Game one, 7-0. Game number two, only a 1-goal deficit for Falcon. Space Station take the lead and hold on to it in the last remaining moments of that game number two. Huge improvement there, but you gotta make mention to LJ. He was everywhere all at once, and that is exactly who you want to have signs of life.
Yeah, ominous for Team Falcons as well. 666 points there for LJ. If that's not a statement, then I'm not quite sure what is from him. I mean, he was looking like a demon on the pitch as well. I mean, he was making saves, he was getting goals, but when Killers scored this one, I was thinking, oh boy, this is going to be Team Falcons to lose.
I think Space Station have become much more aware of how much they were starting to feed Killers, and the fact that TRK would go up so much for those bumps. Now being able to transition out of it was a great sign from SSG, but an even greater sign was how well they worked together to get around the defense. They figured a plan out, they found a way to create their own space, but I don't know, I'm scared the Falcons might have taken note of that.
Yeah, for sure. I think we'll see maybe a slightly tweaked style of Falcons here. I mean, they'll still be uber aggressive. They'll still be looking to score 5, 6, 7 goals if they possibly can, although, of course, that's not always manageable for them. But maybe that the balance will be a tad different, because they did let gaps behind them there that Space Station Gaming expertly utilized, for the record. But it does lead to a very intriguing game 3.
Oh, game number 3 has officially commenced, and it starts out with a demo and an air dribble through from none other than LJ, the one that everyone was waiting to wake up on offense. He is officially here.
Oh, that is lovely. Reminiscent of Killer's goal in the last game, just pushing it upwards into that top right corner. And suddenly it's Space Station Gaming that are making all the statements. What a start from them in Game 3.
That is a great start for SSG. Can they turn this into 2? It's a slow play from Hawkster. Tried to get the ground 50. This one goes out in a pinch. Lets Falcons take their transition.
It's crazy because watching Game 1, you feel like that game could have lasted half an hour and Space Station Gaming wouldn't have even made a dent. And then now, a couple of games later, suddenly they are looking like the superior team. But Team Falcons have managed to build themselves back up. There's almost a boost steal there from Killers. He might not even need it. Gets it over the goal line. So it was alert. LJ's just waiting. Trying to get himself involved again as Hoxer goes to the backboard. Ruas takes it away. It's down to the more nitty-gritty of the game, which Team Falcons will like. They'll like these challenges, these 50s. I feel that's a gameplay they can be superior in.
Yeah.
Ruas goes forwards, and he gets it.
I was going to say, you talk about how the Falcons want to almost be challenged. It kind of forces them to step up and be a little bit more aggressive, because there you have it again. It was TRK all over the field. He goes for one demo on the left side, then swaps into the center, says, I'll get the bump. Everybody, your one goal is keep that ball moving forward. And the plan worked out great. Now he's going to try and get one of his own. Tries to go low on LJ. This one not quite through, and it remains a tied game.
I feel like Team Falcons certainly seem to have some of the fastest comms in the game. I'll continue in a second because LJ, this is continuing his one-man mission against Team Falcons.
Oh man, I've been waiting for this player to wake up. I wanted to see LJ on land, the musty through as well to get the power on that one, almost 100 kilometers per hour on it too. Space Station, they put themselves in a lead once again, no longer struggling to find responses.
Chicago now at the right side. One more goal for Space Station, which just gives them a little bit more comfort. LJ takes another touch. We've seen some supreme performances today. First from Yan earlier on, and now from LJ with Ruas and Killers in the middle of it as well. Individuals are stepping up today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you want to talk crazy individual performances, you got to even shout out players like Banana Head earlier in the day as well with OCE.
For sure.
Taking a win there. It is a crazy time for change right now.
Here comes Ruas, a man more than capable, but Hoxer prods it forward to Chicago, who can't quite get his shot on target. Killers had to avoid Chicago. Now Hoxer takes control of the situation, has the flip reset, does he? Leaves it to Chicago again, so the comms remain high from Space Station Gaming. Here is LJ, a full tank of boost. This is danger right now for Team Falcons. This time he just spoons it above the Team Falcons goal. He's trying to get some bumps too, so Space Station Gaming refusing to be bullied, getting some nudges and demos of their own now.
Yeah, they're looking so much more confident in what they are doing as far as challenging is concerned. They don't look uncomfortable by any means. Even with this transition coming from the Falcons, they're prepared defensively. Chicago, great touch there. TRK up next, and the backboard covered not by one, but by two.
They're teaming up Space Station Gaming. Always backing up their buddies. Here's Hoxer to the ceiling, though. He wants to go solo. Killers is up for that. TRK might beat Chicago here. Just lets Chicago miss, in fact. Killers chain dashing his way to try and get behind Ruas. Ruas is the man that takes control of the ball. It's Killers wanting to keep Team Falcons on this unbeaten streak that they've had since Copenhagen. There's TRK. There's a double fake there, but Chicago just nips the ball away. And all of these smart plays from Team Falcons, they're not quite falling for them. The last touch isn't there time after time. That might change now, but it's blocked by Chicago. He is causing so much kerfuffle for Team Falcons defense right now.
Beautiful run. There's a lot of kerfuffle, but there's also a lot of patience. And I feel like that is where Space Station are thriving against the Falcons right now. You made mention Falcons are trying to come up with these like tricks and plays to throw SSG off, and SSG are just saying, if you wait a few moments, this ball will land into us, and then that transition out will be so much easier. And that's what we've seen time and time again.
It's like they let them tucker themselves out in that first game, and now they're reaping the rewards. But Team Falcon's still dangerous. Killers tees up with his teammate. I was going to fall to Ruas to the backboard. Beautiful control from him. Leaves it this side for TRK. The shot's there. It's almost good. LJ not just gets the save, also sends it forward. Does so much work. That is gorgeous from LJ.
This is such a great play for a number of reasons. It's not just the fact that LJ set up Chicago, but that pass to force Killers down to 0 boost, knowing that goal became wide open, and it was just a comfortable shot. Space Station go up by 2.
Space Station Gaming looking so much more now like their online selves, but Falcons come back. Killers has a chance. Killers puts them back in it. This game ain't over.
This is not over yet. Just under a minute to go. Falcons respond just moments after getting scored on. forcing Space Station to stay in luck.
Now we did see in game one about 6 kickoff goals in a row. Can Team Falcons dig just one more out? It's a default kickoff that's lost on purpose by Space Station towards LJ. But Ruas reads it. TRK goes forward. He gets a demo as well. Chicago has to get this read and does. Ruas heads back. Chicago uses all of his boost just to send it back to the blue half. One more chance. You sense is coming up soon. Ruas with the air to a bump attempt. Instead, it's going to be a double tap. So much in his locker. Falls to Killers. Team Falcons keep coming.
Extremely low boost, though, for Team Falcons, and Hawks are taking note of that. Even on low of his own, tries to make that transition out. Immediately sent back. LJ there to collect. And with 30 seconds left to go, Killers from the air. TRK trying to match him, but right now the Falcons, they seem to just be playing catch-up, trying to match the pace of SSG. It's shot opportunity denied, and SSG hold on to their 1-goal lead.
There was one imperfect touch from Ruas, and Space Station almost got the 2-goal lead back. Just waiting for a key mistake, a key error. Might not happen in the attack, though, for Falcons, but Hoxer, he gets it away. 1 second now. Ruas, he dunks it forwards. Killers is there. Can he get the touch? No, he can't. He's out of boost. TRK was arriving. It was read by Space Station. They take series lead.
Once again, low boost is the detriment of the Falcons, and SSG are taking note of that. They are forcing them to use everything in the tank and then taking it all away from them. The game plan worked. SSG take another win, but more importantly, they take match point.
Chicago, who has seen and done it all pretty much in Rocket League, he must have been thinking, what is going on now after that first game? But to talk his team through, a turnaround in performances like this one has been stunning mental there from Space Station Gaming. And they started it now. I mean, when you've got a player playing like LJ, it's much easier to bring yourself back into a series.
I mean, the difference is night and day when a player like LJ is able to step up offensively, when he's able to have the space to musty like this over into a net, and you can see the confidence just shining through. It is so much different for SSG, just vibe-wise, right? And that allows so much more room for confidence, especially against a team like Falcons, because that's what you need, is confidence.
So we've seen on the side of Space Station Gaming that LJ is clearly the man today. He is the one that's demanding that ball, that's going solo, that's got his mechanics working. Who is it going to be for Team Falcons? I mean, Killers has shown signs, but since those first couple of games, they've all gone a little bit flat.
Yeah, honestly, as much as people probably are looking to Killers to, you know, re-step up like we saw in games 1 and 2, right there, that shot is from the player I want to see, TRK. He's been extremely quiet, a little bit more passive than I think his teammates would have liked or are hoping for. I think him getting in on the action could make this team a much more threatening roster in this game 4.
Well, he's watching this one. He goes to the ceiling above the backboard, almost there. Ruas follows up. Killers just has to wait and go back again. It was almost perfect timing from him there. This time it's Killers. TRK in the center. Killers gets the dodge towards the center. Makes a push with it sideways. Team Falcons have certainly started game 4 better. Maybe refresh themselves mentally. The bump is good, and it's forced in by TRK.
Look, it's the one that I said. He really and truly needs to step up and get in on the action. That's exactly what he did. But that bump from Ruas, just allowing it to waterfall down. But again, TRK, he cheated up, pushed it forward and through, and Falcons take a lead.
I think Ruas actually got a wave dash on the side wall after hitting the ball as well, just
that
to generate even
catch.
more power. Like Sonic the Hedgehog gearing something up and just going a million miles per hour. It's beautiful. And here is Ruas yet again. This time, let's take things slightly more the slow way. Manages to keep his flip and sends it forward. So, okay, we'll get that one back towards Killers. Falcons looking better again, but Space Station Gaming have been so dangerous on the counter. There's another one to add to the tally.
I gotta give huge props to Hawkster for that setup. I think they knew they wanted to do these big, long interception clears, and Hawkster put himself in such a great position to get that ball handed to him and slotted through Space Station, tie up game 4.
1-1, early doors. The game continues to improve. Hawkster sends that one long. Ruas almost sets up TRK, looking for a second, but TRK pulled away, didn't like the idea. Ruas clears it long. Team Falcons would love to just get that ball back in orange territory for a while. It's been too long as far as they're concerned since they've had sustained pressure. And a big part of it is because of how quickly Space Station Gaming are clearing the ball away, but that's a poor touch. And it's Killers that scores.
I mean, Yeah, it is a poor touch, but it was a forced poor touch. I think Chicago could have been a little bit more powerful with it and forcing that ball through. Obviously, it goes in and Falcons take the lead, but now Space Station looking a little uncomfy on defense, and that's not what you want.
They've not been shaken by a Falcons goal for a few games now, though, Space Station Gaming. Every time they've had one go against them, they've stepped right back up and equalized. Comes Hoxha trying to keep up that trend up against TRK. Chicago in the corner. Chicago almost gets it towards LJ. That's dangerous. It's risky from Chicago. I like the way Space Station are playing, though, keeping up that confidence. The shot comes in from LJ. It's saved to the corner. Hoxha's in the center. Killers has to try and float towards the ball and manages it, at least for now. Hoxha almost over the top of Killers. This is a good period of play for Space Station Gaming. Looking again more like themselves after conceding. But Team Falcons now playing on the counter themselves, almost get their own opportunity.
Really big clear here too. LJ trying to follow it from the ceiling down. Chicago had shot opportunity, but it got taken away. But Hoxha is going to keep it going. Again, ceiling down, pass denied. Falcons starting to pick up on the patterns of what Space Station was doing to get around them, and now transition through to an almost open net. Ruas to extend the lead.
You don't always need to go for the flip reset. Sometimes it's that final little touch when you're stretching your car that just prods it over the opposition. And if you're as accurate and speedy as Ruas is, it's going to be enough. Team Falcons back 3-1 up.
We got just over half the match left to go. It's a big flick here from Chicago, but TRK manages to still keep this one out. And the Falcons re-find their momentum here. It's a big clear upfield into that net, and TRK stepping up and showing out. Falcons up 4-1.
I mean, it's a nice goal there from Team Falcons. The pass was... it wasn't a pass in the end, Ruas let it go in, but the play was nice. But I'm going to turn my attention yet again to Space Station Gaming, because I'm beginning to notice, as I'm sure we all are, a bit of a trend that when Space Station truly lose momentum in a game, it really gets away from them quickly. They have to arrest that slide right now. We do not want, going into Game 5, another 7-1, an 8-1, something ridiculous, and it's looking like it might become that. That save from Hoxha, even though they're 4-1 down, could be a big one. They have to keep Tool, though, here. Hoxha to the side yet again, doing more great defensive work. Chicago has to get this ball away. They're totally starved, Space Station Gaming. Team Falcons going for the kill. Killers just waiting for that ball. Hoping the challenge will be good enough to get it over the goal line. Space Station Gaming have slowed things down, but yeah, they've definitely got to work on that.
Yeah, this is probably the most they've had room to breathe, and that is definitely going to be a sigh of relief as Chicago puts this one through. He just follows it from one end to the other. Of course, that attempt on a bump there was really, really massive. I don't know if he made complete connection with Clears on it, but Space Station closing the gap. But I love what you said about that SSG. One of their faults is that it is so difficult for them to refine momentum once it's lost. And I feel like that is where Falcons thrive. They are able to refine it so many times and just keep going.
Yeah, they never quit, Team Falcons. They never give up. They never change their play style, for better or for worse. Killers wants to get that one towards his teammate. Here comes LJ, though, on the counter. He's got Ruas in front of him. It's over the top of Ruas, but no one's there. Ruas somehow recovered, got the read from directly beneath the ball, the hardest place to make the save of all. And here he comes again, still got boost. He seems to never be below 20, Ruas. Wave dashing away from that one, trying to chase down Chicago, who just managed to beat into the punch on that occasion. TRK comes in. Ruas has been picking up pads meanwhile. Space Station Gaming still 60 seconds. Chicago's chasing down Ruas. SSG have a chance still.
Yeah, hope isn't gone for them. Not quite yet. 54 seconds is a lot more than 17, so there's definitely still a chance on this one, but you got to get out of your own half. You're air dribbling it low. If you're LJ, and a pincher on the corner could give you some signs of life. It's a double tap centered over to Chicago. This one to the backboard could be red here, but it goes from one end to the other. SSG trying to create opportunities desperately as they continue to get taken away.
So close there, Ruas. First he fakes his first touch, then he fakes his flip reset. Could have been a special little goal from him there, but still, Team Falcons have to remain resolute defensively. LJ to the ceiling. Hox is coming in. It's now or never for them. Chicago up against another defender. It's just going to fall to Killers, who should be able to steal enough seconds from this clock to give Team Falcons the game. No, suddenly Hox had a chance. Chicago has to sink this. And he doesn't, and finally we're done. Couple of posters, couple of chances, didn't matter anyway. 4-2 Falcons.
Oh man, well, there you have it. The Falcons, even when faced with a potential loss in round 1, say nope. We keep this going. Game 5, and I actually talked about this with you. I think we might have mentioned it off broadcast, but I said this is either a full sweep from the Falcons or this is actually going full Game 5 between the two. There was no in between.
You were dead on. I mean, after the first game, I know which one I was thinking it was more likely to be after the 7-0 or whatever it was.
Yeah, that one threw me off too.
The Space Station Gaming have rallied honorably, as have Team Falcons, because Space Station Gaming did seem at times to be frustrating them. But the mechanics came back for Team Falcons. Look at this. Look at the wave dash off the wall for Oas. Gets so much pace, then gets the bump. It's a massive, massive turnaround moment in the series there from Oas. And they went from strength to strength from there.
Yeah, I gotta give credit to TRK. He was the leader as far as scored points were concerned. 531, 6 shots alone from TRK. A huge step up from the, I believe, maybe 1 that we saw in game number 1, maybe a collective 2 between the first 2 games even. So the fact that everyone on the Falcons is now kind of stepped up a bit more offensively, that has just added a new challenge for Space Station to try and defend.
Well, this is what we wanted between these two great teams. Champions Field opens its doors to Falcons and Space Station Gaming. It's been a series that swung wildly from end to end. Which version of these two are we going to see over the next 5 minutes? It's good so far from Falcons. Space Station Gaming, though, nice touch on the save.
This one could go either way. Who's going to put a point on the board first? This one, an attempt to clear out to mid, gets stopped and sent back by Killers. This one left for TRK to take a shot. It's LJ with the save. Dangerously close, more than he would have hoped, and Falcons keep the pressure on.
The last time these two played in London, it went all the way to Game 7. Space Station Gaming attempting the reverse sweep, and they couldn't quite get it. Falcons winning that Game 7. And now here we are, history almost repeating itself. It wasn't quite a reverse sweep, but it seemed like it would have to be after that first game was so dominant for Falcons. Here they find themselves on the cusp of another long, tough series. They can just reach out and claim it. Space Station Gaming, LJ, up against Killers. Killers chain dashes his way around the corner, gets too much on the ball, unfortunately. Now it's TRK. It's got a little bit low boost here from Falcons, but that one will spawn well. He gets demo, but I'm sure he'll take that, teeing up his teammate. It's well cleared again from Space Station Gaming, who have to ferry away huge amounts of pressure early doors here.
Lots of pressure indeed, and the fact that it has been consistent from SSG is a great sign. Hoxer from the ceiling tries to center this one down over to LJ, but it's a great read there from, I believe it was TRK, and the clear comes through. Falcons once again on transition.
Killers is just waiting for this clearance. Chicago got an awkward touch on his own back wall there, which left him in a bit of a no man's land, and from that play, Team Falcons are still continuing to hammer down the door. Just look at the pace of them. Still they come forward. Chicago waits a second. You can't afford to do that against Team Falcons. There's one. It's Killers.
You take, you give, and, well, Falcons claim all at this point. Oh my goodness, the pure patience, and then allowing this one to be left. Killers just floating this one through. 1-0 for Falcons.
And it's been a dream start here in Game 5 for Team Falcons. Space Station Gaming have to step themselves right back up. All eyes turn towards LJ. Is he able to conjure up just a little bit more magic from that bag of tricks? Not yet. First, Space Station Gaming will need the ball. Here's Killers. Again, trying to race around that corner, but LJ was alert to it, and now he has a chance. 36 boost. Hoxer in the center, wants to get it towards his teammate. Ruas just intercepts the two of them, teeing up Killers, who can't quite get around Chicago.
And that's what I gotta commend Falcons on, is how patient they've been on that back third, waiting for SSG to work together to get past them defensively. It's the patient game that is really paying off here. Half the game left to go officially. Could this be a second lead? No, not quite. It's another save from Chicago and the clear from Hoxer.
Team Falcons, who have been all the way to a grand final here in London, here in the Copper Box. It's going to be the start of a new long journey. They can just continue to see things through against Space Station Gaming, but Space Station Gaming have yet again stepped up after conceding. Normally conceding one, they're okay. Once it's a couple, they'll collapse. And to avoid that happening, Chicago to the side. Killers just yet again waiting. Never a a missing amount of patience for Team Falcons in their attack. TRK into the center. Ruas has a chance, and Chicago can't quite save it. It's 2.
Oh, this one, I had a feeling it was coming, and it was namely because Hawkster went up for that challenge on extremely next to nothing boost, which in turn forced Chicago into a very awkward situation. Falcons saw it, took advantage, and they go up 2-0.
Space Station Gaming, a key period in this game and in this series. We've seen it before so far. 2 turns to 3, then 4. They cannot allow that to happen on this occasion. Chicago's beaten by TRK. The ball is loose. Who's going to win the race to it? Who's going to be first to dare go to it? It is Chicago rotating back. LJ gets a bite of the ball on the way, and Chicago has a chance now to do something with it. Hoxer going for a bump. What's going to happen? It's going to fall to LJ. Is anyone in the center there for him? Who wants this ball? Who's demanding it? It's Hoxer. It's over him. Chicago a chance to shoot. Needs a bump to help him. No, he doesn't. He follows it up himself. Space Station shows signs of life.
Patience pays off. You saw it. It was Hoxer that almost delayed everything just a bit, and then it gave Chicago all the time in the world to decide where he wanted to place that ball, and it was just through the defense. Space Station now with just a 1-goal deficit have time to try and tie things up on Champ Field.
The fake kickoff was nice. Chicago's touch not ideal though, and Team Falcons, they turn it around so quickly.
Just the in-time caster curse, the chance to turn things around, while in turn Falcons take things back and extend it. Reminiscent of Game 4, reminiscent of Game 3. They look so clean and confident, and off the kickoff, an attempt to do it again.
Yeah, another fake kickoff there. This time doesn't fall quite as cleanly for Space Station Gaming. And again, they could be countered by it. In comes Killers. TRK is refusing to leave the play. He's bumped out the way by LJ in the end. Get out of here, he says. Chicago into the center for LJ. Chicago desperate for some boosts. He's made 1 or 2 errors so far in the last couple of minutes, and it looks like he is keen to make up for those. He wants this ball, but it's being cleared long again. LJ has to go to his own backboard. Can't read the psycho either. Falls to Hoxer. One more chance for Hoxer, maybe. Chicago's clearing a path. Can Hoxer get over the top? No, not on this occasion. 35 left.
34 seconds, a clear attempt to the backboard, a shot taken and missed. As you say, the Falcons just continue to remain tried, true, and strong on defense. LJ up next, another touch to try and leave it back, but Killers and Ruas working in tandem to keep this ball consistently out of their side.
Falcons protecting what they have. Here's Chicago, pinches it to the back wall, but it's won by Ruas, and that may well be the moment. Hox is running out of time. LJ gets a beautiful touch though. Ruas has to stay alert all the way to the last, but it is gonna be enough. A marathon Game 5 ends almost with a flourish. It does not matter as Falcons take the victory.
The team that everyone almost discredited to a fault in Copenhagen, the team that everyone towards the mid of Copenhagen said they could do it, are doing it again. Round 1 of the Swiss, although taken to Game 5, they looked in control virtually the entire time.
I would say that from Falcons, there were definite weaknesses that we saw there, and Space Station Gaming did excellent to expose those weaknesses at times. But when the train gets rolling from Falcons, it's borderline unstoppable.
Oh, exactly. And there is one reason for that. Falcons are probably one of the most adaptive teams you will see on LAN. They know how to correct those mistakes in real time in the game. They're not even waiting from one game to the next. They're waiting from a minute to a minute. And that's what makes them so scary. But I gotta do a little shout out over to TRK. I was wanting him to step up, and once he did, Falcons became so much more threatening to SSG.
Yeah, you can never rely on any Falcons player being quiet. If you're beating them because one player is quiet, they will come awake. You have to take the onus to them, and to be fair to SSG, they did do that at times. LJ in particular was a real thorn in their side.
He really was, and I still have a lot of hope out there for SSG. I think this team is absolutely incredible, and capable is always going to be the word I use for them. But LJ, the one player everybody was waiting to really wake up and take initiative, tried, but it was just unfortunately too little, too late. So there's one person that can break down exactly how they came back and stayed in control, and well, we're gonna go talk to him.
What a great start for the Falcons here, and I have Dahum beside me here. We're going to talk about that match and how the players were feeling throughout that. But first, I want to just ask you about looking back to the last LAN that we had. You guys had a great Swiss run, but then KC got in your way. Now with KC gone, do you guys feel more confident, or is there another team that might get in the way?
خلينا نرجع للميجر الاول. شاركتوا فيه وكان عندكم اداء قوي جدا بالسويس، لكن فريق الكارماين كور هو اللي تخلص منكم خلينا نقول في مرحله التصفيات. المره هاي كارماين كور مو موجودين، فكيف خلينا نقول شعوركم وانتم داخلين على هاي المرحله او على هاي البطوله؟
اول شيء الحمد لله على الفوز. ثقتنا ما تتاثر ما تعتمد على الافريقيا الثاني. احنا واثقين بنفسنا سواء ضد كارمن او لا، بس هم طلعوا كارمن بس موجودين اكسجين، يعني فريق لا يستهان فيه صراحه.
First of all, thank God for the victory. You know, we're very happy, alhamdulillah, with getting ourselves the first win. And we don't really rely on our confidence when it comes to like other teams. We just focus on ourselves. Right. We don't let other teams kind of impact us in any way. And just because Carmine Core aren't here, it doesn't mean that there's a lesser team available. Oxygen is still a pretty strong team and it's a pretty strong contender.
Very true, very true. Now, let's talk about the game itself, because you guys had a great hot start. It fizzled out, and then it came back at the end. Can you talk to me about what happened and then how you guys brought it back?
خلينا نحكي على المباراة اللي بينكم وبين فريق SSG. أول مباراة شفناها كانت 7-0 لصالحكم، لكن المباراة الثانية الثالثة شفنا إنه SSG رجعوا بقوة، فكيف قدرتوا تتعاملوا معهم وكيف قدرتوا ترجعوا تفوزوا بالسيريز بالنهاية؟
دائما أول مباراة في اللانات دائما يصير فيها تتعود على البيسيات بالنسبة لنا وبالنسبة لخصمنا، فممكن الجيم الأول كان التسجيل عليهم مرة سهل، بس الجيم الثاني هم تعدلوا، احنا كنا مستعدين لهذا الشيء، لكن تصير بعض الأيام كذا وتخطيطات وفازوا الجيم الثاني والثالث، بس الحمد لله المنتل عندنا كويس وقلبناه.
So this is something that usually happens when it comes to LANs. Like the first game is kind of like a testing the waters type of deal. And that's what seemed to happen in this one. Game 2, Game 3, they came back strong, and we were kind of expecting that kind of performance. But at the end of the day, we were able to bring it back. Game 4, Game 5, we just trusted in ourselves, trusted in our ability, and our mental game is very strong. So at the end of the day, the game was ours.
It proved it. It was strong. You guys got the dub at the end. Now, looking at this win, I mean, this isn't even supposedly NA's strongest team. Does the series going so close and being difficult indicate to you how hard the rest of Swiss and the rest of the tournament is going to be?
هلا لما نطلع على فريق SSG يعني هو لا يعتبر اقوى فريق امريكي مشارك معنا في البطوله، فبما انه هاي المباراه كانت متقاربه جدا، هل هذا يعني انه باقي المباريات يمكن تكون صعبه ويمكن تكون متقاربه برضه بهذا الميجر؟
كل تيم يختلف عن الثاني، مو شرط عشان هذا الجيم كان قريب يعني الجيم الجاي ضد NA بيكون صعب، فاحنا نحترم كل الايام وجاهزين لكل الايام، وان شاء الله الايام الجايه بتصير اسهل باذن الله.
So when we're looking at it, yeah, but I want to say every single team is going to be different in some sort of way, and we're kind of prepared for every single team. We're prepared for every single situation, and we respect every single one of the teams that's made it here. They deserve to be here, and we're going to be ready for every one of them.
Okay, one last thing before I let you go then. You said you're prepared for everyone. Do you specifically prepare for teams, or is it just making sure your playstyle works against as many as possible?
هل انت لما تيجي بتتدرب وبتجهز فريقك، هل بتتدرب وبتتجهز او خلينا نقول بتجهز لكل فريق خصوصا، ولا هل بتكون عندكم خطط لجميع الفرق انها تزبط امام الجميع؟
لا، كل فريق له خطه معينه مجهزينها كامل الميجر. طبعا في اساسيات ستايلنا نفسه ما نغيره، بس بعض الاشياء تتغير على حسب كل تيم ضده.
So there are certain factors that apply. There are certain things that we kind of study for and prepare for every single team. But we, at the end of the day, we have our own play style that doesn't really change. But there are some things that we kind of work on specifically for every one of the teams we're playing against.
That's fair enough. Hey, you got the first dub. That's all that matters right now. I'll let you guys go celebrate that. Thank you for joining me here. And again, everyone at home, thank you for joining us during the broadcast. Guess what? We're only halfway through the day. We still have another whole round to get to for our Swiss round here on day one of the London Major.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
EUPU, Shmene. I know you all want to hear how the rest of the world made it to London. So, let me tell you. Sam's runaway leaders Furia and Team Secret each cleared third seed by a massive 12 points. KV1, Motta and Brad immediately stepped it up post-Copenhagen for Secret with a Grand Finals appearance versus ever-dominant Furia. In Open Qualifier 6, they went even further.
Parte fueron los Bams. Efectivamente los Bams de Motta abrieron muchos espacios. ¿Qué pasó con Brad? Que teniendo la pelota ahí, bueno, cada uno va a solucionar.
They may have lost out on South American first seed due to overall season points, but if they secure the 2 series wins they need to catapult themselves to Worlds in place of complexity, that's a job well done. A perfect 3-0 run from Team Falcons meant the race for second seed was what mattered in MENA. Thankfully for Twisted Minds, an Open Qualifier 4 quarterfinals loss for anything, formerly Rule 1, meant SMW, Mossen and Ahmad could secure second. Now, the pressure is on though, as if Twisted Minds make top 8, they'll make Worlds at anything's expense. Torsos Fever and Banana Head won every single Open Qualifier, not just post-Copenhagen, but this entire season. Round of applause in chat for the lads. Meanwhile, a tooth and nail scrap went on for second place. Going into Open Qualifier 6, Kipgang, Pioneers and Chiefs all had a real shot at second, but as Kipgang fell, Pioneers knew they had to defeat Chiefs in the semis to stand a chance.
Finn full take a boost, can't read Super Locky! Finn doesn't get a touch on it, it's now Hunter all alone, but Locky will go over the top and straight to the grand final!
If Pioneers could only defeat the Oceanic Titans in the grand finals, they would be Oceania's second oh wait, no, never mind, we already know that Power won everything, so Chiefs qualified. Good job, lads. APAC has one sought-after spot to fight for, and 2 dominant teams, Gladiators and Elevate. Long story short, it all came down to one last epic final, all-important, critical best of 7, the winner of which would not just qualify for London, but also make Worlds. And in true RLCS fashion, it was a certified thriller.
相手ゴールまで運んでいきました。そして最後はマッシュ!
Alright, sadly it wasn't a series we all deserved, but Gladiators handily got the job done, and Maxu, Virtuoso and Tho will seek to continue APAC's good work over the next 2 lands. Regional newbies Mobula won 3 out of 3 events to make London, with ease. The good news for usurped Super Team Limitless, Mobula need at least a Grand Finals appearance in London just to force a tiebreaker for Worlds. So expect to see these guys when we get to Fort Worth, unless something seriously unexpected happens.
We're live.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the RLCS London Major. It has been quite the hectic Swiss round one of Swiss. And as we get ready to get into round two.
The Swiss round two of Swiss.
The Swiss round two, yeah. As you can see, Wavefront is not hosting. It is the Yap squad, Dazzer and T-Bates, Johnny Boy, and Stumpy here to recap with all the action. Gentlemen, I mean, Stumpy, let's start with you. How'd you like that first round?
Really fun. Yeah, I love the fact we had just a few weird results. We sometimes get that where like an OC team might pop off, they might not. At Copenhagen, I thought that Power might beat Gen G. I was one land too early. Instead, they took down Oxygen this time around. That was their big result. But across the board, I think it was actually really exciting.
It was, especially finishing off best series at the end there.
Yep.
SSG Falcons, phenomenal stuff. I love the SSG bounce back from that massive Game 1 loss. And their projection now is brilliant because they've got the best seeding possible. They're the top seed in the lower half. So I think, you know, as this tournament goes on, they've got a great shot at top 8 now because they've lost 3-2 in round 1.
Yeah, I mean, SSG, Falcons, we might as well dive right into that too as well. I mean, what a matchup to end that first round with going all the way into the distance, T-Bates. And I mean, listen, even though SSG couldn't come away with the win, they still put up a tough fight.
They did put up a tough fight. I mean, they absolutely got slapped immediately going into the match. But then after that, LJ, he started balling. And that's what you need. You need LJ to be the best player on the team for SSG to be successful. As we take a little look at the mainstream schedule, Power upset an Oxygen right there. Gen G beat Team Secret. Furia over OG. And then, as Johnny said, the best series of the day so far, Team Falcons versus SSG. In the first game, I believe, finished 7-0. We were all out there eating, watching the game. It was 1-0, and then we all turned around, grabbed the food, and after that, it was about 5-0. It was really fast.
I mean, you were so hot on LJ during that series as well, T-Bates, where I think that he really showed the quality of player that he is. And it's a shame that we never got to see SSG playing in Copenhagen, but here in London, it has been a dream. Falcons, though, Johnny, they were, I think, a little bit of... They're showing people that doubt them, myself included. I don't see them as the top team as a lot of people do, what they are capable of.
Yeah, they've got a lot to be happy about as well. Obviously, Game 1 was perfect from them. And the fact that they've come back from adversity as well, that could be goal of the day from LJ. That's ridiculous. We'll have to wait and see if that holds on to goal of the day status. We've got another 4 rounds of matches to go. But yeah, the whole team showed up. Chicago and Huxer have to show up around them if this team's going to make a run. I think I agree with you. LJ needs to be the best player in the team. That's how this team can thrive. But you don't make it to top 8 in this tournament with just one player.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's honestly why Falcons kind of went a little bit better. And they bested SFG right here. I think Mirage, Clears, TRK, they were more in sync, more in unison with one another. Clears, I think he dominated on the offense end, but Mirage was always there helping out his twin brother. And then TRK was just doing what TRK does. Look at him right here, making plays, setting up the teammates. And after that, they performed big stuff from Falcons. But now, since they went up and won this 3-2, they got a big match coming up next round.
Yeah, they do. As we get ready to see, again, those next round matchups getting kind of set up here in the background. I mean, Johnny, based on Falcons' performance, I mean, a lot of people had them like as one of the best teams in the world going into this event. Going 5 with SSG, is it a little concerning for you?
I don't think the result in itself is concerning. So we've seen SSG do that to Gen G. We've seen them do that to G2 online. So I don't think it's concerning to win 3-2 against SSG. And if anything, the fact that they can come back from adversity is going to help them because they're going to face that against BDS. But yeah, BDS, they're the top team for me. So Falcons being one of the top teams, they're still the underdog going up against BDS.
Yeah.
Speaking of underdogs, we got to talk about it. Oxygen versus Power. My goodness, what a showing there, Stumpy. Power pulling off the upset to start off our day.
Genuinely, what a fun series. Like this kicked us off. And I think a lot of people, as I was saying, like Power and OC, they get a bit of an odd result every now and then, like where you think, okay, you know what, they could really cause an upset. Their first series, they take that first win. I think a lot of people are thinking, all right, don't not capitalize on that now. I saw Yummy Cheeseman on social media saying, guys, you've won one. Let's not go crazy and throw it all away now. Let's actually secure this win.
Yeah, and it was a quality win. Banana Head was the best player on the pitch, and they outplayed Oxygen thoroughly. Oxygen didn't really show up to the best of their ability. We've seen a lot better from Archie and Joyle in particular, especially on LAN. But
Power were brilliant, and you know they deserved the win here. They look like they could be a real contender to make a run through Swiss.
Exactly, and it showed you something. Because every single time Oxygen threw a punch, Power hit him right back with a counter punch. This is coming right off the kickoff, basically about 10 seconds after Oxygen scored. Large Oscar, aka Oscar, hit a banger underneath the crossbar, but Power came right back with confidence, mid to banana head, and look at that, Jimma, the handshakes. It's the handshakes from Coach Jimma. He's got him rolling, and that's why Power ended up being Oxygen right there.
Yeah, I mean, we had ran into Jimmer Stumpy earlier before the matches started, and there was a level of confidence that he was displaying that was really nice to see. He didn't even want to tell us the scrim results. He didn't want to jinx anything, but Power were looking just so much in form. Or it's just like their mindset was just, let's lock in going into today.
And we see that from these, I'm going to call OC an emerging region, but a minor region because they've been here for ages.
They've been emerging for a while.
Yeah, they've been emerging for a long time. They're like a really annoying wisdom tooth. Yeah. It just doesn't quite come out fully. No, but yeah, seeing Jimma and just being so excited and confident, being like, look, guys, we have a game plan. We've been here for weeks. We've been grinding to get to this point. I'm so happy those results managed to pay off. At the expense of Oxygen, they're going to need to turn it around.
Quick bait. Alarm bells for Oxygen after this loss, or?
The pressure's on them right now. Pressure's on them, definitely, indeed. You want to see them come out and get that immediate win because now they know they need to get the top 2 to make Worlds. It's all pressure on them. They couldn't be Power right there. They're going to be thinking about that going in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, they are. Team that had pressure on them going into this one, I would say Gen G Mobile One Racing versus Team Secret. Desk had a big breakdown talking about Gen G's performance over online, saying how they needed to step up and they saw ways Secret could take advantage, but once Secret came up with a hot start, Bates, it just felt like Gen G kind of recognized what to do and started to make adjustments.
Well, I mean, it's really just one moment. For those of y'all who are tuning in who didn't watch this series, Secret does win game number 1. And then there's a moment in game number 2 where Secret looks like they're about to win a game. We're going to show it right here. But FK has an incredible save, dodges Mata, and saves Brad's shot. And that was the series changer in my estimation. After that, FK takes him out, and Abjack ends up sealing the deal in game number 2, and that changed the series. If Secret wins that game 2 right there, I think it's over for Gen G. I don't see them winning 3 games in a row against a Secret squad that was that talented. So massive play from FK. He was the best player of the series in my estimation. And when he needed him most, he made the plays that were necessary. And that's why Gen G ultimately ended up moving on.
Yeah, I mean, you say FK for me, I mean, Jack was very impactful. He was probably more impactful off ball than he was on ball, but it was still really good to see all of them kind of step up and elevate because there were questions at the end of the online. How are they going to do coming into this event? And it's good to be able to see them, you know, show up. That not sponsored, by the way. Not
yes, you literally are.
We literally are sponsored by Mobile One.
Literally, yeah.
Oh, and then you are sponsored by Gen G, but that's neither here nor there.
You're on their payroll. You're a shill. You're a shill, Dazarin.
Let's go to the next matchup. Let's talk about OG Furia, please, because that was also a really good matchup as well, and I just need to get away from all that Gen G talk. OG versus Furia was definitely quite the showing, but Yan, when he was on the ball, Johnny, it just felt like he was unstoppable.
Yeah, it's been interesting waiting to see what kind of Furia is going to show up here. We obviously saw what they did in Swiss and Copenhagen. They were 3-0. They were the top team in Swiss, and they couldn't bring that to the bracket. But recently online, they have been struggling in South America. They lost to Ninjas of Pajamas in the grand final of the second event, second open qual this split. They lost to Team Secret in the last one. No, actually they lost one round earlier to Race even. They didn't even make the final against Team Secret, who won the third event. But they look like they're back, and they look like they're ready to play, because this is a convincing win over a dangerous OG who are on the right trajectory. The team's been making improvements all throughout this split.
I mean, they're one of the only returning teams coming from North America as well, of course. The Unilosti switched out for SSG. OG have done it again. JNaps is back at London again. Like he's magnetized to this place, and I think they're going to need to change things around a little bit if they can't be beating, or if they can't be going to at least 5 against ultimately an incredibly strong team. But I think Fury were the difference maker there. I think OG did a brilliant job taking it to a decent game 4, but I think there's still work to do.
Exactly, still work to do. As you see in all the highlights, there's a common denominator here. Yan popping the ball up high, taking his time, not enough challenges, enough to hand down, man down. Y'all know the rules. You got to put some pressure on a man like Yan, but he also performed. He loves London. Last time we saw him in London, what was that series? I think he like 1v3.
It was versus Optic, yeah. Missed Illusion. I forget who the third was.
No, Turbo was coaching. Yeah, he was coaching which he did not look happy about.
Oh, it was Dries.
Dries,
yeah, it was Dries. But yeah, Yan balls out. He loves London. London. He's still doing it today.
Here's the results of the alternate stream. As you can see, things pretty much handling business as usual, all 3-0s. I mean, we saw Twisted Minds versus Gentlemates Stumpy. That was definitely one that was interesting, so to speak. I mean, but what was it like? You were casting that one.
Yeah, so I think with Gentlemates, they didn't look like, you guys asked me at lunch, it's like, hey, what did you think of Gentlemates during that series? And I was like, they were all good, but they weren't standing out. They didn't have a breakout performance. We're thinking, wow, that's the major champion from last time.
Did they need to take
I think
risks?
Twisted Minds put up decent pressure, but yeah, they also didn't have to excel themselves. Same with Vitality versus Chiefs. It was the same kind of vibe. Vitality, they've got a lot more left in the tank, but there's no point sending full force at a team where ultimately you can beat them at a relative canter.
Yeah, that was a story for a lot of the alternate stream matches. You know, the top seed just really not having to work too hard, and we thought Twisted Minds might be able to push Gentlemates a bit more, but it just really seems like Gentlemates are back with that LAN playstyle, just like they were in Copenhagen. And now everybody knows it's coming. We already know this is going to happen. But yeah, they look scary again.
Yeah, I mean, really interesting to see how Gentlemates really kind of develop over the course of this. But also, you know, on the side of Twisted Minds, Johnny, I feel like we've had a kind of a tough time placing Twisted Minds. What do you think after their match against Mates?
It's hard to say against Gentlemates, who, you know, might just be the best team here again. You know, you're not really sure at this point. They've not been tested. But that's how it was in Copenhagen. We just didn't know how good they were until they started, you know, winning again and winning and then winning again. So we'll see if Gentlemates keep winning like they did in Copenhagen. That loss is going to age very well for Twisted Minds, but we don't know yet. So it's hard to place Twisted Minds at the moment. But we'll be able to tell a whole lot more after round 2.
Well, speaking of round 2, let's take a look at the updated Swiss bracket to see exactly where we are going into round 2. We can have Falcons, BDS, G2 Power, Vitality Gen G, Mates versus Furia.
You couldn't get the words out.
I gotta figure out what's going into these seedings. Mobula versus SSG, Oxygen Gladiators, Chiefs and Team Secret, and OG Twisted Minds. What do you think, Johnny?
Ooh, I mean, well, to me, in the top half, I'm looking forward to Gentlemates Furia, the two teams that went undefeated in Swiss in Copenhagen up against each other in the 1-0 round. Although, I mean, all of those matches are phenomenal and all look like teams who have a good shot at top 8. And yes, I am including Power in that group after their convincing win over Oxygen. Lower down, though, I mean, it's got to be OG Twisted Minds for me. I think that one is a really interesting series. OG are the favorites for me there. I think for most of you watching, you'd agree. But this is a chance for Twisted Minds to start to close that gap. They need 2 wins, really, if they want to force that tiebreaker for Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, it'll definitely be interesting. Here is the alternate stream matches, as you can see. First one up going to be Oxygen Gladiators, then Mobile versus SSG. G2 is going to play Power, and then Vitality is going to play Gen G over there.
What a banger, by the way, to finish off on the alternate
That's an amazing. I don't think we're going to get more 3-0s, which is nice, Bates, at least.
Yeah, no more 3-0s today. Well, maybe the first 2. But after the first 2 series out the way, we get to G2 Strive versus Power. I think the general course of the series might change around. And then on the mainstream here, Chiefs, Team Secret, OG Twisted Minds, Falcons, BDS, the BAB, and Gentlemates versus Fury.
Yeah, that Falcons BDS one's going to be a banger. I really think that one's going to be one that kind of sees where both teams look. And then Mates and Furia meeting up in the Swiss. Last time they both went undefeated in Swiss. This time they're going head-to-head, Bates.
This is interesting, too, because I believe Falcons ended up playing Carmine Corp in the second round. Back in Copenhagen. Carmine was the #1 seed coming in. BDS #1 seed coming in the EU again. So Falcons, they like going 3-2, and then they like playing the #1 seed from EU after that.
Yeah, I mean, this next round definitely seems like it's going to be one that's going to be super tense. Stumpy, did you have a matchup you're looking forward to the most?
Honestly, it's either going to be the Vitality versus Gen G or the Falcons BDS, and that they're on both different streams at different times. So I can either watch both or cast both. I don't actually know what I'm doing.
You might be at this point. I think, you know, alt stream could run ahead.
Yeah, true.
It could run ahead.
Okay, yeah, they can smash through their 3-0s early and then get into the meat a little bit later. But yeah, those are my 2 big ones, I reckon. Yep. And also see if Oxygen bounce back. Because the fact that they lost to Power, I don't think they didn't expect to be in currently the lower round. They must have been thinking, you know what? We were going to be going through 1-0, see what happens. No, not that easy.
Well, I mean, this is the updated round of Swiss. This is where we're at right now. But how has the fantasy draft been going? We talked about it at the beginning of the show. Let's see where it is right now. Here's the updated scores. And look at Bates in first. I'm in second to last. John, what?
That boy's cooking them, boy. Listen, one thing about me is I know I do a little bit of fantasy. Basically, for those of y'all who don't understand what happened here, we have all the time plus D-Rec. We did a fantasy draft with all 48 players at the major. It was a snake draft. their boy had the 14th out of 16 pick, and of course I picked LJ, Seiko, and Rubik's, and right now I'm absolutely cooking. It's goals, assists, and saves. Half a save, I believe.
Half a save, yeah.
Half a save.
Points for a save.
And that's exactly what it's looking like right now. Listen, I'm trying to get more medals, or at least one to my name. I got none earlier.
Yeah, that pre-show was sad when Gibbs literally bought those medals for himself.
Where you at, Johnny? Johnny, I'm trying to look for you. You're all the way down here. You and the more. You're both bronze.
Wait.
Mate, it's good to be top row, mate. It's good to be top row.
T-Rex cheated me here because I think 4.67 is in fact greater than 4.13.
Oh, it is!
Yeah.
I'm higher than him too.
T-Rex is last place. What's he doing up there? T-Rex totally cheated us here. He's put himself way too high up the standings. You guys
is
sneak that
fraudulent.
past us, T-Rex.
Fraud.
Listen. Y'all want to play along? Pick 3 players. I mean, I guess y'all could pick any 3 y'all want and just have
There was a
something
post on the subreddit.
You and 15 of your friends just pick 3 players.
15 of your
48
closest
players and
friends
see
or
what
family.
happens. It's very fun. It adds a little more stakes to the game. You'll love it. Another thing to watch for. Keep it going.
Lots to talk about, and like Bay said, the stakes are starting to rise. More Rocket League coming up soon as we get ready for round 2 of Swiss after the break.
At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
Round 2 is on the books. We just now need to actually play it. And then we'll finally be done for the day. My goodness, it's been a long one, folks. We're only halfway there, but the Rocket League keeps coming at you. Welcome back to London. Thank you guys for the break you gave us there, Johnny.
Oh, thank you.
You know, you did a good job. You did a good job. Yeah.
I saw you got absolutely scammed on the points at the bottom.
Did I actually get scammed?
It looked like it, yeah.
I'm not sure. We'll look at D-Rex numbers again because he's moving himself up on that list.
It's 4 really less than 6.
Okay, well, we can take a look at the matchups that we have for you guys, just in case you're coming back from the break here, of what's going down on round number 2 for our Swiss. We had one big old round of matches, and now we got another round of matches here. Again, 2 streams happening, so make sure you go to twitch.tv/RL Esports if you want to catch these matches. They'll be starting things off with Oxygen versus the Gladiators, and then we'll see the rest of those matchups play out before the day is over. Over here at twitch.tv/Rocket League, or at the main broadcast, mainstream of the YouTube channel, you can catch the other list of matches. Here are the other 4 going down. So we'll see the Mates take on Furia. We'll see Falcons playing BDS. Who you taking on that one, Johnny?
I'm going BDS. I think they're the team to beat. I mean, Falcons are I think, second on the day for me. So against anyone else, I'd probably be taking them to win, but versus BDS, I've got to go BDS.
So I'm going with the warm-up. Like, Falcons had a better warm-up game, so I think Falcons might have it. But that OG Twisted Minds, one of those teams is guaranteed 0-2. That's a surprise right there, so that's a huge matchup.
That's huge. We will see those matchups happening here in just a little bit. Before we get there, though, a matchup with World Championship implications. Let's kick things off with the Chiefs versus Team Secret here. Chiefs, one of the legendary name from OCE, one of the first organizations to compete in the RLCS back in Season 3. And now here, well, I think it might have been Season 4 when the Chiefs actually first showed up. But they were
Season 3.
It was Season 3? Okay.
Yeah. Were they Alpha Sydney back then, or was it Chiefs?
Oh, that's true.
That's right. They were Alpha Sydney. Yeah.
Right.
So close.
Close one there. Okay. Well, here, let's talk about them.
Yeah, so Chiefs, they need to win 2 in Swiss. That is what they need to clinch a World Championship spot. I think this is a winnable match. This is always conversation. OC versus Sam. Who is better? Lately, it's been Sam, but OC with power been so dominant. But Chiefs are that number 2 team at OC. Literally, no one's talking about them. No one thinks that they can do anything here, so this could be a great proven match for them.
But it's tough to be talked about when you are up against a team in your region that wins every single event. And it must get fairly frustrating for Chiefs. You know, they've had to battle hard to get to this point themselves, you know, always compared to power. And that is difficult for them. And now they're here, you're right. They've got the world's applications, Johnny, that's sort of on their backs. Is that a boon, or is that something that drags them down potentially, that pressure?
It is a lot of pressure. And, you know, the team waiting back home, Pioneers, will be preying on the downfall of their countrymen here, hoping that Chiefs lose, so their world spot remains intact. What are your guys' thoughts, by the way, on Finn's strat? So he's a controller on desk.
Yes, love it.
Controller
yes,
on
my man
Finn.
I am a proud desker. I don't understand. Whenever I try and have my controller on my lap, it's like, where does it settle?
Do you play with vibrate on or off then? When you're on the desk, vibrates
because it rattles the desk.
I always play with vibrate on because I need to feel the ball touches and all that. Like I need that.
Right.
But you can't do that when you're on the desk because then it's just gonna move around.
You ever feel like your eyeballs are like?
He puts his hands on the desk and he holds the controller.
But the controller's gonna vibrate.
He doesn't put the controller on the desk and press the buttons.
No, but your hands are gonna vibrate on the desk as well, so it's gonna throw you off. All right.
I think it works for them.
I don't think the brain went to. The vibration is a problem.
I did not realize there was going to be this much enthusiasm and opinions about controller on desk personnel. Let's talk about the other side of things, though. We already saw this team once today, so you talk about again here, Team Secret trying to bounce back.
Yeah, World Championship implications here as well. If they win 1 in Swiss, they're guaranteed a tiebreaker versus Complexity. But if they win 2, very much like the Chiefs, they will clinch a World Championship spot. So everything on the line for both these teams. A lot of pressure. Team Secret, they did tie Furia for the points in open qualifiers 4, 5, and 6. But can they show that they are a team that can possibly make a top 8 run?
I mean, winning 1 out of 3 sounds so simple when you put it like that. But, you know, you think if they lose this one, and this one is definitely losable against Chiefs, then you're relying on the luck of the draw. You're relying on seeding. Who are we going to get in that 3rd match? And it could be a team that, you know, a fallen giant that they'd actually be not favorites against. And suddenly it's a huge mountain against them. Up against Genji earlier, I mean, I've got Motta on my team, and I was frustrated by the lad somewhat in the green room. I don't think it was his best performance based on what I've seen and based on all the hype that I've had. I think there was some nerves earlier on for Team Secret. Hopefully they've talked that through and that will be gone now.
Yeah, I think, you know, Team Secret, they look locked in, and I think versus Gen G, they showed enough, to me at least. I think that they should win this comfortably. I was casting Chiefs earlier on, and they just didn't look like they had enough aggression, enough confidence, any kind of, any kind of playmaking ability to the level of Team Secret. So I'm very big at Team Secret. I think they clinched tiebreaker minimum right here.
And KV1 was the #1 offensive player through all of SAM, through open qualifiers 4, 5, and 6. But if Team Secret wins 2 matches, KV1 will be the only SAM player to make it to every World Championship.
Wow.
So he will have that title for himself as well. So a lot on the line.
Yeah. See if they can do that there. And I mean, I feel like for the Chiefs, especially when you're one of the tournament underdogs, where just in almost any matchup, you're going to be the underdog that everyone's expecting, looking at for an upset if you were to get the win. We were talking earlier about the rhythm of players need to establish. If you can get into a groove here, I feel like the Chiefs, there is this X factor where they're like, they go into every match with the exact same mentality. It almost doesn't matter who they're facing up against. They have to bring their A game every time, and that does create a simplicity that they can build off of.
And not only that, too, it's both these teams are brand new to the RLCS lands for this year. So that round 1 nerves, it is going to happen. But now you're round 2, and you have to figure out what went wrong first, and now figure it out really quickly in round 2.
Let us know who you think is going to win in the chat. We'll let you know who we think is going to win up here, who we're going to be picking here. Johnny, who's your pick?
Yeah, I've said Team Secret. I'm sticking with Team Secret here. I think I was impressed with them against Gen G. Chiefs need to show way more before I can, put them on 2 wins in this bracket, which really is the goal for this team. They need 2 wins to clinch Worlds.
Yeah.
Team Secret need 1 to clinch that tiebreaker. I think they get that right here. And I think they maybe even go on to get 2 and just outright clinch Worlds as well. Team Secret are solid. I think they take this one.
I agree with you, Johnny. I'm going TS as well. I think the Chiefs, the OC2, but it's been so dominant by power, it's hard to pick them. I have them ranked maybe 15th best here, so I am going to go with Team Secret.
I might have let my emotions rule my head here because I really was getting stroppy with Motta for the predictions for the fantasy. So I've gone Chiefs.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, we'll see. Sometimes there are upsets. Sometimes teams overperform. Maybe I went Secret. I meant to go Chiefs. I'm officially Chiefs. I'm in for Chiefs. I'm the Secret in the sheet.
Fair enough.
I mean, I do think I think that there's when the one thing the fantasy does is it makes you watch specific players more closely. Maybe you know something the rest of us who weren't watching Motta as
He's
closely
gonna be brilliant now.
know.
You realize that he's gonna be absolutely fantastic. Score triple click resets all over the place, and I will look silly, but that's fine.
We'll see what happens. I also have Team Secret on this one, a clear favorite in this matchup. We'll see how the coin feels about it. We got Secret on one side, got the Chiefs on the other. The coin gonna be going with the Chiefs there.
There you go. You're on the board there.
Hey,
there we go.
We're on the board, Gibbs. Me and the coin are on the board.
A split desk. We're so who's gonna go here? I wonder how chat's feeling about it though.
And there's one upset so far throughout this tournament, and it was OCE, right? So who knows? Maybe OC's on the rise.
Maybe this is the moment. Chat is 85%, and I thought it was going to be a little more one-sided. Maybe OC is still waking up though.
More, as in
not more,
less one-sided. I was going to say, I was like, wow, you're like only 85.
I completely said the opposite of what I meant to say there. But we're ready to get round 2 kicked off. I can hear them already. I'm pretty sure the B stream's going, so make sure you got both streams pulled up to catch all the action for the World Championship. Both teams trying to play their way in. It's Chiefs versus Team Secret.
Winning one series seemed also very easy when you're on the plane journey over here, but as the matches go and the series tick away, CJ, we need to go and get these wins.
2 series wins for Chiefs as well is going to be a monumental task. They had that first round matchup against Vitality. Did get swept there, a couple of 1-goal games in it, so it wasn't the end of the world, but Team Secret, they're bringing the form, and don't tell me, almost off the bat, the perfect start for Secret.
Would have been the perfect start. Instead, they're going to have to wait a little bit longer as Finn able to just keep it out. It's all been the story for both of these regions where the second team that has been sent has kind of been ignored. Looking to try and see whether or not they can try and correct that. Chiefs, one of the storied orgs, especially when it comes to London. Looking to try and add something else to that record.
Yeah, there's a lot of hype around it. Obviously, the Chiefs coming back. I think everyone looks so fondly on the Season 6 run, the top 4 for OCE. And that's pretty much the last time that OCE was in the top 8 in the playoffs at a World Championship. So seeing the org back is fantastic, albeit they're not quite the team that was the OG Chiefs back then. Having said that, as you said, 2 series wins for them, and that will mean they will be at the World Championships in Fort Worth. If they can't get the job done, well, the Pioneers boys, they'll be certainly watching this one late at night at home. I believe it's around 3 in the morning, maybe a little bit later than that. So
shout outs to the OCE fans at home.
I'm sure right now you're thinking, CJ, well, they get to know what it feels like. I have to work at this time every single European show that we do. That's just a little bit too low there from Hunter. He's dunked for his troubles. Kaka doesn't get any contact. That might actually be for the best, though, because now he's got a much better angle to clear.
We look at these two teams as well as Secret putting a lot of pressure on the Chiefs early. Obviously, both number 2 seed out of their respective regions, but it's a little bit of a different story. Chiefs, they haven't had a regional win. Obviously, Team Power with a perfect sweep. And even in the final event, they did only make the semi-final. They lost the Pioneers with their sub, with Mock. On the other side of things, Secret, they won the last event. They won the final SAM qualifier. So you'd have to think that they're the informed team and the reason why they're the favourites.
Yeah, there is some sort of whispers that maybe Furia kind of let their foot off the gas a little bit towards the end. They knew what they were doing. They knew that they had already qualified. What can Team Secret add? As we go off the backboard, Hunter, oh, I think he could have left that. He had the follow. It's still there, but would have preferred to run onto the shot initially rather than have to try and recorrect. Then back into the midfield. Hunter again, just second guesses. I would like to see Chiefs take the first option. That one's going to be a little bit high, and the follow-up not there in time.
Perfect from Finn, though, sitting downfield. Love to see this from the Chiefs. They're not like Team Power. Team Power is such a strong first game side. Even in Copenhagen, we saw what Banana Head did with 5 goals against Gen G, but Chiefs not known for their game 1, so this is a good start for them.
Finn already on the way, just decides to power the ball long. Brad pretty happy to catch that. If Finn is going to try and play those, does need significantly more power. You do not want to make it easy for the third man in the opposition team. Got to make it awkward like this. This is certainly awkward, and Brad had to be ready for it. Now follow-up challenge. Again, just fake challenges. Hunter has not really decided to commit to the midfield at all so far. It has worked, but if Team Secret can kind of latch onto that, they'll realize they can take 1 or 2 extra touches.
Yeah, both sides looking pretty comfortable here early. I like these little half rotations coming through from the Chiefs, though. The fake as well. Set up Kaka, trying to get the 50. Chiefs trying to set into rhythm. They're much more of a structured side, but that's a free double.
wow.
What a save! How on earth has Hunter got that one out? That was a certain first goal for Secret.
That is the jump and hope. Make sure you take the calculated risk, but now that's the infield. Backboard, Finn has got to make contact. Instead, left it for Hunter. The first real flurry of this game, which has been both teams almost sort of a handshake deal. We'll let you play your game if you let us play ours. Which one is going to make this one a little bit more grimy? Who's going to take that first chance?
Hunter as well, he has just been so impressive. There's more defensive plays coming through from the Chiefs. You look at Hunter, he was sort of the young kid on the block with Pioneers back in the day, but he's really taken a leadership role with this Chiefs lineup. He's the most experienced player on the pitch in terms of international appearances. He's showing up with some saves, but that's not enough for him as Motta will get the first for Secret.
Let's just have a look at off the ball here. You can see KB1 just keeps on moving. He's looked for someone to bump. And I'm assuming off camera that he did at least make contact because Chiefs had to scramble. So it is 1-0 to Secret. And Chiefs, who have been measured and collected to this point, need to be wild and furious.
Yeah, it's time to get going now. They've had a couple of chances, but the last 2 minutes was all Secret pushing down into that Chiefs defensive half. As Hunter's going to leave this one for Finn. Takes it up with 30 boost on the mandate. Well, I was going to say it's Finn. I'm getting confused because I can see Kaka in the bottom left corner. I'm not too sure who's even on the ball with the overlay. This is actually Finn. Well, now I'm really confused because I'm looking at Finn.
Don't look over there.
Down to the bottom left.
Don't look over there. Just imagine like it's been a really bad game. You just made a mistake and you don't want to see someone put the forfeit vote up. All right, eyes away from the bottom left.
I'm going to stop looking. I'm just going to look top left. That was
there. You go.
Hunter on the ball. This time Brad trying to get low 50s. Chiefs have to go. 20 seconds left. Finn trying to get the 50. Doesn't get it work. And now we got KV1 in the one-on-one with Hunter. Has no boost at all. The reset's coming through. 15 seconds for Secret. I'd love to take this game 1. You can feel like it's going to be this measured 1-goal game approach throughout this whole series. 7 seconds now. KB1 throws it on net with Finn with the save. They need to get it down the other end. Hunter flies. There's just no boost for Chiefs. Can they even keep it up? No, they cannot. Team Secret, game 1.
Okay, Chiefs, we are going to need a little bit more than that. It was good foundational play. It's a sort of Rocket League that you'd see as a coach and just go, yeah, okay, I'm pretty happy with that. But the levels need to go up now. You are playing to make it through to Worlds, and you're going to need more when it comes to just threatening Team Secret, because whilst they had possession, Secret were incredibly comfortable in the back line.
Yeah, I think offense, it just wins on land, particularly in the new dawn, the new era of Rocket League here, 2024. We've been playing this game for a long time. You can see their double shots there. Secret with 8-4 for the Chiefs. They had more aggression, more pressure. And for the Chief Shogun, I feel like they need to take a leaf out of Power's book. They're bigger brothers in terms of, you know, Banana Head sitting downfield, Torsos, just being aggressive, looking for bumps and demos. It can be massive on lane.
So 1 goal is the difference. Chiefs have now had their opportunity just to try and settle into this series. But I mentioned it on the intro to this. Time's ticking away here. Yep. You are going to run out of series to win. We were saying it was 2 that they need in this event. This is the big one. This is sort of like the cutting ground in terms of, all right, you might be able to get one in the 0-2, but this is sort of team level that you're going to have to play against if you are going to at least get 2-2 at this event.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them. And so far, I know we didn't actually talk about our predictions. I did predict Secret for this. I know people will say, again, I'm an OCE trader. I didn't predict Power either in the first round against a fantastic matchup there, getting the win. Who'd they beat? I'm getting short-term memory loss. getting
It's a very rapid-fire event. Let's not blame you at all. I mean, it's been very heavily predicted for Team Secret on this one. I even checked out the 104 votes, which we are also taking a look at throughout this event. There was 1 vote out of 35 from that one, and I know who voted for them, and there's usually a bit of a sympathy vote. There's no sympathy on this one. Ruthless Rocket League, 1-0.
Yeah, Power Oxygen, that's just come back to me. But it's a great first goal there. Finn, the LAN debut. He has been toiling away back in OCE in the LAN Down Under, getting 3rd places, 4th places, just missing out on LAN. Here he is on the world stage. Fantastic to see, and a great response there. Obviously no timeouts in a best of 5, but Coach LBP locking the boys back in. Finn getting the first.
Now, LBP's been around for so long now. Been to these events. That's what he's talking about. KV1 avoids being demoed there by Finn, who will be low boost, so it's going to be a very late rotation back and a heavy first touch here from Kaka. Low boost, actually Finn's turned back in. That is the 0 boost cut of rotation. You love to see it. Brad, reset, gained. Couldn't do anything with it. Would have at least liked to have a bump on Hunter. Secret look out of joints here. They are not quite rolling it their own kind of rhythm as KV1 straight down the line, and that is very easy here for Chiefs to work with.
Yeah, sometimes all it can take is 1 goal for the floodgates to open, a bit of confidence coming through as well, and that's huge for Finn. Back in OCE, he's a confidence player. He's up and down. I don't want to brag on him too much, but there's Kaka. He can't get the save. KV1, top left corner wide open. Fantastic pass from Secret.
And this has probably been the big what if here from Chiefs. You've got to go. If you are moving out, you have got to put some sort of pressure on that ball. They allowed Team Secret to play, and if you're playing and allowing an infield pass, yeah, you can't be too surprised at the results.
Talk about, you know, Chiefs play style, their structure, how it's pleasing for a coach, but then there are those situations where they do play too safe. They get that first goal, they get the lead, and then they really just bring the defense back. They try and, as I said, hold on to that lead. I don't know if you can do that against a Sam team.
I do love that you brought up that they were, oh, wait a minute, they might still go here. I don't quite know if the flip reset was available, but I do love that you brought up that they are a bit of a momentum-based team, and you get it a lot here. You know, we're talking a lot of teams, every team here is used to winning. They are winning all the time. Kaka's managed to get another one for his team, and maybe that confidence can start to build.
Hunter's getting to work. You can see he lands and gets the pop. 0 boost over KV1. That's again, great confidence from the Chiefs. A fantastic response. They were tested there. They lost the lead. They're able to get it back.
Secret, though, beat twice now from that corner. And off the kickoff as well, Finn had to do a little bit of a stutter step. Now he gives them something to watch over the top of the keeper.
Well, here we go. Kickoff goal. Look how aggressive that was. Team Secret, I mean, we saw it back in Sam. We saw what Complexity did. And Secret with their kickoff strats, but that was way too aggressive. I mean, the guy following up was already past the ball before the kickoff happened. Somehow, the Chiefs get a 2-goal lead.
I will say, Chiefs' ability to just kill the ball and have it roll a little bit, trickling into the Secret side of the field. They have done it 3 times now off the kickoffs. Secret need to pick up on that, or they might just be bleeding goals for no reason. Double commit. Brad's got a very awkward angle to work with, decides to go ceiling, couldn't catch the ball. Almost halfway through here. Chiefs have got a 2-goal advantage, but we also know when it comes to OCE, nothing can be too safe.
Yeah, we're the most entertaining region for a reason here is you just never know what is going to happen. But as I said, I want to see the aggression. No, not that much aggression though. What happened to the positioning? 2 plays in the corner. Rotation was slow as well. And it's the 50 off the sideball. You can see there, Kaka choosing to go back for boost instead of getting to, I think it might be Finn actually. And well, There's the positional mistakes. When you're on the world stage, you've got to be crisp in defense.
Yeah, they sort of attacked that back corner boost like it was actually a team secret play. Again, though, off the kickoff. It was a good position here for Chiefs. But a weak couple of goals given up by both teams. They'll feel reasonably upset at what has been allowed to cross the line from the wall. Need to get the second. It was a very soft touch, but it's done enough to just force Team Secret back for the time being. Up goes Finn. Demo on the back line. So now you've got to try and cut rotation, try and ward off Brad as he tries to march forward. Side wall, double tap, but didn't get much power from it. Chiefs can't afford a mistake here, though. They've got to get rid, and that's certainly a way to do it.
This is what can happen, though, when you are playing very safe, very structured Rocket League. One demo, because everyone on the pitch is so slow, it can really throw everything off and can lead to goals. It's a great shot, a great save there, KV1. Finn going to keep the pressure in. Hunter just turned, and it's an open net. Chiefs get 4.
I'll tell you what, Hunter is in it to win it. He loves to cut rotation when he gets the chance. This one didn't even need a second guess. Realized he's got team players back. The ball's to the side of him. I might as well turn for this. 2 gold re-established and a minute and a half to play.
Yeah, this is huge. In the Vitality Series, Chiefs only managing to get 1 goal as at most in a game, getting 4 on the board, as I said, as a confidence team. It's going to be huge for their momentum and their mindset here. It's a great fake, Finn. Tries to get a touch. Can't quite get it to work. Is Hunter. Back corner. Able to grab the boost and a 50. That's going to be great. He's going to land on this one as well to just launch it downfield. This is more time killed off the clock for the Chiefs. That's all they need to do. We talk about them playing safe. This is a great time to do it. They've got a minute. They just hang on and not overcommit.
I do want to see Chiefs, though, at least send a first man to try and challenge. That has been the issue on occasion. They like to leave 2 players on the goal line. Just try and buy themselves some time with this. Motta, that is not a very good touch.
Carl's not happy with that one again. He's treated him like it's his own son in his fantasy team. I mean, I've never seen more disappointment from Carl after round number 1 there for Motta. But here we go. He's got a reset. No boost. Finn's done well. He has 100. And they're really controlling the boost at this stage. Again, it's still a little bit scary for the Chiefs. 35 seconds. That pitch is going to be wide. The bump's going to be enormous, though. KV1 walks it in. And there's still a lot of time left.
Yeah, it's never going to be easy, is it? Team Secret have gone out looking for blood. Demos, bumps, get out of the way. If you want to play defensive, you can do it off the respawn.
He's sending back in 34 seconds. 4-3, here we go. What do they got off the kickoff? It's another close cheat. It's so aggressive. The demo comes through. It's won by Kaka. Can't quite get it over the top of Brad. It's Motta now with boost.
Got to move. They've got to move.
He's looking for the bump. Where's the follow-up? Is anyone there? Hunter back in time. Just over 20 left.
Hunter's just going to stay as high as he can for as long as he can. Finn, next one in, powers it back line, demoed for his troubles. He'll be happy to just respawn, though, on his back line. 10 seconds left. Brad's first touch left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, they've still got boost on. It's in the right end of the pitch. KV1 can't get it. Hunter's just looking for the ground. He's looking for low 50s. Finn, get that ball down. Hunter wants it to drop, and it will. Chiefs tie the series up.
Well, that was a great way to describe how OCE's time on the international stage has been for the last few years. They got it, but barely.
It was close, but a huge game to win. Their first win as well. So far, their first individual game win here in London, Landon 3.0. Does recall back in the day, LBP, if we're looking for historical head-to-head matchups with Secret. We did beat Secret back at the World Championships, back in the wild card back in the day with LBP as the coach. So there are some, there's some history with this side. Obviously, I think Brad was the only player on Secret that is still here. So I'm not sure if he remembers or not, but maybe he did glance across the LBP and go, oh no, they're back.
For Secret, though, I think that something might have just clicked towards the end of that one, which is just how vulnerable Chiefs seem to be to the demo game and to the bump game. Now, this might be something that only really affects Chiefs when they are winning and they are leading. They've got a lead to settle on. But expect to see more of that heading into the next game, because if this is a team that wants to play defensive, it also tends to mean you're a lot more static.
Yeah, as I said, when you're playing safe and when you're not, you're not quick on the rotations, one demo, it can just completely open up. There's no one to cover that bump or demo coming through. Let's see if Secret can answer back. It was a great game too from the Chiefs, as I said, getting 4 goals on the board. It will off their confidence, but here's the bumps, as you said, already almost getting the first.
Yeah, Team Secret don't believe the first challenge mode. That one needed to be on target. Huge opportunity for Chiefs. Nobody there to follow up. As actually, this has got way further than I think anyone for Secret was even expecting. Good challenge, though. Now into the path of Finn, who is met by KV1 and everybody from Chiefs just scampering on back.
Feels such a level series. I know that the chat, I'm not sure what you guys were doing with the 85% prediction for Secret. I felt going in it was a 60-40 series to Secret. And obviously with their form almost getting the win over Gen G, they nearly took it to game 5 at least. As the Chiefs, they struggle to touch against Vitality, but a lot of teams do. Now we're tied up, as I said, it feels very level both sides. It doesn't feel like there's a massive skill difference or anything. It's all about structure, who's going to be able to adapt on the fly. Great touch from Hunter. Minutes gone, and it has been Secret so far with those bumps that you talk about.
I think the way both these teams are playing as well, it's like the perfect playstyle for the opposition team. They'll be so happy with how the opposition is playing. Both seem to almost enable each other. As Kaka goes so far with that one. Has he got any follow? Yes, he does. Finn off the backboard. Boost taken there by KV1, well prioritized. Not bumped. There's the turnaround. Finn, oh, he waited for it. It wasn't the best touch, actually, from KV1, so Finn got it perfect. There's more demos, but now it's Motto who's being swarmed. Needs to try and get somebody back. Shot, far side. Well done to keep it out.
Yeah, Brad, huge save coming through, and it's KV1. He's straight down the other end. He has a reset. It's over Hunter. Finn has to go. He's looking for the dunk. Finds something on it. It won't quite help Brad. Very awkward. Doesn't land the touch. Hunter's found a demo in back corner, but he's got 0 boost. Shot on, shot in. Brad gets the first.
There was a race towards that back corner 100 boost. KV1 did enough, and Hunter had to jump hope and watch the ball sail past him. Secret have gone up in this match to find out who will have the advantage and who will have double match points.
Hunter getting that demo in the back corner is probably wiping his fingers going, oh, well, wiping his hands going, I've done enough there, and oh my goodness, the ball is on net and I have 0 boost. Brad this time, does he have a double? There's no boost for Hunter. He does find something on it. It's KV1 keeping the pressure on Secret. Again, such a back and forth. Both teams trading games at the moment, but right now, this is certainly in Secret's hands, and that's going to be almost an opening. How many times is Hunter sweeping across with 0 boost?
Well, it seems like Chiefs have reacted to being demoed on their goal line by staying as far away from their own goal line as humanly possible. Now Finn's being tripped up, almost suplexed on the way for that ball going in, but it was just slightly off target. Loads of time here. Secret, they are getting opportunity after opportunity, but can they make anything with it? Brad now off the side, low boost, needs to try and get this one midfield, couldn't do so, so instead parks it in front of Hunter. And it's not quite what we mean when we say parking the bus.
Yeah, they're probably just overdoing the demos because they've released Chiefs down the other end. It's a fantastic double, great save, Brad, and now Hunter's just going to back off. KV1 is going to look for a redirect on net, and perhaps a pass in the middle, and not met by Brad. Motta this time. What has he got? Can he stat pad a save for Cole? Not in this case. Finds the corner. Does get the dunk, though, with the follow. Is anyone there? It's going to be KV1. And look at the bumps. Hunter in big trouble. Saves the flip. Great defense again from him.
Tell you what, Secret have been doing it a lot, but I feel like they've been doing it very well. And the unfortunate thing for them is Chiefs are also reacting to it incredibly. Now we go for a little bit more finesse. Backboard, KV1, low boost, just trying to keep the play alive. Couldn't get on target. 90 seconds. Chiefs need to get out of this situation. Ball into the midfield. Hunter, huge first touch. Looks for the follow. Can't get it.
Gee, Chiefs, if they're going to get one chance, they might only get one chance at this rate. Secret keeping so much pressure on. Probably should have been 2-0 as well. He could have left it for Brad there, KV1. Just over a minute now. Chiefs, they look pretty rattled here in game 3 so far. As we said, the pressure on the bumps have been too much. They only need one, and that could be a great chance. Where's the shot coming through? Placement has to be phenomenal, but Brad puts himself in the way.
Secret looked like they were out of sorts and instead had it all put together. It is a region of Rocket League where sometimes it can look messy, but they recover well. Now backboard. Who's going to be first to it? They look for the set, and Brad is the one that got there. Maybe that could have been left for somebody else.
Thought he was going to smoke that one top corner for a second, but he manages to get the save. Just 40 seconds now for the Chiefs. Had a couple more chances. Secret, though, down the other end. KV1, perfect flick. There's 2 on the board, and that might be game number 3 to them.
Yeah, there are certain things that you do not want to see. The demos are bad. KV1 with the ball on his hood, and time on the clock is probably 2 steps worse than even that.
He's just absolutely stonked that into the top half of the net, ripped a flick. And now with 30 seconds left, the kickoff has to go Chiefs' way. It will. Kaka's going to throw it up, and the whiff comes through. The placement again. Hunter waits so bad that it's going to work almost. double save. Finn just not quick enough on the follow. 20 seconds. They're still getting chances, but Chiefs are backing off. Where are they?
Yeah, Chiefs are not proactively going for what their pass is. It's like they're waiting for the pass to happen, then they're going to make the move for it. That's great and all, but you're 2 goals down, no time left on the clock, and with Brad looking to try and put it away, it is as good as done. Anyway, as Team Secrets going to go on to double match point, and Chiefs just seem to be going in and out of looking either extremely comfortable to a step too slow.
And they need to find a way to get through these demos and the bumps. I mean, the aggression has been huge. Motta pretty much has just played sit-in-net simulator, watching KV1 and Brad get to work with the bumps down the other end. And it's been a recipe for success. You saw Chiefs only really towards the end of that game when they needed to score did they find some chances. But before that, I mean, that whole game was pretty much Secrets.
So as we mentioned, both these teams looking for match wins, looking to try and book their tickets to Dallas. Right now, Team Secret look like the better shout to do so. They are getting the shots, they're finding the bumps. I will agree with you, CJ, it's like towing the line between too much and absolutely perfect. But at this level, that line is very thin.
And again, you know, we spoke about it at the start of the series. On land, you know, not even traditionally, but nowadays on land, the aggressive team is the team that's going to get the job done 9 times out of 10. And so far, it has been Secret. We just haven't seen the bumps down the other end for the Chiefs offensively. We haven't seen who's willing to take a risk, push downfield, be that first man, be that nuisance for the defense. We haven't seen that from the Chiefs. But from Secret, we've probably seen too much of it, but it is working.
It's a very great example of exactly what you're trying to say, CJ. More offense, more opportunities. Chiefs have just not had anything clear-cut. Have had very solid kickoffs, though. They've got the majority of them in a way that they would prefer. As, well, yeah, there we go. Keep the camera on any defender there for Chiefs, and you'll see exactly how much of a nightmare this is turning into lately. Lose the boost, almost get demoed, figure the rest of it out, but now it's time to try and give the receipt. What can you do back? Oh, it's been punched into the net.
Hunter laughing, his cheeky little grin on his face as well. He had no boost, but all he needed to do was get rid of Brad. Finn has 50'd Hunter in the end.
He's almost saved his own teammate's shots.
He did everything right and then nearly everything wrong, but Chiefs, again, responding as they did after game number 1.
That's got to feel so good as well, whenever you've got a team that's just demo chasing you, to give one back. They didn't go out of their own rhythm to try and do so. Motta, can he get the block shot? Not quite, that was well landed onto the side. Good angle, good bump. Aka was setting that one up well, and a huge pinch. Chiefs, when they can get up to their pace, they are so good.
How often are they finding that pace though? That's the question. Is being able to ball out with a 50 as well. It's Kaka. Gets it off the ceiling. Can't quite get the touch. Motta just got to find KV1. He doesn't have boost, but can launch it towards net. It was probably more awkward than it needed to be for the Chiefs. As you said, they do have to lead out that crucial start. It feels like the start, the first minute and a half, 2 minutes of each game is really deciding it so far. Able to put the pressure. Scoreboard pressure is better than any kind of pressure on the field. KV1 almost blocked out that time by Finn. Secret, how do they find this aggression? Are they able to keep it up when Chiefs get the first on the board?
Oh, and that's a big dive in from Kaka. He needs now to scramble back. Heavy first touch. Chiefs not exactly going with much finesse at the moment with their defense, but this is now working out. Backboard, there is no chance you are going to try and bait Finn into taking that shot.
Yeah, they know the situation right now. They know they've got the lead, but you still want to see some aggression because very quickly you can see Secret just put the chokehold on, start to strangle the offense. Finn, another pre-jump in the center. It's Motta now with a pop. Close touch to KV1. He's been bumped and he's got to get a double. He's got to somehow land on it. Hunter flies out of net. It's nearly incredible. Go-ahead goal there from Secret, but you still need to find one just under 3 minutes.
An air dribble like that does not help. You need to get that significantly further than just the halfway line, otherwise Chiefs can just let it drop. Take an easy challenge over on the floor. Oh, Kaka's made this more difficult than need be as well. Before he had the right positioning, it sort of bounced over the top of his head. Now already up, unchallenged, and, well, unsaved because it didn't need to be.
Yeah, it was a great pass. The shot left a lot to be desired. Is that going to be an opening for Hunter? He's gone the infield instead. Phenomenal choice there. Phenomenal pass. Chiefs get 2 on the board.
That is such good discipline here from Hunter. He's got the option to go for the near corner and instead play it for the full checkmate. Leave the goalkeeper absolutely stranded. 2-0.
He just guaranteed the goal, and that is the LAN experience paying off. As I said, the guy that's been here more than any other player on the team, and this could be another one. It's got to be Finn getting the goal on the board, or is it going to be Carp? I'm so confused. I'm looking at Finn in the bottom left corner. It's not him. But it is going to be Kaka. Just with the speed, he recovers in time. Motta, third man, can do nothing about that one.
This one has very quickly got out of control. It is whichever team is just having the offense is winning in this. Secret, as good as they are on offense and as good as they have been looking for these demos, the moment they're in defense, it falls apart. It feels like it is far too easy to play their backboards.
How quickly does, we talk about mindset, mentality in Rocket League. It felt like they knew they needed one more game. Let's just play safe and hopefully they can be handed a win, basically. But you can't do that in today's Rocket League. Every team at this event, I mean, it's just so competitive. There's no easy wins. Right now, Chiefs really taking it up to Secret. They want to force that Champions Field.
That's so much well for the pride of the region. These are sort of regions where for a long time, it feels like everyone always looks to the first seed and only towards that. Now, Chiefs and OCE trying to say, look, yeah, Power have done well, but they are doing well on top of everyone else being so strong. Need results to try and confirm that. This looks like it'll be going the right way. Nice drop down, and there's the shot. Chiefs playing with swagger.
I mean, again, it's just, he had the option to go for the double there. Did Finn, but he just chooses to drop down a Hunter near post. He's got 100 boost, and changing up that angle makes it so hard for Secret's defense. Even when they're 3 goals up, still being creative, putting the foot down, and they can take all of this confidence and momentum into Game 5.
It just seems like the respect has completely disappeared for what Chiefs have got for Secret. They would never have gone for a passing play like that in games 1 or 2. They would always have expected, Secret have got this, we need to play for the most powerful shot possible. Now they're saying, oh, but they actually probably don't. They are human. We can outpace them. This first goal, I mean, this one's done. We are looking at Champions Field. We are going to Champions Field. The first goal in that game is going to be massive.
As we said, it just feels like whoever can start stronger. Just put so much scoreboard pressure on the other team. The bump comes through. What a save, though. Kaka on the goal line. He was getting tested by everyone. Like homing missiles them with KV1. We're bumping them up, and then they just can't find anything. It might not have meant the world, as they still would need 3 after that, but we're talking about confidence going into Champ Field, missing something like that. It can be tilting for the team.
I mean, on a day as well where we saw the follow-up games between Falcon and SSG, just getting something going can be so big, especially ahead of a big game like that. You're just cutting the momentum. You're the ones from the most recent goal, and also you're sort of breaking that mental barrier that says that Chiefs are, unbeatable. You can't get past them. Like, no, you know that now. You can get the ball past, but it is a 4-0 OCE second seed, dominant in Game 4. Let's go to Champions Field. Let's see who moves to the 1-1 round and who will be on the brink of elimination.
A massive game number 4 there from the Chiefs, and you look at the LAN debutant Finn. Every game he plays, every ounce of experience he's going to get on LAN, on the international stage, they're only going to get better and better, this lineup, which is just why that game number 4 was so huge. Able to force Game 5 now. They're only going to get better, as I said. Team Secret, they look fantastic in Game 3, but it just felt like they thought Chiefs were going to give it to them. They're going to hand them the easy 3-1 win. Well, it's not to be against OCE. Now we do get Champ Field.
Like, I almost don't blame them for that. Chiefs did not want to take the game to Team Secret at all in Game 3. They were so lackluster, so passive. And then suddenly, Chiefs turn around and they're playing like this. They're hunting down demos, playing the checkmate infield. There was nothing that went wrong for them in this one. And now, both teams with a huge 5 minutes ahead of them when it comes to the rest of their season.
Talking about mindset as well, Playstyle. I know that man in the lovely Chiefs polo standing behind LBP. There he is right there. I know he would have said to them, as he said to me, former coach of my own back on the Renegades, LBP, if you're going to lose, you got to lose playing your way. What's the point of, handing it to the other team, letting them play their own style? So they threw the kitchen sink at Game 4. They got the reward 4-0. And now they've got to back it up on Champ Field.
Let's find out, shall we? We've been told for so long about the turn. Oh my God, how has that been kept out? KV1 stuck with it. But that somehow took longer than expected.
And we talk about how important the start of these games are. The first 30 seconds, the first minute, it's 7 seconds into game 5. And Secret with a kickoff goal.
Well, Chiefs will not have the option here. They cannot play passively. They've got to go for it from here on out. Team Secret, on the end of a 4-0 loss, can still go ahead and get another one. They are looking for the demos, looking for the bumps, looking to make Chiefs' life miserable.
It's only early, but this is trouble. It feels like game 3 all over again. The reset from Brad, the confidence from Secret. They're throwing everything at this offense. They've completely changed it up from game 4. They're looking like they're trying to actually go out and take what's theirs.
Brad, off the wall, very heavy first touch, but where's the follow? Hunter just wanted to take the 50. Chiefs stuck in their own side of the field. They have not even been in the orange side. This is the first trek that we've seen. How long is it going to last? Not very long at all, or at least for the start with. KV1 just puts it behind Hunter. Been into the midfield, but Kaka didn't want to jump for it. They're going to have to take some risks here.
Now what's crucial now for the Chiefs, the next 90 seconds, they've just got to stabilise. They don't want to let this lead get out to 2 or 3. Really write themselves off in here in game 5. There's a great chance. 50 through, Finn keeping the ball in. It's Mozza, he's in a little bit of trouble. Double commit coming through. Hunter, he's looking to go. He's been faked out by the demo. A nice pass across. Brad reaching, has no boost. Kaka now going to leave it for Hunter, but it's a great dunk again. Mozza, Secret doing well to keep it in the blue half.
Yeah, the passes are good ideas, but they've got so much distance to travel that Secret have been able to react. Good boost steal. Kaka already up, decides to play it to the far side. Secret have not been incapable when it comes to having a double commit. Across the face of the midfield, Hunter always been beat to it. There's the sort of plays that if Hunter's going to go out that far, I feel like he does need to commit.
Talk so much about game 5s as well. It's less about playstyle, less about structure, more about moments. Who's going to make the most of their opportunity? I'm looking to Hunter to be the playmaker for the Chiefs. As I said, he's been here more than anyone else on his team. He's got the experience. He's been the veteran back in OCE for this lineup. He's been such a cool head. He needs to come up with something magical here. Kaka with 100 boost though. Early flick doesn't quite come through. KV1's got to back off. Shot on. It's a dribbler. It's a double commit for Secret, but they find a way out.
Yeah, Secret did so well. That was such a difficult position to be in, but they came out of it all shiny as Mozza has got the passing option, and the option comes up big.
Absolutely huge for Secret, and it's Mozza, as you said. He got the beat around Hunter. He had no boost, but he finds the bump. He forces Kaka to go for the squishy save. All 3 of Chiefs beaten out by 1 man. And the damage is done. 2-0 now, half a game left.
Is it the same old story? Or have Chiefs got something that they can show us with 2.5 minutes? What a shot! What a goal!
There's life in this one just yet, and it's the perfect response right off the kickoff. You can see Finn. He goes straight for the corner boost. He gets the beat out from KV1. And then Kaka, the placement. Mozza sat himself there, bottom left, but the finish was too strong.
I love that from Finn. Did not overcomplicate it. You're in the corner. It's difficult to create chances. Just hit it and see who will follow. Chiefs have got it now into a playable spot. Is it about to get worse? KV1 can't get that one into the net. Finn up against Brad. Gets it past the first, but Mozza holding the midfield.
Yeah, Secret, though, straight back on the attack. They want to get that 2-goal lead again. The pressure will just keep on mounting. If it's only 1 goal, just 2 minutes now. Brad, 100 boost. Be able to control this one. Kaka can get the challenge. Finn now going to have to wait back for Mozza's double. He does find 2, and Finn just backs up. Passes it to Hunter. The pass plays were huge in game 4, but can you do it when the pressure's at its highest?
Tell you what, Team Secret need to be a little bit worried about one thing, or maybe not for too much longer, but Jaws himself, Hunter, just keeps lurking behind their 3rd man. If that gets the demo, that could be awful for them. But unfortunately, they've not been in a position to take advantage of that. They've been stuck in their own final third for the first time. There we go, Kaka now looking for KV1. Oh, play to the side, next one up has been demoed. And they'll have to watch from a fair distance.
He saw Kaka downfield, but he didn't get the bump. He backed off the play. Now Chiefs have to defend again, just over a minute now. They still need to find 1. Wouldn't Secret love to get their 3rd on the board just to secure this one, to take the pressure off. Mozza gets the touch, KV1 backs off. Brad's accidentally hit the ball with the demo. KV1's positioning is good enough to get the clear.
What a hit that was. Try to find Hunter's car. Hunter decides to do the same to Brad. There's going to be one of these situations where that ball is bouncing in the final third for Secret, and Chiefs will just have to send it. When will they take that risk? Finn, well, an undignified recovery, but a recovery nonetheless. As they do play the ball to the side, a little bit unlucky not to get the pinch.
You can see Motta again still being that third man, just being the goalkeeper right now for Secret. There's only 30 seconds. They don't need to find one. They just need to hang on now. KV1, no boost. Kaka with the challenge. Motta, does he want this? He does. Finds the pass across. It's Hunter. Pops it up. Again, no one from Chiefs able to follow. Where's the pass plays? They've only got 20 seconds. They have to go. They want to find a win. There's the redirect. It's over to Finn. He finds the 50. Hunter, how's your finishing? How's the placement? Brad even better. Kaka with the follow, but this time it's Brad with the double save. More pressure on. Motta coming up heroically here for Secret. All they need now is the ball to hit the ground. Chiefs might just be dropping down into the 0-2. They've got to keep it up for now. Hunter with 100 with the fake, but can't keep the ball up. Team Secret in 5.
That was not a 85% predicted matchup. Secret forced to fight for it. They needed series wins in this tournament. They've got it.
And we spoke about the start of those games. How important was that kickoff goal in Game 5? 7 seconds in. Kickoff so crucial in today's game. And, well, that was the difference in the end.
Yeah, it just felt like, especially when Chiefs went behind, they settled. I do appreciate like taking 30 seconds just resettle, but then that 30 seconds would turn into a minute and a half and 2.5 minutes, and then we're looking at the clock and saying, okay, you got a minute here, guys. Let's maybe, go for this a little bit.
And you could see the pressure in Game 5 for both sides, but importantly, as we said at the start of the series, that win guarantees Secret at least a tiebreaker against Complexity for the World Championships. They get one more win, well, they'll secure their spot, but they've done enough to at least give themselves a best of 7 to get to Fort Worth.
And at least where we come to good news here for Chiefs fans out there, at least it is a 3-2. Now that might sound like hardly reassuring, but when it comes to matchmaking for the next round, getting as many wins as you can give you a better seeding and potentially, well, theoretically, an easier matchup. Sometimes doesn't quite work out that way, but, well, they're hoping so.
Previously as well, for the OCE number 2 seed, a lot of the time they're barely putting up a fight until the 0-2 game, until they're playing an SSA or an APAC team. So as you said, to go to 5 there in round 2, they were almost into the 1-on-1 stage. That has to have confidence. I mean, you're going to be tilted because you lost in 5. You're going to be annoyed with the kickoff goal, but you have to take confidence from that series.
Well, this is now both these teams done for the day. One of them will be at least reasonably happy. The other one will be thinking, what could have been? Team Secret march on to the 1-on-1 round. Chiefs will now be fighting for their tournament lives as of tomorrow. We're going to hand over to Leaf to talk to the winners.
Chiefs may be fighting tomorrow, but right now we got a 1-on-1. Motta, congratulations on the win. You just told me you were so nervous throughout that series.
Yeah, thank you again. I was very nervous because we needed that win for the Worlds, so it had a lot of importance on it, but I think we did well.
Yeah, you absolutely did. You got to win. That's all you need to do to look back at is you got to win. But I want to ask you about that whole situation because you needed one to get the tiebreaker with Complexity. So congrats, you got that. One more, and you guys get Worlds. It seems like it's at the back of your head. Does it weigh you down a lot?
Actually, it's easier now than it was before, because we needed one to actually get the tiebreaker. Not that we got it. Now it's like easier, It's gonna be like lighter,
Right. Talk to me about the end of that series because I can still hear you calming down. There's a lot of pressure in the last 10 seconds from the Chiefs there, knowing they're only one goal away. How hard is it to maintain composure when they're attacking?
It's very hard, Nerves are in the way, so everything's falling apart. 10 seconds cannot be scored on, and I think we actually handled it well. We waste time. We did every block, the way we wanted. Right. So it actually worked out the way we actually were, planning.
Right, and you guys are very loud. When you're over there, there's a lot of noise going on, and I heard it during the goal that you guys got at the very beginning. We're gonna put it on the screen here for you so you can walk me through that moment in your head. I heard you guys yell once, and then it hit the post, I believe, and you all calmed down, and then it went in. How relieving was that?
In my perspective, it was very relieving because I was at the back. Really? I was the third. It's not in, And then I said, oh, yeah, it is now. And then we started shouting again. I mean, energy is everything in our team, We don't work without energy. So that's something we actually talk about in the third game. We said, we gotta be loud, you know. We're not gonna do anything if we're not loud. And then we started doing it. It actually worked. We made a beginning goal in the last game, I believe.
Yep.
And then, yeah, we win.
Yeah, no, I heard you right before Game 5. You guys, I don't know if you could hear it through any of the mics that are around in this arena, but right before Game 5, before it started, you guys all got together and yelled. Who corrals you guys together? Who sets that up?
Everyone, you know, everyone says something and then we all start shouting, you know. It's something we do, not even in lands only, in our houses still. We just start, you know, smashing things. That's the way we get energy. Yeah. When we qualified to LAN, I almost broke my TV. I'm not even kidding. And I was like shouting nonstop, and like it's very cool. You know, it's the best way to play for me.
Yeah, I see them all over there too. They're excited. Yeah, they're like, yeah, it's true. We get excited. Give a shout out quick to your teammates, because it feels like you guys have a really good synergy when it comes to that energy.
Oh,
Must
yeah.
be fun.
I mean, my team is just the best I could ask for. You know, these guys here are just my family. Not only in game but also off game. They help me with everything. You know, and I trust them with my life. You know.
That's awesome. I'm gonna. All right. You know what I'm going to do is let you go hang out with your family then. You got the first one. You got the tiebreak. One more. Don't get too nervous. You guys can get it.
I'm good.
All right, good. Thank you very much. And again, we have the rest of our second round to get to. Coming up next is going to be Twisted Minds versus OG. Both teams with a loss. We're giving them a chance on A Stream to get that dub.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
slugs. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. The world is yours only if you take it. So sign your name in, choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. The way you choose now, the way you choose now. So the way you choose now, the way you choose now.
Team Secret, with this win over the Chiefs, have earned a tiebreaker match against Complexity for a chance to play for the title of World Champion. With another win, they could take away that tiebreaker and take the spot outright. Their story continues here in London as round 2 continues in the Copper Box. Many, many teams still battling it out. Still many games left to be played today.
That was close, though. Went to game 5, our first game 5 as well. So Chiefs, they showed up at times. It was a weird series. I felt like games 2 and 4, you know, they put up 4 goals, Chiefs, out of nowhere. The offense explosion, they put up 1 goal across their 3 losses. It felt like both teams back and forth, a little sloppier than you would hope. But at the end of the day, Team Secret found a way to get that win.
Yeah, and it's good to see Secret. I mean, we saw them in the Gen G series, and hot start, but couldn't really keep things up over the course of the series. Now they come back into this situation where, again, Chiefs, again, getting the one-sided wins, but it didn't really deter Team Secret or really knock them off their game. They were able to fight back, and then when you talk about that Worlds conversation, you want to see Team Secret get these bounce-back performances as they're trying to control their fate.
I mean, they had so much pressure on offense. They just felt like they were just let's just run down the field and we'll figure it out when we get there. And it worked out so many times. I mean, Bates, the passing game for the Chiefs was on point. There was a number of, be a pretty strong cohort of passing plays in this replay package. But you got to have space to make passes. And Secret wasn't giving it to him.
Secret wasn't giving it to him. And like Gibbs said, I mean, this Chiefs team, they scored 4 goals in two games. Game 2, Game 4, the other 3 games, 0-0-1. They couldn't buy a bucket. But Secret, I mean, Wave, you just touched on it. They had a ridiculous amount of shots. KV1 alone across the series had 20 shots. That manages out there peppering to some more. And eventually, that amount of pressure against anybody, you're going to end up breaking. Offense is going to come out victorious in that occasion, and that's what happened here.
And we talked about that through open qualifiers 4, 5, and 6. It was KV1 in Sam, the #1 player of all players on offense, and he showed it here. 1 goal per game, led all scorers.
And that's big, too. When you have those impact players online, you want them to be able to come on the live event and show up on stage. We've seen players time and time again come to LAN events and then kind of had the fall off, maybe get into a little bit of nerves. But Team Secret, like I said, especially after their starts of the day, this bounce back is definitely so big as the Swiss stage continues.
Yeah, huge, especially we are so early in the tournament right now, so very important to be getting wins early on here. As we take a look at how things are going in the Swiss, how the matchups have been evolving. We got 2 broadcasts going on here, so make sure you are watching the streams. Make sure you're watching twitch.tv/Rocket League as well as twitch.tv/RL Esports. Here's the round 2 matchups. Have so many to go here. Oxygen made quick work of the Gladiators. Have they gone to game 4 on B Stream? I don't think they have.
I don't think that. Yeah, I think everything's been a 3-0. Yeah,
it's been all sweeps so far. So lots more matches to go. We got some 1-0 matches and some 0-1 matches on both streams. So it's not just all lower or all uppers on one side or the other.
And really quick, Space Station, they just won in overtime game 2, so they're up 2-0 over my. I'm not sure. I did not see.
Oh, looks like LJ.
Or maybe Hoxer.
Maybe Hoxer.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But Space Station is up 2-0. So far, that could
to overtime,
continue.
You said?
Yes, overtime.
Man,
and the first game was also a 1-goal game, so Bobby was playing people pretty close.
That's a pretty close one. Maybe some players got slept on in the fantasy. We'll see how it goes. Here's what's happening on the main stream. We got Gentlemates versus Furia to close things out, and Falcons versus BDS right before that. But the next match on our broadcast, let's see, OG back on the stage, this time taking on Twisted Minds.
Yeah, this is a trap game right here, OG fan. This Twisted Mind squad, they're good. They're really good. I understand how I ended up losing earlier, but OG, I at least expect them to play much better against Furia. And now I'm a little concerned because you saw in the highlights after we showed it multiple times. Yan just had nothing but free reign in the sky. Nobody from OG won the challenge. And you give SMW, you get Ahmed, all that space and air again, you're going to end up conceding.
Right. I mean, we see what players can do with space at this name of the game, and we talk about it time and time again. You got to put a hand up. OG was leaving the hand down, and guess what? They went down, man down, all 3 of them, and now they got to go into this Twisted Mind series and try to get their fight back. That's gonna be kind of the name of the game here, that possession, especially in that midfield. If they can cut things off, force Twisted Minds to kind of play outside the air, not give them too much room on the solo, it'll help them out big time. But they do have to start turning things around. It's not a good start to Swiss for them.
Yes, OG, they are now 1-4 in Swiss across 2 international lands. Their only win versus SSA. So far, OG has not shown up on the international moments here, and they got to do it at some point, right? And this is that match. Mina #2. It feels like a weaker Mina 2 than we expected. So OG has to prove that they deserve a chance at a top 8 spot, because at this point, if you lose to Mina 2, you go down 0-2, it's going to be so incredibly difficult.
It's over at that point. And listen, this OG team, they're going to be at the World Championship, and you want to expect them, especially this young man right here, Khan. We talk about him all the time, and I know we harp on the demos. I mean, once you end up having like a mantra, or what do they call that? I'm lacking in words right now. Don't worry about that. Once Khan is so used to getting his demos, and then he didn't do that against Fury. He only had 3. That is uncharacteristic
uncharacteristic for, oh, it was MO, that's what I was looking for. It's uncharacteristic for Calm, and you expect them to play a little bit better this time around.
Okay, well, we'll see. I think that they looked like they were still very mentally solvent at the end of that match. They didn't seem to be too disturbed by getting beaten by Furia in round number 1. So we'll see how they do. On the other side of things, though, a team a little bit more one-sided of a situation. They did get swept by the Gentle Mates. Twisted Minds here going to be trying to bounce back, get that first win.
But they pick up Ahmad, and it worked out for them. Now the MENA 2-seed, Ahmad's been to both majors, and we'll see how this plays out. Twisted Minds, they want that major spot. They need 2 wins in Swiss to force a tiebreaker versus anything they can clinch with a playoff berth. I think a lot of people expected this team to be in that 2-2 round, and then who knows what matchups happen. But right now, they could fall 0-2.
They're trying to force, again, 2 wins to force a tiebreaker against Team Anything.
Team Anything,
not just
yes.
anything.
Sure.
If you're not there's a team, their name is Anything here. Ahmad, though, one of the veterans of the scene. He's been to so many lands. I remember back in Sweden, we were like, oh, this is their first time here. Now here is a veteran.
Yeah, and you know, looking at him, he's going to be a big factor here. Not to say Mawson and SMW are any slouches here, but the way Ahmad looked when Rule 1 were at the major was not necessarily up to, I would say, his standard. If he can get back in form, and I think this is the match to do it, especially looking at OG in that last matchup where, again, spacing was a big issue. If Ahmad gets spaced and maybe everybody else, Twisted Minds can start taking control of the series very early on.
Exactly. It's going to be a great juxtaposition because they went up against Gentle Mates. Gentle Mates provides that squeeze. They don't let you have a lot of bit of space. And now you're playing against an OG team that I would say usually doesn't give you too much space, but they do concede some. And if they play anything like they did earlier, there's going to be a lot of space to work with. So you do expect this Twisted Minds team to put up points, to put up goals, and be led by Ahmed and, of course, the boys behind him.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, they have 2 goals so far throughout this tournament, but again, it was a tough opponent for them. Going up against OG, that's a more favorable matchup. We'll see if their offense can wake up here.
We'll see. Chat, who do you think is going to win? Let us know. Hashtag OG, hashtag TWIS, Twiz, for the Twisted Minds there. Get your votes in. And we'll make our picks up here, give it kind of the final thoughts. We've given you kind of the arguments for both sides, but I mean, if you had to put your money where your mouth is, we'll make our predictions picks up here. Daz, who you got?
I'm going OG on this one.
Okay.
Of course, they have that start to Swiss, which isn't really necessarily up to par. Fury was coming out with a lot of speed. I think it was a wake-up call for them. I'm expecting them to make some adjustments here. If not, then I'm going to get a little bit worried. I think this is where you push the button if you are OG. Win here, otherwise, it's not necessarily looking good here for the Swiss stage for them. So I got to go OG to start.
There's a lot of experience on OG. I think, sure, like if you lose in Swiss, that they can bounce back, if any team can here. I'm going OG as well. I think Twisted Minds are a weaker MENA 2 than we saw in Copenhagen, and that MENA 2 went 1-3. So I am going to go with OG.
I'm going OG still. I still believe they're a really good team. I'm going to call the series against Fury an aberration. They might still lost the series even if they play good, but they definitely didn't play up to their standard. I think they're just better than Twisted Minds coming into the tournament. Give me OG over them in 5.
This is bad. This is bad. Because we've said that this is a trap game. We've said this is a potential upset. This is closer than we're about to make it look. I'm also going OG. We've swept them on the desk. I just feel like the veterancy of this roster, they're going to have a better mental. They're going to be able to hold on, and they're going to be able to earn Game 5 if needed and win it there. How's the coin feeling about it here, folks? Coin's got OG. Man, okay, that's a full sweep. We haven't had that yet. The coin's always gone the other way every time. Now
Actually, I think between all the talent, Stacks is the only one who went Twisted Minds.
Oh, and he's back there making noise.
Look at him. He's sitting here looking so smug. What you had a camera on him?
Stacks, who's the player you're looking at? SMW, he says, is the player to keep an eye on. We'll see how SMW does out there. Split down the middle. It was 50-50 when it popped up there. But they're going to be slight favorites now, Twisted Minds, as we come out of the predictions. And continuing to grow there. Stacks yells SMW, and chat goes, yep, I guess we're going that way, folks. It's going to be any team's match. We're excited to see how it goes. Let's get into it. One side is North America, the other side, the Middle East, both with something to prove here and trying to get their first win in London. It's OG versus Twisted Minds.
If the other series are anything to go by, you do not want to be down in the 0-2 stage, Shogun. No one is safe at Landon 3.0. You've got an absolute doozy right here.
Oh, yes, we do. All of the work still yet to do here for Twisted Minds. They've got to go in. They've got to get 2 series wins just to try and have a shot at going to the World Championships. And it's this player on the ball who I feel will have so much to prove. Did not look great the last time at LAN, but last time we saw him in London, it was a grand finals for Ahmad. What can he pull out this time?
Yeah, well, it's a bit like Joyo. We said he likes this place. Well, Oxygen didn't quite have the best start to London 3.0, but as you said, and as the Des were talking about, there's a wealth of experience on both sides. Obviously, we know what Ahmad's done, but you've got JNAPS as well alongside Torsos, so experienced on the international stage, but it's got to be Twisted Minds striking first.
And it is Mosin, one of those players that we wouldn't have put into that category. We are looking at regional, World Championship Grand Finals, taking it to major Grand Finals. The players that we've got in this field have been there, seen it, won it.
T-Bait said it's a danger game for OG. I know the first round didn't quite go as Twisted Minds might have hoped, but we know how good they are and how strong they can be back in MENA. Obviously, it's pretty tough when you got Team Falcons as the big dogs in the region, but they've got so much quality, as we saw with Mosin just there.
And it does feel almost sort of harsh where so many people are putting Falcons in as top 3, and you would say, all right, well, if we're second best to them, where are you going to put us? Oh, a 13th. Really? You're going to start putting us first? Okay, that seems a little bit harsh. But Twisted Minds, it will be up to them to try and prove that wrong. That was so much time with the ball up in the air. Now the chase down. Ahmad sees the ball over to the side. Mosin's going to wait for his opportunity. JNAPS, zero boost, just keeps the ball going.
And that's going to be a huge factor in this series, as it is anytime you play OG, anytime Com's on the pitch, is where is he, what's his positioning, and what is he going to be doing off the ball, more so than on the ball, that man. And now seeing some bumps early. JNAPS, who, I mean, he just keeps getting better and better. When you think that the knapsack perhaps is not quite as, you know, he might be dropping off at his old age. He's the most experienced. He's the oldest player here. He just keeps getting better and better. A testament to, I guess, the grind, the consistency that he's played over, I guess, 7 years now. It's ridiculous.
Up to the side, Samway. Very low on the boost. As now they do clear to the far side. Com waiting for it. That was pretty awkward for him. We're talking about players that have got a bit of history in this area. I think a lot of the crowd would like to see Com again. Sort of pantomime villain last time we were over here. This time, though, I think there would be a lot more love for what he has provided, although Nolly got put into a really rough position. Ahmad's touch not going to leave much to be followed up on. And after that first goal, this game has settled.
Yeah, the more you look at the players on the pitch, all of them nearly do. This guy definitely loves it in London, as Ahmad will get the second on the ball for Twisted Minds. It was Mosin off the side, beating 2. Com couldn't get the touch. And Nolly, again, he's just been called out a couple of times, third man. And a crucial second goal for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, that was a spear straight through Nolly's car. No chance he could do anything about that, and that's the big thing. I mean, we can say this for every single MENA team. If you leave your third man 2v1, you are going to kick off in about 20 seconds, because there is no way they are going to be able to try and deal with that. Ahmad now off the wall, very low boost. Managed to just ward Com off, who would have liked a little bit of help from the rest of his team. They've only got 2 minutes left, no time for defense anymore.
It's unbelievable. If you ever want to just download some replays, just go to Com POV. It's like he's playing a different game. It's not a conventional style.
Here we go. We can have it for a little bit. Let's stick with Com's POV, shall we?
POV. I mean, he's just playing Demolition Derby. It's not the RLCS. It's not London 3.0. It's just get rid of the players on the other team as many times as possible.
I really like that we got to sit on his POV for that as well, because he didn't challenge. He knew he had 2 players in front of him, and he needs to fake challenge. He needs to buy a little bit more time, because if he loses it, it's all downhill. And maybe we could have stuck with him for 10 more seconds, because Com has cut the lead in half.
Well, this is what he can do. Sometimes you forget he's not only in your net, he can hit the ball as well. He gets the redirect that time, beating out 2 of Twisted Minds, and a crucial first goal for OG.
And I think it's something that Com's done so well throughout his career. We talk about the demos from him, we talk about the bumps, but he's not based his entire playstyle around it. It's what he's strong at, but it's not his only gimmick. He's got everything else he can provide. He's just off the ball, making the right decisions, and very often that right decision is to go and wipe out another car. He's already pre-jumped it!
Oh, gee, I tell you what, he might be listening to us. I mean, he's almost, as you said, it's masked by the demos. He's actually, his quality as a player on the ball, he's still mechanical. He can score solo plays of his own. But we just look at him and go, Com, yep, he's probably just demoing. I mean, I was just talking about it at the start of the series. He has that aspect, but he's still so dangerous on the ball as well.
Well, they need some of that danger because they've only got a minute, and there's still a goal down. SMW with Ahmad over on the wall. That is the pass that he wanted. He would have liked a little bit more boost. And Mosin already up and available. Com now to the wall. Can he get the challenge? Yes, he can, but that drops very nicely for Ahmad. And these power clears are wreaking havoc on OG, who just have to keep starting from Route 1.
Yeah, Ahmad's looking pretty locked in at the moment. Here's Com again with a solo play. He's going to get one more. Fake the reset. JNaps jumps with boost as well. He's looking for a bump of his own. Finds another touch.
That could have been it. I think Com could have committed. He had the idea of going for a demo. And I just don't think he wanted to go for somebody that was on the goal line, but I think he did. We could have had a goal from it. Ahmad off the wall, clears long, 20 seconds left. SMW waiting around. Mossen waiting for midfield, but this is a good opportunity. OG have let it go, though. An awful touch there from JNaps means that they've now got to go the whole way. They're not doing this anymore. One mistake, one chance, and SMW puts this game out of reach.
Yeah, he just got a free touch in midfield, and you just cannot give these MENA players that time and space on the ball. 3 on the board, game 1 secured for Twisted Minds, and a pretty handy start.
It just seems so nothing, doesn't it? JNaps just gets a bad touch. And you think, okay, well, we can recover. No, you can't. You're already gone. As a 2-goal lead will be is what required. Twisted Minds have got the game. And they are looking to try and fight back against their power ranking.
Yeah, they... Well, I think we always respect whoever's coming out of MENA. It's just how dominant Falcons, we spoke about power in OCE and Falcons, the perfect season. Twisted Minds getting to 2 grand finals this split out of the 3. So they're right there. They're the second team deservedly at the moment. Still trying to get to that World Championships. But it's a great start. As you can see, looking at the scoreboard, Com getting to work. JNaps, though, we're pumping him up early. The veteran, the oldest player here. That's a quiet start from him.
It does feel like OG especially have just got players that know what to do in high-pressure scenarios, like theoretically. But every time we come to these events where you'd expect players like Com, successful at Gamers 8, JNaps, major champion, 2 RLCS grand finals at the World Championship, Nolly, who won over in Rotterdam. You say put this together, maybe they're not the greatest online team, but they should be able to put it together on LAN. It hasn't happened. It's weird.
I mean, we talk about how good they look online, as you said, but you just have to forget about it. I think this split as well, particularly for OG online, they look fantastic. They're back. You can forget about the Copenhagen run, but then they get to LAN, and so far they aren't able to replicate what they're doing online. And for JNaps, I mean, we talk about the players on this pitch that love London. We know Com was fantastic. Obviously, Ahmad getting a top 2. Even Nolly back when K-Corp was right up there in the playoffs. But for JNaps, G2, they don't really like London. Sometimes they're not here, and other times they're coming out in last place. So
I'm so glad you mentioned that, actually, because I now am reminded of a conversation I had with Nolly, where I believe it was going to be KC against V1 in the quarterfinals, and Nolly was saying to me, I cannot wait to play against Com. Now they are here on the same team. 2 players with very large personalities. Now they need big plays to go along with them. Need an opening goal. Nolly, who has been kept very quiet. That one bounces into the midfield. JNaps just going to control for now. Where's the support? Com waited for the pass. And it seemed like they were in 2 minds about what they were going to do with that position.
Now I'm just going down memory lane. I mean, it's beautiful that we have the 3rd rendition of Landon because there's so many storylines, matchups. Com was eliminated by Falcons at London 2.0. Obviously, Ahmad on that team back then. And I do remember even Com saying after that series, it was the first time they got the chance to play MENA, and he said, I think I'll figure them out, if you would. We love to figure them out. No, Johnny Boy's going to love that. But if he had his time again, he would not make the same mistake. He'd be able to get the job done. Well, it's a rematch here against Ahmad.
These players are never going to talk to us in confidence ever again.
We're giving out all the secrets right now, but that is the beauty of this esport. Everyone's so close. We do get to get exclusive access and conversations with all the players and teams.
The Nolly. Very low boost, looks for the pass infield. Com has been sort of the target man, actually, at this point. As couldn't quite find the bump. Nolly was already on his way back, had to pre-jump, and actually he's put himself in a really rough situation. Gets the ball out of danger, but only temporarily, as Com flies across the face of goal. They're still out of danger. That one will hit the crossbar. Another shot comes in, another save. We stay at 0-0.
How many times have Twisted Minds, I mean, they should have scored by now, but once again, someone's flying out of nowhere, out of the corner of the screen, for OG to make an incredible save twice there. Nolly was in net. He'd already made a save, and he was done. He was dead to rights. He was stun locked in Com out of nowhere. JNaps that time the save on the goal line, but they've got to keep coming up with saves again off the post. Follow up Ahmed. That's why Com's throwing himself. There's no boost anywhere.
JNAPS is the only one with anything to his name. They waited for the passing play for him. JNAPS wanted to pass it to a teammate. There's no teammates left with anything, mate. You've got to do it by yourself, or you'll put yourself right back in defense.
It's a final stand. It's as if it's an overtime game 5. No one scored yet. We're only 2 minutes into game number 2, for goodness sake. But OG have fended off the early pressure, and wasn't it an onslaught?
But it does feel like a big moment here. If Twisted Minds can get the first goal, they might run away with this. OG look like they need to get a goal and sort of sit on it, frustrate Twisted Minds. As now we go for the bump, JNAPS narrowly avoids it. Over to the midfield, can they finally get rid of the ball? Oh, Ahmed, that was a little bit dangerous, my friend. Thankfully, he didn't pinch it against his opponent, otherwise that could have been flying off.
Yeah, thankfully Mawson was back in time, as I mean, we are just seeing right now the clash of the two playstyles and almost of the two regions. Twisted Minds, I mean, even watching Falcons play before, they have one mindset of, I think I'm just going to go at the ball. I think I'm just going to challenge. There's really relying on the speed, offense, pressure, and we're seeing the methodical style of OG. They're flying across net. They're trying to pick apart.
Oh,
they're trying to force
Nolly.
some overcommits. Nolly's in massive trouble, and the poise from Mawson to wait for him to commit to the save and then launch it underneath.
Oh dear, the deer in the headlights. He knew it was done. 0 boost. Car is stuck with no momentum on the penalty spot. As long as that one's put behind him, Nolly is just a spectator.
Finally, they break through. Twisted Minds, you could say it was deserved. I don't know how many shots they've had so far. I'd have to take a look at the scoreboard, but I mean, it has been constant pressure here. As OG looking a little bit rattled. They just said, put up a nice defensive stand, but you can't be doing that for 5 minutes.
And OG, they actually look a little bit outclassed at the moment. As Nolly will get the ball to the opposite side of the field. There is a huge pace discrepancy. And we're seeing it at shots like that. Com could not get up in time. Nolly's delaying, decides to go up. Pre-jump there from SMW. Com just taps. JNAPS looks to go backboard. That was so well read by Mawson.
This is the thing about OG. They're an awkward team to play if you're biting on all their fakes and playing. I mean, talking to Sathu about it as well back in NA. They're just a tricky side to play. But if you're Mina, this region, these teams, they're not thinking about what you're doing on the ball. They're just going to challenge. They're going to rely on the speed. So far, the playstyle clash is going heavily in Twisted Minds' favor.
It's like Twisted Minds don't respect the potential outplay. OG wants somebody to come and challenge them in the middle of the ball, but every single time OG take the ball up into the air, Twisted Minds just say, all right, let's see what you can do with that, because we don't believe you can do anything with it. Nolly keeps the ball out in a game that really could have been 2 or 3 the opposite direction, but now the time has disappeared, and Twisted Minds are the ones that are playing like they are losing. OG, what can they put together? JNAPS stretches, but he can't get there. And that is going to be 1, 2, 3 match points.
One of the best 1-0 games you will ever see from Twisted Minds. That was utterly dominant. OG, if they were ever going to get a chance, it was few and far between there. So much pressure. They only had 8 shots, but time in forward half would have been ridiculous there for Twisted Minds. Just so much aggression, so much offense. And really, they could have scored a 3 or 4 in the first minute.
Yeah, I mean, if we are going to look towards OG and what they can do to maybe get back into this, you go straight towards those back corner 100 boosts. If they can't secure those, they have no chance of getting out of their own side of the field. They need those desperately. They might even need the 2 middle ones as well, just to try and ward Twisted Minds off, who are on the path to victory.
I mean, OG, as you said, they're basically collecting food stamps in the defensive half. How often did we see at least 2 members on 0 boost? And they're all fighting really for that one corner that's not taken by anyone on Twisted Minds, but a great game there. We saw Mawson stepping up MVP for that one.
He's doing well for me. He's on my team.
This fantasy, I'm not sure what's going on. I was the last pick in the draft. I didn't even get my 3rd pick. I just got the left.
First pick was last, though.
Yeah, but I got that kid just sitting in the corner, you know what I'm saying? I actually got Finn. I love you, Finn. But it's like PE class. I just got that one last guy. I didn't get to pick him on my team. I was the 16th pick, but alas, fantasy all in good fun at the end of the day. But right now, it's not too much fun for OG because they are facing an absolute barrage of offense from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, OG will have their own fantasy, and that is of going to Champions Field. At the moment, it's very much only in the dreams. Can they do something about it? Can they match Twisted Minds? Can they make this awkward? Because for as much as we talk about sort of the stereotypical way that OG play, it's not been it. They haven't had a chance to play that way whatsoever. We talk about Com demos. Com what demos? He hasn't had a chance.
Going back to, I guess, the discrepancy between OG online and on LAN as well, you look at this lineup, you're thinking they should be good on LAN. They're all, you know, performers on LAN as well, but it almost feels like a new era of Rocket League where it's not who's the most solid as a player on LAN. It's not the most solid team. It's just who's the most mechanical, who's willing to take the risk, take the game on. That's why Falcons are so good. That's why this G2 lineup is so good. You see what Beast Mode does. He has no care for getting back. He's looking to look forward and get some redirects, and we need to see that flair from OG. I don't think they can just sit in net and face this constant onslaught from the other side.
I mean, I think that's kind of been proven at this point. Need new answers. The questions have stumped them. Yes, that is not the best touch from Nolly, but he has got it back to a teammate. Teammate that has not had the best touch either. Would have expected a little bit better there from JNaps, who has made his name as one of the cornerstones of North America. Oh, there we go. Across the face of goal. Com had to try and respect it. Look at the boost totals again. JNaps is the only one of anything. Com does grab at 100 as well. But when we're in these positions, Twisted Minds are just stealing everything, and that's the sort of position they should be able to escape from. They're straight back into defense.
Should have been a goal as well if they found the net. JNaps, all he can do is stride across. Pre-jump from Com, and it's a phenomenal shot. Even better save from Mawson, who dove across net to keep that one out. The best chance OG has had since game number 1 came from, again, a pre-jump by Com.
And that chance was also Com pre-jumping. They've got to start asking, what's it going to take? We are pre-jumping. We're trying everything here when we get the chance. But it is one shot hopefuls. OG will need more. They've got to sustain it. They've got to disrupt. Right now, Twisted Minds are so comfortable.
Yeah, there's no sustained offense from OG so far. Nolly with no boost to work with. He does get a reset follow-up. Double commit coming through from Twisted Minds, but you see SMW able to work it out. And how often do we see Twisted Minds just with 50 boost in the tank, whereas OG, there's one guy on 100, the rest have 0. They can't help each other out. They can't get downfield. Keep the pressure on.
JNaps moves on in, has to play for pace. Now off the wall. Oh, there was a miss though this time. Twisted Minds still had Mawson in net, but this is the best sort of look forward that OG have had. Tried to get the ball out to Com. Gets a good challenge, but that's straight to Baba Ahmad, who had a very heavy touch. Needs some follow-ups here, as JNaps has to get there first. Nolly up, goes backboard, and Ahmad's pre-jumped in for the block. Com now moves in. They need to try and get JNaps into the shot, but it just was not turning out for them.
He was trying to find JNaps, but it was just forced in the end. It wasn't the best pass coming through, and again, Twisted Minds able to handle that offense with relative ease. As OG now, it's stagnant, but you just see how many 50s. I mean, Twisted Minds just brute forcing. We talk about the fact they're not paying any respect. Look at the positioning. SMW, he's third man, but he's in OG's net. Boston keeping it in as well. Just with so much pressure, the positioning so aggressive for Twisted Minds.
And it comes down to the fact that OG have not been able to get the half-volley clears. They're not really doing anything that tests that midfield. Here we go. This is the first time actually in a while. And JNaps is just shepherded to the side. Here's the danger area. Go away from it. Is he going to get back in time? Yes, comfortably so.
He did throw the ball away. He was a little bit worried about dribbling that one across net in case he's own goaled it. Zarmad trying to get in there. JNaps probably first to the ball, but you see it again. They've got no boost, and Com's trying to help out. They know that they're struggling with the resource management at the moment. OG as SMW throws it on. Com's getting bumped. Ahmad has to back off. They don't want to overcommit. They know that it could be a one-goal game here in Game 3 to decide it. And Twisted Minds just a little bit more cautious than perhaps they were in the previous games.
Ahmad's on low boost, but they do have JNaps under pressure. Trying to get the pass. SMW couldn't get there in time. It's over the top of his head. And Mawson just has to play for some height. Nolly would have liked some power on that ball over to him. Instead has to just settle for the demo. OG have had this at more their kind of pace throughout this game. Yes, they've been under pressure, but it's been pressure they've been able to deal with in field. Nobody around. Nolly just pretty much buying for time. They look for the demo. Jump from Ahmad. He should be relatively safe as Nolly reset. He's got it a couple of extra touches. Usually that can try and really throw off a defender. Now we go up. Mossin, first touch, tries to recover it. Couldn't do so. We have overtime.
Yeah, clear change now. The 50 game is in, and that is OG's bread and butter. Will it continue here in overtime? If Twisted Minds perhaps thought about the fact they only need one more game, they know that there's world spots on the line. They need 2 series wins here in the Swiss. Right now, the ball is in OG's court. They're certainly looking like, as you said, a play style shift has favoured OG. Great shot from Con Mossin. He can't get the save, and JNAPS gets the first on the board. Denies the sweep.
Twisted Minds completely caught out. Con brought out the trebuchet and launched it as hard as he could. For the first time, Twisted Minds were a little bit shocked at what came at them. And this time, they were not able to react. That being said, OG, it's one step, but they need some rhythm. They can't do that 2 more times, I don't think. That is far too sketchy.
This is a problem, though, when we look at playstyles. When you're looking at a team like OG who prefer the 50s, they like the methodical style, they like slowing it down. You're playing a team with Twisted Minds. Now they've dropped a game. They're starting to think about it.
That is not the stat line I thought was happening in that game.
It looks like OG had a lot of pressure, but you know,
one shot from OG. I mean, from Twisted Minds.
It doesn't make a lot of sense, but when you look at possession, certainly for Twisted Minds. But what I was saying there is, now they get the first win on the board. Twisted Minds, if they're going to win this series, it's got to be like game 1 and 2. It's got to be aggressive, not really thinking too much. When you start dropping a game, you start hesitating, and when the hesitation comes in, you start going for more 50s. You start second-guessing your teammate, and that is straight into OG's court. They want that slower pace.
Well, this one, it worked, and I will say, OG looked comfortable. It looked like the sort of game that they can play.
Yep.
I question if it's sort of the play style that they're going to get over the next 10 minutes. It will be kind of up to Twisted Minds as much as it is up to OG, especially in a game like this where pace, the team that is faster gets to set the pace very often. Twisted Minds, it will be up to them to do so. But it was much better there from OG. Can they do it yet again? And will Twisted Minds wobble? We have seen it, as good as MENA have been internationally. The ARA region where it goes wrong, it goes wrong.
Yep, as I said, when you are so aggressive and honestly you're playing carefree Rocket League, suddenly you do start caring when you're 2-0 up and you're thinking, oh, if we win this, then we're getting closer to that world spot. Right now, OG, a fantastic game to get. JNAPS clutching up, as I said.
That's better.
I'm not sure if he likes me mentioning that he is the oldest player here, but I heard it a lot at my World Championships and my Final Worlds as well.
I mean, Goss had an entire video package ready to go the moment you lost.
It's great to see him step up in game number 3. We do have a series now. Let's see if they can force Champions Field. It's going to go similar to the Secret Chiefs series where it was back and forth. They were trading play styles. It was a mental game. Starting to feel like that here. Great demo, though, coming through. You're not going to be able to get the save, but JNAPS can. He has 0, but he needed the post, and he found it out of the net.
They have done it yet again, but look at the boost totals. JNAPS, you need to get your team out of this situation. Demo and Ahmad actually might help quite a bit. Haven't got anything for it, though. Nolly's gone up with his low boost. And now Com, 87. JNAPS has got 38, and now Nolly's already reboosted, so this is a decent spot, actually. Now just power along, although they could have hit that a little bit cleaner. Still difficult to read if you are the third man. Com tries to fake the first jump. And it is that pace yet again. Twisted Minds won't be overly happy with this.
They've really taken the sting out of this game as well. If you're looking at average speed numbers, if you're a stat guru, check those out from game 2 to 3. And now, as you said, this is just what OG want. It's slow. It's a little bit messy, but they love it. Great pass, great shot. Com again. OG are starting to fire.
I'll tell you what, Com has got 0 fear when it comes to a pre-jump. He knows where he wants it, and he knows where that ball is going to land. For the 3rd time, they trying for it, and for the 1st time, they've actually got the goal to go along. Just stunt the goalkeepers on the line, and the moment they do, Com is on the way.
I mean, how many times in the first 2 games did we see Twisted Minds just outpace? They weren't looking to take a 50, and now they're looking to get better 50s. They're not looking for it, but the bump is going to be massive, and a huge defensive mistake coming through.
Nolly, please. Yeah, they've got the bump on the goalkeeper, and Nolly had to make contact. He would have thought he was okay to leave it. Would have thought that the goalkeeper was still around to maybe jump in and save him. That goalkeeper was jumping, but to the opposite side of the field because he had been launched.
Well, that's what you don't want if you're OG, is to give them a freebie, perhaps give Twisted Mind some confidence. They feel like they are a confidence team. It's how they play. And they're, as we said, when they are firing, they're looking pretty unstoppable, but OG might have just given them a look back in, and there's another bump. JNaps is in big trouble again. He loves using that left post to get him out of danger, and it could have been a 2-1, could have been a lead for Twisted Minds. OG will be lucky with that. The fake comes through. Ahmad takes it straight upstairs. JNaps able to clear again. He's been the rock so far in net for OG.
I will say, Twisted Minds, the demos are available for them if they want it, and they just seem to have decided that that's not something they want to go for at the moment. OG are available for it. They have been very static on occasion, especially with 2 players on the goal line. Twisted Minds just trying to go for the outplays more often than not.
Have to give top right Tommy some credit as well. Torment, the coach of OG. So clearly found a way to stem the bleeding here from the first 2 games and really get this back on their own terms here for OG. But as you said, 1-1. It was a huge equaliser for Twisted Minds. They need 1 more, but they need to go out and take it. OG, they're not going to hand them another freebie.
Huge demo, that's a little bit better. Don't play the ball. Just take out the player as Austin was sort of sweeping through the goal, looking to see if he could find anybody, but JNaps hiding at the top of the goal. Com low boost. Nolly's trying to get there. Com had to try and deal with it. They are doing so well in those situations. They need to get out of those situations, but they're doing well.
The post has been phenomenal in net for OG. JNaps has used it like it's his best friend, like it's his only friend. And again, they're clutching up. Someone test his hamstrings. That guy's been stretching for more saves in this game number 4 than anything I've seen. They still need to find one down the other end. They want to force Champ Field, but they've got to go now. Com tries to go low. He tries to muscle it through. Can't quite get it to work.
Looking for the infield pass. Com, again, just tries to jump quickly. Twisted Mind should be pretty aware of that, though. JNaps looking for anything, but as soon as it's an SMW on the backboard, he is not going to go any further. No point trying to hunt down that. Good shout there. Com realized that JNaps was low boost. And now the demo, what can Com provide? Try to pop the ball up. JNaps decided to go for it, drops the ball midfield. Nolly not there in time. Now across to JNaps. They've got them scrambling a little bit for the first time. Twisted Minds looked like they were trying to figure out what the next step was supposed to be. But they have settled yet again, and we might need overtime depending on what this next throw of the dice might bring.
Nolly's just going to use JNaps off the corner. JNaps off to the clear. He does get dunked. Could this be Twisted Minds? They're going to go for the 50. Nolly does have boost. He's probably trying to get this one down. It's in a relatively safe spot. We do get overtime. Do we get game 5?
It is blink and you miss it stuff. JNaps, he's delayed, reset, couldn't quite get it, but it's also not the best play out. Com into the midfield. Nolly's gone up. Looking backboard. He's got the reset. Can he get it over to a teammate? It drops awkwardly. JNaps isn't going to jump. Com absolutely will. Now it's JNaps again. Far side. What a pre-jump save.
I mean, where did Mossen come from? Nolly trying to keep it in. It's all OG to start with. Don't go in the back of the net. Almost an own goal from Com. OG starting to sweat a little bit. They had a couple of great chances, but they need to find the offense again. Nolly with boost. Going to use the flip. More bumps coming through. Ahmad tracking back. Going to use the safety of SMW.
Yeah, who's still, well, he had the jump for a little while, decided not to use it. Ahmad gets the reset. OG have almost sort of done the same thing that Twisted Minds were doing earlier and just say, go for it. We dare you to try and outplay us. Now the backboard, Nolly powers it long. Com's waiting for it. Heavy first touch, but time to get it. Reset, launches into the top of the air. These are situations OG have got big decisions to make. They tend not to follow. They want to just delay the offense. 2 players required for the save.
Yeah, they're sitting in net though. They're looking nervous at the moment. Com now with boost. He's trying to delay the touch, trying to fake the pop. SMW, all he can do is clear it to Nolly, but he doesn't have boost. He's going to go sidewall. JNaps, nice speed. Met in the air by Mossen. Nolly's going to leave that one. JNaps has to go again. Let's find the 50, but downfield is Mossen. All Nolly can do, he just can't find any boost. He's just trying to launch it away. He's doing well.
Yeah, Nolly has been low boost hero for the last 10 minutes. Has not had much to work with. Waiting around, Com fakes out the first play off the wall. Nolly is still low boost, so it's JNaps and Com. What can they put together? Instead, they're just going to steal the 100s. It's small victories here. Can they get the big one? Can they get the goal? Can they send JNABS? He second-guessed it. He knows the shot's coming in. Stretched to get a fingertip to it. And that ball is kept out of the net. But this is so nervy from both teams. Nolly on the reset. Can't get anything else.
OG look a little bit more settled than Twisted Minds, that are just really throwing it. They're going hammer and tong. Ahmad reset, it's fantastic, but JNABS, 100 boosts, catches, pops, doesn't get a second. Com faking one out. SMW dunked again by JNABS. He's just throwing himself at absolutely everything. Ahmad cleared downfield. SMW grabbing boost. Back and forth gameplay, just so much on the line right here.
That's a nice bounce as well for Nolly, who gets there first. JNAB's waiting in the wings. SMW strains the power from him. Nolly's got the demo, but where's the follow? Comms had to delay it. Goes backboard. They now know the rotation is out of there. And that is such a great cut across there from Ahmad, who got rid of the danger. For the first time, Twisted Minds were the ones on no boost.
You just see how it is messy though. Com had to go all the way back for boost. They lost the offense. They're trying to build it up again from the back half. Only with a 50. JNAB's underneath. He's got no boost. Mawson does. More bumps coming through. Com trying to get a double. Finds the pop. SMW, this time with a bit of poise of his own, able to control it out of the back half.
And kind of weirdly for OG fans, they might not even want Com to be the one setting up at the moment. He's been the goal scorer. He's been the one in the right spot. Cross the face. JNABS off the demo. Again, pace and space for them to work with. Nolly is across field. Nolly tried to get to it. Com called back in. Plays up the wall. Can he go for the outplay? Low boost again on Twisted Minds. Mossin's the only one that's really got anything. Ahmad now has reboosted. And they have cleared the lines. 3.5 minutes of Rocket League played. It is so nervy.
OG are all over them, but they're so hesitant to land that strike, that finishing blow right now. And every time they get a chance, it's a huge touch there from JNABS. You feel like Twisted Minds, they're going to make the most of that one chance they get. But OG so far are not giving them it, as JNABS has an awkward touch. He does land the dunk, but it's very messy in net for OG. Mawson trying to control that one, trying to 50 it through, muscle his way through. And all OG can do is sit behind it with zero boost. The pop across. Ahmad's not there.
100 boosts have been stolen. Look at the OG boost. They are almost all out, but there's no one around. Twisted Minds now playing defense first. Don't want to send the third man anyone further than that midfield. They've left it. That one's wide, but Com makes sure of it. And now they can have some pace. JNABS goes for it. Has the ball dropped down. Com looking for the goalkeeper. Goalkeeper, though, jumps over the top. SMW makes contact with the ball, and we keep marching on.
Oh, the positioning has been fantastic from OG. Can they keep it up? We've nearly had 2 regulation games of Rocket League here from this overtime. Mawson with the pass, finds SMW, has no boost. Only gets to the corner. Using each other well is OG. Com now beats one. Does he get another pop? Doesn't find it. Ahmad's looking for bumps. JNABS are all setting up in front of net. Nolly pre-jumping. More demos coming through. This is rough for Nolly. Can he make the save? It's wide. It's off the post again.
He managed to pre-jump and just scare them off. Made himself big like he was up against a bear. And he's kept it out. And now that's over the top. Ahmad, the first one, second one, it's too much. Nolly sends us to Champions Field.
He throws up the double fist pump and OG are back. The reverse sweep is on. We took 5 minutes to get a result. But once again, 2 series in a row, we go the distance.
My, oh my. We do not have timeouts in best of 5s. I might ask one anyway. Instead, all these players, with all of this pressure, have now got to turn around in the next 40 seconds, CJ, and perform for their tournaments.
Com with 7 saves in that game as well. Was enormous defensively. JNABS at the start was throwing himself. I think he had 4 saves and the post probably had 8 as well for OG. Even in the overtime, Twisted Minds looked like they could have scored. But OG's poised, their polish in the end. 5 minutes into overtime, they get the reward for their efforts.
I think this is the series you look at now when you say to people what the difference is between playing in ranked and playing when you're at an RLCS major event. Because both these teams were playing nervy. They were playing like the stakes that we know are currently on both of them were affecting them massively.
I'd say Com's enjoying this one a little bit more than his ranked experience of late as well. Certainly quite vocal about that one over on the European servers. We are getting to Game 5. The reverse sweep is on for OG.
And Nolly's just staring at the camera going, yeah, this is fine. I'm chilling.
Well, here we go. Game 5, Champions Field once again. Do we get another overtime? I mean, the pressure now is mounting bigger and bigger on Twisted Mind's back. They had the 2-0. They were looking phenomenal. OG didn't have an answer. Suddenly we're on Champions Field.
We'll see what a whole 5 minutes to play with might change in these play styles when everything is not on the line yet again. And Twisted Minds are seeing this slip away. Calm already up, has really been the star player for OG. What a stop from SMW. Not going to be needed again, and instead JNAPS has kind of helped with the counter-attack here. Calm had to do what he could. He couldn't do enough.
Yeah, they threw everything at the attack end. Right down the other end goes Twisted Minds. You can see Ahmed hunting the demo. Calm had to jump over the top. He found a 50, but the back of the net was also found by Twisted Minds. A huge start here to Game 5.
So OG got to try and find themselves a goal. They've got loads of time to work with. But when you have just gone through a 5+ minute overtime, you do already start to think, maybe they want to try and start this pretty quickly. Nolly, low challenge, JNAPS on the follow. It's JNAPS actually in field, and there's Nolly! The infield pass has been the bread and butter.
He had absolutely no boost, but I don't know if anyone on Twisted Minds knew. You could see the hesitation from SMW. Mossen rotating front post straight into net. And they were in all sorts in defense there. Instant response. And that just eases the pressure a little bit for OG.
I think you just used the perfect word for what OG have done to Twisted Minds in this series. Hesitation. This is a team that was so confident with what they were doing, that they were making the right decisions in the opening 10 minutes. And now everything is second-guessed.
And that's playing right into OG's ballpark here as JNAPS goes across. Mossen has no boost. Com stole the boost. That's going to be huge for the attack now as somehow still finds a pinch off the wall. There's Mossen and Ahmed. The only one right now can do some damage. Does find SMW. Looks for a double. He's got no boost of his own. Fakes it out for Mossen. Com with the clear. He's got JNAPS downfield and Nolly with 100 if they can find the infield. He's going to leave it instead. Hand it over to Com.
Yeah, it's something that OG like to do a lot when they do have prolonged spells of offense. Not that we've really seen it much in this series. But love a fake shot. Just going to jump up, see if you believe me, and then I'm going to leave it to somebody that's in your blind spot. 1-1. 3 minutes left to play. Huge demo. JNAPS taken out, who would have loved to try and chase up. He's going to try and free jump here as Ahmad decides, okay, if you want to do that, I will get rid of you real quick.
JNAPS off spawn, just launches it downfield, able to grab boost, but Twisted Minds gaining a little bit more control. It's slower play than I think they'd like, and that's what pressure can do. It's certainly factoring into the play style right now. OG looking like they really want this slow down. They want a methodical. They want those 50-50s. Com on the backboard. He's going to be awkward. 50 comes through. Is anyone back? JNAPS, how many times has he done that this series? More bumps. Nolly out of net. And the demo's through this time for JNAPS. All he can do, SMW, is find the boost because he ain't finding the ball.
JNAPS, again, makes something from nothing. How often is no boost required for a huge play?
He played cat and mouse with SMW and he bit. He said, I'll have the boost. JNAPS, well, he faked it out the whole time. He wanted the shot. He wanted the redirect. And OG, 2.5 minutes to secure the reverse sweep.
We've been talking about how OG have been low boost this entire time. I didn't realize that was actually the best place for JNAPS. Keep him on 0. Right, maybe he needs a little bit to get up to this one. SMW now goes up to the ball. Not the best fit. Nolly takes it to the side to JNAPS, who does jump, realizes he doesn't want it.
And once again has 21 boost. He's allergic to a big pad. What a shot from Ahmad. Even better save from Com. JNAPS again throws himself across. This is what we haven't seen from Twisted Minds, though. An infield pass, the extra touch. They're going so direct at the moment. Com downfield. Does find the touch, gets demoed. Nolly's going to infield it. JNAPS looks to back off, though. They know the situation. They've been here before.
And Twisted Minds are now against a dance partner that refuses to dance. They want the pace. As again, JNAPS in the post are the greatest duo in the RLCS.
Someone stop them.
Send them to a twos tournament.
This is ridiculous. Extra touch. Com just gets a fingernail on it. Again, off the post. Again, a shot on net. Saved this time by Mossen. Minute 20 now. So much pressure on Twisted Minds. They were 2-0 up. They were looking to sweep. But OG, they're not going anywhere. Off the bar. Com wants the shot. Gets the 50. Minute 10. JNAPS throwing himself forward. They're trying to get the third. They want to secure this right now.
Yeah, but OG might remember how their goal conceded was in this game. They overcommitted. They got caught for it. Look at that midfield pressure from OG. They're just holding the line so well. Played back out, well intercepted by Nolly, and that was on the line. If that one goes past him, that is Twisted Minds at 2 each.
Borderline too aggressive, but he positioning in the end perfect. Nolly with the catch, instant flick, fantastic touch. OG so locked in. What a difference in play from the first 2 games. It's a completely different side right now. Ahmad, he can find Mossin. JNAP's up, misses a touch. Com positioning perfect though, and there's only 30 seconds for Twisted Minds to find anything.
That's not the touch they were after. A fake out there from Nolly, well read by Twisted Minds. Ahmad takes to the air. Nolly takes to rivaling him. 20 seconds on the clock, and Nolly will burn as much of that time as he can.
They're so locked in. He's just stealing boost. He's trying to kill every second, every millisecond off that clock. 10 seconds. JNAPS again. 0 boost. Probably going to try and find the post or something. Nolly, Com, he clears the ball. Have they done it? Have they secured the reverse sweep? A huge winner to be for OG. JNAPS is up once again with a 50, and Mossin can't get the touch. OG 3-2.
And simple fist bumps after, like it was the plan all along. OG have managed the reverse sweep against a Twisted Minds who were in full control for the opening 10 minutes.
They were down and out. They were on the canvas. 2-0 down in the series, but call them the Undertaker. They just came back from the dead. They completely shifted the play style, the mindset, the mentality of the series. And in the end, they worried Twisted Minds out of it with poise, with experience. They get the job done on Champ Field.
And for Twisted Minds, that series would have felt like being stuck in quicksand. They knew what was happening. They knew it was slowly enveloping, but they couldn't do anything about it. They could not thrash their way out of OG's pace. And eventually, OG broke them down, not just on the field of play, but maybe even mentally.
Multiple times as well, they would have fired the perfect shot on net. Top corner, you'd put your controller down. Well done, boys. I'm already fist pumping. Here's JNAPS out of nowhere, meeting the post, pinching it out. So frustrating for Twisted Minds. They will drop down into 0-2, but OG, we were questioning their land form. We were questioning, does it marry up with what they're doing online?
I felt like I had answers.
And now, they're back.
The questions had been given to us. We'd signed the answers. We'd even got the sheet graded over towards it. It was like, hey, it was a B+. You absolutely got that perfect. But for Twisted Minds, the target is now clear. You've got to win your next 2 series in a row just to get a tiebreaker.
Wow. That's going to be a rough one for Twisted Minds, but if anyone can do it, Ahmad can. But OG, what a series, securing the reverse sweep. And we got an interview down with Lee.
By golly, we are getting a show today, that is for certain, and Com is here with me from OG. You saw the burst of energy. Man, just before this, you said, not how I wanted it to happen, but it happened, so congratulations.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, like you said, like I said, not how we want to do this. Not a convincing start from us today.
Right.
We had a rough first series, rough second series, but I can't miss another crowd and go out in such a fashion like we did in Copenhagen, where we didn't show any kind of thing that we can do.
Yeah, no, and does that ever sink in, like at a point where you're down 2 games, now you got a reverse sweep? Are you thinking towards that, like, not again? Like, is that in your head?
Usually no, but I want to give credit to Julian, our player manager from OG, who before that match said, imagine the last time you fumbled, last time you messed up, last time you were here. I want you to think and feel that. And that reminded me of Copenhagen last time, like.
Right.
So I had those thoughts running through my head. I don't want to experience that feeling again.
No, of course. So how do you bounce back? I mean, like, obviously something wasn't working. You know, you obviously can't tell me the secrets that you guys did to fix it, but maybe 1 or 2 things. How did you fix this? How did you turn it around?
Yeah, so we're doing something that we do in a lot of tournaments where we start slow. We've been talking about stuff in practice, and then we come into tournament, we're just not doing it. Things aren't clicking. We had the exact same problem in Copenhagen, to where we have a game plan, we're not executing on it, we're not doing it, and then we slowly kind of ease into it, get better and better as each game goes by.
Well, I want to talk about energy, because there was a lack of that at the beginning, and I feel like it bursted out at the end. And while you talk about it, we actually got a clip at the end where that big burst happened. You went super villain, I believe, at one point. So walk me through your emotions and maybe what your superpower would be as a super villain, because that laugh was maniacal.
I didn't even realize this was a 5-minute OT, to be honest.
It was crazy, man.
Yeah.
So what's going through your head? Because you don't realize it's a 5-minute OT, but it goes in here and you pop off. What's in your head right now?
So Again, credit to Julian, our player manager. Before this match, he was upset at me for not being nearly as loud as I needed to be, not having the energy I needed to be in that first match. So he actually threatened to take away my food privileges for the week if I didn't get loud after every single goal that we had. If he said if he can't hear me downstairs after every goal, then I'm losing food privileges. So.
Okay, so you overcompensated and went straight evil.
Yeah.
Hey, it worked though. You guys pulled on through a reverse sweep. Tell me how hard that is, because mentally that has to be exhausting, knowing that you have so many games ahead of you. How do you lock in? Like, how do you make sure you're in flow state and not thinking too far ahead?
To be honest, it's cliche, but one game at a time. That's what you remind yourself. You just got to play the ball that's in front of you, score the goals that you need to in front of you, and eventually you're going to get there. To be honest, the most frustrating part is knowing that we were down 2-0 when we shouldn't have been there in the first place. We know we were. We just played so poorly. They didn't do much in the first two games. It was mainly us beating ourselves. Like, we gave them so many free goals, free opportunities. We weren't executing. So it's frustrating to do that, but we have a lot of experience. We remind ourselves that we're better than that, and we absolutely never feel out of any series.
Hey, well, again, you got it locked in. I'm sure there's a lot to work on going forward to make sure that you guys continue getting dubs after this. But one last thing before you go. I've seen some sentiments out there before of how you like the team you're with. You want a more mature team with experience. For younger players that are looking excuse me, to eventually fill in your shoes and step up, maybe team with you, maybe play against you in the future, what's that one thing maybe you look forward to from a teammate to say, yes, I want to teammate with them?
Honestly, there's a lot of things. I think I individually am one of the best players when it doesn't come to just playing the game. I think I give myself a lot of credit there. Comms, huge. The way you elevate your teammates, you direct your teammates. It's not just calling out what you do, it's telling your teammates go, telling your teammates you go wide, I'll go here, telling your teammates where to be.
Communicating.
The way that you enable your teammates is so much more than just how you can flip reset. There's a lot of kids out there that are a lot quicker and a lot better on the ball than I am, but the reason why I'm here and they aren't is because I have those intangibles off the field.
Right, that's huge. Hey, well, build up your team skills, your communication, and maybe we'll see you guys on the squad area. But hey, you got the dub, you got through it, it was tough, so congratulations.
Thank you, man.
Well, again, we still have some more matches. We have had some great matches so far, but they don't stop now. Swiss round 2 carries on, and coming up next, it's going to be Europe's #1 in BDS and Mina's #1 in Falcons.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas, welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment, here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth, it's turn after turn, bumps it off, now comes the follow. No one from G2's there, they went for the dunk, now Monkey moves downfield, a pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
The World Championships is doubtlessly the pinnacle of Rocket League esports, and due to how tight the competition is this season, going into the London Major, 5 teams from across the world are still yet to secure their spot. With so much prestige and importance on the line, we thought we'd get the best, most handsome Subpar Studios member to talk you through how those last remaining spots could be filled.
Cheers, Cole.
Only 2 regions have their world's teams locked in, North America and APAC. There is seeding to play for, but that's not the point in this video, so go on, this video is not about you guys, get out of here. Now we're talking. Europe should be locked in by now, but Carmine Corp decided to go and get Surd one too many times, and have given Oxygen a shot at Worlds.
Thankfully for the Blue Wall, KC's dub over Oxygen in EU's last quarterfinals meant Oxygen will need a London 3.0 Grand Finals appearance to usurp them as Europe's 4th Worlds entrant. I mean, in fairness, it is Joyo at a London Major, so you're saying there's a chance, .gif. Copenhagen, South American Swiss, nearly men Complexity have had a rotter since losing to Gen G in the last Major's 5th series. 1 semi-final and 2 quarter-finals in SAM since then have left them missing London and taken Worlds qualification out of their hands. If Team Secret have a disaster class in London and go 0-3 in the Swiss, Complexity will still make Worlds. But if Secret win one single series, there will be a tiebreaker. And if they can win at least 2 series, Secret will be stamped on tickets to Fort Worth in September. The story is similar in MENA, where Twisted Minds have had a post-Copenhagen resurgence after replacing retiring Senzo with the legendary Yeah, that guy. Alongside SMW and Mossen, the new Twisted Minds team need to reach quarterfinals to guarantee a spot at Worlds over anything. Oh, that's Mesho, Venom and Nowpo's team, by the way, not just some existential statement. If they win just 2 series in the Swiss, TM will have a tiebreaker to look forward to. Anything less, their season's over, with anything going to Worlds as MENA's 2nd seed.
No tiebreakers in good old OCE, mate. If Chiefs can manage 2 series wins in the Swiss, then Hunter, Finn and Kaka only go and make the World Championships, or as we call them, the Wazzy Chazos. Who wrote this? Anything less and it's good old quick trip pioneers who'll hop like a kangaroo, an animal that lives where I come from, Australia, to claim OCE's 2nd spot behind the ever-dominant Power. Do I get paid for this?
New Spaniards on the block Mobula won all 3 open qualifiers since joining the region, but as they didn't get going until after Copenhagen, they've probably left it a bit too late for Worlds. In London, they need 2nd just to earn a tiebreaker and a tournament win to guarantee their spot. Anything less, Limitless qualify for Fort Worth and their 2nd World Championship.
Beautifully put, Stumpy. Now let's see how this all plays out.
A late day thriller as OG rally to reverse sweep Twisted Minds and get their first win in London. 1-1 now, Twisted Minds gonna have to play in the 0-2, possibly for their last time.
And we heard from a lot of people, I think. It's like, oh, London Major, like if you were to clinch World Championship, will it matter? Like, will these players care? Obviously here, OG.
Of course.
They cared very much about that win. They want to get these wins versus international teams to be ready for that World Championship, to win a lot of prize money, obviously, as well. They just want to win. Like, everyone here just wants to win, and OG proved it here. Calm, of course, he always says it. It's all about intangibles, and they showed it here.
They want to keep stepping up as well. You know, last time around, not getting out the Swiss, that is the target this time around. But in this series, we in the green room, we were screaming at them, attack, pre-jump, commit. But they knew what they were doing, Bates. You know, they had the master plan, and in the end, it did work out for them.
The master plan was shooting an absolutely awful shot at Ahmed. And, then
and eventually it worked.
And he actually pre-jumps, taking you overpowered into
exactly.
death. And he has a power save. Listen, that's a great plan. Listen, that was the ugliest, best series I've seen in a very long time.
It was a good series. A reverse sweep, always entertaining when a team's able to pull it off here. And I mean, it started off very differently than it ended here, Gibbs. We were all in the green room like, man, were we crazy for thinking OG had this?
And all of us were saying, like, most of us picked OG, but we weren't that confident. I think a lot of us thought it would go to maybe a Game 5, like Bates said, and it looked like Twisted Minds was in full control. But then you could see from both teams, the nerves really played a factor. Both teams, a lot of bad hits, a lot of bad clears that would keep possession for the opposite team, a lot of just bad moments in general, but that happens on land. You got to get over those nerves, and OG, they got over them just in time, I guess. But there's still more to be played throughout this Swiss. I think both teams will take this as a learning experience and hopefully do better in their next match.
Yeah, I mean, if OG Esports are to survive the Swiss, they're going to have to take the fight to their opponents so much more. They were very passive at times. They were frustrating at times to watch when you just know there's that third man that can commit, or they can do a little bit more mechanically, and it wasn't happening. The overtime was probably longer than it needed to be. Again, I'm saying that as someone who thought that at the time. In hindsight, did they play a blinder? Did they play it perfectly? When you get goals like this, maybe they did, Gibbs.
They're just so excited. It's like 5-minute overtimes, very low-scoring matches. Again, both teams didn't want to fully commit. Maybe they didn't trust each other because, again, those nerves are happening. We saw a lot of mishits on both teams, so I get it. But, man, it was not a pretty series. But, again, OG doesn't care. They will play ugly series as long as they get the win at the end.
They have not played, I don't think they've played a pretty series of Rocket League all season. And yet here they are at their second major, building momentum.
I mean, that doink was pretty. That
doink
was very pretty. I'll defend that.
They've had some moments of beauty in there as well. And I mean, and thinking about Twisted Minds here, you have Bates, you have a reverse sweep. But sure, we'll go to Gibbs.
No. He's just pointing at the. Don't
worry about me.
He's just helping out the capitalist there, folks. You have a reverse sweep. You lose 2 of them in overtimes.
Nope.
Like, that's so mentally demoralizing for the Twisted Minds players. Like, how do they regain? How do they get ready for tomorrow?
Well, luckily they can play tomorrow, which means you get to go back to the hotel and get a good night's rest. Tomorrow is a new day. That's when you relock in, and maybe they might have a more favorable matchup just to get their confidence back up. But then they got a lot of work to do.
They do have a lot of work to do. They have to make playoffs to clinch the World Championship. They need at least 2 wins in Swiss to at least get a tiebreaker. So Twisted Minds, they wanted that match there, so they'd have a little bit more wiggle room, but now they're on their last life.
Okay, we'll see how they do, folks. We've got 2 more matches on the main stream, 2 more matches on the alternate stream as well. Twitch.tv/Rocket League is where you're at right now. Twitch.tv/RLCS is that alternate stream.
We only have 1 alternate stream match left because they're just 3-0 the whole day.
Moving along. Yeah, the G2 just took down Power in 3 games. So that means okay, Gen G versus Vitality.
Oh, that can't be a 3-0.
That's a good one to end
it's going to be a 3-0. So who's getting the 3? Who's getting
let's go full crazy. If that upsets today, let's say Gen G get the 3-0 against Vitality. Everyone goes, what? Then Vitality do great in the playoffs anyway.
I mean, I picked Gen G to win this one against the reigning world champions. I got them beating them in 5.
Zen's not getting 3-0'd. He's not getting 3-0'd.
That would be incredible. Over on the main stream, we still got 2 more matches to go, though. We will close out the day with Gentlemates Alpine versus Furia. But for now, oh my goodness, this one could be a preview of the grand finals. Who knows? BDS taking on Falcons. Both look strong so far today. One of which would say the Falcons maybe had the better warm-up match here, Gibbs. But BDS doesn't seem to matter who you put in front of them. They're looking strong.
And that's what kind of happened last time. Falcons had a little bit of warm-up match. K-Corp played a weaker opponent. Falcons came out and won round 2 to go into that 2-0 round. So same thing is happening here. Falcons, I think many consider them 3rd or 4th best here. but when they peak, I think a lot of people think that they can easily win this entire tournament. So we'll see how the Falcons fare here. But they're going up against the ultimate favorites. Whenever you have an EU 1 seed at one of these tournaments, they are going to be the favorite to win the tournament because Europe wins basically everything. Not only that, but obviously BDS has won 2 tournaments in a row. But the Falcons, dominant in MENA, they win everything there, but they have yet to win an international major.
This guy, for me, I believe it's Killers. Let's see if I'm right. I think that's Killers. I'm normally pretty good at identifying which of the
I thought
twins
it was Roas, but
it is. You reckon that's Roas? We'll find out whether I'm correct or silly. But anyway, if it was Killers, I'll be saying that Killers was the real difference to me between Falcons and Space Station Gaming. In attack, he was just truly... Roas! He was the real key. No, Roas defensively, of course, was the backbone for Falcons. As I was saying. But I mean, when there's 2 of them and they're that good, then you know you're going to have some trouble against you Gibbs.
You had a coin flip chance.
I didn't think I did. Normally I get it right, and I got it wrong, and I'm outraged at myself.
But the mechanical play...
That's definitely TRK. That one I've got locked in.
But the mechanical play out of all 3 players on Falcons, a lot of people can't compare to a BDS, but the Falcons absolutely can. They might actually be more mechanical than a BDS, so they can sit toe-to-toe with them. Again, a little bit more of a warm-up match, so Falcons could be a little bit better off here, but this is a tall order, Bates.
It is a tall order, and that man in the middle, I mean, we can talk about Killers in just 1 second. Cole, I'm going to throw it right back to you so you can gas him up. But I just want to say, TRK had a little bit of a quiet series going up against SSG. He can't be quiet going up against the BDS, arguably the best team in the world. Why don't you talk about your boy Killers, Cole?
Killers 5 goals in the first game, and they won 7-0. They just blew SSG out the water in about 50 seconds, where suddenly they've got like 4 or 5 goals against them. He was spearheading that charge, and it did just seem whenever SSG would come back, and they did, and there were weaknesses for Falcons, it was Killers that would just demand the ball, and even if he wasn't scoring himself, it was his fake, it was his like just little juke that would take SSG out of it.
Well, the other side of things, the EU 1 seed's been a debatable thing. It's moved up and down a few times this season, but right now, BDS have the strongest run going. They have a world championship under their belt as well, and they're trying to see if they can get back to that stage.
So 2 years ago, they won the world championship, Monkey Moon did, and then they literally didn't win anything for 2 years. Finally, we had Open Qualifier 5. Monkey Moon gets back on top. They win that tournament, and now they're just winning everything. They win that. They win Open Qualifier 6. They even win a 2v2 major as well on Johnny Boy's stream. So BDS has found a way to win, and now they're winning literally everything.
But the last time they were first seed from EU going into London was when they had their absolute disaster going out against, I think it was Pioneers when they went 0-2 in the double elimination, and we were just like, what is going on? Yeah, they were really struggling. It seems those days are well and truly behind them, and Bates Exotic, he has been such a step up for Team BDS compared even to his own Carmine Corp days.
Yeah, he definitely has. I think a lot of people, when he left Carmine Corp, they're like, okay, Exotic, he's been a solid player. I mean, he major champion in his own right, but I mean, it's okay. Carmine's gonna be able to bounce back. Exotic, we'll see what he can do.
Yeah.
Him on BDS has been great, and I mean in every essence of the word. And then you got the captain all the way at there, Monkey Moon, arguably the greatest player of the Open era, if not the greatest.
Yep.
He's still here.
There's a big 3 in Europe. It was Zen, Batira, and then Monkey Moon on 3 different teams. Monkey Moon, during the offseason, felt like he was left out of all those roster moves, had to build this team up. He even tweeted like, oh man, like I don't think that this is going well for us, but he built this team with a rookie in Drali, and it is paid off. They are now the favorites to win this tournament, and probably right now the favorites to win the World Championship.
This is so dramatically an impressive run from Monkey Moon. We've been talking about him as one of the GOATs of the Open era, if not the GOAT of the Open era, and he's building his name for one of the GOATs of all time in Rocket League. I mean, you said that, like, yeah, after they won the World Championship, they didn't really win anything for a while. Kind of glossing over, they made it to like a grand finals in Boston and the grand finals of the World Championship. If BDS were to make it back to the grand finals, I'm pretty confident in saying they'd be the first organization in Rocket League history to make 3 consecutive grand finals appearances at the World Championship. So BDS, lots of power on this team. Can they do it here against the Falcons? This one, not a World Championship, not a grand finals just yet, but you know they'd like to get it done quickly in the Swiss and go into that round 3 2-0. So we'll see if they can do it. Chat, hashtag FLCN, hashtag BDS. Let us know who you think's got it. Cole, pick.
I actually had to check what I put earlier because I couldn't remember. It's 50-50 in my mind, but I am going to go Team BDS. Home turf for them. I think they've got this winning run. They'll keep it going. And yeah, Monkey Moon, the way he's now performing in LANs as well as online is going to be too strong.
BDS are the favorites here. I have them winning the entire tournament. I have Falcons in this matchup. I think their warm-up game was better. We saw it in Copenhagen.
Even though the warm-up was like 2 hours ago?
Doesn't matter. Falcons, last time around, the same thing happened. They played K-Corp. They took them down. They eventually lost to them in the bracket stage. So I think Falcons win this, and depending on how dominant they do, I might change my overall winner pick.
Okay.
Following that logic, I'll go Falcons as well.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Lots of green.
2 for Falcons. I got BDS on this one, folks. I think BDS is feeling very, very strong. I don't think the warm-up's going to matter in this situation here. Well, how does the coin feel about it? As we're split on the desk, the coin has the Middle East for this one. Let me get the logo right face up there. There we go.
Nice.
Appreciate that one.
You can tell you're an artist. All the small details. That, you know.
It's important to me.
Yeah, exactly. Respect. I respect
man,
it.
we're split on the desk. I'm fascinated at how chat's going to feel about this one. I feel like Falcons is going to have this.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
Good catch.
Good catch.
Nice. Okay, cool. Falcons, popular ones. I think Falcons a slight favorite here across the desk and across the chat, but it's slightly across the world there, folks. We'll see. Let's get into it. Enough talking up here. I'm just excited to watch some Rocket League, folks. BDS taking on Falcons could be a preview of the grand finals we'll see on Sunday. But we get it here, the very first day of London. 2 regions, 2 champions, only one can move forward undefeated. Falcons versus BDS.
Ooh, we got an appetizer for the grand final. I'm feeling like it. Like, these are 2 teams favored to go all the way. Number 1 from MENA versus number 1 from EU. Let's get right to it.
Kings of Europe, kings of Saudi Arabia, and the rest of the Middle East and North Africa. And you're right, the fact that we had the Falcons coming here last time in London, they went to the grand finals and they managed to they got double swept all the way through. They did not manage to take out any of the series away from Moist. And BDS in 7 seconds, they are here with 1 mission and 1 mission only. Go through into round 3 in that 2-0 spot.
We're just wasting no time here. And
no problem, we're straight into it.
We're just right into the action. And you guys saw how split the desk was. Exotic just going under the ball there on the kickoffs. Had me worried we were still not finding the chill. But yeah, like, I didn't know what to predict for here too, because Team BDS only played against Mobula, and I guess doesn't matter. That was a nice warm-up, I guess.
That was a stunning sidewall redirect as well. The warm-up on this stream is gorgeous, and Drali dropping a sidewall redirect perfectly from the corner of his car. In 20 seconds, we've already seen a stunning kickoff goal and an even better sidewall redirect. Team BDS, they don't want to do what they did last time when they came to London, where it was Monkey Moon, the only player on that team that we're currently seeing here in that previous iteration. They went 0-3, 0-3. It was a different format, but they did not win a game after being the #1 seed in all of Europe. Which was outrageous. Shouldn't really have happened. They've already done better than last time in this 1-0 round. Yeah, definitely starting off this game #1, making sure that they are putting a statement towards the #1 of MENA.
Oh, almost a pass connecting to TRK, and I'm seeing Drawley defending off the ceiling. Like, Falcons had some close calls. They had a demo, but guess what? There's 2 other players on the field, and one of them happened to be in the net. Team BDS, 2 goals in 1 minute. Don't hate it. Like, we weren't sure just how good they were on day 1 when only facing Team Mobula, and then it was 1-goal games, so who knows. And then Team Falcons went to 5 against SSG, but man, were they on fire. And I'm still waiting for things to heat up a bit here.
So we got a little bit awkward there for Team BDS in their own back third. They weren't quite able to clear that ball away efficiently, but neither were Falcons able to score whatsoever. Exotic now midfield with the reset, does end up dropping down towards Monkey Moon. The only player returning from that previous London visit that they had before. And Monkey Moon has been a stellar player in the latter half of this entire, these major qualifiers. He's managed to win 2 with this BDS side. The resurgence from him has been biblical.
Ooh, TRK putting it off to the side, realizing how many cooks were in that kitchen. And look at the full send from Team BDS. But Exotic so close to the box, not getting the close, tight support he was hoping for. But I like that both these teams, known for their aggressive, relentless offense and extremely mechanical teams. I'm excited for how this game is going to develop. It was a very quick strike from Team BDS, but things have slowed down, and then kind of a slow punch there from Monkey Moon, 3-0 for BDS.
I think Monkey Moon expected he was going to be able to get on the end of this. When Ramas goes up, completely misses on the first. Monkey Moon, he's in position to try and get that block away, or rather to get that shot in when the block away did not come in from Ramas. And the fact that he even read the fact that Moraz couldn't quite get there, good for him. Great positioning, great vision. Oh, wonderful touch into the center though. But halfway through the game, 3-0.
And regional kings on both sides. Team BDS, you know, not a perfect streak. 2 out of the 3 regionals. How could they miss one? And Falcons, pure domination. A conquest of MENA. But what do they have to say for their region after Twisted Minds got reverse swept? I hate to remind MENA of this, but you got one golden goose to still hope for, and it's Team Falcons. Game 1, though, still scoreless for their side.
Yeah, trying to save the blushes of MENA, making sure that they're going to be able to get at least a series win here. We were saying in the green room, when's the last time that we have seen a reverse sweep on LAN? It's so incredibly infrequent.
5 minutes ago.
Right, I will take this headset off and I will go home. I live an hour away. I can do that.
You get there in like 2 steps with how tall you are.
All right. Less of you.
I'm having too much fun. And so is Killers. Oh my god, what a save from Monkey Moon. And Drawley running out of boost, but still controlling this ball up the wall. Team Falcons are going to allow them to step out just so they can kick them back in, but Falcons, above! Man, Team BDS just almost go to the ceiling to get past them.
Complete speed, beating out that foreign defender. Rabas again being thought at Monkey Moon, not just by a tight challenge, even a 50 bounce going Monkey Moon's way. A good 3-car length. BDS beat him, rather Monkey Moon beat Rabas 2 there. 4-0. Game 1. And Falcons did this previously in the competition as well. When you go back and you look at their first series against SSG, they won that one 7-0. It's not quite that high a scoreline for BDS, but this is how it feels.
Yeah, and you have to go through all these matches today, and you're waiting for your next one, and I don't know what the situation is with the practice computers too. Like, are they warmed up? Are they ready to go? Are they getting in their heads? And are you intimidated going up against EU's #1? It's not like Team Falcons lack any lethality. They've definitely brought it to them. It just hasn't crossed that goal line. And you just gotta blame the wonderful defense out of Team BDS to be 37 seconds away from shutting out Team Falcons in Game 1.
Yeah, by a decent scoreline too. Those 4 are going to be strong. A potential one being earned back by Monkey Moon, clearing it away back into the corner. Killers challenging again with Monkey Moon. That corner still being the site of all of these challenges. And TRK, a little bit of space, creates just a snap of magic.
Yeah, just Exotic trying to come up the side wall, and then there was kind of a scramble.
In 2 minds, yeah.
Yeah. But hey, Team Falcons get 1. 3 more in 20 seconds.
Yeah.
They gotta put in the work. But Team BDS, I don't think they're too worried even off the cameras. I think they were confident against Team Mobula, and they're confident here today, even against a big favorite in this tournament. As Team Falcons will have to think about Game 2, and they'll have a few more extra seconds to do so after that goal.
And I like seeing when any team is ahead, they then don't think, all right, we've already got these 4. We know we're going to win this game because there's 5 seconds left, whatever. Let's just move on to the next one. It's a case of, no, let's keep scoring. It doesn't matter. Relentless. Let's just go. Like, you lose nothing for going. You're more confident. You manage to keep wiping any amount of confidence that Team Falcons may well have going into the next game by scoring again. Team BDS, a decisive 5-1 in the first. 2 more and say hello to round 3 being 2-0 up.
You're gonna have to find a way if you're Team Falcons. I'm the coach, right? I'm gonna step back there. They're just over there. I'm gonna tell them. Midfield, you can't let Team BDS walk all over you, because as soon as that offense builds up, you're not gonna know what's gonna hit you until it's in the back of the net. And you just saw how quickly Team BDS are to find these goals. I mean, damn, it was 2 goals in 1 minute. Like, there was no sense of slowing down for Team BDS.
There's also Monkey Moon with nearly 800 points going his way. This shot from Drawley, you see TRK, he goes to defend it and then thinks, oh, he's probably not got that one, and then turns back. Itachi, or rather Exotic, looking over towards his teammate like, yeah, that was nasty. Beautiful shot. Team BDS overall, clinical, how they want to play, that was their game. Falcons really couldn't work their way into it, but we see how this series do turn around. We saw, I appreciate it's a while ago, but Falcons, with a completely different roster in San Diego last season, they were able to come back from their Gen G when they were playing them,
It was a good couple of games that they lost, and then they scored like 7 goals. It was a very big performance from them. There was Ahmad scoring the 7th. And the fact that, you can have these teams that do work back and then they can manage to earn their spot in the second game. They can now get game 1 out of their heads. I have no issues with that. It was a 5-1. They move on. But it's on BDS to not let them forget that.
And I like that you mentioned turnaround, because this is what this major feels like for Team BDS, who had maybe, if you want to say, lackluster split 1. And I feel like Monkey Moon, Trolley especially, are in really great form, at least on day 1 of the major, where maybe we were all expecting them to get further than top 8. Was it G2 that they lost to, right? After they won against them in Swiss, like, we have such high expectations for not only Team BDS, but for Falcons as well. And how do Falcons bounce back from game 1 when it was just 1 goal that they got?
Oh, nearly got the second.
Almost
for themselves.
blessed it, I guess.
Killers just trying to tap it below the crossbar, wasn't able to, but TRK, the sole goal scorer, is going to continue this offensive in the orange side of the pitch. Charlie, 0 boost, wants to push the point on, mostly there, not going for the ball. If he gets the dunk, fine, which he did, but mostly going for that boost and making sure that the final defender can't rotate, get the boost and be comfortable.
Like that pop from the ceiling to buy time for TRK to get into position. Roas with full tank. Trying to get this at TRK, who maybe had a different idea, trying to steal the corner boost from Team BDS and kind of retreated back to the ball in time. Team Falcons, you gotta expect really perfect Rocket League from them, especially going up against EU's #1. Oh man, Falcons, they only get better as the series goes on. You saw that against SSG and how well they performed there. So Team BDS, really showing us that we should have never had any doubts of them in the first place.
A lovely block into a team pinch. Can't quite find its way in. Monkey will clearing it away, but TRK doing a lot of work in the midfield. Flexing his muscles and keeping that ball nearby. Killers Central finds his twin, a Twinergy. Manages to secure Falcons a goal.
And you know how much that meant to them. They are so hyped. Fist bump and then immediately locking in. Even Killer is looking for bumps in the net. Like, the synergy is building up for Team Falcons. And, Team BDS not getting 2 goals in 1 minute definitely helps the spirits.
True.
TRK with a good win off the backboard, but that buys time for Falcons to get some boost. Charlie with the demo that doesn't matter off for the clear that Team Falcons had, and a miss from Roas off the 50. Killers off to try and do his best. So Team BDS winning against 2 defenders really bought themselves some real estate. Exotic has to stretch to get back. That was a bit close.
That was all Killers the entire time. Into a dunk, into a sidewall, making sure that he can get that clear away, and then the snapshot, showing the threatening side of all of these Team Falcons players. And with the lead, they're going to be very happy with it. Roas gets rid of Exotic from the pitch, midfield, sees Killers, finds TRK, goes there. Roas is that side, but he's clearly rotated straight back out again. Still a clever play. Double saves coming from Drali and Exotic. Shot long. High challenge in the midfield. Game making sure that slowed down just a touch, with Killers now trying to find the backboard yet again.
And Falcons.
Chances, but yeah, nothing's really coming from it. And I think we're seeing Team BDS just slowing the game down a little bit more, when maybe it has to be a bit more aggression, or rather Team Falcons are slowing the game down in front of them and being a little bit awkward. But Roas now on the floor with TRK.
Ooh.
Roas going for the shot himself and a little bit of support.
Oh, and Killers leaving that to TRK, but BDS have such good field awareness. They know where to bring the ball where Falcons are not.
Oh!
You just can't stop the pain train. The stop is at the back of the net.
The magnetic flip reset barely goes away from his car. Gets that second touch, so vital, over the top of Exotic. The play is stunning. There's 90 seconds left, and Team Falcons, game 1 barely mattered to them. They're bounced back dramatically in the second.
2-0. BDS, where was that fire? Where was that domination from game 1? Falcons playing a safer defense, and that midfield is a lot tougher of a fight. Killers with a big beat, but couldn't get the double on target. That's okay. TRK got the corner boost to a BDS running without resources. Falcons need to suffocate them while they find them weak. Falcons come back with boost. Killers buying time, trying to get that pass to Roas, who's going to adjust. Leave it to TRK. Off the ceiling, dropping this into the box, trying to smash it to Monkey Moon. Great support, great pressure out of Falcons. And either way, even if there isn't a goal, it's denying time, denying opportunities from BDS to retaliate.
Roas missing that ball now, falls to TRK. Final 30, up for the double. Nothing can find its way in though. A double commit coming in from two of the players from Falcons. And a pinch backwards does leave BDS now chasing these two. With 25 seconds left, 1 per 12 seconds is going to be needed. Pinch again, awkward Monkey Moon. A lot of time, a lot of space, but the time on the clock is absolutely ticking down. And Team Falcons looking very handily to take this second match.
Now that both teams are getting more and more comfortable, the pace of play has increased and the Falcons have found their footing. And not just that, but have stomped down Team BDS in Game 2 to equalize our series 1-1.
I mean, Falcons also doing what we kind of wanted them to do as well. Just being more aggressive, shutting down a lot of plays before they manage to develop into anything particularly threatening. And Team BDS shoved into a locker in their own half. Falcons, really good turnaround compared to that game number 1. And an overall, a very even split in terms of points, managing to find themselves within 55 of each other compared to when BDS managed to win. And Monkey Moon rocked nearly 800 points on his own.
How many saves that BDS had to put up just to keep this only a 2-0 game?
For my fantasy, I love that, by the way. Monkey Moon's on my team.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, aren't you protected?
5 saves for the GOAT Monkey Moon. My fantasy is picking up.
Oh
I'm coming for your teammates. I'm on you.
Oh my god. I have the NA code because I think 2/3 of my team are NA, so they're doing okay. They're doing okay. But hey, we have a pretty okay series, I gotta say. 1-1 after what? Shutout vibes. I know game 1 wasn't a shutout. Kind of felt like it though. Both teams really downloading each other.
Team Falcons having to think, I think, fight a little bit more for their win compared to what we saw from BDS, where a couple were given somewhat over to them. But regardless, they go into game number 3, even Stevens. 2 more for each of them. It's going to send them into the 2-0 round. But either of them, regardless, are going to be having that not quite preferential seeding, considering that they haven't gone 3-0. But that's all seeding stuff, and it depends on who ends up then going for those 3-0s or 0-3s when we go into the 1-1 or the 2-0.
I'm seeing Falcons grab those corner boosts to just try and set up for the long-term plan to keep Team BDS trapped in their half. Baroas playing mind games with the fakes and off the backboard. TRK can't dump it away, and Exotic to the left side. 50, won by Roas. No boost, he's gonna need help. Killer stepping up. Can't stop Drawley, but the ball comes out. Shot taken from the midfield. And Team Falcons have good pressure now. TRK with more boost. He's gonna handle this from here on out. Drawley gets a hand up. BDS, they keep their heads above water.
And you also see that 3 players from BDS dive to that final save. And that's going to continue pressure. Because if you get 3 players to jump for something, all 3 are using boost. You destroy their resources. BDS falling prey to that. It's barely been out of their own half. Ramas up for 1. The double can't find his way in. Instead, TRK from the shadows pumps it home.
Yeah, you needed that perfect touch from BDS right at this moment. Drawley and Monkey Moon just not able to just sandwich TRK to death, where you needed to in that moment before he scored. So Team BDS not able to get Falcons off their back. It's a hot start for Falcons after dropping game 1. What did Team BDS have up their sleeve?
There's a lot of pressure coming in from Falcons, and the counter-attacks that we saw previously, bear in mind the goal that we saw from Drawley was just, okay, send it long, and now I can do a sidewall redirect. It was all him, and it caught Falcons off guard. More of that has to be on the menu for BDS, or just try and wrestle back some control of these games. The boost remarkably low for BDS, and Roas is going to be sending Drawley to... he's going to respawn with a very kind 33.
Yeah, like if Team BDS don't get like the immediate touch on the ball, you just see Roas flying at it and getting demos. Like,
aggression. We said it
so
at the top of the
aggressive.
series, right?
Yeah.
Pure aggression. These teams love to play aggressively.
Team BDS Still need that tying goal, and look how much more difficult it is for them to transition compared to how game one went. Team Falcons know they gotta slow them down and then pick things up when they least expect it. And it's still just that scramble to fight for boost. Both teams need to buy time to reset things, because having 2/3 of your team without boost doesn't help. Drawley with the flank one in the upper corner. Monkey Moon, the janitor on duty, cleans it up.
Swipes across the net after Drawley. A stunning catch, a lot of boost. Flicks it wide. And Monkey Moon came from the left-hand side of the pitch all the way to the right to make sure that if that's wide, BDS have a backup plan. And he was him. 2.5 minutes through the game, 2.5 minutes left, 1-1 off the kickoff. It's an immediate shot again from Drawley. Rawats to save it away. Exotic first man to it, but it does pinch straight back over towards TRK. Monkey picks up in the midfield, but an awkward one, using quite a lot of boost too. And boost, as we've seen, Lemon is absolutely at a premium in this one.
Yeah, that's what the war is all about on this field, of who can control each other's boosts and how you can really suffocate them in the dump right in front. Drawley gets BDS the lead.
30 seconds since the last, and Drawley up high with a dunk on Rawats in a seemingly impossible angle. Manages to sink it. And a beautiful play from BDS gives them the lead.
BDS realizing they have to fight fire with fire. If Roas is just gonna come flying at us with demos, then we really gotta push the envelope against Falcons when they're still trying to control the ball defensively. You see how much more physical this game got. It's a close call near the post. Monkey Moon without boost has to do his best to bully Falcons back 2-on-1. And Team Falcons handle that so well. Now the clear, or Exotic, Drawley falling back. This is Kalir's waiting to see where the destination of this ball is, and Drawley has boost. He can cross from one coast to the other, but Falcons will not let this center in front of their net.
Final 90 now, ticking down with Kalir sending it central towards Ramas. Back, TRK, Killers, top corner, removed from existence, and Falcons tie the game up. What a fake from Ramas in the middle, realizing he hasn't got the angle for that. Any touch, just relinquish control back to BDS. TRK's got it better, who then sees, well, I can't shoot here, you know who can? Killers on the right wing, sends it home.
I mean, this match has some of the best players in the world, but especially Falcons with the best MENA players, like the most stacked team from their region. Finding the equalizer with a minute left. BDS managed to have some fight back. Killers against one in the net. Another shot, another save. Roas putting it into reverse. TRK with the pass, but not on target. As Falcons hope to recover possession. That's when BDS come in with the demos. They pop it up, but lacking boost. BDS gotta do what they can. Exotic and Drawley in the 2v2 retaliation.
Brilliant pass out of defense. Absolutely superb. Making sure that they're not just sending it long, they're sending it to a teammate, and Exotic has to be credited for the movement up pitch too. Gets the corner 100, goes up long, and gives them an out.
Okay, 23 seconds. Who will get the lead in the series? Go to match point. Both these teams have given everything they've got. Monkey Moon will try to send it away to allow BDS to be composed, but if anything, it invited the opponent to your half, and Falcons have set up camp. A few more seconds. It's about these 50s. Roas will carve through the left side. TRK steps up. Falcons have trust. And how will they believe in each other in this OT?
First overtime in this series between the Titans. Roas gets rid of Drawley. That problem is dealt with. Then tries to get rid of Exotic on his way back as well. Killers above the backboard. But Exotic to clear it quite handily. No player to receive, and so it falls to Monkey Moon. It's the shot from down low, ends up high. Falcons in 15. Roas does it on his own.
I know this is rock. Okay, I'm not going to say it, but I know this is not an FPS.
Nice.
But it's a bloodbath. This is what it's feeling like. Demos, non-stop aggression. If you don't have the perfect touch, you better hope you got backup. Because Falcons sent the house in OT, and they did not let go. And they will go to match point.
Dangerous play that was. Considering how fast that ball was traveling, Monkey Moon had to make a touch. He was unable to.
Roas, a brilliant read. And knowing as well, do you remember earlier on I was saying about Monkey Moon that he read Roas missing? He's just returned the favor. He saw Monkey Moon missing that one. Manages to get a more important goal than Monkey Moon got at the time as well. An overtime winner. Falcons winning 2 on the trot.
Both teams realizing that, like, their defenses are so good. I mean, that's why you're #1 from your region, you know, from BDS and Falcons. So you have to go for the big plays. You have to be able to play through traffic and know when, if you're being called off, to not question it, give the ball, and trust your team. And both these teams, you've seen the fakes, you've seen the passes. The synergy that's been on display and the improvements that are being shown time and time again. These are 2 very adaptive teams that need to show that they can stay composed, not only in a long series like this, but on a long Swiss day.
Yeah. And bear in mind, we're not the only stream here today. This is the primary stream, but there's also the alternative stream on /RL Esports. That is Vitality versus Gen G, and Vitality won game #1, 5-0. They've just kicked off game #2. It's a minute in now. It's 0-0. So open up that tab. Make sure you keep an eye on that. Is Johnny and Stacks casting over there with a stunner of a series. That's another 1-0 round in our round 2.
Yeah, we can wave to them.
We can wave to them. They're going to completely ignore us, though.
I don't know why.
Because they are so in the zone. I cannot face that kind of rejection.
Okay, we got to lock in. We got to lock in themselves. We can Donut Wall them back, even though they do not care.
Easy. 30 seconds in. Johnny Boy and Stacks don't matter. Team Falcons hunting for that 3rd game, and TRK trying to hunt for that top corner. Instead, he finds Killers.
It doesn't help that 2/3 of BDS have no boost, and they're probably searching for that, and then that missed touch doesn't help. Monkey Moon putting that thing in reverse. No connection on the ball. Falcons with the first goal yet again.
In the first 40 as well. I feel like we're seeing a lovely amount of link-ups too between these players. TRK forgoing the ball, going for the man, tries to 2-foot him off the pitch. 45 seconds, that 1 goal being the only so far. Has only happened like 10 seconds ago. Charlie, midfield, trying to just has to actually, not trying to, but has to move his way back into his own half. Has to go via the back boost as well, but gets beaten out by Roas. Another miss on the back ball, but nobody from Falcons reading that one. Good demo from Charlie. Maybe that is the plan going into game 4.
Yeah, because BDS have to pave their way, put the red carpet down on the midfield, and that is a high ball off the crossbar, and Falcons still trying to replenish that opportunity, but that's gone away. BDS able to collect their boost, and not only that, another goal.
Lovely shot again from Charlie. I don't even know who's got Charlie in their fantasy, but they're going to be pretty happy with this series from him so far, because so many of BDS's goals have come from the nose of his Fennec. Drawn up with 90 seconds elapsed. Still going to need to win this game, then 1 more. It'd be lovely to get a game 5 between these 2 teams.
Yeah, it hasn't been like a crazy lead since Team BDS showed up to play in game 1, and Falcons still needed to warm up because Falcons have taken every game, or game 2 and game 3, every game since then. But Team BDS are trying to connect on these passes to dominate the midfield like they did before, and these demos from Jolly have allowed that to happen. BDS trying to sense weakness, at least in the possession department, see if they can play through that traffic we were talking about. The Falcons have collected boosts, but they haven't had a solid clear to get them out.
We're seeing BDS as well trying to lure Falcons to fight them in the corner and trying to actually get them to then try and dive in as Monkey Moon punts it corner and then immediately follows up. Thinks like I can outspeed Falcons. They don't know where this ball's going, but I do. And they don't fall for it at any point. They're making sure they're being patient and then sending it away when they've got a better chance. It's fantastic patient play from Falcons, but midfield relinquishes the ball control straight back over to BDS. TRK with a long pass, only finds Exotic, a flick, but 100 boost used to move it about 3 feet up the pitch is not an efficient use of the golden stuff.
I like Monkey Moon that he's like trying to 1v3, and like if there's anyone on this field that can do it, it's him. It's like 50-50-50 bulldozer. And then BDS can have these offensive layers, but it is so difficult to peel back Falcons off defensively, offensively, whatever side of the coin you want to look at. But Falcons running on so little boost and just trying to get any clear by any second they can to find their breath, to find themselves on the field yet again. BDS started collecting some good pressure, but now going back to collect boosts has given a chance for Falcons to slap back.
This final 90 seconds, and our team's drawn again. Exotic tries to get off that sidewall, a very awkward bounce, sends it straight back towards that blue goal. Drali gets rid of the ball, goes for the man. Monkeyman can't get the double, but Exotic is there. A three-man play to break the Falcons' back line.
Yeah, well, if BDS, you know, it's okay to mess up once, as long as you find the rebound, or, you know, call it a fake, whatever. Go next. You got the lead. Yeah.
Exotic's there.
Yeah.
That's the important thing,
important
right? Because Monkeyman, okay, he doesn't get the double, whatever. He then just rotates straight back out, and Exotic's there to sink it. And realistically, everyone on Falcons is looking at Monkeyman 2 for the double. He was going for it. Doesn't matter. You get the goal. And with that one goal lead that you've got, Exotic trying to go for one and not quite securing the dunk. We're entering the last minute of game number 4 with a BDS lead. A very important BDS lead.
Yeah. And Killer's had a dangerous cross in front of the net. You saw Drali hunting him down as Falcons have to dribble their way across the midfield. And even then, Drali with great reads to slow it down, hand it off to Exotic, steps forward for BDS. It's a fight into the corner. It's 45 seconds left, and Monkeyman will pinch it right off of Roas, though, and it goes to the orange half, where BDS will try to not allow the equalizer to come through. And what a pass! It's too high!
That came off the back of one of the most beautiful fakes I've seen as well. Falcons playing ingeniously, just not quite able to pass the final test. This 20 seconds vital for Falcons. You get this, you get an overtime. 15, TRK up, Killers picks up a mid boost. TRK now low, tries to rotate via that back corner and does get so. 300 boost for Falcons there momentarily, and BDS are running on fumes.
Drali breaking up that pass was everything. Falcons were building up with full tanks, sending it to the orange half, and BDS may just send them to game 5. Falcons can't get there. We're going to Champions Field.
Champions Field. First time I've seen it casting today, which is quite nice.
We've been on the B stream.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we've been on the B stream. It's only been 3-0 so far. Going along that route, that is also Vitality over on the B stream, going 2-0 up against Gen G. We were speaking in the green room earlier, saying surely, well, if we're going to break the 3-0 curse over on the B stream, it's going to be Vitality Gen G. Maybe not. Maybe not. It was a 2-1 in that second game as well. Some brilliant goals coming out from either team. Again, please go and watch that one. You've got a lot of Rocket League that you can catch up on. But Falcons over here, they had the lead early on, Lemon. They just weren't able to hold on to it.
I've noticed both sides, like sometimes the first attempt, like you have this amazing pass, but you're playing at a higher pace where sometimes accuracy can be sacrificed and it'll be a bit wide. But what's been important is the follow-up. Who finds the rebound immediately? And both sides have been able to clean up goals and get themselves on the board. It's been these one-goal games. It's been so close.
Incredibly close between these two teams. Game 5 is going to prove that. This Champions Field is going to be loading up. Bear in mind the winner of this is going to be going through into the 2-0 round. The loser going through to the 1-on-1. Both good places to be. One just marginally better than the other, especially for your chance in terms of seeding as well.
The day will only get longer for you if you lose, but many more chances. You're going up against some steep competition in the 1-0 round, and I feel like it's only going to get worse too in the 2-0 round. But Falcons with early pressure right off the kickoff, Roas being forced back, and he saw that touch coming out of BDS, and there's a lot of respect for the other side. Meanwhile, BDS have to fight for corner boost, and they have to be aware of that, and that's why maybe they'll let go of ball possession, just to make sure that Falcons don't suffocate them.
It's that immediate pressure too from BDS, pushing deep into the blue half, maybe a little bit too deep as Killers takes a shot on target, but Drali trailing back is able to receive, can catch, can then work it past halfway line, flicks it high. On the backboard, Roas with a catch of his own. Midfield again from Exotic finds Monkeyman. That back corner, when it gets sent there from BDS, it has been very fruitful for them. Drali, an awkward touch on the backboard, but a lovely landing means that he can maintain control and it does not fall back to the Falcons.
Yeah, but Charlie has to use like all his boost to do that, and his second man doesn't have anything, so Falcons will force their way through the back of the net.
That's
A 1v1 play in 3v3 that you don't see too often, and Drali has fallen for it. Hook, line, and sinker. He's got 0 boost. He has to dive in and do something. And TRK knows that for a fact and can therefore slow play it, give it a jump, make sure it doesn't sneak past him, and can then just get the rebound straight into the net. Falcons, a lead.
BDS have stabilized now off that kickoff. Offensively, it was such a heavy touch and a clear with someone not playing downfield, so possession conceded to Falcons. At least BDS will contest the midfield and even grab this, and Drali with her reset got bumped off and it's almost landed in the net. Falcons will wait and see what else BDS have in the tank. Backboard can't be used. Drali will slam in. Falcons scramble to get as much space as possible. But BDS with midfield control, they're starting to ramp up.
They're ramping up, but they're also playing very close to the ball every single time. It means that when it gets sent long, there's a little bit of downtime, and then Falcons can completely, reassemble themselves, get back into position. Great air dribble over the top from Drali. Challenging midfield, it's TRK and Monkey Moon. Drali out of a blind spot on Exotic, waits, hopes that Killers doesn't make contact. Unfortunately for him, he does. Falcons maintain this lead.
And with TRK demoed BDS, you thought this 3-on-2 would be even bigger opportunity to find that goal, to find the equalizer. This is Champions Field for a chance to make your Swiss day even shorter. Exotic can't really do much with no boost. And a long pass to Roas, who's still maintaining possession of the ball. Having to get a few extra touches, sets it up into the corner right where Monkey Moon is waiting, who flicks it over and gets a double commit going out of Falcons. BDS could sense that maybe they could find a mistake out of Falcons, but nothing yet.
TRK was not ready for that touch in the midfield. And we're seeing BDS get these really annoying touches, being a little bit nonsensical, and just keeping any control they can away from Falcons. Monkey Moon with an open net as well. No one back whatsoever. Where did everybody go? Roas sends it far. Killers, he's in the corner. And Monkey Moon's dunk completely takes him out of the play.
He went to like the opposite side where Killers was, and the rest of the team were sending it very confident in an offense that they could just walk through the midfield. We have a tie game with less than 2 minutes left. This is insane. Exotic, quick shot. TRK gets a hand up. Exotic wants to collide against TRK, and Falcons trying to unbury themselves.
It's awkward again, though, because it's just these pinches going so in favor of BDS, ricocheting around the blue half of the pitch. And it's not left that blue half for a little while now. Roas has to get a touch, otherwise Exotic is waiting there, lurking. Monkey Moon shoots! TRK to save.
TRK has been so big defensively. How? How have BDS not scored with these incredible passes? Drali, the drop pass to Monkey Moon, shifted off by a Falcons defender. And Killers setting up his team for success. Not until Drali gets in the picture. 3 back for Falcons. BDS will have to peel them back. And the next goal could be everything. TRK with the reset. 1v1 against Drali. Great touch to the side.
You can see what he was planning there, wanting to stay behind the ball the entire play, get another dunk goal. TRK saves Killers there from sending the ball floating in front of his own net. Monkey Moon low on boost, but Falcons don't know that. A pass central, Drali waits. A low boost for them both, and Exotic, the only man on BDS to have anything in the tank. Killers up high, low himself. Drali up for that double. TRK midfield with 100.
Oh, good 50 from TRK, though, and that's where Killers just got a couple of pads, and he's trying to build up. Falcons in the orange half have suffocated BDS. 2/3 of BDS don't have boost. They can't really do much with this offense except pull a rabbit out of the hat.
But they're making sure that they're staying close on the play. Rowatzler gets rid of Exotic. Drali there to send it corner bound. The advantage here, to be honest, going towards Falcons despite all the pressure. It's midfield. Drali there has found a little bit of a mirage in the desert of boost. Team BDS and Falcons, Game 5 overtime to go 2-0 in the Swiss.
Yeah, it was good for Drali to drop that ball, and he goes up high off the kickoff, almost a double fake to Monkey Moon. Exotic up next. BDS wild off the kickoff.
2. The 1-2-3, and he goes straight back to Drali. Takes the shot, but low on boost. Not enough power on it, really, and ends up going quite low, too. Roas with more than enough to clear this ball away, but flubs it somewhat. Then an awkward backflip. Does stay on target because no one challenges, thinking he's going to have that a lot easier than he made it look.
Oh, wait, this is dangerous. Okay, a send away. right to Team Falcons. BDS happy to reset this.
not a
TRK
goal!
exotic with the save that could have ended OT. Man, these back thirds need to play as safe as possible because these passes on the goal line. No! How? There is no way that was saved. Falcons, they smell blood in the water. They're sharks, no longer birds. But Roas, he has 3 boosts, but he wants to slow Team BDS down. And that's where Killers and TRK, they seem stable, not when they're demoed though.
I've still got brain lag from earlier when that somehow didn't find its way in. The defense from BDS does manage to hold it away, but Ras with a very low boost catch into the shot. And Falcons snatch it away from BDS despite the pressure against them. They come out victorious and gold falls the way of the Middle East.
MENA demands your respect now that they've defeated the #1 seed out of EU, the most respected region in the world. Both these teams had high expectations even in Copenhagen, and Falcons dropped out of quarters from a Game 7 against K-Corp. So close to that crown, seeming destined for it. And this could be the major where they have redemption.
I mean, BDS, to me, they were playing a brilliant game. Falcons, just somehow an even better one, despite the fact that 1 goal didn't go in. That really felt like it was hanging on a thread, and it should have gone in. BDS won't be caring at the end of the day because they did not manage to take it away. They'll be going down into the 1-1. Obviously, nobody going home yet. It's only day 1 of our 4-day major. But Falcons 2-0. A very, very well-earned result for the boys.
And after both teams have been denying each other's boost, there was kind of so much stalling to just, keeping the ball in the air, just maintaining possession so everyone can just stabilize and go in with boost so you can just give yourself the most options possible offensively. And guess what? It was a 3-boost goal that ends our OT. Like, they realized that they gotta make these, quote, miracle or low boost plays. And it was Falcons that clutched up in the end.
Yeah, Rawas catching that just shows off the 1v1 prowess, right? Like, you have to make those plays in ones with low boost. You have to surprise your opponent. I think it was Monkey Moon in defense. He didn't know that Rawas was going to catch and immediately shoot. Maybe he was going to go to the corner, try and find boost, and then make more of a well-informed play of it. But instead, a wonderful movement from the entirety of Falcons to do so, and Rawas being the spearhead of it.
This felt like an appetizer for the grand final, but I feel like we really got treated with such an incredible series. The mainstream has provided so much entertainment. Keep an eye on Team Falcons, but not only that, Team BDS for what they put up going all the way to Champions Field.
Oh, it was fun to do a series in 5. It wasn't just a 3-0 sweep. There's obviously more games going to be coming up here as well, but before that, we have got Leaf chatting to a member of Falcons.
Another win for the Falcons here. They're pushing it the distance. The work is being put in now, but they do get a win, and I have TRK here with me. I got to ask right off the bat, BDS, you guys look like you started to get momentum, but they kept stopping it. What were they doing to shut down just a full-on swing win and brought you to Game 5?
في البداية بنفوت على فريق بدي اس يعني بينت انكم قدرتوا تطلعوا مثلا 2-1 بالسيريز بعدين لاقوا طرق انهم يوقفوكم لاقوا طرق انهم خلينا نقول ينتصروا عليكم ويودوكم لجيم 5 فايش الشغلات اللي هم كانوا يعملوها عشان يودوكم ويتخلصوا منكم مثلا او ايش المشاكل اللي مريتوا فيها امام الفريق
بصراحة احنا كنا مستعدين لهم وكنا جاهزين لهم مرة وبنص الجيم يوم صرنا 2-1 غيروا لعبهم مرة ولخمنا شوي ولكن الحمد لله عدت على خير.
So when we got to the 2-1 scoreline, we were kind of prepared for BDS. We were ready. Right. But the second we got to 2-1, they kind of changed up their play style, and that kind of confused us a little bit. But going into Game 5, we managed to get ourselves back into it and then take the win at the end of the day as well. We were very ready.
And I'm not sure if I heard right there, but I think I heard Dahum's name in there too. Is he the coach of big play in this? Who decides? Is it the team that maybe rallies each other? Who's really taking the forefront to making those decisions on to make those changes to make sure you don't get stomped out?
سمع هو مثلا كلام دحوم انه هل تاثيره كبير بالمباريات وغير هيك مين اللي بيتخذ القرارات اللي خلينا نقول يرجع الفريق انهم يركزوا مره ثانيه بالجيم؟
اكيد دحوم له فضل بعد الله بالفوز وما قصر وساعدنا واعطانا تعليمات وفزنا.
You know, Dahum has played a very massive role, and you know, he always has a massive impact on our mental, and he just manages to kind of bring us back from the brink every single time.
And you guys must be on the brink right now because you guys have gone to 2 best of 5s, 2 game 5s. How exhausted are you right now? You must be mentally drained.
يعني شفنا احنا 2 سيريز بس اوف 5 وصلت ل5 مباريات امام SSG وهلا برضه امام BDS فتعبان. شعورك شو الوضع؟
طبعا في الميجر ما في تيم سهل يمديك تفوز سويبات وكذا يعني عادي جيم 5 عادي.
He says like there's not a single team that's easy to kind of compete against. It's not going to be a sweep every single time. But, you know, for us, game 5s, we're going to get there at the end of the day. It's fine. Like, we still got the win, so that's what counts.
Now, you kind of answered my question. I wanted to know, you've just taken down 2 massive teams. There's still some more great teams to go through. Is there anyone specifically you're maybe hoping to avoid early on in the Swiss that you worry might give you some trouble?
هل انتم تخلصوا من فريقين كبار؟ عندك مثلا SSG وفريق BDS، فهل في اي فريق انتم مركزين عليه او ما بدكم تلعبوا ضده في المباراه الجايه في مرحله السويس؟
بصراحه ما ودي العب ضد جنتلميتس لكن نجو ان شاء الله نفوز.
He says I don't want to play against gentlemates, but if the time comes, inshallah, we'll try to take them down as well.
Fair enough. Hey, for now, you got the win. Congratulations on 2 wins on the day. That's massive. More to come, though. 1 more win. We're almost through 2 rounds of Swiss. That's crazy. There's been so much Rocket League today. But please, stay tuned. You've been here this long. We have Furia coming up against the reigning regional champions, Gentlemates, after the break. 1 more to go, and then we're done day 1.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow.
No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front.
We are going to Champions Field.
see. You tried hard to get noticed, but I was too lost in our dreams. You tried to keep us above water, but I sank under too quick. Say we've lost all of our motion, can't teach us now how to swim. So pull me in to your riptide, down and down we go, down and down we go. So pull me in to your riptide, down and down we go, down and down we go, go, and let the waves take me. Let the waves take me. Down and down we go, down and down we go, na 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 na. Let the waves take me. We came crashing on the shorelines, shipwrecked.
An electrifying match as the Falcons in Game 5 overtime managed to take down the #1 seed of Europe. BDS will have to look for their second win tomorrow. Congratulations to the Falcons. They are through to the third round, undefeated right now. They're not the only exciting match going on at the moment, though, over on the alternate stream, twitch.tv/RL Esports, or click on further on the alternate stream on the YouTube fund. So you can see right now Vitality 50 seconds away from beating Gen.G in Game 5. Very, very close series. Gen.G is trying to reverse sweep right now. They've got to get a goal.
So if you see Bates just looking down the whole time, he's just watching that match. So it's a high-quality match. But we just saw a high-quality match, and we said it could be a preview of the grand finals. And honestly, we just saw both those teams play lights out Rocket League. That was a great series to watch. Probably the best match we saw all today. Falcons look great. But Game 1 was a little hectic. I did not expect this. BDS coming out on top 5-1. They dominate Game 1, but Falcons, they bounce back, and it's the same old story. They take down the EU #1 in round 2 of Swiss.
Oh, man. I mean, listen, I got to watch Falcons earlier in the day, and their Game 1 was a 7-0. And then it just repeatedly kept going on and going on. So when I was like, okay, it's the Falcons BDS match, of course, BDS is still BDS. Even on an off day, they can't really be beaten. But somewhere in my gut, I was like, all right, Falcons still has it. And they did.
Yeah, me and Herc, I believe we're on the top of
I think it's just
leaderboard.
us.
You know, that's how we know. We know ball. We know ball.
Yeah.
But BDS was right there. It was so close. Like, Drawley, fantastic match. So many moments where it was just mechanical outplays against, of course, Falcons, which is very difficult to do with their like amazing defense. But it was just overtime clutches by Roas. I believe he also scored the Game 5 overtime winner as well. So clutching up when it matters most. Falcons going into 2-0 for tomorrow is a great way for them to begin, but they know the job is not done.
So far in Land Swiss, Falcons is undefeated this season. They went 3-0 in Copenhagen, yes?
No, they lost in 2 rounds to Gentlemates.
No, that was Furia went 3-0.
Furia, sorry. Okay.
Yes.
They went 3-0.
So they know there is
lost.
still more work to be done, and last time they did get a rematch in that playoff round, and honestly, we could see that again, BDS playing them in the playoffs. So Falcons know there's more to do, but there was moments in this Game 5 I thought Falcons were going to lose it. They had multiple times where they could have won it. They didn't, but it didn't matter. Roas, 0 boost, makes the shot, clutches it up in overtime.
I so wanted it to matter. I wanted those narrow misses to matter, and for you to be wrong and me to be right, but no, here we are, folks. Gibbs always right. Bates always right, apparently. Bates never wrong in this situation as well. We got one more match to go. Vitality did close things out against Gen.G over there. Heartbreaker for North Americans, but not quite able to get a second reverse sweep on the day. Gen.G gave it their best effort. We've got one more match here before we are done for the day. We can show you guys everything that went down in round 2. All across the board. Finally, we see the alternate stream did get something other than a sweep there. That last line should be updated. 3-2 Vitality over Gen.G.
Yep.
But only one more match on the day, and it is the defending major champions, Gentlemates of Alpine, taking on the champions of South America, Furia.
Gentlemates, such a weird team. They go into Copenhagen. They play 21 one-goal games. They win 20 of them. They play controlled Rocket Rocket League, low 50s, trying to control the play, try and slow it down. And they did so perfectly in Copenhagen. They win the major. They haven't won a regional yet. So we'll see what we get out of them, but on the upside, Fury is going to want to pick up the pace. But Gentlemates, it's all about that control throughout the series.
It's because they changed the jerseys. They lost their aura with the pink, and they went to a black jersey with the flowers. It's not the same.
Swap it out.
She said his jersey different. Okay, it's your jersey. You mean you got?
That's my conspiracy theory. I just really went in on that.
This guy's a major MVP.
Yep.
He's won a major, obviously.
That's right.
He's never won a regional tournament.
He doesn't need to. Doesn't need to. Doesn't need to. At the end of the day, what matters most is winning at LANs. That's what people remember. True. Nobody remembers all these online winners because, listen, that's just like, that's regular season. And then every time you're in the LAN, it's more like a postseason S5. And this is when all three of these players step up. Itachi, the man in the middle, one of the best maestros, if not the best maestro in the game. I've been calling a tap-in specialist for the past year and a half or so, but that's just, that's a term of endearment. Because that means he's always in the right position to make the play necessary in order to capitalize on somebody's mistake. And you got Seiko on the back line. Just great.
Bates, you got the stats up there in front of you. We haven't seen the Gentlemates on the stream so far today. Who's been kind of leading the charge for the Gentlemates so far?
I mean, it's been a balanced breakfast. Seiko and Juicy both literally averaged 435 against Twisted Minds, and they were just kind of chilling the whole entire time. But now they're going to have to step it up. Furia, they're looking hot.
Furia is looking good here, Gibbs. They're going to be on the other side of things, closing out the day. And also trying to get into that final. Again, this is the team that has yet to lose a match on LAN in 2024. They're trying to go to a 5-win streak here.
Yeah, so at Copenhagen, though we saw Furia, the offense was fantastic. Lost actually led the way mostly throughout that tournament through Swiss, doing a lot of work. In the first round, though, Lost didn't have to do a lot. It was all Yan and Drufinho, so we'll see if he picks it up. But Furia, they know versus this team, they have to play fast Rocket League. Get them uncomfortable. That is how Furia likes to play. But if it does come down to that controlled play style, they might get beat up a little bit on the defensive end.
And this is a matchup I'm looking forward to seeing. Yan, his offense, his aerial prowess going up against Seiko's defense. Because Yan is not, I think, going to have as much time as he had earlier against OG, just taking all of his time and just delivering the goods for Furia.
Listen, I got to watch Furia earlier today. There was a saying I heard. It was, what was it? You said it. It was from you, Bates. It was like poise versus
pace.
Poise versus pace. All right. I think from what I've seen Furia do today, they win that race every single time. There's nobody that's quite been able to match them, whether it is in poise or in pace. They have set both every single time, and nobody's been able to catch up. And I think we're probably about to see that again.
And Lost has to have a big series for two reasons. He's on my fantasy team, and because I feel like that's how you win with Furia. They need that offense to be clicking with all three members to take down a European powerhouse.
Okay, well, chat, who do you think is going to win? Let us know. Hashtag M8, hashtag FUR. Players are all feeling great. It's been a long day for the players as well as for the viewers here, but they are in high spirits. We've got one more match to go through. And yeah, I mean, poise and pace, I feel like when you have both, you are unbeatable. That's how I would describe a team like Falcons, right? As a team that has like incredible pace, but also has the accuracy and the kind of the calmness to be able to shoot well. Furia makes up for maybe a little bit of an accuracy with a blistering pace here. Gentlemates, though, the way what we've seen from them base of the past is they get one goal, you let them have one goal, and it's just all over. You could sit there and just be as fast as you want, doesn't matter. So, who you got? Let's go this way this time.
Oh, want to go this way? Okay, listen, Gentlemates going up against Furia. I'm going to go with the reigning LAN champions. Give me Gentlemates. I think they're just too consistent. I think they elevate, and I just believe that they're just a little bit better than Furia right now. Give me them at 5.
I feel like it's Gentlemates last time around again. They won 20 of the 21 one-goal games. That's not going to happen again. I think Furia is going to come out with that offense and perform. I'm going Furia.
Okay. Oh, listen, the last time I changed my mind, I was wrong, so I will leave Gentlemates, although in my gut, I think we all know where this is headed.
Wait, okay, so who are you going with?
It's Gentlemates.
Okay, You're going with Gentlemates? Okay. Two for Gentlemates there. I was upset. I basically didn't predict Gentlemates until they were like in the grand finals. And then I still didn't. I still predicted you too.
I was going to say, it's you and everyone else.
Gentlemates to win a single time in Copenhagen, and I owe this one to them absolutely. Gentlemates, you are absolutely one of the best teams in the world right now. Here they are. I've got them on this one. Let's see how the coin feels about it. Got both teams on each side. We'll flip it up here. And it comes up Furia there. Furia going to be taking the top spot from the coin. coin smart here. Very, very split, very, very contentious. I mean, is there an X factor? One player, one side of the field,
I would
one
say
area?
Lost is that guy.
Lost?
He has to play well for Furia to keep that offensive pace going. Because if it's only two of them, it's not going to work. It's going to be a lot of low 50s by Gentlemates to take control over.
Okay, we'll see if Lost can get it done, or can Drafinho and Yan pick up the pace. So we heard it from Bates earlier. There is a battle of titans on this field. Yan versus Seiko, folks, to close out the day. It's Gentlemates versus Furia.
This is a banger-only stream. The sun will set, not for one of these teams, but like literally outside soon. Probably already is. I haven't gone.
No.
But it's going to be a great match. We just came off
the
the
longest
Champions
days of the
Field.
year. I think today is the longest day of the year. You could not have said that on a worse day.
I'm so sorry.
It's the longest day. Sun has not set in the UK just yet. It's only 9:30 at night. Why would it have done? We're looking at 10 p.m. for that bad boy to finally go to bed. But Gentlemates and Furia, they are not going to be going to bed anytime soon. They've got one more series for us all. Chance for the major champions, the third European seed, to go up against the #1 team in South America, Falcons. #1 in MENA, they took down BDS. Can it happen again?
Yeah. The sun is shining bright for both these teams, especially Furia 3-1 over OG. And, you know, we got to cast the Gentlemates win earlier on the B stream. And, you know, they're not excelling, but a dub's a dub. And in 3-0 fashion, nothing to complain about. Furia is an interesting team, though, because it's no longer just the Yan show, although he's cooking something. He's got the spotlight on him. But it was really Drafinho and his activity on the field that I think helped excel Furia in the OG match.
And Gibbs was saying too, you need Lost to make sure that he is online, to go up alongside Yan, and to make sure they're not just that single player team. They need all players online for it. And you're right when you said about Gentlemates. You know, they had that win versus Twisted Minds. I wasn't particularly impressed with them, but I didn't need to be. It was a routine 3-0. They clocked in, they clocked out. And
Another day at the office.
Yeah, and then they were done, and that's absolutely fine. They got the result that was needed. More, however, will be needed if you're playing and aiming to win, which of course they are against Furia.
And how Gentlemates look against Furia is going to be a true litmus test of, well, you know, it's only day one, but what is their form like against a challenger closer and closer to their level? And so far, a scoreless game.
Good
and
demo.
Juicy with the bouncer too. Gentlemates on the board.
You got to look at Itachi here too, where he's still harassing in that back line and gets rid of the final defender. Juicy, therefore, mate, put anything on target, it's going to find its way home. And Itachi shepherds it in as Gentlemates get the lead in 90 seconds.
Yeah, because Gentlemates, I think why we weren't impressed, quote unquote, it's really patient play out of them. They go for the quality opportunities, not the quantity ones, and it's really team play based. Speaking of that, Drafinho accepting the pass, but not able to direct that on target, and the counterattack just slips by, and Gentlemates lead, it grows.
And you know what? This is exactly what Furia can fall prey to. Their play style is so aggressive that they're going to leave the net open every now and then. Every single team does, but them more so than others. And Gentlemates clearly know that's the agenda. Just clear it out of their defense and immediately go on the counter. You cannot fluff about in the midfield. Just go straight for them.
Yeah.
And with that 2-0 and that agenda, they have managed to get a decent lead and a brace.
You can't call yourself like a Fury adjacent team and be a defense
Yes,
style
exactly.
team, right? Like aggression all day. Furious offense can be relentless, but against Gentlemates whose defense can be so frustrating until, well, Drafinho finds an open net.
A little bit of a miss here, I think. Seiko doesn't read it properly. And then Lost didn't get a touch on it either. And both Gentlemates defenders, then Juicy and Itachi, clatter into each other. Drafinho takes full advantage, sends it home.
Works out. I was complimenting Gentlemates' defense. There was no one in the net. Things get a bit easier. But Juicy with a full tank, drop pass to Itachi, sending it, but not getting enough power to hit the backboard. So Yan picking up the pace, 50 against Seiko. Juicy layering that, hoping to drop it into the box in front of the net, and Seiko rounds about to the left side, but Furia break out. But how does Yan approach this? Drafinho will back pass, leave it to him. Yan has more boost, and he gets demoed. So Furia's offense has to still collect themselves. Drafinho won't be able to use that reset.
It's going to be intriguing to see how Juicy ends up playing in this series too, considering the fact that we always mention it when they play, the only player to have won a major without having won an open qualifier or regional event. An online event has not had the golden trophy next to his name, which is ridiculous. But he's lifted the trophy over in Copenhagen. Juicy, clearly a LAN player. It's going to be intriguing to see if he can continue that. As Seiko into the corner, goes up for the double, but with not enough boost to get there. Leaves it for Juicy, and the top corner is all his.
Gentleman's causing so much chaos. First, it's a demo and the corner boost grab. Itachi forces Jerfinho to try and escape him to avoid the bump, and with all that action, Gentlemate slipped by with another goal. The minute 38, Furia got some catching up to do, and I don't think Jerfinho's gonna have the open net and get that same mistake out of Gentlemates. And if anything, Furia should watch their back.
His final 90 seconds for Furia goes up instead on the side of Gentlemates. Seiko, no double touch. And T-Bates was saying that he reckons this is a fight between Yan and Seiko. So far, I don't think they've been the key players to watch at all. I think it's been Juicy and Jerfinho.
Because Gentlemates are such a well-oiled machine. There is threats in all three of those players. And Furia learning how to not only support each other, enable each other, but not just depend on Yan to solo play his way to victory. Although, hold on, he's got a full tank, and then Itachi 50s it. Jerfinho down low, he's able to recover that and read the 50 well. Furia not putting up a fight in the corner, not until a delayed challenge comes out, and Juicy has no boost. Neither does Lost, and Furia get a good bounce, but Seiko sends it away.
His final 40, still 2 to chase for Furia. Yan in that back corner, a little bit awkward, and so Juice can find his way through quite clearly. Ceiling pinch, or rather ceiling touch, it leaves it then back towards Itachi, then falls on the ball. Pretty routine play here again for Gentlemates, making sure they finish this first game professionally.
Oh, that's awkward. Furia just seeing what Juicy's up to and no boost. At least collected it off the ceiling. Here's Furia on a 2v2. Juicy coming back. He'll be first on this ball, and a touch that sends it all the way to the orange half. And Furia have run out of time. They'll still have a few more chances as Gentlemates are having a hot start to their Swiss day and this series. They 3-1 win shortly.
That's exactly what Gentlemates needed. See if they can continue as they started over in Copenhagen, go 3-0. And a very relaxed looking Itachi there. All smiles, all chill. Eversax continuing those smiles as well.
I like that Herc brought up like the jerseys earlier on, because we were just having a conversation about this. We're like, where is the pink jerseys? And my conspiracy is that you don't want to like, you want to keep your good jerseys for crowd day. You can stink up like the black ones for Swiss. Because I'm like, how many do they really bring? You know, keep the good ones for crowd day.
True. We do.
If you get there, I guess.
We do have washing machines in the UK. They could just wash them.
They don't live here.
Yeah, but they are.
The hotel. I guess, you know, the hotel can do some, I don't know. Gamers are gamers, though, so I just assume the worst.
Yeah, that's very fair. But look, Gentlemates, a very good finish there. Professional finish from them towards the end of the game. 3-1 in total, and Furia going to be chasing that result as well. And Lemon, Furia, they did well in the vote as well. I think the chat ended up going for them too. Gibbs ended up going Furia too. I think the coin went Furia as well. Which side were you on out of the picks, if you remember?
I might have picked Gentlemates.
I went Gentlemates too. Hey,
okay.
I'm with you.
When you're putting me on the spot. Oof. But Furia have such a cool story. I know Jorby's like Madge in the green room right now. Just hearing what we had.
Jorby's going to be fuming right now.
Furia, like, yeah, he's got the Furia cope for sure. And hey, even a couple of team secret predictions came out, and it'd be so incredible to see a, quote, minor region, whether it's like Falcons from Mina or Furia from Sam take home the first international major for their region. But Furia are going up against one of Europe's best and the reigning champions from Copenhagen, and they'll have to play from behind.
Lost in that first game, really did not perform to his standard either, getting 102 points. Going to be seeing more out of him. Gibbs said that was going to be the linchpin for Furia. Can he perform alongside Yan, alongside Jerfinho? So far, the answer is no to that. But we've seen what players can do when they turn it around in these individual series. We saw a reverse sweep earlier on. We saw Genji attempt a reverse sweep. And we see Jerfinho go up high, and Seiko can sneak it from the blind spot and keep them honest.
Yeah, great defense. As Itachi back to Juicy. Furia pressing them and seeing if you can force those mistakes. Or the mistake, I mean, there's only one. So Furia still fighting for ball position, except the 50 goes back to Lost against Seiko. He's just gonna send it long and far, and I mean, Gentlemates aren't allowing this midfield to go by too easily.
Minute 30 with more control going the way of Gentlemates. Seems like any chance that there is to work it past the halfway line. They've got an answer to the attack the Fury is putting forward until it absolutely flies the other way. Seiko tries to get on the end of a fortunate pinch going towards the nose of his Fennec. Lost for the backflip opens up this chance for Itachi to go over towards Juicy, but with low boost, everybody on Gentlemates has to retreat.
And Furia are keeping a safer third man because, you know, we kind of noticed, like, oh, Furia can be overly aggressive. They can overextend.
Oh.
And Juicy with the double. Lost behind the goal line. Great position for that save. And Furia want more, but Yan has no boost, and neither does Lost. Jorfinho's just going to buy time, and here's Juicy to press that and denies the clear. And here's Itachi. And panic ensues in the Furia camp.
Just tries to swipe across the net. Again, all these blind spot challenges coming in from Gentlemates. Fury not expecting them or just not even understanding where they're coming from. But regardless, they haven't scored. It doesn't matter if you don't put that ball in the back of the net. Itachi tries to find Seiko, instead interrupted by a Fury attacking player, attempting to keep this ball very firmly on that blue side. Jorfinho, what a read. A pre-jump. Jan's there. The double was on the cards, but Seiko's going to be the one holding the deck.
Seiko was denied a lot out of Furia, keeping his eyes locked on Yan and how his team could be setting him up, because it seems to be Furia leading that, but Jorfinho and Lost play so close to Yan. If he loses that 50, Furia have great support and trust in each other. Still a scoreless game with 2 minutes left, though.
It's the immediate snapshot. Once any of the players lose it from Furia, they're all there, and yes, that then leads to some runaway goals like we saw. It's a dangerous way to play the game. But my gosh, when it works, you feel like there's 100 players on the pitch instead of just these 3.
Oh, Lost with the flank, okay, but again, guess who's at the back? It's Seiko. He's just such a pillar to this defense.
Pass.
And Itachi, the
Brilliant.
offense! It connects! A lead for Gentlemates, a minute 35 before match point.
From our angle, completely obvious. From any of the players on the pitch, utter genius. 90 seconds gonna start ticking down now. And Gentlemates with that 1-goal lead.
What an incredible pass. Like flashes in the pan from Gentlemates. But flashes of brilliance on the field nonetheless. As Furia, their backs against the wall. Seiko popping it up high, dodging the 50 from Lost. Jorfinho bouncing it out center. In the midfield is Juicy. No boost, he can't do much more. But Gentlemates, their defense isn't being challenged. Furia wait in the midfield for their chance to strike. It's Jorfinho to Lost, but the redirect is still disrupted by Seiko, and Yan front and center.
Unrelenting pressure from Furia. Time and time again, a challenge, a block, a pass, everything smothered. And Gentlemates could not deal with it in the end. A relative tap-in for the Panthers. Minute now, ticking down.
I should have just sent it on the sender. His front and center, that's really what he did. he sent that thing flying at Jorfinho to stuff somebody in the net, I think. Either way, Furia with a comeback.
A relative own goal too. Itachi tries to get a touch to it, and he does. Sends it away from both of his teammates. Furia very thankful that they hired a 4th player for that one.
We're talking in the green room about the meta of own goaling, playing into the mental of your opponents, but definitely not the case. 53 seconds, though, when Gentlemates, all they needed to do was not choke the lead, and Furia hope to equalize the series. No, it was really close. And Yan out of boost sends it to Lost, a shot that Gentlemates catch in time, but the collision, Itachi recovers well, and the counterattack was coming in fast.
A slight movement made all the difference and meant that Itachi could just continue down the pitch a little bit quicker by handbraking and sliding along the wall, then immediately jumping. Regardless, no goal. Technically, doesn't matter. 20 seconds. With Yan sending it towards Itachi. That's 1, that's 2.
Oh my God.
Seiko and back again. The distance of the pitch covered by the mates.
You have to go cross-eyed just trying to keep up with Gentlemates. Left to right to back left again. It's insane, Gentlemates. You need to break up these passes in Furia. You have to sprint to keep up with the pace that Gentlemates put on once they ramp up and off the kickoff. Juicy, he's ready for more. Seiko with more boost. He'll do what he can. Yan with a lot more to work with. Resources in the Furia camp. As Lost lands it on the ground. OT to decide. Match point or a tie series?
First one, not quite going to overtime. The second one has been a back and forth that I think either team will both be happy and annoyed with the fact that we are here now.
Jafini's going off the ceiling. He had me pointing. Like, what's going on there? But with no boost. Hoping for the drop down pass, and this is going in front of the net. Lost has to carry this through and gets right below Juicy. Beautiful fake. Gentlemates have Itachi in the corner. He's not going to go for the corner boost, allowing Furia to steal that. It's good. They could be playing the long game. Furia could keep them locked in and not in a good way. Juicy needing that second touch, gets around Jurfinho. Lost assisting backboard. Wait, Yan takes the shot. OT ends. Our series is tied.
What a belter. Nobody from Gentlemates reading where that goes. Seiko then respecting the touch that was going to come in from Lost as he set potentially himself up. Instead, Yan waits, bides his time, and then slings it below the crossbar.
What a close game. That was Gentlemates starting with a lead and feeling like they had some kind of command of the first half. It took a while for things to get going, but Gentlemates are a slow burn. But the important part is it's a burn, it still hurts.
Yeah.
And Furia, they collected themselves, they composed themselves, and they got the revenge.
1-1 now in the series. Both these teams fighting dreadfully against each other as hard as they can. In the Mobile One High Performance replay, we're going to see some proper stunning goals here. And a little bit of a shock from Itachi, sending it back behind himself.
Yeah, it was like the slow bouncer to like kick things off too. And man,
that passing, I love a passing play. Like just using your teammates so perfectly. Because I always remember back in the days of old Rocket League where you were thinking, right, when pros can proper get passing plays, and when they can actually pass it to each other in the air or just efficiently on the ground, what a world we're going to be in. That's been the case for years now. And I still adore seeing those teams have that kind of synergy. Gen G are brilliant for it. G2 as well. And Vitality are one of the best in the world. Gentlemates, they're proving that they are up there with them. Couldn't win out in that game. And Furia very much earning it as Sam's #1 against EU's #3. And game 3, as I said earlier, Gentlemates, they were fighting to try and get their series point a little bit earlier on, but they're going to have to do it here.
Both these teams have something to prove. But with Furia not having a title, you almost question, why does Gentlemates have to say more when they have the Copenhagen title? But with how the online qualifiers have went, Gentlemates need to still settle doubts. And they need to beat down Furia to silence the cool haters, if you will. But this just floats on by, and Itachi waits to recover and create another opportunity. Juicy's on the retreat.
Why couldn't that be a goal? The assist was phenomenal.
Oh, there's your goal.
There it is, the other side. The assist was just a big old bang into the corner. Did come off Juicy. Yan is credited with the assist. But Jaffinio can sink it right behind Seiko, who's still got the momentum, carrying him away from the ball. In 40 seconds, Furia continue what they did last game and scored the first.
And Juicy grabbed the corner boost. He was a second away from that touch. And what's crazy about Furia is their aggression. They don't let you have that extra second to get boost and to get another touch. Furia are all over you. So they'll have a lead for now. And with Yan demoed, Lost will do what he can to buy time. Itachi, Seiko, the passing plays that make Gentlemates so lethal. It comes back out where Juicy was extended, and Seiko at least go for the demo to just not let Furia get much out of this opportunity.
The right-hand side is going to be the canvas where Gentlemates launched their offensive from. With Seiko going central right above the crossbar. It's going to be relatively successful. Juicy trying to pinch it central. Instead, Yan is going to be the man there first. Itachi up for one, goes top corner, and then somehow cleared away by the defense. Furia are going to keep Gentlemates fighting for their first goal.
Juicy had no boost, and Seiko still had to like a 180 to get back into the play. So Gentlemates Brick by brick, they will build this offense. But Yan with a long clear. Seiko catches it in the midfield. They reset to work with, and with the demo onto Jufinho, Gentlemates can gather momentum here. But Itachi can't do much low on boost, especially not carve his way to the right side as Seiko has to stretch to get back. And this is where Yan will push his luck.
Open net though as a shot comes through. Juicy wisely turns around to clear it away. We approach half-time in the game. Furia still that 1-0 up. Tachi with a catch, relinquishes the ball over towards Seiko, who's going to now attempt the dunk, makes his car as wide as he possibly can. In the wonderfully adorned pink Gentlemates decal mobile.
At least that's pink and not the jersey. We'll work on coordination on
We're not salty about the jersey, guys.
We'll keep talking about it.
Stop saying it. We're not salty about it. It was just lovely seeing a team not in black.
Well, it's lovely seeing Juicy with the ball until Lost puts a hand up, and Itachi has some boost to work with. The pass to Seiko. Yan is a step ahead of it. Juicy pops it up, buys some time, few extra touches. Yan is going to retreat. Furia, they have a Gentlemates on the back foot. It's still Seiko has the ball.
Yeah, Seiko managing to just keep himself glued to that ball so that any challenges at least slow down a little bit. Itachi on his own actually passes. Juicy's there again. Juicy's received two gorgeous passes from both his teammates. Seiko earlier, Itachi there, and he couldn't get a lick of contact on either. Disappointing from him to not be able to just at least make a good effort on those plays.
Didn't touch the ball, but he put someone in a grave, and that's where Gentlemates can put on the press as Seiko has to adjust. Juicy playing close enough to keep the ball in play. But Furia needs some insurance. 90 seconds, and we saw what happens when you have a 1-0 lead. That can dissipate quite quickly. But Furia also need to grab some boost. Gentlemates fight in the midfield. Juicy versus Lost. Juicy has the beat to get Gentlemates closer to the equalizer with not that much time left. And the double demos.
Again!
Furia just know how to get them off their back.
It was on Itachi and Juicy again, leaving Seiko completely abandoned in his own half. But still, a goal couldn't come out for it. Speaking to Seiko's either his defensive ability or just the fact that Furia aren't really following up on it enough. 45 seconds and Gentlemates chasing a goal.
This Furia just not taking too many risks. Demo what you can. Cause disorganization within Gentlemates as Itachi, a long pass to Seiko. Oh, just a little too high. And Gentlemates, they usually complete those so well. Juicy has a lot of boost, can go through the air, and Jufinho with 0 boost can still contest it. Seiko will still win through the corner, and Lost won't let it center out the net. Itachi hunts for bumps. Seiko and Juicy can work together, but they don't have possession. Furia are just wasting their time. A 1-0 lead, which can dissipate quickly. Seiko, Juicy stepping up to the orange half for an opportunity of a lifetime. But it's just barely gonna happen. The ball is barely kept in the air, and Furia take the game.
What more can Furia do there? They get a goal, and then they just hold on to it. I'm still annoyed at Juicy, by the way. Receiving a couple of wonderful passes, can't get any contact on them. I think the positioning was great. I think he was a little bit too far back to actually make any use of them. Does that then therefore mean that the comms aren't quite there? They're not calling him forward, they go for their shots. But also, a miss on the backboard that he could have slung back towards the orange half to try and make a play from it. Couple of errors from Juicy. Maybe there's land nerves starting to show. Because bear in mind, a loss here would be the first loss for Juicy at all on land.
I'm glad you said loss, because speaking of that, Lost is the guy stepping up. Like, he's got the shots, he's got the demos, he's doing everything he can to contribute to this team, and that's what the desk, that's what Furia fans demand, that everyone plays as a unit. There is no star. This is a team. This is a galaxy. And Furia, they win by the skin of their teeth. They'll go to match point. But we just went to Champions Field in our last series, and I'm getting vibes this could go there again, because Gentlemates will not go down like this, I think.
I mean, yeah, as I said, this would be the first loss for Juicy under the Gentlemates banner.
Oh, true, yeah.
He doesn't want to be doing that. Going 3-0 in the Swiss previously, then just obviously winning the entire event last time. And Furia on a warpath through Europe. I said right at the start of the day, Europe are not a shoo-in to win this land by any means. It is a scary time And other regions are proving it, from NA to SAM to North America. I said NA twice. They don't have 2 chances. Don't get ahead of yourself, chat.
NA.
No, shut stop it. MENA, I meant to say. I just missed out the me because I'm selfless.
Aw. Well, Furia, that's what they are too. And they're gonna try and pass, but really, Gentlemates, the passing plays, like the one pass that missed, like maybe that was, like, what if, you know? What if that was the pass that got Gentlemates the equalizer? But who cares about that? Jorfinho's on the board.
And an eruption on the cameras as well. Lost having to hold his hand. The 5th one was a little bit too hard. And you know what? He deserves it after demoing Seiko out of the way. A little bit harder than a fist bump. And again, Furia, an early lead.
Yeah, coach said, do that with a broken hand, and then I'll respect you. So a lead for Furia and match point. I mean, the last game was only by 1 as Gentlemates got shut out. And you already see they are putting it all on the field. It is just Swiss. But Gentlemates, they were flawless last time they were at a major. And Seiko, the long pass, the bounce that Jorfinho puts to the side.
It's a long
and this
shot.
goes all the way down to Tachi. Somehow gets it right to loss. So it's still Furia 2-0.
Still that Furia 2-0. And Jan, what a touch, son. Sends it as far as he can. Tachi has to have a little foot race back and lost. You know what? You have to just appreciate how well he's read where that ball was going to end up. Post bounce, he's there. 2-0 Furia. Gentlemates, they are struggling and they are chasing this South American glory right now.
Yeah, and when Gentlemates like overextend like that, they want more passing options. They want more ways to get past Furia offensively. And it just hasn't happened yet. And I think Gentlemates can continue taking those risks as Juicy and Seiko can't get the pass. Furia, break it up. Itachi with no boost against Jorfinho also with not much to work with. And just Furia are forcing 50 after 50 before Gentlemates can even assess who's on the field.
The midfield again is just Gentlemates attempting to try and push Furia away from the ball as much as they can, trying to earn a little bit of space, but Jan getting a flip reset and then a bump on that final player. And the demos and aggression is almost unbearable for Gentlemates, struggling really to work their way out of their own half. Bouncing midfield is going to be seeing Seiko with a lot of boost, but not much time as Jan tries to work his way in. It does work, it does get around him, however. Jorfinho now attempted to get that one central. But again, just this Hydra from Furia. The Panthers always chasing the ball.
Gentlemates kind of felt like they were drowning there, and they'll see some signs of offense, but Itachi against 2 defenders, it won't be that easy.
Whoa.
And it's a high touch to the crossbar. Itachi ready on the left with a full tank against Jorfinho. Will bump him to the side. Double commit from Furia, but it's still space created. And Jorfinho still recovers to be ready off the sidewall to send it down to the blue half. And Furia will go for demos. They're such a physical team that Gentlemates, they have to find a way to just stabilize quickly when that happens. Another open nets.
The third for Furia. And we say, again, at the start of the series, like, they play aggressively. Look what Gentlemates do there. They did what Furia were doing at the start. They went full aggression. I get it, you have 2 goals you need to bring back. But sending that many people forward at all times when you have 2 minutes remaining, that's not the play. And Furia have read it stunningly. Lost, working his way back into the series too. A real standout player.
For every goal Furia gets, Seiko gets 1 inch closer to his monitor. So you guys better watch out. That guy's locked in. He's done everything. Defense, offense, setup, scoring. Itachi denied. Furia just meet every 50 at the perfect time. And Gentlemates haven't been able to force a mistake. It's been now back-to-back games that Gentlemates, I believe, haven't scored. It's insane. They are such an incredible defense team, but the offense is what's going to win you games. And the passing plays, it's been tough when Furia are playing this well defensively.
4 unanswered goals so far. I don't even know how long in-game time, because they also lost the overtime as well. But a minute now, ticking down. Otherwise, Furia then go through into the 2-0 round. A long shot from Lost, just keeping everybody honest. And Jorfinho, he catches him lying down.
Kinda, yeah. That's the perfect way to call it. Just backboard left. Itachi tried to deny the double. And Furia 4-0 with a minute and 1. And I know Jorby's gonna have something to say to us when we said, oh, Gentlemates, we predicted that.
I am IRL muting him. I can't deal with him.
We don't even have to go back. Like, we'll be done.
It's been a long day, Jorby. Don't do it to us. 50 seconds now as Furia want to make this day just that little bit short by not even going to 5. Seiko receives it in the sky. 4 goals need to be chased by Gentlemates.
Yeah, Gentlemates. They got to pick things up here and now as Itachi assesses his 50. Gerfinho, great, stalls it out. That's all they need to do, Furia, to just slow down Gentlemates.
For the pogo is rude, Lost.
Let him rock, okay? 22 seconds. Gentlemates, just get 1 goal for the vibes, please.
Wrong team. She said Gentlemates. And Furia, they don't listen. They heard goal, and all they say is Bora. Vamos. 5 for Furia. It's going to be a win. They are going to head through to the 2-0 round. And our current major champions suffer a loss at a major underneath that Gentlemates banner for the first time in the org's history.
There's the adaptations from Furia. Gentlemates start game 1, 3-1. And then fall short, running out of gas. Furia's aggression was relentless. And it wasn't even a risky. Gentlemates couldn't punish it. If anything, Gentlemates started to do more offensively to the point where they left open nets, and that's 2 goals from Furia coming from open nets. Furia will take the series.
Furia, an incredibly well-earned win there. The question was, could they match what Falcons had done to Europe's #1? And they did so. Lost, sitting on that MVP throne in that series, not just in that game, but in the series overall. A stunning turnaround. He had like 100 points in game #1. We put the question mark to him, and he straightened it out into an exclamation mark and came through with a bang.
He was lost, and then he was found. Because the demos, man, last game had a few double demos that just completely reset the mental of Gentlemates. And it's up to Seiko to just pull so much weight when he's the last man standing. And Gentlemates did their best to reorganize in those moments where Furia pressing them. And even in that last game, you didn't see Gentlemates demo a single person. They just tried to go in as all 3. Instead of fighting fire with fire, they brought water and just drowned.
Yeah, Gentlemates, I think they got a decent amount to learn there. They shouldn't be expecting to lose that series. A very close one regardless. That was a real coin flip. We saw it from chat as well. And also when the coin literally flipped. And Furia taking that dub. I'm intrigued to see who's been doing the interview for them as well. So I think all of them have got a very different perspective on this series where when you look at Jan, he's going to be the one that most eyes are on. When he plays well, the team will probably win, and he is their star player. But the support from Gerfinho, and then the support to Gerfinho from Lost, generally around, and his offensive play, everyone playing a different role on Furia, and every single one of them excelling. It's going to be a tough one, though, for GC and for Gentlemates to swallow. Because, yeah, they've lost online, but LAN is different.
But now you have so much less pressure because now you've lost. In a moment where maybe it matters less because it's Swiss and you can do that, especially when you haven't lost yet. So I think now it's like, okay, now expectations are off the table. And they believe they can beat everyone here. They've already done it. Well, in the last major. Now it's different. Yeah. But Furia, I think this is such a confidence booster, especially after falling to Vitality in playoffs, which we casted. And I didn't want to curse it and bring bad juju. But hey, we casted Furia winning, so
1-0. 1-0 Furia. You're welcome, guys. I mean, don't you think that just sets up this LAN to be even more interesting, though, Lemon? Where you've now got, like we said, Mina and Sam taking down huge European teams?
Yeah. I don't mean to call out the downfall of Europe. It is just Swiss, but...
I'm cool with it. It's really exciting.
All these other regions are stepping up to argue against Europe, and I'll have to catch up to what NA is up to. I haven't been watching. I know Daz just left the building, though, so it can't be good. Let's go check in with Leaf, who's still in the building.
Yeah, I'm still here. They haven't let me out yet, that's for sure. But I am here with Lost right now. And the last time, you can't see him right now, you'll see him in a second here. But the last time I hung out with you, I think it was your birthday last time, wasn't it? Yeah, okay. It's not your birthday now, so no happy birthdays. But I do have to ask, speaking of cameras, you left the cameraman hanging on the props before. Can you tell me why?
Você deixou o cara da câmera sem bater, por que você fez isso?
Ele, primeiramente, foi ele que me deu o vácuo, né? Ele que não quis tocar na minha mão. Mas a gente tem uma amizade já, eu e o cameraman, a gente já se conhece já, agora é soquinho toda a partida.
Well, the first time, the cameraman left him hanging. And
Oh,
now
did he?
Yeah.
Oh, no!
Now they have a friendship.
Okay, that's
okay
perfect.
now. It's okay.
I like that. Okay, this is good. Let's talk about the gameplay and what we saw there, because Gentlemates won the first game, right? And then it just turned around. You guys looked like you just took control. At what point did you know for sure you were winning that series?
Eles ganharam o jogo 1, mas a gente começou a virar depois. E qual foi o momento que a gente percebeu que a gente conseguia vencer?
Eu acho que o momento foi que a gente viu que estava de igual para igual o jogo. Sabia que nos replays que analisamos dele, eles não eram um time tudo que atacava tanto, era mais defensivo, e a gente gosta de jogar contra um time assim e sabia que podia ganhar.
Well, after we realized that they are not like a very good team, it's like very close level for the major champions.
Right.
And they were not like attacking too much after the replay review. And after that, we realized, okay, it's on.
Do you, now, I assume there's some respect for the squad. Do you think Gentlemates is going to bounce back? Because Falcon said that's the only team they were really afraid of.
Bem, você acha que eles conseguem voltar porque a Falcon disse que eles realmente são um time que tem mais medo deles?
Ah, eu acho que vai conseguir voltar sim, é um time muito bom. Todo mundo que tá no Major tá muito forte. Eu acho que não tem favorito pra esse Major, exceto a Fúria. Mas eu acho que eles são um bom time e vão voltar sim.
Well, they can. Everyone in this major is playing really good. It's like a very high level major.
Right.
Like everyone is favorite, but Fury is the best. So, but they are a good team. They can do it.
Of course, yeah. No, you guys were looking great. And by the end of it, it just felt like you had full control in that last game, game 4 there. You guys just looked like you're having fun. The scoreline was uncontrollable. There's no way Gentlemates was coming back. Do you guys shift to having fun, or you try to stay focused on the game plan? Or when you're up 5-0, you just do whatever you want to do?
Bem, no final, a gente estava mais controlando o jogo, não tinha nem chance dos caras virar. A gente está mais focado em ficar mais brincando, com felicidade, ou mais focado mesmo no jogo?
Eu acho que é uma dose dos dois, né? A gente consegue brincar e ser focado ao mesmo tempo, porque eu acho que todo time que é campeão tem um clima bom. E é isso que precisa para ser campeão, a gente está pronto.
It's like a little bit of both. We try to have fun and try to make it a little more focused. Every championship team has like a good mood in the
Right, yeah.
Good chemistry, so
Yeah.
we're getting there.
That's awesome. No, it's been just energetic overall. I don't want to keep you too long. It's been such a long day here, so I'm going to give you a props. And I don't know if it's the same cameraman, but do you want to give him one more for the way out? It is it? All right, there we go. I love to see it. Congratulations on the win. Great day for you guys, and hopefully continues on tomorrow. Speaking of, we're done for the day. We just have to go back to the desk for a little bit of wrap up. So let's do this, and I'm going to get out of the building.
Fury has played 5 LAN Swiss matches in 2024. They have won all of them. They made that one look kind of easy at the end, Bates.
They sure did. And listen, I've already given up on the prediction contest. Gibbs has already won it. And, and at that point, now I'm just having fun the rest of my life. And that's exactly what I should be doing. But I'll tell you this, Gentlemates Alpine, they came out striking. They looked consistent. And honestly, once they went up 1-0 in game 2, I said, oh, this is over. But in Fury, they kept on fighting. And then from then on out, I don't believe Gentlemates Alpine scored after this.
Yep, they did not. Drufinho shot over 71%. And that's all because of the pressure. And then they turned it into the passing game where he's got some easy goals, I would say, throughout. But Gentlemates, they were major champions, and Furia just laid down the hammer and said, we are the team to beat. We beat you 5-0 in game 4. It was a blowout. Huge performance by Furia.
I truly don't know why I continue to doubt Furia. They're the only team that never loses in Swiss. I feel like they are truly the Swiss merchants. They own it. And yeah, the one time you think, okay, there's a team that you would think has the caliber to take them down, right? It would be the former LAN champions. They said, no, we're going to show you how easy it is to take them down.
Yeah, well, and we have not seen Gentlemates after a loss on LAN. That's not a thing that's happened up until now. So I got so many question marks. I'm so excited to see Gentlemates play again tomorrow, see how do they bounce back. I mean, it's oftentimes we'll see kind of blowouts at the beginning of a series. Usually the blowouts doesn't happen at the end of the series. Like, how demoralized were they, and what will they be doing when it comes in tomorrow? I'm excited to see how they play.
Yeah, they definitely got a little bit in their heads because it just wasn't working. What was the stat gives? Once they go up 1-0, they won like 96% of their games last time.
Yeah, it was 20 of 21, but they lost 2 one-goal games here. So
there you go.
Yeah, well, and they scored first in that game too, as you were pointing out in the replay package, and still lost that game. That was uncharted territory, and then from there on, it was downhill. So lots of work for the Gentlemates to do in between now and the beginning of round 3, which we'll see tomorrow. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. Let's get you kind of caught up on what happened today. If you're just now joining us, we had a long day of 2 rounds of Swiss, 16 matches we played, as we can kind of show you what happened here in round number 2. We had all 8 matches concluded now, so a few of them very exciting. A few expected sweeps as well, but sure. Falcons versus BDS maybe here, Herc, the match of the day. Go back and rewatch if you didn't catch it.
Yeah, I would say that was probably a match of the day for sure. I think that caught a lot of people off guard. More in particular, the team of BDS was probably the most caught off guard in that situation.
You think it was that one, or you think it was OG Twisted Minds reverse sweep?
That's where I was going to go to next, was the OG Twisted Minds match, because my goodness, OG had a roller coaster of a day. Those boys are probably so emotionally drained after everything that they have had to go through, but they finally did end up pulling off a win at some point during the day.
And one thing to note, through the 1-0 matches, we have 4 2-0 teams, 4 different regions as well.
Okay.
So Europe only has 1 team left in the 2-0 round. So that's exciting to see. Mina and Sam, they're here, and they want to win a major title.
This is going to be a big one. Lots of fun action coming tomorrow, folks. So we have the Swiss again. 2 rounds completed. I think we can show you. Yeah, we can show you the rounds here for the matchup they're going to have. 2-0s. G2 will play against Falcons, and Vitality will play against Furia. For the tournament life on the bottom side of things, Twisted Minds will play against Mobula, and we'll see the Gladiators play against the Chief. We'll see 2 stories end first thing tomorrow morning.
Yep, Twisted Mind's going up against Mobula. Twisted Mind needs to win 2 series in order to tie Team Anything and get that tiebreaker for the World Championship. And need to win 3 to ultimately make the World Championship without having to play tiebreaker. So playing against Mobula, that favors them. And then looking at other matches, the 2-0 games right there gives.
Oh, those are so good.
I mean, G2 Falcons, the reigning world champions, going up against the hottest team from South America. And then in the middle, you got a couple interesting matches too. Oxygen going up against Gen G, Power playing SSG, OG BDS. I mean, you got good stuff everywhere.
Full international matches for round 3. That's what we love to see. I really want to see G2 Falcons, because a lot of people were saying G2 last time, Mickey Swiss, Mickey bracket maybe. Falcons were not on their side of the bracket. So G2 is trying to prove no, they are one of the best, if not the best team in the world.
I mean, I feel like we were just talking about Gentlemates and like how do they bounce back here. Getting Team Secret in round 3 as a gentle way to kind of rebound after facing off against Furia.
No, I think it's definitely a capable and a matchup for Gentlemates, right? When we talked about it before, it's the first time we've seen them have to come back from a loss on land, so it is a little bit of a newer experience for them. But again, I go back to the word capable. It is a favored moment for you. I think out of any possibility, this is where they want to be.
This is a good spot. So lots of action coming down tomorrow. Now that's round 3. There's round 4 and round 5 is going to be played tomorrow. So lots of Rocket League action. If you want to have your stomach's fill of Rocket League tomorrow, you're going to get lots of it. So it's going to be a great day. And we will have our 8 teams that will play in the playoffs at the end of that before we are opening the doors to the Copper Box and inviting in the Rocket League fans. Can't wait for that one to be happening here, folks. So that's going to be a lot of fun. We've been talking about the fantasy stuff all day. We can give you an update on who's winning. I have actually no idea what this is going to look like.
I don't even want to know.
I'm excited to see where we're at.
I'm not doing.
Oh wait, I
back in
went
the top
up from
half.
last.
All right, and I'm in the top half. I'll take it.
Not bad.
Oh my goodness, I'm falling.
Not bad.
gosh.
Oh yeah, I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable right now.
Hey, I'm number 1 because I have the best photo. So that's all that matters right there.
I'm the only
I
person
look
who
like
actually
I got
smiled.
shoulder muscles. Whoever edited this, thank you.
Shout out to Leaf X up at the top with almost.
There you go.
That's because Beast Mode had 5 goals in 1 game.
And I don't trust D-Rex anyway, because I think he's cheating half the time.
And then, I mean, FK was Bono. Oski averaged ridiculous amount of points today as well. So I expect some regression to the mean back there from Leaf X and D-Rex. But everybody else after that, I'm feeling comfortable right there. I'm looking at a good spot.
Massive bounce back for D-Rex, though. He was down kind of like second to last time we checked in, and now he's up there almost in first. So.
And if you're playing at home, I assume D-Rec will put up, player ratings for each individual player.
Probably tweet it out.
And if he doesn't, we'll throw it on Reddit as well. So if you want to keep track of your own team, we can do it that way.
We'll find it. All right, cool. Sounds good. We'll keep that updated as things go on there. I know so many of you at home just desperately invested in the talent fantasy draft there. I'm so excited to see how it goes. Speaking of things that you really care about, let's take a look at the talent chat prediction, or the talent predictions versus chat. Let's see how you're doing. You actually have kind of a stake in this here, chat.
Chat.
Let's see where's
Why
chat
does
at?
chat get to go before me?
Oh my goodness.
Nah, wait, why?
It's just alphabetical. It's just
This is alphabetical?
But I do got to say, it was a pretty boring day, you know.
Hercules.
Like, first match, I woke up a little late, so I got that one wrong. But besides that, 15 to 16, I'll take it. Back in first as always. Let's go.
This is so
Let's go, baby.
It's over for us.
It's so funny.
And 104 is involved as well.
There's consistency in the world. It's gonna be Gibbs in the lead. Herc, I need to see one more land of consistency for you before I say you're in the lead.
Okay. Gonna do it twice.
But then also, there's also towards the back though. It's gonna be me, Demar, and Stats. We're gonna be back there in the back.
You got a substantial lead over the coin right now, though. That's
I'm not
good.
worried. And Chat being at 14 is kind of crazy.
Chat's doing well.
Chat is doing very, very well. And also, yeah, gotta give a shout out here to Section 104. If you don't know who Section 104 is, we will talk about it at nauseum on Saturday and Sunday. But a special group of people here, specifically when we have lands in London, they are submitting their votes on the side, and they'll be submitting their votes in person once the crowd is here.
And the coin is exactly 50-50.
That's
So
right.
that's what you want. That's
Good job,
exactly
coin.
what 8 out of 16.
Coin's doing a good job. That's exactly what it should be doing. So, folks, if all this sounds like fun and there's part of you that's feeling a little bit of like you're missing out, if you didn't get those tickets to London, make sure you get your tickets for the World Championship, rl.gg/RLCS Texas. You can be there in Fort Worth. I'll tell you where my favorite place to go eat is if you buy a ticket. It's my hometown. Love being there. So excited we get to go back. It's going to be a great time. Now, we got Rocket League action here in London. Before we get there, starting off tomorrow, we will have round 3. Again, 2 streams going on. You're not going to want to miss the action. Over on the alternate streams, but they will start things off with Power versus Space Station. We'll see OG versus BDS next, Twisted Minds versus Team Mobula, and Furia versus Vitality. Some good matches there on the B-Stream, Herc.
Oh, these are incredible matches, and I do gotta say, listen, I'm not a Space Station hater or an NA hater, but I think Power have a chance. After what we saw them pull off today, I think there is...
pick them?
I don't know yet. I gotta sleep on it. I heard you slept
Yep.
on some picks yesterday. I get to sleep on some picks today. It'll be okay. Give me some time.
Just copy my homework. It's fine.
Yeah. Actually, can you send me what you put?
Yeah, let's do that.
Oh my goodness, this is collusion out here. I'm not okay with this. So that's what's going on the alternate stream.
Give me the A
here on the
stream.
main stream, these are the matches we're going to start things off today with Oxygen versus Genji.
Ooh,
We
that's a
didn't
good
get
one.
Genji on the main stream.
Sure didn't.
No, we
We
did
did
not.
No, yeah, did earlier. Yeah,
We did.
played. Yeah,
It
Genji
was a long
played.
day.
I remember seeing him on the coin. It was been a long day.
all
But that's
blur.
probably
Seemed bad.
the best 1-on-1 match, I would say, out of those teams. I think that's a coin flip matchup. It just depends who wakes up early enough. We talked about Genji. They take a little while to get rolling like last time in game 1, so we'll see how that pans out. But obviously the 2-0 feature match, Falcons and G2, it's going to be fantastic. We haven't seen G2 yet on the A stream, so
That's true.
it'll be the first time we see him.
That's true. Yeah, I saw. We were down there in the green room watching both the games, and at some point they showed Daniel. He's wearing this new Rocket League hat. I think they're gonna have in the merch store here for people can buy. And I'm like, oh, yeah, Daniel's here. I haven't seen him. Excited to see him play some Rocket League tomorrow. If you want to catch that action, games will be kicking off at 2 p.m. British Summer Time. Pre-show at 1:30, half an hour before that. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for the continuation of Landon 3.0.
on, Jack. Get me.
Nice play. All right, go. There we go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow.
No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front.
We are going to Champions Field.
and lost time. Gotta rent a car, gonna stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said replay loud. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through time. There's only one face on my mind. All I want is you. Thousands of stories move through time. There's only one face on my mind. A century long ago, I traded in my halo. Whoever it is that you think I am, I'm still figuring it out. I'm jealous of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me inside. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you. I'm so